Back higher we go here this morning as we rebound from quite a volatile end to the session yesterday. Will there be more constructive talks or won't there be today? We'll see. But for the time being, at least a ceasefire has been extended between Iran and the U.S. So here we are, the S&P anyways, back towards session highs this morning ahead of big earnings to come after the close tonight. Big earnings, hey, let's admit it, this morning as well. We'll get into Boeing moving around here this morning. Tesla, the headliner, though, coming up after the close tonight. Not doing a heck of a lot here in the pre-market for Tesla, but a bit of a weak session yesterday, weaker anyway than most of the rest of tech. We also get ServiceNow, which is going to be kind of interesting, I think, given what has happened to software over the past couple of months. I mean, this thing's had a pretty good couple of days here, a pretty good couple of weeks anyways, with the move of the overall market, but a lot of focus back on software. I mean, I was reading this morning that the sector, the software sector, had its best 2 weeks in 25 years.
Wow.
On a bounce off of the lows following that sell-off. So, I mean, let's see what they have to say.
Yeah, and IBM also in focus as well, and they got hit really hard with that whole software sell-off. So nice to see them rebounding. I feel like, I talked about this yesterday, the market's like kind of pricing in what the future was going to be, but in the short term, a lot of people are not going to stop spending on these issues, especially with the cybersecurity names. I was reading an interesting report yesterday about CrowdStrike, and there was like, okay, well, AI is causing all these security vulnerabilities in legacy software to come to light. And so you're not going to see these hyperscalers or these bigger companies start shifting away their spend from cybersecurity. In fact, they're going to double down because there's more vulnerabilities that are being exposed. In light of the fact that we heard that Mythos, that new operating, or LLM, by Anthropic, it fell into the hands of the wrong people apparently here. It found its way out, Brendo. Yeah. So, some people have got their hands on it.
I heard a good point this morning, and I'll throw it out there, see what you guys think. How much of this from Anthropic is marketing?
Exactly.
And how much of this is actually real? Like, it found its way onto a forum? Like, come on. Like, if this thing is really as dangerous as, they're saying it is, they have it under lock and key, obviously.
One would expect.
It just mysteriously found it. Like, come on.
The story goes that they had to give it to these companies that they're working with. Remember that working group that they've got to kind of try to shore down some of these security vulnerabilities? And then, having given it to those companies, they magically found its way online. But the point being, these things are getting better. Yeah. And if they're going to get better, they're going to continue to find vulnerabilities, and these companies have to, take action in the short term.
Definitely. So we'll see what ServiceNow is going to be the first of a few software companies to come. I mean, we'll get Microsoft obviously coming up here in the next couple of weeks as well. Really good day yesterday. We're gapping higher here again this morning. I was just looking at USO. I was just hearing there was a little bit of a move. I didn't really see it. A downtick more than anything. But this thing was just wild yesterday into the close on will there be a deal, will there won't be a deal, and what that's going to look like. So oil kind of chopping around with this right now. Some energy names to watch this morning as well. But overall, I mean, kind of a wait and see here, guys. Good morning.
Good morning for sure, and it's an even gooder and a better morning if you own shares of of Avis. Why not? It's up again. If you thought it was over, it's not over. It ain't over. It's still 8% to the upside. It's good day for the markets to start off here because, as Brendan mentioned, like the yo-yo insanity action that we saw in the afternoon. It was like headline after headline dropping us. I think we got 5 significant volume events in the back half of the day. And all with the exception of one of them, they were all sending the markets lower. But we're pretty much where we left off, more or less. Like it's when we sat down at 2 o'clock, we're right about the same prices when we sat down in the afternoon, if you look at oil futures. So for now, understand that anything can happen at any moment. We were joking around saying that we should have like an over-under on how many of those types of headlines we get today. Like, do we see another 5?
I'm not even joking, man. I think at some point, like, exactly. How many more times is that going to pop up? But no, I mean, in all seriousness, I wouldn't be surprised if we're kind of heading back into that realm of where we're really headline sensitive, right? We had a couple of weeks where a week or so where it was just everything was cool, off to the races we go, and then yesterday it was just like boom, 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 boom. Everything started to hit the news feed, and then sure enough, we had a bunch of volatility spikes throughout the day. So let's see. Hopefully things are a little bit cooler, right? And if not, we were talking with Brian Shannon yesterday as well too, just on the fact it's like, all right, just be prepared to size down, and anything can happen at any given moment.
Well, that's the thing. Like if you think something usually has like a $2 range, and maybe it'll be 4, 3 or 4, and then you just adjust accordingly. See that headline? Google, well, Alphabet reportedly plans to highlight that it's using AI internally to generate 75% of all new code. That would be good for efficiency. You just saw a spike. Well, if you're looking at it, you just saw a spike in Alphabet here, up about 1.5%, but it just went about 1%. So what was we had the polls, like what was the Mag 7, and then we included Broadcom. So like mega cap tech name that was gonna get to its high first.
All-time high.
And I don't believe. Okay, so we had Alphabet was in there. It's not there yet. Amazon was also on there. It did not load PC load letter. It didn't get there, right? I won't say it didn't. No, it did not. It missed it by a little bit here. Broadcom didn't make it. No. And the name that we didn't have on the list because it's not big enough.
Oh,
is AMD.
AMD,
Which I guess it's fair. Like AMD doesn't count. They weren't big enough to make it onto that list. But like a bunch of these, they're all trying. But AMD is the one that absolutely did get there. Renova.
What's the
they reported this morning, and bye-bye. The problems with the 1,000 level are gone. Well, it helps if you beat top, bottom, and raise the guidance and beat expectations there too as well. Fantastic growth for them. Look, this one just continues to be a rocket ship. Another rocket ship is going to be, more literally, STS Space Mobile. They're up a few points here. Actually, 7% after pulling back. I thought it was double digits at one point. Yeah, it was almost double digits at one point. They were higher because the FCC granted its application to modify its authorization to launch and operate its space mobile non-geostationary orbit satellite system in low Earth orbit. Of course, they had that somewhat failed launch.
Boeing to the top side
and
too.
Boeing also reporting
Boeing
their higher. So far, there's far more positive stories than negatives. There really isn't much to lean into. Of course, the headline can come at any time. It changes things. But
there goes NVDA. NVDA is kind of moving here, guys. Same with the overall market. I mean, we can pull this up for you guys so you can see a nice print right there on the 5-minute. There was a volatility spike and then a rebound. It decided to climb a little bit higher here. So, I mean, we're already off to a good start. Do we want to get too extended? No, I don't think that's necessarily the case. I mean, we have a pretty solid lineup after the bell here as well, too, Neil. Tesla, Lam Research, IBM. We had Texas Instrument as well after the close. AT&T was this morning, and then ServiceNow after the market closed. So yeah, I mean, a solid lineup. Tesla going to be the main event essentially of everything. So yeah, it's going to be a good one. What are we thinking here on Tesla from an intraday standpoint leading into the earnings report?
Well, first off, we're also thinking that Google, NVIDIA and Alphabet collab to advance agentic and physical AI. Well, you've got bounces in both of those names. All we have is volatility everywhere. And, you know, those trading opportunities. Oh, Randy in the house.
What's up? What's up, my boy?
I'm like, usually he doesn't come empty-handed. Appreciate it.
No coffee machine, man.
I know. It's on the fritz. The coffee machine
it's broken.
Like leaking this morning. It's broken. There's a sign on it. It's leaking. It's not cool. It's not cool. Well, you know what Sharif just said, what are we supposed to do? You know what you're supposed to do if your coffee machine is broken? What you're supposed to do is head on over to Prop Shop Trader, because they're a multi-asset proprietary trading firm designed to remove the typical barriers that traders face. You can trade stocks without pattern day trading restrictions and no licensing requirements, while also accessing futures markets within the same environment. Prop Shop Trader offers both day trading and swing trading programs, giving traders the flexibility to manage multiple accounts and deploy different strategies. Why risk your own capital when you don't have to? Scan the QR code to unlock 60% off your first account, plus buy one, get one free. Get started today. I transition from anything to read.
Dang.
Possibly. I don't know. Maybe it can. Maybe we can.
I have the utmost faith in you.
But the Alphabet there, like, that's looking pretty good. But we were just talking about Tesla, what we were just talking about. And I still feel like the news, you know that little, the news roll thing that happens every time it gets put up. We need some different ones. Like we need one for the super chats, and we need one for the news, so that we can differentiate.
So we're not misled.
Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna event. Yeah. This just in.
Oracle now, okay.
Oracle expanding partnership with Google Cloud. Forget about Tesla. We'll get to Tesla later because apparently we should be looking at Oracle because remember everybody, the bottom's in on Oracle.
Oh, well, all right then.
Someone was you gotta love this. You gotta love this. When someone's a seller all day long on a stock and then that just clean is the dip this morning. So 187 we're at right now, 185 just held. It's still got some room to go. Oracle seems to want this 200 to 210 here. Is this a catalyst to do it? I don't know. But it's strong. It's up 3.5. I'm more of the names that we just mentioned. I feel like ASTS was going to be the one that I liked a little bit better, but now it's starting to lose VWAP. Market's looking good today, though. I can't really complain.
No, it's looking real good. I mean, Bitcoin climbing higher as well, too. I mean, a couple of us, Sharif this morning, might have been the first thing he said to me, aside from good morning, was Bitcoin 80, Bitcoin 80. And then I said, you know what, let's see if we get a pullback into 43.80. And then Neil's like, I got 75s, 43.75, that is. So, I mean, a nice, strong move. I mean, the thing is with IBIT, these gaps tend to get filled. So we'll just be patient and see if it's a gap and go scenario. I mean, obviously with Bitcoin being 24/7, it doesn't matter, but when Wall Street's involved, you have these fills come into play. 43.38 would be a complete. Maybe you get 60 to 70%. If we're going to be really strong today, I mean, I like this. It's a pull, nice modest pullback, nothing crazy. Or you don't have like that big breakdown, and then you decide to climb a little bit higher. We can take a look at spot as well to see what we got going on over there. A little bit cleaner of a picture. We'll head over to the daily and see how we've been acting, and it's just been a nice curl over, right? So maybe we're gonna have that one of those sessions where we don't see it as often as we used to, Neil. But when you put in like that $8,000 to $10,000 session, so that'd be putting it from like 78 to 88. Yep. You would see it a lot more often a couple of years ago, and before IBIT really stepped in and it being optionable. But I would love to have that come back in. Obviously, if you're bullish on Bitcoin and you're looking to go long, nothing wrong with a 10% day.
It would be nice. I feel like a lot of that might be past us because.
Yeah.
Look, it's a double-edged sword, right? And the ETFs can be good in a lot of ways and maybe not so much in others. But you know what? Some of this downward trend it's been broken on the trend line, right? Like it's already broken the trend line if you want to put it in there on the daily. But also we're back above and holding key support. That original 74 breakout, that's what got put to test on the dip. So we finally broke this little trend of like losing the higher lows when you're making fresh bottom. And then right in here, we start holding 74. We dip, bounce 74. It's just the breakout through here is the only thing that's going to be left.
And we have this too, right?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. You've broken the all day long trend. It's just and then we've held this little 74 support. All it's next is to make the run for the 80. Maybe it's the end of the week kind of thing. I don't really know. But there's two places I'm looking. One, I mean, I'm any and all continuation on IBIT. But what I also find interesting is I was looking at ETH. Like, look at the gap up in ETH. Very consolidative day yesterday. And look what's lagging. Like, look at BMNR's gapped up, but only because it was relatively weak to ETH. So it's basically where it was at the highs yesterday when everything is significantly gapped higher. So on a relative basis, BMNR has some catching up to do and a monster gap to fill. So if there's any kind of early strength, this one could be a clean, it's like 23.20, I want to say. 23.15-ish breakout play here on BMNR. We need to see that continued strength for sure. The NASDAQ just hit 26.9. We're now up a full percentage point. Seems to be I was about to say, seems to be nothing standing in our way, but I feel like if I say that, which I just did, we're going to get some kind of weird headline, which is going to throw everything under the bus.
MSTR is up 67% off of its February low. I mean, 105 up to 175. That's how it's supposed to be, though. Like that's Saylor's intention, essentially, to have it as a leverage product. So with that being said,
you're going to get
you
the big
sell 50%, you're going to drop significantly more.
That's just, yeah, it cuts both ways if you're playing
exactly.
around with MSTR. No question about that. We'll get back up to the desk. Oh, wait a minute. No, we're not. I was going to throw it back up to the desk, but we just got a super chat. So let's throw it on up here. Or however that goes. It is from, there it is. Bears, Bulls, Battlestar Galactica.
Okay.
That'll work. I bought a call option on car in my paper trade account Monday for $615. This AM, it's worth
$1,000.
almost $1,100.
Yeah.
I would have sold it at $2K though. I do not have diamond hands.
All right.
Well,
I mean, in your paper account though, why not just YOLO that?
I think the idea of a paper account or like a sim mode trading is to trade it the way that you would implement live, so that you then have like a foundational strategy. So you never want to get caught. Like if you're FOMOing and if you feel FOMO in your paper trade account, like that'll be trouble, because the idea is to just get an execution strategy that works for you and then throw that into live. Like don't worry. Like I found things like diamond hands and all this. That ends up being bad, I think, for traders trying to achieve consistency. Congratulations, you made a good trade. You used the foundation of why you took it to inform future trades and then build from that. Don't worry about FOMO. Traders get so caught up in, oh, I could have made this, I could have done that. Like that's, when you're consistently profitable, then worry about that stuff.
Yeah.
There's 0 point to, it doesn't matter if you get to the point where you celebrate that win, build on that strategy, and then go from there. I think that's way more important.
Neil, the thing is, I think, we're back up. We're doing it live, my boy.
Oh shoot! I want that graphic with like from the wire where it's like put the word out on the street.
Yeah,
we back up.
Don't. Yeah, exactly. Don't tell anybody, man, because they're gonna. No, but I think as you gain more experience, regardless of how long it takes, I appreciate you, Randy. At some point, it's like, yeah, you have all of you talk about FOMO, but then when you've been in the game long enough, you come to a point and a realization that the fact is like, hey, there's going to be another opportunity.
Exactly.
Right? Like, so it's just like, okay, yeah, you missed out on this one, and the chances of the next one being bigger and better are there. That's just how it is. That's the nature of the beast. Like the first couple of years, whatever it may be, you're like, oh man, shoulda, coulda, woulda. What if I did this? And then you come to the realization that it's like, oh, okay, all right. At some point, there's going to be another opportunity, and the chance of it being bigger and better are there for sure. So, homie literally lost money talking about not making real money. Oh yeah. Hey, what's up, Rivian Millionaire up 12% on car now. There we go. Now we're starting to talk. Yeah, now we're talking some actual money there. But all right, let's send it back to the desk. See what these guys got.
I was reading through this. No, this is. I mean, there was a whole dump of headlines there from Google and a bunch of other companies regarding Google. This seems to be the one that's actually moving the stock, and rightfully so. So 2 new TPUs just announced from Google. Their 8th gen, which is going to be specifically designed for and aimed at training complex AI models, which essentially is just pointing directly at NVIDIA and saying, we're coming for you. Training of complex, fundamental models going forward. So Google ripping the Band-Aid off, I guess, and saying, hey, come get our chips.
And this is a bit of a curveball here, because these custom ASICs, basically, the majority of the time that they're being used for specific workflows, mostly agentic workflows. So the fact that they're throwing their hat into the training ring is a bit of a, that's new to me, right? I mean, Google was basically looking at capturing that part of the market and left that to NVIDIA. NVIDIA still has that sort of Swiss Army knife kind of GPU.
Does it all. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So Joseph and I were talking about this on the midday, and we were talking about whether NVIDIA has the best GPU, the chips, let's call them chips, in the business right now for AI. And when I did my research, it's actually quite interesting, because a lot of these agentic workflows, like you were just talking with me off camera, you're creating new, novel agentic workflows specifically tailored to what you want to do. And so the chips have to be designed, the custom ASICs have to be designed for that specific workflow. But what if you evolve? What if you move on to the next thing? Do you have to start designing another custom ASICs for that new workflow? That's where NVIDIA really does shine, because they can do everything.
I mean, yes and no. It's I mean, as you and I have experienced many, many times, you get something to a point where it's like, okay, it's functional, it's doing the thing.
Right.
But then for whatever reason, next Monday you come in and it's completely gone in a different direction.
You mean like every morning with ChatGPT,
no,
Brenda?
But you know what I mean, right? Like it's not perfect yet, is the point. But I mean, we're heading in the right direction. So, I mean, this market move seems to be mostly Google at this point. That's just taking the entire futures on its back and lifting the market, because I haven't seen really anything else doing anything spectacular. Boeing, not necessarily spectacular, but still pushing highs here right now, 227, 228 coming into play. Better than expected here for BA, especially on the manufacturing side of things. So, I mean, the demand, we all know, guys, is still very much there for air travel and ticketing specifically. But as it's been with Boeing forever and ever and ever, it's how many can they get out the door at the end of the year?
Yeah, and that's exactly it. We got a headline, I think, last month, I want to say, maybe early this month. They were hiring a bunch of new employees at one of their facilities, specifically for the purpose of being able to chug more of these out. I think that they were basically gauging 37,800s, whatever that version is, per month. I think they do want to bump that up to the mid-40s. Would be interesting, obviously, because there's no shortage in demand, man.
No.
It's always about how much they can put out.
Yeah, and I mean, this comes at a time when we were talking about last week, some of the airlines, if it's a common route, something they do on a daily basis, 3 or 4 times, they're going from 3 or 4 flights down to 2, 1 or 2 flights, just to save on some of the jet fuel costs. But
have you seen some of the what are they calling it? Fuel surcharges now. Some of these airlines are charging on top of it. So I was reading United's, and they basically almost passed off the entire increase in fuel to the customer through these fuel surcharges.
It's only going to get worse.
It's only going to get worse.
Right? Yeah, I have to go to Ottawa this weekend, and I was looking at Toronto Island to Ottawa is barely a 60-minute flight. Like it's awesome. 55 minutes. It would have been almost $900. Round trip.
Insane. Okay, you got to just take the train, Brenda. You're going to pay 150.
It's and you can literally take business class on the train for 50% of the cost of that plane ticket.
My goodness.
My eyes jumped out of my head. But anyways, Boeing. Neil, thoughts?
Well, first of all, I'll tell you, business class on the train is great. As long as you don't get there and there's a ridiculous snowstorm and then you have to have a 6-hour delay on the way back on the train. That was a pain in the butt for me the last time I took one. But it's crazy prices. But you know what? There's something I like about Boeing here. I know it's not a blowout report. They're getting close to profitability on an EPS basis. They got close to it, and maybe it'll be next quarter. I feel like you're saying that every quarter. But the last week, every time it was underneath 220, there was a buyer. And I'll show you in a second. But that's the 200 period and the 50 period kind of aligning here. And every single time it was under 200 buys. Drops like a rock. I mean, a lot of things drop like a rock on last Thursday, but drops like a rock, and then under 220, buyers step up. Buyers step up. You're either consolidating or you're bouncing heavily when it was in that range, and that was going into the earnings. So I think this actually looks pretty bullish to me, and especially if you go out a little bit further and start looking at this. You start looking at this on the weekly, and I have some levels that I need to get rid of. Probably not as important. Who cares where I have them in there? Probably old stuff. But the higher lows from the bottom, pretty distinct, and a couple of big turnarounds. And higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. Now post earnings. If you make another higher high, I think that can take you into the 270 level. So I really do like the look of Boeing here. I feel like by the time they go EPS positive, at that point, you'll be talking about 300. So you got to kind of lead it. Or as Canadians are supposed to say, you got to skate where the puck is going. How do you like that for a hockey analogy there, Joe? We're going to go to Joe for some options. Information, which probably won't include Boeing, is my guess.
It's a good guess, Neil. No Boeing today. A lot of talk about this one specific name, the headliner in the earnings reports this evening, and we're going to kick things off with Tesla, and then we're going to end some things with Tesla as well. All right, guys, speaking of, let's take a look at this $400 mark, guys. Open interest sitting around 20,000 contracts there, still currently open, expiring this Friday. Volume 25,000 open and closed. That's I mean, relatively speaking, you can see an increase within the volatility. With that being said, the implied at-the-money IV sitting around 80.7%, and your delta as well too, sitting around that $33 metric, with your gamma around 0.01. But one thing that I want us to take a look at here is after the stock broke out, it breached that downwards channel. You have days where you're sitting on the backside of it. What we have here is, once again, is where the real appreciation comes from in some of these options contracts. Now, we break in a span of a couple of trading sessions, 3 days to be exact, you get a 646% gain within that breakout on that specific contract. Now, you would have to be in it significantly earlier before the actual breakout day, but that's where those substantial returns come from. Now, let's talk some strategy here, guys. Now, leading into earnings, there's a couple ways that we can play them, and we're going to kick things off. We talked about the strangle before, and that's why we have the exact same strike price, $390, $390. Now, this can change leading into the close, right? So the objective is to essentially buy an at-the-money call and buy an at-the-money put for your straddle. Now, as for your straddle, guys, you're going to want it to exceed the expected move. That is the objective. If it stays within, then the chances of you losing premium to day-by-day volatility decay is there, including theta. So 2 different metrics there, guys. But one thing that we want to point out here is that our ask, we're paying $9.75. And on the put side, a little bit more expensive, $13.20, which is going to lead us to our risk profile. Our risk profile in a total going to cost us $2,300 for the combination of both of these contracts. Whether you don't know it's going to go up or down, but you have the hunch or you believe within your thesis that you are going to exceed the expected move, the straddle is one strategy you can look at. But also one thing that we want to look at is our POP, our probability of profit, sitting around 42% there, guys. So a little bit cool. All right. Now, we may think this is a little bit too expensive. I want to reduce my costs, but I want to remain within the same style of trading. Perfect. That is when we are going to fall into our strangle. Okay, so there is a slight difference between the straddle, which would be an at-the-money call, and an at-the-money put. But with our strangle, we can have an offset between our calls and our puts. For example, now what we can do to reduce our cost as well too is we just lift our call strike a little bit higher, decreasing the premium paid, and then we can move our put a little bit lower to decrease the premium paid as well. But essentially the same thing. When we get into our risk profile, you'll see that some of the metrics are identical. So going from $900 down to $695, and then going from $1,300 down to $1,000, $10.55. Now, the strike prices are different. They are slightly out of the money, and that is the objective. But one thing that we will take a look at is our probability of profit. It doesn't change very much. 1%. 42% is what we're looking at on the straddle, 41% on the strangle. But this contract combination is essentially going to cost us $600 less, all right? So that's the difference between buying something that's at the money, your straddle, or buying something slightly out of the money on both sides. Now, as for our risk profile, guys, we don't have very much time on these contracts. You would want to push them out a little bit longer, but as for these specific combinations, what you have here is if Tesla goes over, climbs up to $475, you can see your profit being around $9,000 there. And if it drops down to $300, it's the exact same thing. But if you stay within this range here, you're going to lose money. The objective on both of these strategies is to exceed your expected move. If they don't, then it's best to close those positions and wait for another report. Let's send it back to Neil.
Thank you very much, Joe. You can take a very, let's just say, thoughtful, meaningful, and risk-considerate approach to generating a strategy such as Joe was talking about there. Or you could close your eyes, hunt for your buy key, hope that you find it, and just punch along on car. No, I'm just joking. No, always good for me. It just seems that way. No, you should actually have proper analysis. And what I love about it is a lot of good feedback in the chat. Don't hesitate I mean, it's usually, what do we do this, 8:15 to 8:30 in the morning. So oftentimes you'll be able to, if you want to, after the end of the day, for the viewers out there, if you feel like it goes over your head, it goes a little bit too fast, then just replay it on the way home.
Yeah.
And go over it a second time or a third time if you need to. I think it's pretty valuable information there. It is 8:30, but we also have, it's a Wednesday, so we have a special guest. And the best part about it, Luis here to talk about some small caps.
Ooh.
But you know what? Luis is also an honorary member of the Bald Brotherhood. We had Brian Shannon yesterday, got myself, we got Joe, we got Luis in that. You can laugh all you want, Sharif.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
there
wow.
Oh, shoot. Was he on screen?
Yeah, well, he was
What
on
up,
screen,
Luis?
man.
That's what I'm talking about. Bring it on in. That's our boy.
It's just
Deal with it. You're outnumbered now, Sharif.
It's just getting bigger.
Deal with it. The Bald Brotherhood is here, and it's not going anywhere. Let's talk to Luis at the desk.
I don't even know how to follow that up. Let's just bring him in and talk.
Just tell me if you add Sean into the group.
Yeah. He might be a little more begrudgingly in the group, but we'll get his take maybe on Monday. Hi, Luis. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good to see you. I mean, nothing is happening, obviously, in small cap world, as there never is. So I don't know, where do you want to start here? I mean, there's been tons and tons to watch here the past couple of days. I saw a couple of people mentioning this one, just to throw it out there right off the bat. KYTX went and then came back already. It kind of looks like something you'd be interested in.
Yeah, listen, I have a trader from Argentina who said it always happen the same when you are day trading, and when it happens the opposite, it always happen as well. So, it's like every day is new, but every day it looks like the same. So they fool you, you're right, and they fool you again. So it's all the same. That's why it's so challenging this work.
But it's also good in that sense. If you're seeing things over and over and over again that work, then that's what matters, right? So. What do you think here? KYTX, any ideas?
No, we haven't traded this so far. We are narrowing down to 4 or 5 tickers today. First of all, we are going to check a couple of Chinese nanoflow tickers. There will be HCAI and ELPW. This one was very interesting pre-market. It was moving up very sharp, and we found some resistance here. First of all, it failed new highs on this 13, 14 level. And if we go back, we see there an important resistance from previous days. Okay, you forget about this crazy week, but as I think was Neil talking about this, sometimes the resistance is not there, but it's where the most volume was traded, even though we saw this fake breakout, most of the volume was traded here. So we consider this as a resistance. So we could have short this one against that resistance and mainly after it failed highs. If you're not brave enough to go short there, you had a nice setup here when it broke big one. Look, this was very, very crazy, moving up over 100%, but even though it looks a little bit late, in this kind of stocks, it's better to be late than early, because the movement down can be very, very sharp as well. You go short here on around $12, you are almost $4 in the morning right now. And the other one was the other Chinese ELPW. We have a history on this one and pump and dump, and we used to call it. It pumped from 160 to 250, fail highs here, fade VWAP here, probably is an all-day fade.
All right, we went back to 2021, 2022 at the end of last week and dug out BlackBerry and dug out all these squeeze names and got them going again. Give me your thoughts here on this trade. I mean, it's heavily on the short side based, but these things aren't done yet, clearly.
Yeah, they aren't done. It's not our kind of setup because it's not a small cap. You have to take into account it's a higher float and all the fundamentals behind. So it's more pure technical analysis here. It won't follow the microstructure of the small cap. Probably we could talk about car as well. It's another kind of setup. Of course, I won't go long on this one for a swing or a mid-turn. I would probably go short, but only when you have a nice setup with a tight stop. Could be today, you short here, you're only 10, 15, 20 cents out of your stop loss and a lot of way to go down, but it seems strong yet with the overall market as well.
We've seen this in the past, obviously, and it feels like a movie that you've watched before. And the key here for some of these, I mean, you mentioned car. I mean, we're almost at $800 here this morning for car. When this does start to unravel and when this does start to come back in.
This is a very interesting topic. I think Twitter X is burning with this ticker. Everyone is talking about a few considerations here. First of all, a lot of people talk about it didn't become parabolic yet. It haven't gap up like aggressively, because if you see in daily, yesterday I think was the first gap up. So all the movement up was without gapping up. Only yesterday, a very, very tight gap up. And also some people talking about we're waiting for the highest volume spike to go short and blah, blah, blah. You know, all these things. You can wait for the gap up. You can wait for the parabolic. Some people are waiting for the $1,000 round number now. Yesterday, I had to say a lot of traders, big traders, lost huge money on this one because it really looked like was going to fail the gap up and was going to go down. We saw even some halt downs and unbelievable halt down, like $70 down, halt down and open all the way up. So very strange movement. What I try to think here, look, this is not my kind of setup. And very important, if I try once or twice and it doesn't work out, for the third time, how big I have to trade to make it back the two of those attempts, you know? So it's not a very good risk reward winning ratio. If I miss the first movement or the second one and I take a loss one and twice, how big I'm gonna take the third trade? And if I'm wrong, I'm gonna stop, I'm gonna take a fourth attempt, you know? So it's very, very tricky risk reward and winning ratio combination. It is true that if you're right, it has a lot of potential and they can go down for $500, $400, $300 in a couple of days.
If we zoom out a little bit here, and I want to talk a little bit on the technical side with this trade, because it is going to be absolutely epic whenever it does come, but understanding the technicals behind it and what you need to see first is going to be the key. When we talk about those, $4, $5, $6, $7, $8 range of stocks that do this type of thing on a daily basis, typically come back down the same day. I mean, we talk about maybe trading below VWAP. We talk about maybe breaking an uptrend, and visibly, the buyers have clearly given up. In this case, because it's been such a ramp up, is it going to be almost like a couple of days down before you start to get interested?
Yeah, because it's very difficult because with the spread, and the risk you're taking, it's very difficult to trade. I will wait for an aggressive gap up, and after the open, probably a last squeeze short, and then all the way down. But you're gonna have to hold against you probably $30, $50, $100 maybe against you before it works. So it's very tricky to jump in the trade. The spread is huge, so the possible loss you have to hold is very big. So I will wait for a last huge gap up, a lot of volume in the opening, and some confirmation. Probably you will have to forget about VWAP and all these things. Maybe some very nice round number where you can see the big players are closing positions, this kind of tape reading maybe will help as well.
All right, let's get down to what we're looking at here this morning. I mean, you mentioned a couple going into the open. What's top of your mind here for today?
A couple more. We talk about these two nanoflow Chinese, and we're looking at a couple of more. It's AGPU, as you can see, it's moving at 140%. We took some shorts. I'm going to show you here. We took some shorts on this one when it failed the new highs here. Let me zoom it. We took a nice shorts here. Look for the VWAP. When I saw this VWAP holding, I reversed my position too long. Took a nice long here, but the VWAP, and then short against these pre-market highs. Now they are fighting shorts, bias, and long bias. We are fighting here. If you lose VWAP, we will see all the way down. But what if it opens, hold VWAP, lower volume? Maybe it will do a reclaim. Look, when the 1450 breaks, we have no resistance. So it's very, very, very difficult to short this front side. So if it breaks $14, just don't trade short front side on this one because it's very, very tricky. But if you see now it's losing VWAP, looks like it's losing VWAP, so you can go short here with a very tight stop, $12, $12.50. This is one of the tickers we are looking. And the other one is actually, it's good because I will explain a new setup that I think we have never talked about. It's a Canadian company, and this kind of setup, we call it the third red day long pullback. Okay, let's go into it. We have a very, very nice movement up, as you can see in this stock. It's a Canadian company. As I say, it's from $7.50 to $42 in a few days. And then you wait, it will go retrace for a few days. And this is why it's called the third red day long pullback. We have the movement up, then we have 3 red days. And you know what happened today? It popped up. You go like 5 minutes, you will see. There you go. You have the 3 red days long pullback, and if you long this pre-market from 23 already to $28, it's called again third red day long pullback. Was a very nice trade as well. This one.
Great stuff, Luis. Always good input. Back with the guys at 1 p.m. on the midday show today. We'll see you then. Thanks for this.
See you later, guys. Enjoy.
Thank you, Luis. Looking forward to more conversation this afternoon. Make sure you guys join us on the midday show at 1 o'clock today. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades. Zscaler going to be at the top of the list, going from an overweight to an equal weight by Morgan Stanley. They're also reducing their price to $55 from $200. Now, Hertz also on the downgrade side of things, still positive this morning, a little bit under 2%, but going from a neutral to a sell with a $5 price target. And then we have XPeng here, guys, also on the downgrade list. Neutral weight to an underweight with a Hong Kong $59, all right? BNP Paribas giving them that downgrade. Now, GitLab also on the downgrade side of things, 1.5% to the upside, going from a buy to a neutral weight, but price target getting slashed in half by B of A. Now, moving forward, let's take a look at some of the upgrades. United Health Group going to be at the top of the list. You're up about 0.6%, going from a hold to a buy with a $400 price target. Twilio also getting the nod at up 6% here today, going to be the largest out of all of the upgrades. Buy rating with a price target increase from $100 up to $190 by B of A once again. And we also have Airbnb getting the nod, up 2.4% equal weight to overweight and a price target of $178 by Wells Fargo. Interactive Brokers reporting after the bell yesterday, guys. Took a slide on the report, but starting to slowly recover. Europe 0.46%, but a price target increase to $88 from $80. Let's send it back to Neil.
Thank you, Joe. And what's interesting, I saw on the downgrade side of that, you got Hertz. You know what? Like, everyone's talking about Avis and when's it going to be a fade and looking for the short trade. When it seemed like it was a short, and notice how Luis said sort of the same thing we were talking about. Like, you could see that yesterday, clearly some people got caught off guard. Like, a lot of momentum looking like it was a short and looking like it was a turnaround, and then it just didn't end up happening. Well, Hertz up on sympathy goes right into some resistance, and it legit turned around. You know, it did make a top. It did trend down almost all of the day. And, you know, late in the day, I guess it caught a little bit of a dead cat bounce. But this would be an interesting way to sort of play it. If it were to get dragged up again by Avis, you've got a hard top to work off of. And there is no fundamental, like, to my knowledge, there's no two firms that have soaked up 82% of the available float of Hertz. So there's no structural reason for it to get out of hand if were it to break higher. So if it gets dragged up again, this would be the play. One of the things that I'm a fan of, if there's something like insane or crazy or meme-ish or that feels broken that's going on, whether it was GameStop, whether it was at one point it was DWAC, formerly DJT when it was DWAC, or currently with Avis, if you can find something that is moving on sympathy, which doesn't have the structural or fundamental reason to be doing at all what's happening, it can be easier to play the reversion on that, right? Like if you see Hertz fly too far to the upside, it doesn't make sense. It'll be at a resistance spot. The slightest pullback in Avis, and you smash the short on Hertz. And it just comes down to being able to time it better and have better risk parameters on the trade, which is why I tend to gravitate towards. I'm going to have that on the side burner as Hertz tried to break $800.
Louise stating in the chat as well, too, one of the top retail traders yesterday lost $250,000 on car.
That's what I'm saying. We talked about this. I said there were whales that do this yesterday. And we're like, we don't believe you. This is all just retail. It's not. There are very large traders. There are even some hedges that this is what they do. Now, the hedges can stay short this probably a little bit if they are
longer,
right? Like I think certainly they could, but remember, you don't know. Like if 800 doesn't break, then maybe 750 is it. I don't know. This might be the top. If it never gets to that 1,000 level, then people will still be talking about this as a potential top. There's a bit of a pullback that just happened in the market. It's nothing crazy. Like where the Qs made the highs and then came back in through VWAP. There is no particular headline or anything that I was able to see to cause it, but you are starting to gravitate back higher up here on USO. So I think we're still working in this realm of, market go down, oil go up. The level, yesterday, the level for me was 123 on USO. Kind of like once you're breaking above that, I favor the short side of the trade. Yesterday, silver was my favorite there. And then when you're catching bounces off of it, that's where the market reverses. I think that level today for USO is, let's call it pretty obviously around the 129.
I like
something in the same thing. Like if USO gets up to 129, that kind of a curl gives like a base for the longs. And if it breaks above, the market looks like a short to me.
I like where IBID's sitting right now. So that's going to be my primary trader here today as it's popping 44.40. But we were south of the volume weighted average price. I like that leading into the open. So, I mean, that's going to be number one on our watch list here today. We have a couple other ones. Poet starting to move, but breaking down, so we can remove that one.
Poet.
Yeah, Poet didn't even know it there, Neil, but at the end of the day, 1190, it breached VWAP, so we'll avoid that one. But Google and NVDA could potentially be on the radar as well. Google still climbing higher, 338. We talked about this. This was it came in second place, I believe, right? We thought Amazon was going to hit all-time high. I don't think necessarily today is going to be the case where Google hits all-time high, but you never know. This thing can start to squeeze. You get a couple of headlines, and next thing you know, you're just right back to where you were, only a half percentage point, and then it's a gap up away. So we're not far from that level. I think it's like 1.2% or something, like 3% off of that high on Google. So yeah, it's not bad, man. Google probably going to be that one. Amazon fell back a little bit yesterday, but starting to climb. So that's going to be a key pivot for it at 257. And then we had Broadcom on that list as well. Broadcom might win. This is what we're talking about. You're only down 1.25 here, Neil, off of that all-time high. Respectively, you have Google down 3% and NVDA down a little bit more. So watch out for what Broadcom can do in the next coming sessions. So I wouldn't be surprised by the end of the week you see an all-time high in Broadcom.
And we have a super chat. It's golf franchise. Well, it's a little easier to say that it's golf weather. Most places, I think we're getting golf weather today, I think. POWI, Power Integrations, you're up 17% on it. You think you still have another 20 points up to go. Thoughts? Look at the 3-month chart trend trader here. So you ask, you shall receive. Let me just, I don't want to take this chart out. I want to leave it in and type in POWI is what I want to do. And you wanted a 3-month. Let's see what the 3-month says, everybody. Trend break. Yeah. Well, sometimes, like in my head, I'm thinking, okay, it's probably just another one of those like up and to the right kind of deals, and it's like a blue sky setup. No, this is very clearly a big time trend break. So if you, on this particular time frame, the trend broke like in the middle of last month. Like I'd probably look at a 1 month where you saw the trend break, but that 50 period, this is the breakout. You're saying another 20% to go. That seems a little arbitrary because I feel like you're putting it into this range. It's not incredibly obvious why you'd say 80 on a 3. My guess is if I do put it to a monthly chart, you probably see something a little bit more distinct. I don't even think it does. Like the next leg is breaking the 50 here, and I don't think there's anything obvious that says that 80 is a level more so than 90 to 95. But yeah, I love a trend break because what can happen when the market gets to the highs is I say like passing the baton, where like you get a bunch of names that are obviously pressing into the tops, maybe find some resistance getting choppy in earnings because we're already priced to perfection, all that kind of good stuff, but the market's feeling bullish. And then you get a bunch of other stuff that's breaking the downtrend that goes higher. We talked about things like Robinhood and SoFi that were beaten up. But it's just things that were trending down that join the move. So when you have one, I believe, yeah, let it ride. And this just happens to be another good one there. USO, unfortunately. I mean, I say unfortunately, but there's people that are long energy here, so I guess if you're long energy, then fortunately for you, this is about to go back into those afternoon highs. Remember, we went parabolic into this 29 yesterday. Yeah. So like there wasn't, like it's not a really good test of a level if you go there so freakishly strong, because like the chance that it reverts anyways, then you got the headline of the extension of the ceasefire, like all that kind of stuff, and when we got up to 129, but a break of this would not be good for the market, and it looks like we're headed for a test here as USO is trying to go green.
Yeah, I think like that's the narrative, right? Like we always have to keep USO in the corner of our eye, right? Essentially just an eye on it, because if it's going to continue to climb higher, then the chances of tech stocks showing that relative strength are going to be relatively low. So that's something we'll keep our eye on. I mean, I was talking about the mega names this morning, but we're going to hyper-focus on IBIT, dip by into 3380s potentially. That a boy Joy says Chris Onion. That's it, my favorite vegetable. Aside from that, man, onion's favorite vegetable. You're up 4.3%.
Onions are your favorite vegetable?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love onions.
On everything, man.
Not every... My wife hates onions.
Really?
She's not a big
Dude, okay, so hear me out. This is my go-to weekend breakfast, okay? So you get a piece of sourdough with some turkey bacon, right? I prefer turkey bacon over thing, and then a fried egg with a little bit of marbled cheese sprinkled in there. But you saute the onions within that turkey bacon, the little bit of grease that it has, and you flatten that out. You make a nice sandy. Saturday and Sunday, that's my go-to thing. Just loaded up with and headline. All right, Iranian foreign minister spokesman, the naval blockade on Iran ports is still in place, and it is an aggressive measure. This is what I was saying yesterday.
That's the reason we have this little spike.
Yeah.
Upside.
So
we're still going headline to headline, and this just sort of is what it is. If you put we had 5 of these that actually caused some kind of a move in oil futures in yesterday's trade. So if you had the over/under at 4.5, which is I guess where you'd set it, we've already had 1 for today. I don't think.
Oh, really? Did we already? What was
well,
our?
No, to me that one counts. We.
What was our over/under on?
You said 4.5.
4.5, right? Okay, so we got 1.
We got 1.
I didn't see anything in Bitcoin. So did it reflect in the Nasdaq?
Well, here's actually the funny thing. The Nasdaq did move.
Okay.
But what I like about, because I got IBIT on my list as well. I think it's hard not to with the gap up and slightly some BMNR. IBIT held steady, or Bitcoin held steady, and just went sideways through all this. Like, it wasn't pressing the highs. It didn't really push down when we saw oil go up. And we've had this happen before. There's been a couple of days of dislocation where you've had, like, dislocative moments in Bitcoin where it can be a little bit relatively strong regardless of what's going on in the overall market. And I think that can be a very good sign. Like I'm just sort of pointing out, like on the 17th, we weren't pressing new highs, but Bitcoin was gapping and breaking. And the Nasdaq was strong, but it was holding the top. Whereas you had Bitcoin, which was sort of extending the move, just to give you an idea there. So I think there's some relative strength that you want to play off of, certainly. In crypto in general, like I don't want to single out, I don't think you should be singling out Bitcoin. Like there's ETH, it's gapped up as well. It's holding a lot of that range, even with that pullback. I would argue it's almost even stronger right now than BTC. So yeah, you want to be able to pay attention to that. Oh, TNT just put in the chat, Intel short. Yeah, I know, it's going early. This is not the Intel short that I was thinking of. Like yesterday, pop and fade, and I didn't short it till later. I was trying to go long for continuation yesterday and didn't short it until late to try to make back what I lost in the morning. Didn't make it all back. I think I made like 2/3 of what I lost back. But it's this area here. Intel doesn't report till tomorrow night after the close. Tonight we get IBM, Tesla, and I'm forgetting somebody. But it's about 68 to 69 where they had a huge fail. Just a monster reversal candle. So if this is a pop and fade setup to me. Like you've got the prior day high, which can set a trap for the longs, and then you get a little pop into this 68.5 to 69 area on Intel, and then I would go short hunting on that. bad boy.
Speaking of, so you're saying yesterday you almost regained all of the losses on that one? Okay, yeah. So what I was gonna get out there, what I wanted to lead is that I traded 5 names yesterday. 3 of them were red, 2 of them were green, but my smallest green was larger than my largest loss.
And that's See, that's what
does it always work that way? No, but that's essentially the objective, right? So essentially, I had more red names, but the 2 names that I was green on were more and significantly more than what my red ones were.
I'm a firm believer in that, because like I'll tend to be in more like same setups, maybe like one and done trade, but more individual names I will trade on the day. So if I trade 6 names, if I'm 2 for 6, I feel like I should be flat or better.
Yeah, exactly.
If I'm 3 for 6, I should be green. If I'm, you know what I mean? Like if you're that it's the opposite that I think hurts some traders. Like you'll trade 3 or 4 names, you'll be up on 3 out of 4, but like then that 1/4 for I've seen it too many times. Like that 1/4, it just screws you.
Yeah.
And ultimately, one of my favorite lines is okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong.
Dang.
That's important because what ends up happening and why that doesn't work out for a lot of traders is like that one that they're wrong on, they'll just stay wrong on it, and you'll have like 2 or 3 wins, and that one loss just takes the cake. Eventually, you got to get like if I had stayed stubborn on Intel, then that's exactly what would have happened to me yesterday because I was looking for that continuation trade to push higher, and I was long in the morning. If I stay long, it just gets nastier, eventually short it. I did not get enough on the actual flush to make up for 2 losers in the morning, but that is what it is. And by the way, just going over, I know we had that pullback. Ooh, I got a bad wick on the Google chart. Let's go to 3. When you look at that little pullback that we just had in the futures, corresponding with that push up in USO, well, Alphabet held the gain. So Alphabet was the strongest of the mag, I believe, I want to say, for most of them, not percentage-wise necessarily, but in terms of the push up, it's still holding the line here. It's got the same support it did before USO moved at about 337.5. So that gives it a little bit of relative strength here on Google. Worth watching, at least for now. And I just saw another thing. I was going to go back to the desk. We have a couple minutes.
Yeah, we can ramble on a little bit more.
Yeah, so I actually didn't have silver on the note today.
Okay.
Like the last couple of days, it's been short silver. Short any pops on silver. Like look at you had the head and shoulders type rejection. So it was a short into the shoulder on Monday, I guess that would be. And then yesterday, it was the consolidation breakdown. Now, I didn't really see it coming completely flushing through and having the ridiculous downtrend it did, but it's setting up again. It's relatively weak again, and then all of a sudden you've got this 70, 80, let's just call it $70.80 here on SLV with a prior flush where it flat bottom broke. Now that's resistance. So that gives me one place to work off of. That isn't all the way up here at 71.80. So actually there's a couple of places that I'll look for the fade. 70.80 and then 71.80 on SLV, relatively weak here. I mean,
we've been going on about Bitcoin here, but we're going to stick with this plan here today. You can see we got the options chain starting to pull up there, but those are mad expired on there, Neil. But anyways, aside from that, as long as we continuously hover around the volume-weighted average price and we don't just go absolutely, I'm not going to say parabolic, but continue to grind higher, because at some point you'll get that move back into VWAP. So as long as we hang around this neck of the woods, we hold that support level as well. I like our chances for that continuation to the long side here. Potential breakout day in Bitcoin. MSTR up 60% off of the lows. So let's get this Bitcoin train rolling to see if we can eventually start to head in towards some higher levels. Around that $48 mark would put us probably around the mid 80s, I think, at that point. So 47.94. We're still down substantially. Like, I mean, it's all fun and games. Like, we love the fact that it's technically almost in a bull market there, Neil. 2% off of that mark, because if we're going by the metric in which we were talking about the other day, 20% off at the lows, but yet the stock is still down 35% off of the highs, it's like, okay, what are we actually talking about here? But nonetheless, you're down 35%. There's a long road to hoe in order for this asset class to recover. We're only in year 2. Like, I mean, this is around a couple of weeks ago, around this neck of the woods is when we went through that previous halving cycle, right? That was the most latest one. Oh, don't even get us started about that. But anyways, aside,
You get us started.
But what I'm getting at here is essentially that typically that final year is more bullish for Bitcoin leading into the previous one. I think you're receiving 3.15 Bitcoin per block rewarded on the chain. That's going to be cut in half to 1.7 or something a little bit lower than that, 1.3 or something along those lines. So as long as we continue on that path and the scarcity remains, which essentially that's how the technology is has been built, then I think maybe, I don't know, like, see, my big question is it Saylor moving the price right now because he's just continuously buying it, like 38,000 of them? I don't know. Does it really matter at the end of the day? Is very true.
It doesn't matter how much Saylor is affecting the price. That's something we'll think about at 50. But let's get that. The super chat was what we think about Robinhood. So Robinhood invested $75 million into OpenAI. Whether or not that's what you want to focus on today, or you could focus on the fact that it's in a relief rally, you could focus on the fact that Bitcoin is at 78K and is looking strong. So all of that, I think, lends some strength to Robinhood. Now, the only reason Robinhood did not make the note today is well, I mean, I know you can look at it right now. It is the definition of diddling in the middle. Right? Like I love this consolidation. I love this consolidation higher because I think that's generally speaking a good thing when you go sideways. That's great. Like consolidation above prior resistance, broke the trend, broke the 50-period. All that's well and good. But if we're not going to get a chance to dip by the lows or maybe work into a breakout of the highs, I could be convinced. Like if you take out 90.5 and all of a sudden the market looks a little stronger than it is at this particular moment under VWAP, and I don't have like a Bitcoin or BMNR trade that looks any good, like maybe you work along into that high at some point, but it's right in the middle of the range. I'd be much more interested if it would give you something at the edges there in Hood. But I like it on the daily. I think the continuation is good. Like unless if we reverse, lose 74K on BTC, I think that could be a bit of a problem here, and maybe you'd revisit some of those lows. But without that happening, I feel pretty good about this. I'm kind of neutral as to what I think about them investing in OpenAI.
Yeah.
I don't think that's that big of a story.
I don't know. It's same. I think there's just so much more potential within this name. To be honest with you, like as soon as, if we get to the tokenization of equities, they're at the forefront of that. They're already doing it in the private sector, but only have access in Europe. So, I mean, there's so much going on, and I want the decoupling from Bitcoin because I think Robinhood is so much more than that. Right.
Well, this could be part of that. Like, let's be real for a second. You're investing $75 million in OpenAI,
exactly.
knowing full well that you want to have as much involvement in the IPO as possible when it comes to market.
Absolutely.
So I would imagine those two things are not unrelated, but we have to wait for OpenAI to come out. We know that this is going to be a big deal.
Exactly.
But, it's already 9:02.
Oh, snap.
We got to get into our free watch list, everybody, which has a few names on it, including one that reports tonight, I'm pretty sure. I already saw it. It is on there. You guys should have already seen it, too. Let's get up to the desk, talk some futures, and get into that watch list.
All right, guys, 704.13 is where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. We're already looking good this morning. Not quite at all-time highs, but we're up more than 0.5%. All-time highs takes us up into that 711, 712 area. But look how well we defended that closing print. So that 705 area, we're going to talk about as that first level of support. Again, if we sell off for whatever reason, we're looking at that 700 area where we consolidated for about a couple of days as support level 2. If we start moving up, Brenda, we're at basically 708 right now. We're going to say all-time highs again, 710 to 711 as that first area of resistance. If we clear it, well, it's a blue sky setup. Your guess is as good as mine.
We just keep talking about all-time highs with everything. Down below in the description right now, second link will get you to the sign-up page. If you haven't done so yet, grab the watch list. It's free. We just do your homework for you, and then you come hang out at 8 a.m. every single morning. We get ready for the open. Let's talk about a few things here. Obviously going to be a busy day. Tesla to come after the close tonight. We have a whole bunch of earnings. We'll bring that to you live as well. Make sure you stick around, plan some time. We'll be here late tonight. USO back to the upside here this morning. What a wild end of the day it was yesterday, back and forth on, they were close, they weren't close, there was a deal, there wasn't a deal, there was an extension of the ceasefire, and then Trump comes out and says, I don't even want to extend the ceasefire, and then lo and behold, now we have an extension of the ceasefire.
Well, it's because Pakistan asked very nicely, Brendo. No, I'm kidding, of course. No, but what we saw yesterday was kind of confirmation about what we've been talking about here on this desk. There is no unified consensus in Iran when you're looking at, the powers that be there about how they want to approach this. And that's exactly what President Trump said yesterday in his Truth Social tweet. He's like, when they get their things together, when they figure out exactly what kind of deal they want to strike, we'll be here. But we're going to remain, with the naval blockade, which is obviously pressuring them economically. But the strait remains closed. And as we saw this morning, a couple of ships got fired upon. Now I'm seeing some more things coming in here on X about Israeli ships that have been seized in the strait. Yeah. So obviously tensions continue, and the price is
not all good yet.
Exactly.
It's definitely not all good yet. That being said, if you just rip through some of the actual producers, not really doing anything, guys. It's all about oil itself.
Yeah, I think. Look, I think. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, call me, man.
So 129 USO is where I'm watching. Like, I'm not going to use this to focus on trading USO, but I'm going to use it kind of like yesterday with 123, right? Like when we broke, like once you broke out 123, that was the signal. Okay, now you got to start looking short. Yeah. And that's what got me away from trying to work Intel long, flipping into a short, flipped into BM&R to the short side. It's just like I'm going to use that. Right, so today that'll be the 129 level, and to the extent that we can maybe pull back off of that level, like bounce in, or play into it and bounce down, or reject it, I guess is a better word to use. Then I would look for continuation on longs. Like we're going to talk some Palantir. Okay, that's one that I kind of liked to the long side today. We already talked about IBIT there, and name that I already immediately like short was going to be Intel. So if I find us breaking out, then, well, I know where I want to go. It'll be to the south side. But it's that 129 on USO when we focus on. And then the other side is, remember, we could be pretty headline driven. And it was all negative up until late in the day. Most of the headlines, negative for oil, positive for the market. Today, we're already 0 for 1 in the other direction. So you got to keep your ear to the ground. You're in the right spot. Adair will be on the desk, and we always have somebody on the desk. We're listening in on our ears as well. There's just nothing you can do about it. Like sometimes you might be sitting in a trade that's working, and then you get trailed out because there's a crazy random headline, and then you get a few seconds or a few minutes to decide, hey, is there any follow through? If no, maybe you just have to jump back into your trade if you happen to have tight stops, and that's just going to be par for the course.
Yeah, I mean, we experienced that yesterday. I was talking about how on NVDA we were taking the trade, and sure enough, you're nicely in the money, and then boom, all of a sudden you have that headline step in. All of those unrealized gains essentially gone. So you got to be patient and wait for something to set up again, or just go with the flow. I mean, be prepared. We were talking about this yesterday with Brian Shannon. Size down a little bit. I almost can guarantee, could I be wrong? Absolutely. But you're going to see that headline sensitivity step into the market. It's going to be an additional back and forth. Oh, the blockade is going to be removed. No, it's not. Okay, we're going to get the deal done. Oh, maybe the extension's not as long as we're going to say it, as we're saying it is. Whatever it may be, you just have to be prepared that in regards to the correlation between USO and the NASDAQ, you will see some volatility spikes. It will make you frustrated, but maybe you can find something that's moving outside of that. I mean, Bitcoin, I'm going to mention it one more time here. Bitcoin is going to be my primary stock here today, 4.42 via IBIT. So let's see if we can get somewhat of a pullback and find something that's not necessarily correlated. Or go into Sharif's world and Luis Barbado's world is small caps where you don't necessarily have the effects of the headline sensitivity. All right, let's send it back. Let's talk some Palantir.
Yet another deal. U.S. government, USDA, meanwhile, coming through with $300 million for farmers on the back, or modernizing farming for Palantir. I think we actually talked about it on the show going back to last year at some point, but I saw a video about a new piece of technology that they started using in farming. I think it was in Europe or the UK, I want to say.
Okay.
Where instead of using so many pesticides to control weeds and bugs and things like that, they were actually using lasers. So they had a unit essentially that a tractor would pull, and inside the unit they had some sort of software that was running a laser that would differentiate between plants and weeds, and then just kill it with a laser instantly.
I'm assuming AI obviously is included here.
Has to be, has to be. But when I read the story this morning, it reminded me of that. But I mean, it's coming, I think.
No, but that's one of the things I think that we're going to see another area. We've been talking about biotech where AI could really make a big difference. I think agriculture as well, especially because on this side of the border, we hire a lot of foreign workers to come work our farms because we don't really have the people, quite frankly. Let's talk about this. So $300 million, it's a blank purchase agreement with, as you mentioned, Brendo, the Department of Agriculture, the USDA. The partnership focuses here specifically on the National Farm Security Action Plan. It's aimed at modernizing the service delivery for American farmers. The key goal, though, of the collaboration is food security. I mean, and that's obviously a good goal to have. They're going to leverage data analytics technology to enhance the supply and the security of agricultural resilience. So we'll have to see how this works out. But another government contract. But nice to see maybe a little bit diversification away from military.
Definitely. Back higher here right now for Palantir. I mean, it was pretty choppy yesterday, guys, but looking good here so far today.
Yeah, it does look pretty good. You can make some arguments that it's a little bit of that you could be diddling in the middle, but I'm going to take the other side of it. That you had just like silver had a Head and Shoulders and followed through. This has that sort of Head and Shoulders look, but we're threatening to break the shoulder upside, and that's going to be that 148. We already broke it pre-market, so unfortunately, it's already made that test, so now it needs to break out the fresh new high here. But as long as it holds above the volume-weighted average price, I want to look for the opportunity to play into 150 on Palantir. If you lose, the second you lose VWAP, all bets are off. And it actually closed. This one's a bit deceiving because it actually did close down here at 146. Though you could make some argument that the closing area support feels more like 147. So I want to be giving this one a chance on that break. But just understand, you fail break, you lose back under here, that's what I give it. That's pretty simple. So Palantir, the other way to look at this too is, I just sort of see this hold of the 50 period as it's weak in terms of lower highs, but that hold of the 50 period has a lot of room to run. First step would be 50, and then to get to the 200. I want to see if it can take that first step today. I think if you can ever risk about 50 pennies on Palantir on a breakout, that's pretty reasonable because when it goes, it can be absolute insanity. And this is one I want to give a shot to today.
Palantir today?
For sure. Yeah, it's got that nice little condensed look above prior resistance for that potential breakout trade. And then it's a relatively tight area stop, right? You're not holding it all the way back into 145, 146. You can get out tight up here in the 147 half range.
Yeah, I mean, the primary thing I think with this farm deal is to improve security, which I find...
this headline...
this is what Palantir does.
Notice how I didn't mention the headline because I don't care about it.
Yeah, exactly. No, as for Palantir, I mean, it went on a big-time run. We're not going to beat around the bush on that fact. It did fall down. It was nothing compared to... I don't know, it just gives me that SoFi, Robinhood type feel, just the meme aspect, but there's actual contracts behind this. They're expanding globally. A couple deals in Germany and Japan, I believe, as well, too. So at the lows, you were down 40%. You're starting to find a recovery off of that 123 all the way up to 147. So you're officially back into bear market territory, or bull market territory, sorry, I should say. In regards to our new metric that we found out not too long ago, this downtrend still intact, though, if you ask me. So what we want to see from Palantir is a nice base being formed at 127. You hold, you break above, and we can go through multiple examples, whether it be Tesla. You now have Bitcoin on the backside of things, Google as well, too. So, I mean, Palantir, we're liking the way it's looking right now. And the more contracts they get, the better. And it was just hurt, during SaaSmageddon, right? All these software names, were just getting absolutely destroyed, and Palantir was a part of that until, who decided to put the ticker into a truth post, and then for the first time ever, and that's what I was asking. I was do you think he knew the actual ticker before, or what was going on? He was told something, so yeah. So
yeah, that's a tough one.
The dawn, yeah, exactly. So hopefully we can get a couple more of those.
Not.
If we can get a true social with brackets IBIT, I think we'll all be happy.
That'd be game over.
That'd be game over for him.
Oh.
Do you think Bitcoin climbs about what 10-15% on that day? I'm not going to say all-time high because I think it's a bit of a stretch.
If the president effectively said Bitcoin is a buy, I think 10% is reasonable.
Reasonable, yeah.
He's not going to say that,
No.
so let's
never know,
understand that we're being hypothetical. But he didn't say Palantir was a buy. That's not what he said. It was so bullish, but that's not what he said. Maybe he would say something positive about Boeing here after their earnings. Now up 5% Boeing and flying higher.
Yeah, it just took out the highs right now. In fact, we're getting back through 230. I mean, you and I were just kind of chuckling over the fact that the sheer amount of backlog that this company has on order, but I mean, they just can't get them out the door fast enough.
And there's no shortage of demand. I mean, everybody needs airplanes. Every airline needs new airplanes. 6,100 airplanes, Brendo, is how many they currently have on order. Their revenue backlog, the money that they're unable to realize because they can't build these planes, a little bit less than $700 billion, guys. $694.7 billion. That's a 1.8% increase year over year on that figure. Like, you could compare it to RPO, remaining performance obligations. Obviously not the same, but similar. Let's talk about their report. So they reported a narrower than expected adjusted loss of 20 pennies. The street was actually looking for a 68 penny loss, so much better shoring up of costs, with revenue coming in at 22.22 billion. That is a 14% increase year over year on the quarter. Good look there. Global services revenue, that's a lot higher margins because they're servicing the airplanes, so a lot more money to be made there. That also rose nicely 6% to 5.37 billion. Defense and space segment absolutely rocketed there, 21% year over year increase in that segment. That makes sense. Space is really picking up. There's a lot of wars, so this all makes sense. 7.6 billion is what they brought there, Brendo, and they're looking for $1 to $3 billion in free cash flow this year, despite the fact that they're spending up a storm, right? So it's not like they're being conservative with their money, but they're still targeting a healthy free cash flow.
It's worth noting, UAL CEO on CNBC right now, an airline I'm sure has a bunch of Boeing planes, but the stock is doing absolutely nothing. So just a heads up.
I feel like not enough. Boeing doesn't get enough credit for the defense side. Like, that over 20% growth that they had on the defense side does stand out. And it's like, recognize it's not just. It's when you consider that all governments in the world, it seems like now, are increasing their military spending. Like, that's a good avenue for them. We already talked about how someone was accumulating every time it was under 220 in the last week and a half. This looks like a clean breakout that needs to get 232 to go. I don't think this is on an earnings day, I wouldn't chase this move. The chance to, when you sit down, like, it seemed like that 220 thing would be a heck of a lot more relevant, but then the earnings come out and it goes in the other direction. I don't think this is one that I'm going to end up trading, unless it ends up doing something so ridiculously clean off VWAP like you see. Then I wouldn't be chasing Boeing. I do like them I own them in the long term, and I'm holding it. I still think this thing is going to go profitable sometime this year. Thought maybe you had a chance this quarter. They just missed, and then you'll see 300 on it. And unfortunately, I hate, like, every single time, like, it comes back to us. It's like, it was another pop there in USO. Yeah, USO's about to go green, and we're going to challenge that 129 right away. And if we're up here threatening a break of that 129, that's where we got to in the afternoon. It's a pretty big level here on USO. So it's a little bit of weakness in the market because of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as for Boeing, duopoly with Airbus, I mean, they're still, margins improved, right? But they're still losing money in the commercial airspace. Deliveries are up, though, a slight margin improvement, which is positive. 143 commercial planes, up from 130 a year ago, essentially. Looking to deliver more than 660 planes by the end of 2026. This is essentially what you want to see. I think that Boeing, eventually, if it can fly out of its own way, it can continue to climb higher. We have that previous pivot around 254. Can we break that? Let's head over to the weekly and see where we stand, essentially from an all-time high. We're down substantially from that. I mean, it's not even really that close, to be honest with you. This stock is still essentially cut in half, so if you think that it's still at a discount, then I think you're going to be somewhat correct. You're down 48% off of those highs still, which we experienced in, what was that, March of 2019. So, I mean, 6 years plus, you haven't seen an all-time high. It's tough. We need them to get out of their own way, which they're a step in the right direction. So yeah, Northrop also, shares of GE Space and Northrop Grumman fell about 6-4%. So yeah, I mean, it's good to see this thing's up 3.7% plus here this morning. Let's send it back there.
All right, Tesla coming up after the close tonight. Again, we'll stick around. We'll hang out. Show's going to go late. We'll bring that to you. 4:20, as Elon tends to do for his earnings report. Not doing anything here today, but what are we expecting?
We're expecting for EPS anyway. We're expecting about 30 pennies per share. That would be up from 27 pennies a year ago on revenue of 22.17 billion. Again, that would be a nice increase from the year prior, which brought in about 19.34 billion. A lot of different rating agencies dropping comments today about Tesla, but my concern is a couple of things. One, free cash flow. Free cash flow could be a big problem for Tesla this year as they look to invest, obviously, in the next gen of their product line. We're talking about robotaxis. We're talking about Optimus. We know he shut down X and S so that he can refit it. That refitting is going to cost a lot of money. So free cash flow could be a bit of a problem for Tesla into 26 and 27. Keep an eye out for that. Secondly, I want to hear on the call, specifically, probably not going to get this on the earnings report, but later on the call, what the runway is for the robotaxi, for mass production of that robotaxi. We're seeing them all over Austin on X. So, you know, that's typically how Tesla works. When the revamped Model Y, codenamed Juniper, was about to get launched, we saw them all over Austin. Then typically we start seeing them in a product launch. That's number one. Number two, I want to hear more about the Terafab and how much money that's going to cost. That kind of goes back to what I was saying about the free cash flow. And then last but not least, would love to hear about Optimus and when he expects to scale that, and whether, you know, there's been improvements on that, because again, we really haven't seen much from Optimus version 3 since the Benioff video, and quite frankly, I was not impressed with that.
And there's also many other companies with tons and tons of video right now of their robots, maybe even getting out in front of Optimus at this point. Yeah, there's a bunch of headlines just coming through, just be aware. The market's kind of moving around on a few of them, including one from Boeing. Boeing just took out the high again, came right back in though. I just checked, their earnings call is actually 10:30, but there is a comment from the CEO, he's probably on a media outlet somewhere, saying they're on track for positive cash flow in the second half.
Not bad.
That's not bad. That's not bad, but we'll hear from them more again coming up at 10:30 today.
Yeah, so positive headlines, obviously, for the market just now. President saying talks possible as soon as Friday. You've got Lebanon essentially coming out saying they'll push for a 1-month truce extension with Israel. Both of those things causing a spike down. It's like we go up, we go down, causing a downward spike, and now we're getting it back. So I feel like we could have one of these messy opens. I don't know if that's going to be the case on Tesla, though. Tesla looks oddly boring right now. At least it does. Well, it does, right? Like it was accumulation most of the afternoon underneath the 390 level. So it needs to escape 390, break a 91, and then you've got plenty of room to go to the upside. But it's been in a rejection fall. If it wasn't reporting tonight, I'd probably treat it like Intel, where like Intel had a similar setup, and if it gets back into this candle, I'm just shorting it into that high is the plan of action.
Yeah.
But with Tesla reporting tonight, I don't know that I want to do that. Like I'd rather participate if it can get above that 90 level. But I'm going to steer clear of this one right away at the open, as condensed as it is, and sort of stick with the plan. I have Palantir up here, IBID, and we haven't even talked about AMD, which you know what? Maybe that fits in with Google because Google new chip. We'll talk about there. But I feel like it could be a bit of a trap.
On Tesla,
set up here on
Tesla. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, I mean, let's get real. Let's get real here. Like Optimus, come on. Like, I mean, what I really want to hear about is essentially Cybercab. The rollout. This is what we want to see. They're expanding in Texas. That's what we want to see. Austin, Houston, Dallas. So essentially, like honestly, this is how I feel about it. At the end of the day. I don't think Optimus is going to be a needle mover anytime soon. So, that's essentially how I feel, to be honest. Like again, you're not even selling these things en masse yet. They're not even being produced at that level. So it's like how many more years down the road until you get to that? And from a hardware standpoint, they need extremely mass improvements in order to kind of compete with some of these other robotics companies. Yeah, they can get there. I mean, I think the brain is something that's important. It's there, the software is there. But as for the mechanics of these things, we've seen that video, right? He was struggling to get to the kitchen. It was delayed. It didn't really know what it was doing. So, yeah.
And if you've got the best nuts and bolts, then it's easier to play catch up. I think that's the same story for Tesla with this whole like LiDAR or not LiDAR. It's like, well, it might not be the best automated system now, but it's the one that has the potential to actually learn and not just be a series of patches on top of patches, where it's getting better exponentially in the future. But we'll see. It's almost 9:25. We'll have the imbalances, but Alphabet's been holding up exceedingly well all pre-market, regardless of what was all these headlines in oil.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a big dump going back to 8 o'clock, almost right when we came on this morning. This seemed to be the main one that popped up. 8th gen TPU announcement coming through from Google, essentially going right at NVIDIA, saying they're going to make these TPUs specifically to train fundamental models, fundamental LLMs. So absolutely, that's playing in NVIDIA's sandbox.
Absolutely, and they're looking to take on one of their the people that they're customers for. So no real surprise there in the hyperscaler world where they're all competing with one another. Let's talk about this. This is a massive AI agentic fund, $750 million partner fund established to help Google's 120,000 member, believe it or not, ecosystem to kind of boost that. Look, this is what really caught my attention though. Google also signing a $1 billion deal with Merck to deploy agentic platforms across the pharmaceutical giant's R&D. This is what we've been talking about. R&D being sped up by AI in pharmaceuticals and biotech. This can be very accretive. Also, the Anthropic expansion, Anthropic trying to gain access to 1 million TPU chips, Brendo, to train and grow the future generations of its Claude models. So this should be, this is a faceted story here. You got the biotech angle, you got Anthropic here. You have obviously the new TPUs with the 120,000 members. So another good look for Google.
Yeah, a couple of tie-ups as well. This morning they extended their agreement with NVIDIA. New deal with Oracle as well. That was all announced back at 8 o'clock. So yeah, we're holding up nicely. Actually trying to head back higher, guys, for Google.
Yeah, it's holding up very nicely, but I think you got a pretty distinct bull flag here on the 15-minute. Or what else would you call it, right? Distinct bull flag with support back in this, dark pool wick, support back in this 337 range. So either you're looking for that hold, or what looks a little bit sexier would be if it can break out above like 339.50. The thing that I don't like though is it was holding that tight consolidation and kind of lost it a bit. So I think maybe testing into VWAP or these prior lows would make sense before just jumping in. Yeah. Here, let this one open up, I think, just a little bit. And then AMD, I want to get no other context to talk about AMD, so I'm just going to throw it in here now. AMD is strong. AMD made another all-time high. AMD seems to make an all-time high every single day. 2 days ago, it did the same rejection candle Intel did. One of these two names pushed through. It's not Intel. It's AMD. Now double topped right around this 286. So that's the first dip area is into the prior high. And then there's also 282 in here, which is like the body. So I got a couple of places I'm looking for dip reversions on AMD, understanding how volatile this name can be. And then before I throw to Joe, I do want to get up the imbalance locator because it's already past 925. There's nothing, literally nothing here. SMR, small buy, FFAI, Faraday, small sell, 300,000 shares. Oracle, a buy of 200,000. Apple, a buy of 230,000. AAL is a small sell at 230. IBIT's a small sell at 215,000, and it's not even reacting to it. It remains strong.
Tesla tanking, yeah. I mean, Tesla's selling just before the open here. I was just looking at some of the market caps. I mean, $4 billion on Google, $4.8 billion on NVIDIA, Apple. Let's see what that one's sitting at here, approximately 3. Okay, so Google has surpassed Apple. Yeah, and I think at some point it's going to catch up to what NVIDIA is doing. I think it's one of the best tech names. The ETF, we essentially call it. Keep an eye out on it. This is the vibe that I had, though, to be honest with you, Neil, on the days that Tesla is just going to be an all-day fader, to be honest with you, leading into the earnings report. I don't think the street's going to like the CapEx on the Terafab. Yeah, big-time trap. I mean, it was nice leading into that report, but you want to see strength leading into that. Like,
Well,
I mean, if we go from previous history, I mean, the chances of it having that strong bounce are low. I'm not going to say they're not there, but they're low the more you sell off from an intraday standpoint, because somebody knows something, right? Like somebody has a good idea, and I don't think that the numbers are going to be very good whatsoever.
Well, that's one of those rules. Someone seems to always know something. Let's be real. It doesn't always manifest itself in the price action, but often it does. With just a minute to go here, or less than 1 minute to go, a couple of notables to point out that we haven't got to. Micron just popped, now up 3%, not at all-time highs, but brick wall at about $465 here in Micron. Just wanted to be able to show you that. Be careful. CAR, for those that are interested in our squeeze, in the squeeze of the year, I suppose. I mean, I guess it would be the squeeze of the year. Nothing is more impressive than this. It's back to VWAP and up that 8%. And so right now, IBID is doing not much. Just hanging out at the highs. AMD currently, right before the open, I got a stink bid at that 87 level. We'll see if it gets there. Intel's already popped. Okay, Intel's going to be popping right into this range here. It was 68.5 to 69 of watching on INTC. Market is now open, everybody.
Yeah, market is open. Let's go. Let's ride this wave. The casino special SAS. I appreciate you, Patrick DeVille, my boy. I know good luck, everyone. I hope everyone has a good start. You know what, guys? We're going to wait the first 10 minutes. We want to wait for a pullback here in IBIT. We'll see what Tesla's up to. We have it. I had my eyes on SMR, but we might toss that thing to the side. NVDA is starting to slide a little bit here as well. So right out of the gates, we're moving back towards the volume-weighted average price in the NASDAQ and in the SPY. So let's be patient and wait for some headlines to step in. They're going to be, we can do an over-under in about 15 minutes or so before we hear another headline step in. With that being said, watch for some volatility spikes. We can base some trades off of that. I understand that at some point it gets a little bit too much, but nonetheless, we can. Trump always creates opportunities, as they say.
Well, that much is almost always
in the narrative.
Almost always true. All right, Intel's good. I have to zoom it out so that you can see the ridiculous candle that it put in on Monday, I guess it would be. So we were through that 68.5. The top of that was about 69.20. I'm kind of looking to thread the needle. If it does that rejection and is a topping tail, I'm trying to slam it back through. So it does require a little bit of patience here. USO is also, I don't want to say spiking, but it's ticking back up. So oil futures are ticking back up a little bit, which could put a little bit of weakness into the market. Come on, reject. It's not rejecting. Patience. Don't short the front end. Do not want to short the front end. Tesla.
Yeah, we got that. Yeah,
TSLA,
dude, I seen the signal. I said 10 minutes, but I had to take that trade. Okay. But man, it printed. I had to go on that one. What a monster right out of the gate. Oh man, that was sick, dude. Honestly, I didn't want to, but I seen that print and I knew I would kick myself if I didn't take it. So there it is, right out of the gate. Man, oh man, Bitcoin. That's ripping. Tesla decided to have a massive break just like that. So that was a good one. I mean, it was the signal, right, Gaurav? That's why we had to take it. I pull up on the 1 minute. I see it. I'm like, oh, why do you have to do me like that? So essentially what was going on is that 1 minute print there on TSLA. We're going to probably get stopped out here momentarily. We got only about half off, but we're not going to hold this against us whatsoever.
Well, I mean, the one thing you got to consider and why I have not punched with an addition, well, I got IBID on the way back after that breakout, but that's the only one that I've taken because USO was pressing into that high. That's the thing that's giving me a little bit of pause for concern. So while trying to thread the needle in INTC, I'll go over to IBID a quick. It's like, you know what's going to happen? I'm going to flip for 2 seconds, and it's going to probably go. Like, Bitcoin made the break. Well, I'm literally staring down Intel. Should have just scalped it. But I'm not going to let this lose the volume-weighted average price.
Yeah.
Should have already taken profit on the way up, but because I didn't, you can't go back in time. It's going to throw my stop and look for this opportunity here in Intel, because that's a huge topping tail candle. If it presses through the bottom, then I'm hitting the short on INTC. USO right at the literal high of the day. There it goes. It's trying to break. I just got VWAP. Yeah. I would love to be able to, if it spikes up even just a little bit, I'd love to be able to get some 90s, throw my stop up here because I didn't have my stop in like a fool, and then look to see how far this can go down. I'm not saying it's going to do what it did 2 days ago, but if it does.
Yeah.
But
dude,
if it does.
Our boy Randy, man. Maybe we get a
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I should have gone.
If we could get a reload, that would be.
Well, the problem with that is the coffee machine's still broken.
Where did he get this from?
He'd manual drip. Like I told you, he went analog on the coffee.
Hey man, all right, but this guy's
appreciate
already, yeah, exactly. If we can get a manual drip again, that would be prime time. No, honestly.
That'd be cool.
In all seriousness, guys, we got stopped at about 65 to 70% as it came back break even. I piece them up there. As soon as we get it up there, boom, we take a little bit more off. We take some more off. It was a squeeze right to the top side. Joe, about that coffee? Yeah, I know. Since when does Joe drink coffee? Man, when you're running all dayers, man. No, I was never a coffee drinker. Espresso.
That's
but what do you mean, dude?
But I see you drink coffee all the time.
No, you don't.
Don't I?
Yeah, no, man. Trust me. I don't, like, it makes me jittery and all that stuff. So yeah, I only have it when we need it to fuel the fire of the day trading machine. So essentially.
Okay. No,
yeah, man, I'm not like, dude, very rarely. You know, I'm H2O. I'm one of these right in the morning. I usually wait a little bit for this. Yeah.
Okay, so back to the market for a second, because we're actually starting to accelerate a little bit to the downside. That being said, I mean, Bitcoin's not really moving. It's holding above that VWAP. And then I look over at what's happening with USO. It's holding the highs without breaking out. So if it pulls back, that could be a good thing for the overall market, at least for now. Yeah. You can't, I don't even, at this point, you can only hope to, you can't stop it. You can only hope to contain it. Avis hit $820. And broke the 800 level, obviously. What an absolute beast of a squeeze that has been. There's been pullbacks, and there's been times that it looks like it's a short, and there's been no time that has been right, as far as I can tell. Palantir, I guess, look, if you took the break of a high, it gave you the dollar, but this is no longer, that's not the breakout trade anymore. Now you're looking for the back end of it, and I'm not a huge, and I don't like that side of the trade. I almost said it a different way, and then you'd have been all over me. The chat would have caught me. I caught myself there, because I would have been sus if I said that.
Bro. Oh, okay, yeah. Turk Tank. Okay, you're just down the street. Yeah, we'll figure that out, man.
What's up?
He says one of our viewers is like he's just trying to come pass by. He's emailed. He never got a reply.
For real?
But yeah, and he's just down the street. So if you're in the city of Toronto, we can definitely work something out. I would say DM me on X, but I can't even get into my X DMs or anything.
You can't get into your X.
Bro, they're asking me for this PIN code that I have no idea what is, and so.
That's how X got me too.
Yeah.
X does that. That's why I had to switch accounts.
Yeah, and it's just
boo, Elon.
Yeah,
boo.
like, what do I need this PIN code for to get in? So anyways, aside from that, no. Tesla might get going again here, guys. We're gonna get prepared to hop in. So we're holding the volume weighted average price. We have SMR continuing to climb higher. Bitcoin did fall into the volume weighted average price.
Right now.
Yeah, it's right there. So let's see what we got going on. But I don't like this indecision print, right? I don't like this indecision print right off of the gate, right out of the gate here, essentially on that opening auction. And then now you're starting to come back in a little bit. This could be a potential breakup pattern here on TSLA. We got to take another stab on this bad boy.
Yes, sir. And IBIT, we have a super chat there, but I got to show you. Intel's still holding lower, but IBIT loses VWAP. So took the local break, giving it to VWAP. If it doesn't show a close above, I don't take a second shot. GE Vernova, shout out to son of Daniel Gouda Guru. 11 hundo. It is an absolute powerhouse.
Yeah, big time.
Pun intended. They're in energy space, can you tell? Holy moly, mother of pearl. Or you could just say sweet Christmas, like my man Luke Cage. That's one of my favorites. Sweet Christmas is how he says it. And what an unbelievable break. Sometimes the stock tells you where to buy, and this one told you to buy at the 50-period SMA on the daily. And congratulations if you did.
Congratulations.
Although, realistically, you could have bought that, a perfectly quality company that I will hold for the rest of my life, or you could have just closed your... Remember when I said you could just close your eyes and buy cars? A complete joke?
Yeah, what, did you
You could have closed... Hell no. Hell to the no. I ain't closing my eyes and buying Avis budget rent-a-car. It doesn't really matter. Rob Newland. Thank you for the... Oh, we got... That's British pounds. I'm going to be in London this year. Take a little look at FLWS. Risky, but worth having on the radar. Well, everything is risky in trading. Like you can make any stock risky. This is done
This is
900,000 shares. Like volume under 1 million for a small capper, that's like instantaneously risky. Dumped off this level yesterday at $5. Looks like it's weak off it again. Habitual line stepper at the $5 level, under the major moving average.
SMR is going
I hate to tell you this, but that looks like that was a really good short setup. I'm sorry to say, but that's just true. Like, look at these topping tail candles. Look at where this was. And it popped right into here. That's exactly what you're looking for in a short. Sorry about that. I mean, most people aren't asking because they want to be told that the stock looks like a short. But maybe it's done right now. I don't know. I don't know the company, so. I haven't looked at Beyond Meat. Is it over $1 still? Rust and Blee. You know what? I gotta
look at it.
We're at the 67, so it's basically at the target here, like the target low that I'm looking for on Intel before I look for a reload. So I'm gonna look to slip my trailing stop in because that's how I roll. Because we're at that 67. My daughter really dislikes that whole thing, so.
She dislikes it now?
Yeah, it's turned the other way. Like,
okay.
She won't say 7. She'll say 6 Evan.
6 Evan. I like that. Yeah, it is, man.
The kids, they've literally flipped their head.
Yeah, it's all
Beyond
right,
Meat is holding the dollar level. I didn't realize this happened in the afternoon. I wasn't paying attention to Beyond Meat. That it wicked the $1 level. This becomes interesting because that's technically a dollar hold. I might get involved in this at some point. If I see this, if this holds the open range above $1, that could be worth a little something. But I just got the tag out on Intel. Sometimes these exits look incredibly good. Other times you'll look at it and it's like, oh, good, why'd you get out? But that was the area I was looking for. I wanted to depress that pre-market low. It bounced off to 60 Evan, and I'll look to see if we can get it back underneath the volume weighted average price. There. So yeah, just looking for the next opportunity. It very well might be IBIT. It could still be AMD.
Yeah.
It enter a second time. AMD didn't quite pull back into that prior high, but it got pretty.
SMR is going off here. Do you see SMR? Like this thing's go up to 12.
Up?
Yeah. It's going 12.66, $12 to $12.66 now 70s. And I was looking at this thing long yesterday. Essentially, doesn't matter.
No news on SMR.
No news on SMR. Just a technical move. And there goes Tesla starting to climb higher. I think at some point. Yeah, Bitcoin, you're out of it. I still think there's a good opportunity, Neil, to get involved. Maybe around 44, 48. Yeah, exactly. I'm looking at it as well too. I want to see a little bit more data being printed here on the 5-minute time frame, but it might just go off to the races right now. Like there it goes. Now printing 57s. I'm not chasing it all the way up here, but we will keep our eye on it as Tesla. And I want to see this from Tesla leading into the earning report. I don't want to see a weak session coming from these guys because I don't think it's going to be good as you fall into that that report after the bell. So Tesla, I have Tesla on all of my charts. I meant to type in IBIT here, Neil, to see if we can get a look here.
Oh, come on.
Is it gone? What? No, I popped back into 53. Beyond Meat up there. So yeah, I mean, hey man, what's Car doing as well today? Is Carbon performing well or what?
Apparently you just close your eyes and like, it's so ridiculous. I'm like, we'll give it, let's see a 15-minute candle. Or you can just blindly punch long for no apparent reason.
Beyond?
And then it's just gonna go crazy. Whatever. So that's gone. I'm no longer looking at that. Car is holding VWAP for what it's worth. I want to get back. Like Intel was Intel, but I want to get back into IBIT. Because I'll be frustrated with that. Like we're actually holding the lows. There's no pop into VWAP there. I would look to try to get back into IBIT if I can on a dip. Like I end up making the bottom. I'm right now the bottoming tail on IBIT. So 1 for 2. Thankfully the Intel was good. Yeah. But Brent Roth has a super chat wanting us to look at red wire. You should always cut the red wire, so the movies say. Or is it the blue wire? Doesn't really matter. 18% on them. Ooh, that's such a gorgeous looking channel to the upside. Whenever I see a channel on the daily, you know what I think. If it's showing you how to ride the wave, then respect it. Right? Like it's at the top of the channel without a breakout. It goes from like you got the win to buy the dip. But that's just what I see on the daily.
You want to message Randy for a refill?
I'm going to. Yeah. I just want to figure out where I'm getting into IBIT.
Okay.
I want to get that dip by. But yeah, we need a refill. Let's go to Adair at the desk.
First big war headline of the day, guys. Keep an eye on USO. We do have Fox News reporting that Iran is threatening to hit regional power plants should U.S. strikes escalate. So, again, we've got a threat here from Iran, as reported by Fox News. Furthermore, President Trump posting on Truth Social, it is not really about politics at all. It looks like it's about politics. It's not about the market. Already 2 Truth Social posts from Trump, so be aware he could always post more. And a lot of times, especially in the morning, these posts tend to move the market a bit. Back to you.
It's so interesting, and thank you, Adair. We were just talking about the whole SMR, G Vernova bringing up some of the nuclear names probably with it and energy names to go with it. And I feel as if you talk about those more, and that's why we go through all of the ideas, you're more likely to see something like that. That's what we try to discuss as much as possible. Yeah. You might see a sympathy play that you weren't looking at otherwise. So I want to try to focus on IBIT if I can here. If it gets back into VWAP or just gives me some kind of a dip and rip that I can work with. Adara?
I was just going to say GEV is crazy today. Like, I've never seen this spread on GEV. It's like a $4, $5 spread. Very fun to watch, but be careful in these streets, guys.
Ooh, I love GEV. It's one of those, I owned GE for a very, very long time. It's like one of the boring stocks in my long-term portfolio. And then they did the 3-way split. I wanted no part of GE Healthcare. So when that happened, the first thing I did was I took the GE Healthcare shares, sold the GE Healthcare shares that I got, and put that all into GE Vernova. And it's worked out absolutely swimmingly. I had no idea this was going to happen.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about Celsius in the long term? Ask Adara. She's all about that stuff.
Okay. Okay. For what it's worth, I switched to natural caffeine energy drinks like a year ago. Actually, probably like about 9 months ago in September. 8, 9 months. But Celsius was never even really my favorite, regardless. So people make the jokes about me with energy drinks. I get it. Celsius is publicly traded. Not the best.
Because there you go. Because all I can tell you is what the chart looks like, which is not very good. Like, it's literally in the midst of a breakdown. The good news is this could turn into a bottoming tail on the daily, right? Because it looks like you're trying to regain this 33.5. So this could end up being a rounded bottom. That's a good start here today. That's all I'll give you. It's not a very good looking chart, and I'm not a fan of catching the absolute bottoms. Another super chat.
What is PLN though?
Planet Labs? What?
No.
Oh, my bad. Sorry. It doesn't matter. I don't know what PLN is, but thank you, Venus Swing. Hi, Neil and Joe. Happy trading day. What would be your target on VFS short term?
Okay.
So many names that Bitcoin, we are.
Man.
I can't even pretend to say that
Polish is old.
Like VinFast.
Okay.
I don't remember the last time I looked at this name. It's tended to have a lot of pop and drops, right? Like where it'll go parabolic for a little bit and reverse. When I see this target, didn't you just hit it? Look at the $5 level. Until it breaks out again, like I guess it could get to. I guess it could go all the way to like 6.5, and then that'll be like 8.75. But like, to me, like that bull last run, I play these to the bag hold level. If I'm in a small capper, I like bagging the win on a small capper if I happen to swing it. All right, I can tell you what I'm not going to be getting, and that's going to be AMD. AMD was trying to confirm the trend break, broke down, so no entry there. Palantir is gonzo. No entry there. While I was trading Intel short, Palantir decided to want to dip and rip. IBIT is still the same.
Still the same,
It's not pulling back. It hasn't given me a reentry. And then Intel for the reentry short, it's just consolidating where I got out. So if it doesn't pop into VWAP and give me a lower high, I might just be very, very patient when it comes to this.
To Bitcoin? Or Intel?
Both, either one.
Yeah. We have to wait. I'm looking for a pullback in Bitcoin too. You typically see them, so I think it's just gonna be, exactly. Unless it's a super strong session, we have that form where the volume starts to diverge from price on the way down. It's just gonna grab anything as close to the volume weighted average price right now for me in Bitcoin, especially if we're gonna have one of those trends in those breakout days, which so far now, I mean, we're only 15 minutes after the open, 18 minutes or so. I mean, it's still early. Let's see if we can get that. Tesla continued to climb higher. There was a reload opportunity, but right out of the gate, as soon as I print, I seen that boom, off to the races we go, and then essentially 12.95 on this level. Are we going somewhere? I'm not even.
I think we're going to Adara.
Okay, let's send things off to Adara.
These headlines are getting more and more granular here in the Middle East. So a little bit before the bell, right as I was kind of switching over to this desk around 9:26 a.m., more or less, we did have reports that President Trump was considering holding talks with Iran on Friday. Now we're seeing reports from Iranian state media that Iran hasn't decided yet whether or not they want to engage in the talks on Friday. So more potential talks, and they are up in the air. So if I get more information, I'll let you know. Furthermore, White House reportedly telling Fox News that President Trump has extended the Iran ceasefire for 3 to 5 days. Now, this is worth noting because he didn't actually specify how much longer the ceasefire was going to be extended to, as far as I remember, in his Truth Social post later yesterday. Back to you.
Don't worry.
Yeah, exactly. We don't want to get involved. Get that
we're
caffeine
we're
drip.
Get some caffeine in us right now. Beyond Meat continues to go. I don't like what I'm seeing over in AMD, given the context of some of what else is happening in the overall market. Like you look over at NVIDIA. Oh, NVIDIA just broke the low. Okay, well that's a little bit different. NVIDIA now breaking low of the day. Micron was holding VWAP. Now it's starting to lose it. The Qs are rolling through the volume-weighted average price. So we're starting to lose the bid here. Well, be careful what you wish for, because I did say I wanted to look for a dip over in IBIT. Throw up the super chat. I know if you got the super chat, I just saw it, and much to my chagrin, I did not trade Beyond Meat.
Okay.
Well, looking at Intel, and it is what it is. Rusty, you made magic to Beyond. No, I didn't. Usually I'm like a jinx when it comes to that. Like for me to say, oh, it held the dollar. That looks pretty interesting. I'll come back to this after we have some confirmation on maybe on like the 15-minute candle. I don't think I want to jump in up here. There's no fundamental reason why this is doing anything crazy. I think it's just that whole sympathy nonsense play.
Oh, okay. Tesla might give us a good reload here right at the volume-weighted average price. There it goes, right off to the races, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get involved in just in case. The market is moving lower, but potential bottoming signals. Did we get the exact price that we want? No. 05s would have been better. I mean, pennies are extremely important when you're trading this, but as soon as we break 02s, we're at a dodge on this one. So we start relatively light. Not much going on it. Some indecision prints at some key levels. NVDA helping drag the market down. And if we break this level, then sure enough, then we just get out of dodge and wait for something. Bitcoin's holding up so strong, though. Typically, you see these pullbacks about 20 minutes or so after, whenever you're climbing, and then you have that aggressive move lower. But that hasn't been the case thus far in Bitcoin. So we'll continue to keep an eye on it. We want to get involved with this. I would prefer to trade it over Bitcoin. I had to take this additional print to right at the volume-weighted average price. Location is key. We talk about location, and also in somewhat of an uptrend. But with the market looking to crack the lows, you can see it even on the 1-minute support level. If that breaks, then it's see you later. To the overall, there's the Qs, and then obviously we have NVDA starting to slide a bit as well. So not too good of a look right now. We'll hold on for as long as we can, but we also stick to our stops. We had that nice little pop right out of the jump. It didn't work out. That's fine. I'm not going to average into this trade or anything along those lines. Support level, that's too much room in my opinion. Even though if it does construct a lower high, that's not going to be bad whatsoever. Let's head over to our watch list and see what we got going on over there today, and see how Google has been responding on today's session. There it is, 5-minute time frame. A lot of buying pressure heading back in towards a key resistance zone. You can see that this was acting as prior support, and then now we're starting to climb a little bit higher. So hopefully, aside from what NVDA is doing, we can have Google and Apple and some of the other larger participants help grind us a little bit higher. Look at Apple go. And it's not really, exactly. Apple's moving to the top side. Google's doing the same thing roughly. It's breaking through the volume-weighted average price. Microsoft put in a monster session yesterday, but then you have the king of the chips essentially right now moving to the downside. So maybe we can get some form of rebound. There goes Tesla. IBIT break down? Yeah, I know it's not coming in.
High of day, man.
Yeah, I know it's not coming in. We have to be patient on this one, I think. But I think we can find a long eventually at some point. Nice little grab there off the lows right at VWAP here on TSLA.
Yeah, and I finally got into something different, but it's not IBIT, unfortunately. Waited for SLV to get to 70.80. It's oddly enough 70.80 and 71.80 are the two levels I'm looking at for reversion here. The last 2 days, this has been the best short for me. So when it goes up and breaks a trend, we'll play that to the other side. It's really just IBIT that's bothering me.
Yeah.
A lot here. And then, you know what? AMD looking great. I just typed AM. There we go. AMD filling in the gap to that prior high, and now it's trying to make that like a convincing bounce. So this is really making an effort to break the trend. It's so steep, right, that it's difficult to draw a trend line here. So it's really just working off of some kind of a higher low on this 3-minute. Like hold the bottom, hold a higher low, and then try to work off of that. But silver is the only news trade that I'm going to be in. SLV, not silver. People always get on us when I say that. So reversion trade, give to the high. I'll put a bid at the volume weighted average price because that's the first place we're going to be looking for any profits, is out in front of VWAP, as we like to say. But it's really IBIT that just continues to go super, super strong. And if we don't get a pullback in IBIT, I don't want that one to completely get away from me. The backup plan was going to be BM&R, but I don't want to shift to BM&R yet.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. I don't want to go to BM&R or MSTR, to be honest with you. But there we go. We catch that fill at 20 is 1-to-1 essentially for us right there on TSLL. We go with the flow. It would have been nice to get back in where we were before, but that's not the case in that nor the situation. We waited for that pullback, showing signs of strength. There you go, Gorev. NVDA off of that 1-minute print. I knew that was the one, my brother. So nice work there. I hope everyone's having a good start to today's session. We'll piece a little bit more off. I was having a conversation with the boys yesterday. Jose and Chris, to be exact, Neil. And Frex is just getting too expensive for my liking. Do you use Frex?
Not anymore.
Yeah, it's. I'm not. Oh, whoa! No one said that. We hating on it now.
We love Frex over here.
We love Frex. Like, if you're are you posting or are you punching on Frex, Adara?
I do a little bit of both.
A little bit of
I
both.
do everything, and honestly, I pretty much only use Frex because, to be real, a lot of things I'm just not going to get filled otherwise.
So yeah, I hear you. So this is what I found. So punching and even posting on Frex. Punch on Frex, post on Arca.
If you're
punch on Frex, post on Arca.
Requires you to, like, you're going to get filled because they're just blowing through the levels. You don't have to worry about using Frex, I don't think. I think you should just, it adds up over time. Just get paid on the gateway.
Yeah, exactly.
If you can, just get paid.
Punch, like if you're looking for that momentum style, what I'm figuring myself to do now, like I just posted up, I'm like, all right, let's punch on Frex, post on Arca. So you just kind of reduce those instead of just going everything along those lines. So, all right, yeah, there goes Tesla, a nice little move, just playing the ebb and flow essentially on this one. We would like to have some more shares, but that's not necessarily the case. We'll be happy with what we got. Gorev, nice work on NVDA off of that 1-minute print on the low. I know exactly what you're looking at. If you can get in around 199.80s, hopefully that was your price. Gives you 20 cents right out of the get. Let's head back over to our watch list. You can see that we have the 2 longs only on today's session with TSLL. Moving forward, we got IBM after the bell as well too, so that could be a good potential play. Who else do we have? We have obviously Tesla. We've been talking about.
Who's the third? There's someone else decent reporting.
Yeah, there's a couple. There's a couple of decent.
Tesla, IBM, ServiceNow, LRCX, LVS. I think probably IBM, ServiceNow, Tesla are the 3 biggest.
Yeah.
We have infographics for all 3 of those that are either have been released or are going to be rolled out over the day. Please check out X and TTV Research. It's always stacked, especially for earnings.
It's a lamb.
Don't send her a DM either because we don't have the pin codes to those. Remember, we were just talking about the ping game here.
To be fair, I know that's a joke, but my brain's too literal. This is also like the TTV research. We are always locked in.
There you go. Anyways, aside from that, ServiceNow's looking pretty good here today, Neil. Like starting to form somewhat of a bull flag on the 5-minute time frame. So not too bad. I mean, $103, a high of around 103.52. Let's see if it can continue to climb here. NVDA starting to come back in, helping drag the overall market. But if you look at the NASDAQ, a lot of overlapping candles here today, a complete mess, if you ask me. Let's take a look at USO. Have we USO.
It's chilling right now.
I'm going to be honest. Yeah, it's chilling at the highs. I'm going to be honest with you guys.
Very quiet.
I don't like USO.
You know what's breaking the low of the day right now?
What's that?
Avis.
Is it? Is this the thing?
No, but it's not. Like, it's not falling very fast. But it is breaking the low. Keep in mind, this flat bottom broke and halted yesterday. Yeah. The open looking like it was going to break down, and that's pretty much the moment that it destroyed all of the shorts again. So I don't think, I'll throw it up here because obviously there's people that are going to be interested in this, but it faked people out in yesterday's trade. Keep that in mind. You mentioned NVIDIA looking a little bit weak. AMD was trying to, it's still trying to flash some strength. Intel completely lost a bid at this point. Like, Intel got bad enough that I'm now back into that mode of, okay, well, I got the scalp short I was looking for against the grain on the way back in. Now I'm looking for the reversion trade, which would be somewhere in the lows here. underneath 66, but there's room all the way down to 65 change. But I'm just going to look for some kind of a trend reversion for the next play over in Intel. Silver's doing the exact same thing. IBIT is still holding on to strength.
No.
I said I wouldn't pivot to BMNR, which was a mistake, because BMNR did come into VWAP and give you the bounce. And so that was the backup plan, was if I can't get VWAP on IBIT, just try to do it in BMNR, as that's also giving you 7%. It is up right now. Super strong. Nice. And that's what the market, we're up like less than a point. Like the NASDAQ's up 0.8%.
Yeah.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah. I mean, let's just sit in this one trade. I want this Bitcoin pullback, man. It seems, is it giving you a little bit of weak vibes here? Because like if I'm looking at the detail on it, I think at some point we will get that channel break, Neil, and then it will get that pullback.
I can't consider it weak because of what the NASDAQ is doing.
Yeah, no, fair enough, fair enough.
Look at where the Qs are right now. So if you're at the high of the day and still looking like an uptrend, like IBIT is, like I'm still at VWAP. At some point, like it moves far enough that I just cancel the VWAP bid. If we're just sitting in the middle and IBIT's at the highs, come on, like it's showing me relative strength. So if I liked it long, I still think the buy the dip is going to be in play. Like to me, the only reason I'm in SLV is because it got to my level where it fell apart yesterday and did a curl. So it's just a standard reversion trade that I'm in. And look, there's a lot to be watching here. We talked about Robinhood this morning. That's nice V-shaped reversal on Robinhood.
Yeah.
Pull right back into prior close. Now you're trend up. That looks pretty good here on the hooded one. They did invest in OpenAI. That was the story. Yeah. $75 million investment into OpenAI.
I mean, on Robinhood, what are we up to here now?
$90.
95?
Basically 90. Basically.
Still down substantially off of its highs, though. But, I mean, there goes Bitcoin, another new high of the day. The SPY is heading towards the high of the day as well. Service now inverted hammer candle on the 1 minute around those highs. This is what I'm looking at. Service now with that, there it goes back to the downside. I wonder if you have to order shorts on that one, but that's a good print there, guys. NVDA, this is that second print, right? Like Gore, I was thinking about taking an attempt on a long off of that one, but I just don't know how much it was going to potentially give. Obviously, with that being said, if we can get the continuation in Tesla all day, that's what we're looking for. But Bitcoin has been my primary. Missed that train. Messing around with Tesla, but that's all right. Intel, how have you been on the session? Just getting absolutely wrecked, but that thing was on a substantial streak. AMAT, TSM, Netflix back down to $93, starting to find somewhat of a bottom here, I think, at some point. 93.66. Amazon, how have you been performing here on the day, up to 252? So, I mean, some relative strength across the board. Apple climbing a little bit higher as well. So this is what we want to see. We just need that USO to head to the downside, which it is, and then you can see that inverse correlation. Market up, USO down. Adara.
Quickly before we go to Adara, I just want to look. We always have to try to update the trades first. High of the day stop on SLV that hit. The trend break finally happened on AMD. So I got to redraw it. Right, so there's our trend break on AMD. There's the trend confirmed. There's the breakout of the high. VWAP sits at 289.50. I'm going to look to get most of it out in front of 289.50 and leave a little on just to see if it can push to 291. But yeah, just looking for that reversion trade, kind of the opposite of the silver trade, really. And now that we've gone step one, stop tightens up a little bit here on AMD. Let's go to the desk. It's 10 o'clock. Hey, Darryl, what's happening now?
I mean, so much is happening right now, Neil. Let's be really real here. Here's a look at the S&P 500, and I think the headlines to the left of said chart will really give a sense of how back and forth this market continues to be, specifically with Middle East headlines. As I mentioned earlier, right before the bell, we had the New York Post reporting that President Trump said that there's a second round of talks possible with Iran as soon as Friday. Then around, I think, 9:50 a.m., Iran comes out and says, yeah, we don't know, actually, if we're going to participate in these talks. So everything's super unclear. As of right now, S&P 500 back at those pre-market highs. So nice look there. Also take a look here at GOOGL, which is popping up to the upside here, announcing 2 new TPU chips for advanced AI workloads. They also announced so many cloud partnerships that I might do a whole infographic about them, but they did include Broadcom, PepsiCo for some reason, and Accenture. So lots of different companies collaborating with Google. BA, one of many, many earnings names on watch, along with the likes of GEV, Philip Morris, PM. We also had UAL after the bell yesterday, IBKR after the bell yesterday, ISRG, COF. I could go on, but I won't. Boeing here, though, actually smaller than expected loss per share. Initially, really nice earnings reaction. Their earnings call at 10 a.m., so stay tuned. TSLA, speaking of staying tuned, 4:05 p.m., they're going to be posting earnings. Myself and Brenda will be on this desk. Joe and Neil will be over on that desk, and we're all going to be covering all of this stuff for you. I do also want to mention here with regards to the housekeeping type stuff. A lot of these meme stocks are still in watch, CAR, BYND. B, we have a couple different congressional hearings right now. We've got Jameson Gurr, U.S. Trade Rep, and Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary. I'll be watching the Bessent hearing, though. If anything, like commentary-wise comes up from the Greer hearing, I'll have an eye on that as well, and I will keep you all posted. Back to you.
So that was wild. At the moment, I was eating a cantaloupe. Fruit salad's pretty good today. At the moment we got to our halfway point, I was getting profit on AMD, tighten up the stop when it goes to first resistance. So thankfully I did tighten it up. So it'll end up being kind of it would be a small win for a trend break. I'd say disappointing because I would have liked that to shoot right into VWAP. As long as it can hold a higher low, maybe set something up like this. Like, you know, you can see these like higher lows on a wick basis. Like, see the bodies, these candles look better. I can jump back into this trade, I think, underneath VWAP. There's another place that I can look for that. I'm not worried about what's going on with the USO because that's just gliding lower. It's in an uptrend, but it's actually threatening that it wants to bust it. Like, if you look at like 9 o'clock, and then you look at 9:18, then you look at the open, like you're kind of breaking the trend and pulling back. We didn't press that 129, so I don't mind looking for that second salvo in particularly AMD. Unfortunately, like look at IBIT, like that's going to be an annoying one. I'm more annoyed by that than not being still in the Intel short. But I got to be real. Intel is right down at the bottom. It's getting close to that reversion spot that I'll look for, which is about 65.5. So if you break the low, there's still Monday's bottom where I can go for the trend break. At some point, if the market continues to look relatively strong, I think there's a bit of a bounce play that we got to watch out for. But did we miss a super chat there? Because I see one. Did we get this? Okay, well, if you have super chats, just feel free to throw them up there, Andre, because I might have missed it while we're trading. So just throw it up anytime you want there, Andre. It was from Jacka. 27K profit on Intel 47 calls. Of course, that would be for Thursday. Bought yesterday, sold the pop this morning. Picked up Nike 46.5. And 48 calls out in the middle of May. Tariff refund. That's right. We haven't really talked too much about the tariff refunds. I'm not as much of a believer that Nike is bottomed because I'm one of those like put up or shut up kind of people. Like, and put up usually means a 50 period. So I'm very cautious with these, like the micro bounce that it has. But Intel, I think you can't go wrong ringing the register before the earnings on that one. Throw up the next super chat if you like. We've got Norwegian Kroners. Thank you, Bijo. What do you think of going along these levels on Wolf?
Wolf research, okay.
You know what?
I tear Wolf.
You already have an entry with a stop and your targets and a plan of action. Anytime a trader has their own plan of action that works for you, no one should be able to tell you otherwise. If the strategy is something that, again, like works for you. What would I say about it? Okay, it looks it's a bearish looking chart on the 15-minute, like false break of the high, head and shoulders, then rejected there. But there's worse things than if you like it and catching that falling knife on a reversion trade. I do it all the time. I use those for my entries. You have yourself a bit of a stop. You're actually not even looking for like 2030 and you're looking for 21. The structure looks okay. I just tend to want to catch falling knives with a trend break as an entry plan as opposed to just buying in front of a level blindly. But there's nothing incredibly terrible about that. And as long as you have your own plan of action, I think it's absolutely fine. Like just make sure you adhere to your stops. It's even more important when something's in a downward trend, which it looks like it is.
Yeah. Gorev, look at this, man. Tesla, like we're posted up here at 27s or 28s. It just keeps knocking into that door. NVDA 1 minute left. Yeah, I was just about to pull this thing up and be like, man, this thing is continuously putting in these prints and not turning around. Like they're blowing past them on the 1 minute. I'm going to get SMR off here or IBIT because it's not pulling back. I want to see what we can get up to. It's going to help drag the market up. We're only a couple pennies away from catching a fill here. CAR down to 751, so that thing's down $100 almost essentially.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, I mean, 843. I don't think this is it, to be honest with you, Neil. I think we would see a little bit more of a fierce and
even
quicker. Yeah, exactly. Toss low. That's not what we want. Tesla, we need to break this high in order for us to catch that fill. But as long as we continue to put these in, excuse me, Gorb, I like our chances for a move back towards the volume-weighted average price. Look what the overall market's doing, the SPY and the NASDAQ here. We're not too far off of the high of the day. And then sure enough, we have SPY just a couple of inches or a couple of cents off of that level. But all right, guys, let's send things off to Neil.
Markets are at the highs and extremely active, and for traders, that means big opportunities, more setups, and more momentum. But to really take advantage of these conditions, you need a couple of things. You need discipline and access to capital. Instead, and this is where Trade the Pool comes in. Rather than being limited by the size of your account, traders can access the firm's capital and focus on executing their strategy and minimizing their risk. No more fear of blowing up that personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. It's limited risk trading, and that's what we're calling it. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now and get 10% off. Want to shout out to Trade the Pool for sponsoring as part of the show. Big shout out to all of the, for Mitch when he comes on. We appreciate him.
Yeah.
We just wicked the high on the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
Well, we haven't really failed it yet.
And what kind of pullback is that on IBIT? You see that?
It's not a huge one.
No, man, it's
not like this is like we're getting
shallow.
micro pullbacks, and I'm like just sort of drawing the trend line there. What I want to make sure is that I get the back end of the. I don't want to be on the front end. Like I was taking a breakout there, but then my exit point, right? Like when it lost view up, that's a breakout trade. So the breakout losing, I don't mind that because it's a different structure. You're taking it at the open. But now I want to make sure we're pulling back in and I get the other side of the trade, which is buying that dip. Intel is absolutely in a death spiral. It's getting to the capitulation area. It's showing no signs of actually capitulating yet. But it's starting to look like it's trying to turn. Like you get one bottoming tail candle and then confirm the next, and I'm going into the reversal and looking for that VWAP retracement play. This one's absolutely dying. Yuckity yuck yuck, and they don't report till after the bell tomorrow. Someone's selling off early.
We might like this play here, Neil, too, because that from a trend break standpoint. Check this out on SMR, right? Like if we break and we have a 1 minute candle open on the back side of it, yeah, exactly, and the VWAP hold. I think there's a couple things that can work for us here potentially. As soon as we get the green light, Adara.
We had Tim Cook news yesterday. Now today we have a Lisa Cook update. Now, if you haven't heard this name in a while, Lisa Cook was the member of the Fed Board of Governors, who I believe on August 20th, President Trump announced he was going to be firing August 20th, 2025. Effective immediately. Now, of course, we know she stayed on the Fed board. The Supreme Court's been waiting for this decision. We still don't have a decision. So apologize for the very lengthy lead up into this, but no decision yet, according to CNBC, on whether or not Fed Governor Lisa Cook will remain on the board. I did listen to the arguments for this going back a couple months now, and the Supreme Court justices generally seemed to be, at the very least, kind of sympathetic to her position and confused as to why this case was happening. But if they get more details, of course, I will keep you posted. Right now, it looks like we don't have a Supreme Court decision yet, as the market continues to trek towards new high of day. Back to you.
Yeah, there goes SMR. Tesla removed this bid, right? Like, it doesn't want to break through the high, but SMR breaking trend and now going, oh my Lanta, it's going absolutely off right now. A nice solid trend break, multiple things working for it. You're right at the volume-weighted average price holding up and then off to the races it goes. So whoever's been in SMR, nice work. I was looking for this long yesterday. It didn't come in, but today it's working pretty good. And we can't get that break here on Tesla. The longer we reject it, now we've formed somewhat of a double top. Watch out for this thing to break down a little bit more.
There it is. We have what? Thank you for the super chat. I just got, so when I was saying there it is, I kind of meant the potential curl on IBIT. It wasn't necessarily the super chat that I was talking about. I didn't get everything in here on Intel, and I haven't even placed a stop yet. Oh, I have. I'm good. Let me see if I want to be able to get all in. It's coming right back. So I got some out in front of 66, but I'm still trying to catch the fill in front of the 3/4 to get the rest of the shares. As we have Darius Wright. Thoughts on ServiceNow reporting earnings today? You got the dip at 83 on Now. They've been flying. It's a software, like just insane software recovery. It's a good trend up. I guess it's not through yesterday's high. I don't like making plays into earnings because you get so much noise. You get people positioning going into it, so you get like crazy whipsaw action where like you can be on a very good trend and then in the afternoon it'll just break it for no reason on its own. Like little things. It'll ignore the market sometimes because it's going to do its own thing going into the earnings play. But I do think a temporary bottom has been made. And on top of that, like ServiceNow probably doesn't have as big of a burden on their actual report, given how bad the software has been beaten up. So they probably don't have to be perfect on it. So I think that bodes well for them. I just don't like chasing this move for a trade. Like if you're in at the bottom, I'm always a ring the register before earnings kind of person, because if it's at a level, like if I'm swinging something, the 50 period's already a target for me, or any moving average, or the 200 period if it was there. So I'm always ringing the register on some before, and then not having to rely on the report. You got to consider what happened in Netflix. Netflix is a very similar chart, right? Like it had that crazy bottom, ran into earnings, was at resistance on earnings, Guidance was poor, and then they got a bit of the dump because it had already made that good run.
Look at Bitcoin go, man. Wow.
Bitcoin's such a big.
Yeah, it's gone. Okay, so Neil, you know what I had on the features? So I have on my Arca gateway, but on Nasdaq, click. But I removed the click to block. So essentially, when you hit the key, it is right. So I'm like, well, why is it doing that? And then I'm realizing that SMR is on the NYSE, and I'm like, oh, I never re-clicked the box when I reconfigured my thing. So it's like you hit the key, automatically punches you out without putting the order on the level 2. And I'm like, why is it doing that? Yep. Figure it out. And then as I'm like, oh, okay, light bulb click. I'm like, okay, let's take a little bit off here so I can manage it. Boom, click it again. I'm like, what am I doing? Gets me all out. But SMR, we'll pull that one up. It was a little scalp. We'll be happy with it. One of those days. Oops, what's the SMR plus? We don't want that. Yeah, so this is the nice little scalp that we had on SMR. It's still continuing to climb. I'm watching the prints at 79. We get a nice little move. I mean, nothing substantial or anything along those lines. We would have liked to post that trend line break. Boom, off to the races it goes. Yeah, nice call out there, Gorev, on NVDA, a couple attempts, man. We take our at-bats, whether it be 2 or 3 times, that's it. It works out the 3rd time. Hopefully, from a risk to reward standpoint, it's really working out for you, and you can kind of recover. I don't know if you got out from the original positions, but there's that SMR scalp. Would have been nice to still be in it, but nonetheless, we are still involved with some TSLL. There we go. Now we're printing 28s. This is exactly where we wanted to take a little bit more off, so we'll do exactly that. We're posted up at 27s. One more strong clean flush above the ask, and we get the bid to hit that 27 mark. We're going to be taking a little bit more profit off here, Neil.
That's what it's all about. And Intel, what is dead, I still think will die, but for now it's going higher. But I was thinking about VWAP, and then I forgot. You got to get through the closing price. We care more about where a stock closes than where it opens, and it closed at 66.25. So that's like a built-in resistance zone, and I gotta respect the fact that it respected it this morning. Like it consolidated for just this brief little 3-minute before breaking back down, and based on that dark pool wick, it was probably an overnight level as well in Blue Ocean. So it's a bearish stock. The fact that we're able to grab like the $0.50 on it, I think I should be ringing the register. Call it a gut call, or just call it the fact that I was bearish on this thing and I think Intel's a short. But either way, you get the curl, you play it into the prior close level. I'll be thinking short somewhere in the VWAP range anyways, so I'd rather just ring the register and move on to the next, which I'm generally hoping will be something in IBIT, if I'm being real.
I mean, I don't know what to say.
But IBIT doesn't want to come out. Byron Hart just said, so close out. I'm just explaining what I'm doing. You do it. Like, there's a million, like, let's be real. Like, I got out of the short, and then it went another, like, bajillion dollars. Right? Like I take the long, it comes right into the prior close price. I'm going against the grain in that particular moment. So like I'll take it. It doesn't mean it's going back into the lows. It just means that was my read in the moment on the stock. And then of course, right after I do that, look what happened to USO. USO is breaking VWAP. I hate to say this, but I'm just shut up or shut up. If it loses VWAP, I just saw a pullback candle in IBIT. I'm gonna buy into the IBIT dip. So if we close under VWAP, I think we trend down, in which case I want to be in this dip into IBIT. Peter Hop, thoughts on ONDS? Love having you guys on. Love having the viewers that love us and ask interesting questions and provide you the community. And I want to take a look at the visualizer because I know we haven't looked at the names you guys are interested in today. Unfortunately, it's been like a fast-paced morning, it feels like.
Yeah.
Yuck. Oh, I don't like to see market at the highs and then you have what had been a good runner chilling out at the lows. That kind of stinks.
Only a pace.
This has been such a good runner the last couple of sessions. It could just be that whole day 3 thing where it's running out of steam on day 3. But technically, even though it failed to break, it's still holding support. So I guess it's not dead if it holds onto this support. I just don't like that back end. Not with the strength that we're seeing. Like everything else looks strong.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like we're posted up at 26s again, and it just doesn't want to break for us. Bitcoin's starting to get that pullback. How come Hood is not following BTC euphoria? I don't know. Would we like who's up more off of the lows, right? We want to see this decoupling essentially from the two names. I don't want Robinhood to be that heavily correlated like Coinbase is with Bitcoin. I just think it has so much more going for it as a brokerage, right?
It's not just Bitcoin.
So let's do a comparison right now. Good thing we have charts and everything along those lines where we can do these types of things, eh, Neil?
Truth.
BTC, let's head over to the daily and see where we are. So we'll use the same benchmark, February 23rd of 2026. You're up 27%. Okay, that's nice. 30% there almost on Bitcoin. Now let's see what we have on Robinhood. Oops. So I think to say that it's not participating, maybe from an intraday standpoint you're referring to. Let's go back to
it's not a pure play anyways.
We'll go from the lows here. You get 37%, right? Like there's the PDT rule going for Robinhood. Maybe it's just taking a little bit of a breath. Bitcoin's strong today, but the stocks do that. And I don't want to see that really tight correlation between the two, to be honest with you.
No, I like the fact that it's separated because it's an acknowledgement. It's an acknowledgement that you're getting more.
Exactly.
Or at least something different would be the better way to put it. With the hooded one. Let's go to Adair. It's 10:20. Time for the small cap recap.
Here's ELPW, Elong Power Holding Limited. I know this one has been discussed before, and I believe maybe even traded before in the midday show. It's rallied in the past, what we sometimes call a repeat offender. No news on ELPW today, but it is worth noting. This name, I was seeing apparently it's already halted today, I believe, and they do also have a market cap of just over $4 million. Next up, a GPU, Axe Compute, as you can tell by the name, a computing and GPU-related company. They got a $260 million contract for, you guessed it, GPUs, roughly $51 million market cap for this company. Last but not least, Inflection. This is a quantum name. It was a recent company that did a business combination, or de-SPAC, as it's sometimes called. And it's been in the headlines quite a lot today, getting a U.S. defense advanced research project agency contract here worth $2 million for its multi-stack quantum program. INFQ has a larger market cap here, about $3.3 billion, float of around 160 million shares, short float, pretty negligible here, about 1.84%. Do make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content, and we'll send you back over to the guys.
It's all Apple driving the market. Well, I shouldn't say it's all Apple. That's a little bit of a stretch, but I mean, the strongest name is AAPL. Now,
is it though?
But it was
AMD's at 292 and at the highs.
Okay, fair enough. Oh, I'm freezing. I don't know. I'm loading now for some reason.
AMD's an absolute rocket. Apple, I know Apple's moving. I pivoted to whatever. It is what it is. get like a small win on it, go over, take the Intel trade, which I bet you was even going higher as well. So we probably.
But I don't even think Apple didn't even have that dip. Apple didn't even have that dip out of the open like some of these other names.
No, it didn't, and that's a good thing. IBIT finally did. It did a little dip. You just got to take what you can get. If it doesn't want to ever get to the volume-weighted average price, I was going to take another shot at some point because of this. It's like this gap trade, right? Like there's just so much. Like there's room. We're at 78.7 on Bitcoin. So like anything could happen here. You get that 45 play in IBIT. You've got 79K. You've got 80K out there. So I wanted to make sure that I got back into it somewhere. You've got Micron, which is all-time high. No, almost. All right, so Micron is very, very close to an all-time high on its own. Unbelievable. It's like super strength.
Whatever,
There's just strength all over the place. What did we say for NVIDIA? What? Bruh. What's NVIDIA doing?
It's not doing anything. And the trend line break on TSLA.
That's incredibly disappointing, NVIDIA. Better than that. Come on, NVIDIA. What's wrong with NVIDIA today? That's a problem. You know, Micron with that strength. Broadcom's probably going absolutely ham as well. Like everything, the market's 1.25. Yeah, there you go. Broadcom's killing it. Why? What is with NVIDIA these days?
I don't have an answer to your question, Neil, but I do have an answer to Broadcom, actually, because I'm making an infographic on it right now. Broadcom was one of the companies that Google announced are going to be expanding their partnerships with. We know, I think the TPU announcement kind of overshadowed a lot of this, but they're expanding partnerships with the likes of Broadcom, Accenture. They're also entering a new partnership with PepsiCo, and they have a Google Cloud Next event. Now, I looked this up. This is just cloud. It's going to be the keynote happening here with the Google Cloud CEO, so not Sundar Pichai, as far as I know, who is the CEO of Google, but that'll be at 12 p.m. today. Maybe keep an eye on Broadcom with that in mind, given that we're going to get that Google Cloud event. Probably going to get some conversation about the TPUs as well. I, of course, will be watching that event, so not to hop on this too much, but just to give you some context for that, Neil.
Well, appreciated, Adair. As always, you can always count on Adair to fill us in. USO. So we have an interesting situation because the market's pressing through highs, and USO did end up holding VWAP. So that's weird. But when I saw it bust through, VWAP, I didn't have to, but just for myself, took more out of IBIT because we're at the top. And if we turn around here, I'm thinking we get to VWAP, especially with USO over VWAP. So I took a couple more legs out. That way I'd only hold on to about a third. So if it breaks that candle, this doesn't turn into a losing trade because I'm buying it at the top. So I just don't want to turn this one into a loser, so I took a little bit more out. But it's all about what's going on with the NASDAQ relative to what we're seeing in oil futures. Oil futures ticking higher and the market's not caring whatsoever. Rhinosaur. Hey, why not? Made up animal. Whoa, okay, is that the same? Okay, we'll read the first one. ServiceNow CEO bought 3 million shares at this level as well as over 10 congressional members at. For real? I hesitate to say just buy something because people in Congress are buying it. That being said, if you already have a reason to buy something that you believe in and you really like, a bunch of members of Congress also happening to like it and the CEO at the same level, I call that confluence. Like if I was looking at ServiceNow, I'd consider it confluence and maybe a reason for me to pull the trigger if I was already thinking it. On its own, no, not necessarily, but in conjunction with other reasons to buy something, yeah. Well, there's nothing bad about that, I suppose. Like you're just looking for reasons for strength. It's kind of like I'm looking to buy the dip on IBIT, but I also see USO going down.
Yeah.
So that's what confluence means.
At least you got that dip buy, man. These pullbacks are extremely shallow. We didn't even come into the volume weighted average price, man.
That day that will go down in infamy.
Yeah, that'll drive you up the wall for sure.
Yeah. Grunfeld, we got another one.
They're flying in here.
We got all these super chats here today. Grunfeld, Honeywell as an earnings play tomorrow. They're in the morning, I guess. Thinking guidance will shock analysts. Company is a major player not only in space but also robotics and automation. They are a major player. It's weird though. Like some of the more traditional. It's like we were talking about with Boeing doesn't get enough credit for being a defense name. I feel like that's the same thing when you look at like a Honeywell, is that they don't get the hype in these sectors. I think that's sort of the problem. Like if there's hype around a sector, they don't get the same level of benefit for participating. It's the same thing with IBM and quantum. Like it just, whatever. Like they're upside quantum play too, but it just doesn't seem to matter. They're on some, I hate, oh, you just lost the 50. Where's the 200 period moving average on this? There it is. Oh, you're holding the 200 period moving average, so it's got something it can dip into on disappointment. I always like there to be a floor that you can hold on a dip in earnings. If there isn't one, yuckity yuck yuck. I just wonder if they get enough hype. And you kind of want hype if you're talking about space.
Yeah. Medallism. All right, man. We see where you're getting at. Microsoft. Yes, it's at the high of the day. All right. Let's get to. Every time that door opens, I just hope that is Randy with. But anyways, hope is false. Hope is. Anyways, aside from that, Microsoft, yeah, it's not looking too bad. $430.91. This was definitely out of the top names. This one was definitely beat up the most. You're still down 22%, but at some point you were down substantially more. 35% haircut on Microsoft. Man, oh man, had there been the dip by this, I'm not going to say the century, but you're up 21%.
The century?
No, that's crazy. Do you think?
The century?
What is the dip? Yeah, what do you think the dip by the century is?
Are we talking about literally anything in 2008 was pretty good?
Yeah, yeah, okay, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
I mean, if we're being real,
no, it's not. It was a little bit of a push, but it's a good look here. We're gonna send things off to a day where they goes Tesla finally towards the high of the day. Bitcoin still hovering around that neck of the woods. So pretty good session so far.
Okay, guys, seeing further reports that President Trump's going to be giving Iran 3 to 5 days for their ceasefire. Apparently, the ceasefire is not going to be open-ended. Unclear what exactly will that will mean. But again, I'm hearing now second report that we're going to be getting a 3 to 5 day extended ceasefire. We know the ceasefire extension was announced yesterday, but incredibly open-ended in terms of how long it would last. Again, looks like they do not want an open-ended ceasefire. Also, USO and Watch as U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says that gas prices might get even lower than they were before the conflict in Iran. Now, we know President Trump has been saying he thinks that the prices of oil can go down the second the conflict ends. Then we also had Energy Secretary Chris Wright saying that he thinks it might take until next year, 2027, to get these prices back to where they were. But again, Bessent saying that the prices can get even lower than they ever were before the war. Back to you.
Not. I gotta stop doing that to myself.
Adara.
Take a little bit.
Go ahead.
We're going to take a little bit more off there on TSLA as it broke. I did remove the majority of my position right here, so now we're sitting on about 7-8% of it. The trend line broke. That's why I decided to take some off, and it just wasn't breaching. So you can see on the backside, we take a little bit more off there, but then runs into 30. So Johnny, hopefully you had a good one, good trade on that. I'm still waiting on this Bitcoin pullback, to be honest with you. And the higher that it climbs, the less I like it, to be honest with you.
Well, so it's got this going on.
Yeah.
From the first red candle on the 3 dipped into here. So I just bought on this little micro trend and looked to take most of it out. If it holds the trend line again, like bottoming tail candle, I'll try to add to it. But otherwise, just kind of let it go and wait for the volume weighted average price. But what's happening is USO just continues to hold VWAP. Like what you don't want to happen here, I should just reclaiming VWAP. It hasn't run my stop yet, so I'll just leave the stop in. No, you're threatening that USO is just going to resume this uptrend. Like just keeps on holding the bid. That's going to be bad, I think, for BTC. So I'm not going to reload. Maybe if we get a good signal off the volume weighted average price. But yeah, my stop is underneath this little wick. Just underneath the 70 level. We'll leave it in. We took most of it out up at the top. But if we get that curl, I know where I'm looking short, and it's here. It's back into Intel. Intel close to the volume weighted average price. I started with this one as a short. It just presented along at the bottom, so I took it because that's what was there. But if we get this upward trend resumption on futures, oil futures, and the market pulls back, I want a name that's already weak that I already thought was a dog. So didn't reload on IBIT. It doesn't mean there isn't another long to have. I was trading at the top anyways. But I think the next trade I'm looking for is going to be a short. Unless something drastically changes with USO.
Okay. Yeah, I agree.
Not an IBIT in Intel.
Intel, I mean, it's so tough to say that because like Apple's still hovering, like it's still going. How's there nothing under this name? Like Apple is going absolutely parabolic right now. This is a complete buy program. I can't even pull up the daily on this thing. I mean, Microsoft is pretty strong here as well too. So there's that selling in Bitcoin, Neil. Like there you go. We just had X amount of time grinding higher, absolutely evaporated essentially in the span of a couple of minutes. I'm glad that we got out the majority of this. So if you're looking for signs of strength, maybe it's going to be in Microsoft and AAPL. I didn't see anything crazy like. So it was a couple of names. It was Amazon, Apple, I believe it was. Yeah, Amazon and others not seeking tariff refund that came out like earlier this morning. So I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case. Gorev, watch out for this. Watch out for this print, my brother. These things take a little bit of time to turn around, but this could be the ultimate topping tail signal. We want to see the volume really start to uptick on this one and see what the 1 minute time frame is telling us from a detailed standpoint. But watch out on the 5 minute print. There could be a little bit of a reversal sign stepping in. Let's see how strong this name actually is. Same thing with NVDA right at VWAP. But we do have IBIT coming into levels that we're looking. Now. Yeah, it's right at VWAP now. We're gonna have some news here. Adair, talk to us.
Iran update. So we know earlier we heard that Iran was not sure if they wanted to engage with the U.S. on Friday, which is what the U.S. wants to do. Now we're hearing that Iran currently has no plans to engage with the U.S. on Friday. So again, Iranian straight media now saying that Iran is not planning on talking to the U.S. on Friday. We know that ceasefire was extended by 3 to 5 days, which would bring us roughly Friday to Sunday in terms of when that extension is going to be. So we're going to have to wait and find out what other details we get. But it looks like Iran is not excited or going to be engaging with at all that Friday planned conversation that they're going to have with the U.S. Back to you.
So two things. One, VWAP came rather quickly on IBIT. Like I was just getting out near the top, and then all of a sudden we got to VWAP. The curl at the prior close area on Intel, it did the topping tail, so I entered, already taken some out on the way to the low. And then let me show you IBIT because light comes at you fast. Like I feel like it was just getting out. Next thing I know, we're at VWAP and bouncing. So with that bounce, I think it was because of that spike up. Like it was just this. It was this big spike up on USO is likely what caused that drop into IBIT. So I'm going to play this bounce into the high, which is about 44.90-ish. If we get up there, want to make sure we got a couple of legs out if we get up to that. Going to throw that in. Yeah, so we got a long and a short. It's long something which is trending up, and at least it's short something which is trending to said downside. And again, just waiting for that topping tail candle entry to get me into Intel, and was waiting for VWAP. They both just happened. It's weird that they happened at the same time. Like, very odd. Like Intel flashed that short at more or less the same moment that Bitcoin came to VWAP.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there it is. Like the headline came in, we had that pullback in IBIT. SMR didn't head towards the high of the day, now forming somewhat of a bear flag or bull flag here. You can see the consolidation. I don't know why it's not pulling up the daily on Apple, but the inverted hammer candle that I was looking at, it printed on Google, but it didn't print on Apple. Excuse me, right? So there it is at a high. Right, you breach through this bull flag high, and then you're starting to sell off a little bit. Just be careful of the volatility spikes. Buyers stepped right back in, and I would have liked this to close down here to show that sellers are a little bit more in control. Right. Not necessarily the case right now, so watch out as this being a potential just breath. In AAPL, Tesla coming right back in towards the volume-weighted average price. This thing's really fidgety here today. I don't know. Finicky, whatever you would like to call it. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with it, but it's freezing up. We can't even pull up Tesla there for you guys. The quantum names, those guys went on for a little bit of a run. There's Rich Tech Robotics, not doing too much. RGTI off of the lows. Ooh, okay. Maybe a potential play right here on Rigetti. QuantumScape Battery, more or less. QUBT. And Ion Q, those are good potential looks. Now, I want to see something south. Like, let's just talk a little book here, essentially. I want to see something south of VWAP here on IBIT in order for me to gauge. I don't like it above. I want to see it below, and I think we're going to get that momentarily. So an additional clean flush to the downside. and some price action that displays itself that we're going to turn around, and I think that's going to be a green light for us to engage. TSLA has been pretty good to us on the session. It's the only trader. I've started the day off by saying, yeah, I'm going to wait the first 10 minutes, and then I was in approximately 60 seconds later. So, I mean, aside from that, we get that nice little scalp, we re-engage, and now we're getting somewhat of a rebound. But IBIT has been my primary. NVDA continuing to climb. So as long as the MAG remains strong, maybe we could just put aside to what USO is up to, because it's starting to head back in towards the volume-weighted average price once again. 127.55. Not much going on with that one.
Yeah, and it actually just broke VWAP. So I'll take the first L of the day on Intel.
Oh, okay.
It's short to long to back into short. It's not at VWAP, but I was taking it off of that topping tail candle. We're still in that IBIT off of the volume-weighted average price. That's trying to bounce pretty decently. It has to get to the highs, I think. Well, has to is the wrong word. Like, I just feel like if this bounce doesn't get back into the high of the day over here on IBIT, that it would be disappointing. Like the market, and the reason I say that is because the NASDAQ, there you go. That's why I'm saying it. Because the NASDAQ wicked down and then right back into the top, just underneath that 27,000. So if we don't really retest all of that, I would call it a disappointment in IBIT. If it ends up only a scalp trade, that would be, again, a disappointment. I don't mind a shallow bounce. Like, you make what you make. You take what you get, and then you try not to be upset with whatever bounce ends up being off of VWAP here. I've already been able to get a couple of legs out, but it's just not enough in my opinion. Like, you want to see that relative strength come back into it for sure. Oh, you know what I forgot to, this is what I meant to go back to. I obviously missed a trade in Beyond Meat when I saw it bounce off that $1 level. But you know what? It's a small capper. It's on the back end from yesterday, back end of the move from yesterday, failed the lower high, and is now underneath VWAP. So there's a continuation trade short if it confirms this hold under VWAP, although I don't think I paid for locates.
Yeah.
I did not pay for locates. I'm going to have to go and pay for locates. Probably has to show me a bit more weakness to actually sell it off, but I'm now looking for a short entry in IBIT.
You tapped back into, you're thinking short on IBIT now?
No. I'm talking about Beyond Meat.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I was going to say, you got back into IBIT, though.
Well, it bounced into VWAP, which was, that's what I was waiting for to begin with.
Yeah, I wanted to see something a little bit below it, but we weren't fortunate enough to get that one there. Yeah, I know, man. I'm going to have to send someone on an espresso run here soon. If I knew how to do the drip, I would go and do it, but I don't want to mess around with that thing. I'm not a coffee guy. Adara.
Just be aware here, guys. BAH plummeting here. This is Booz Allen Hamilton. We know Booz Allen used to have some Treasury contracts. These were canceled in January of 2026. Well, we had Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent commenting on these contracts, basically saying that they no longer have confidence in Booz Allen at the Treasury. There was a whole issue here with taxpayer data getting out. This was, again, older issue. The contract was canceled, I believe, at least a year after the actual situation went down. But either way here, BAH not liking Bessent saying that they do not have confidence in the company at the Treasury. Let's talk about these stocks in the sectors. And honestly, pretty good sector report today, guys. Tech services, not a lot of weakness to find here. PLTR, I'm going to highlight with a 3.7% move to the upside on that USDA contract valued at $300 million. Producer manufacturing to the upside. Health services to the upside. UNH earnings day two. Non-energy minerals doing quite well here. You've got Newmont and Freeport McMoran both reporting tomorrow morning. Newmont after the bell, Freeport before the bell. Shout out to Neil there with that FCX as one of his picks of the year. Health tech generally pretty strong, though. You've got DHR, Danaher, and PFE Pfizer both to the downside, and electronic technology. Two plays that we had report yesterday, GE and RTX, both down sharply on day two. But other than that, good look for the sector. MU to the upside up about 5% right now. Reports that they're going to be getting involved in the Match Act over at Congress. If I get more details on that, I'll let you know. But generally pretty good board. I do want to let you guys know we have comments coming through here from Scott Bessent on oil, saying that oil could have gotten to $150 had they not made some decisions here with Iran sanctions and removal of said sanctions or moving of those sanctions. If I get more details to keep you posted, but he is discussing oil. He did already discuss BAH as well. Please make sure to like and subscribe. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. 20 minutes until the midday, but you know what?
What's that, brother?
You still get to keep Joe.
Oh.
putting in that heavy work.
Yeah, everybody said, don't worry, Sean be back. He'll be back Friday.
He's back from the beach on Friday. And we've had a lot of super chats today. So I want to shout out and appreciate all the viewers. And we got some gifts this morning too, even on TikTok. So shout out to all of our TikTok viewers out there. I think it was like we had Valerio from TikTok, Richie, Toy in there, Torian as well. And we have another one here, a super chat from Carl. No, apparently not. Well, there is one from Carl eventually, but we've got another one from Golf Franchise. I thought did we not get this one? Yeah, I'm pretty sure we answered the question about power integrations. Like 99% sure we did. There's a bunch of other ones up there. I'm going to throw up the one. I saw this one from Carl here, so I wanted to make sure we grabbed it. True pain of oil prices delayed or unreleased yet? Well, you have to remember, like, a lot of this big spike, it takes time to work its way through the supply chain. The longer the spike extends, you're going to hear CEOs talking about it. You'll hear that in this earnings season, right? Like, you already heard it with Nike. And you'll continue to see it work through. So absolutely, it has not fully worked its way through the system. Things don't work that fast. Mm-hmm. I heard because there was a good story about so plastics are going higher. So take a very cyclical business like Christmas trees. Like orders go in at a specific time of year, and it's like all of your ordering goes in at a specific time of year. Those input prices go higher, you get absolutely screwed. All right, what just happened in USO? It's spiking through VWAP
there goes
again.
Bitcoin, yes.
So like IBIT, and this is why you try to take some profit. So we got just over half out on the way up, was looking to get 75% out with one more fill, but now you're back into VWAP. So if I see another bottoming tail candle, I'll try to reload again, but at some point, I would like to see this dance stop on USO. We're going 127.5 to 128 quarter to 127.5 to 128 quarter. If the longs are going to extend here, this needs to hold through these bottoms, which hasn't happened just yet. But thank you for the super chat. That's I do believe that as well, that it has not worked all the way through. We also have JKL. We got to get
another one. Holy
from the Blue Skies report. I hope everyone has blue skies. You're shorting MSTR. Does it have to be a short now?
Oh, there's Todd there.
Yeah, it's... Well, it's the same chart as Bitcoin.
Oh.
It's if it loses VWAP, I can understand the sentiment thing. The way that we're seeing oil futures go, it could be a flip. I'm probably going to try to reload one more time. We'll see. If it bottom tail candles off VWAP, I'm reloading IBIT anyways. But you're at a pretty decent resistance spot on MSTR. And then there's the whole... I guess I had a chart crash. And then there's the whole short MSTR Bitcoin hedge, which I feel like when it starts to get into resistance, people are more apt to put on. Whether or not you think that helps you, I would rather short this than Bitcoin, I suppose, is the only thing I would say.
MSTR? Yeah, but
If you're bearish in crypto, I think MSTR is a better short than Bitcoin is.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about the leverage aspect.
And then BM&R is probably even better than both.
Yeah. It sucks to suck, as I typically say, man.
What did you say?
It sucks to suck. You ever say that in like sports?
I have never said that.
Yeah.
But I understand exactly what you mean by it.
Yeah, it's legit. I used to say that to guys in hockey, and they would just get so mad. My one boy didn't even.
Oh, that's your go-to chirp.
That's my good. What do you want me to say, man? It sucks to suck. I don't know. And they get frustrated. My one buddy would just call everybody a hot dog, and I was just like, bro, what? The hockey language is absolutely. Like if you're looking,
good chirps.
It's the best chirps. It's the best. Like guys will come up with things or that you wouldn't even believe. It's like, man, all right, good one sucks. Yeah, I know it does, JH. It sometimes it sucks. Best advice. It's the best advice. It's just like don't suck essentially. Just so you practice a little bit more or do whatever you got to do to turn things around. Yeah, put in that work. Got to check AG. Yeah, Taylor, I see that Shreve's going to be all over that one today probably. Strong this morning, AX Compute, but we are trading below the volume weighted average price on it. So I did have this up here for you. I seen you put that in there. SRFX in there. So Poet was looking good this morning. Not so much now.
That scanner now,
Yeah. It's up there. It's upgraded, my boy. Watch out. I don't have the thing. Can you hit it for me?
Which one?
The ha-ha? No, it's over there. Ha-ha. Ha-ha. See? It's like ha. Ha-ha. There you go, Spice Adams, baby. There goes NVDA to the top side, market climbing higher once again. We're all out of our Tesla trade as it's now back in towards the volume-weighted average price. And Bitcoin still holding up around that neck of the woods as well, too.
It just bounced VWAP at the exact same moment that what happened on USO. We just went right to the top of the range and turned around again. So we've got this yo-yo action continuing here in oil futures, which is causing yo-yo action for some things, but for the NASDAQ, it is an all-fly zone here for now. I don't love that reversal candle on a 3-minute, but the futures are firmly in control. Yeah. We have another super chat, so I'm just gonna. This is an interesting one. I gotta think about it. I don't know that I have something off the top of my head for this. Mark. Worst purchase you've ever made. I'm gonna make the assumption you're talking about an equity, and not like just in general, right? Like it has to be that.
Give us one of both.
The worst purchase I ever made. I was smart enough to get out of it before all of the damage, but at one point I actually bought Coinbase. I'm trying to remember the exact price. It was in, I want to say 3. But I'm trying to jog my memory. If I look at the chart, I feel like I'll jog my memory if I can see the chart. I feel like it was somewhere. It was above 3, but lower than 3. Maybe it was like 330 or something. And then I eventually whatever. I made some money on it. Then I took the L. And then when it was SI, like I had been in SI did really well on Silvergate, believe it or not. Ran that from like 47 to like 120 something. And then when I got out of that, I rang the register well before the high. It went to like 150. When I rang the register on that, I remember using that money to buy the dip in coin, and that ended up being good. But it was a god-awful purchase. The why I thought it was a terrible purchase is I'm not usually the person that would buy during the euphoria candles on an IPO. It's just like, that's not a good, you wait till it settles down, and it had not even settled down. I just kind of put money into it before it had even settled down, which I thought was ridiculous. Yeah. But I wasn't silly enough to hold it down to $40. I think I only lost 25%, but it was the stupidity of the entry when I looked at it, being like, I just bought this for no apparent reason other than its name at that price, because looking at the chart, I would never have bought it otherwise looking at the chart. I remember looking at the same.
It's probably, there you go, 98%. You remember Bailey Buttons, Aurora Cannabis there, mine's Afria. Down 99.9%.
Oh, you know what? I could have said, whatever. I could have said the marijuana stock that I own too. That's.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, let's send things off to Adara.
Take a look here at the US dollar. First, I actually want to mention here an interesting headline coming out of Hebrew media, ISNA specifically citing Hebrew media. So I guess it's coming out of Israel here, reporting that, quote, contrary to Trump's claims, Washington does not have complete control over the Strait of Hormuz. So mild headline, but just keep you guys posted. More back and forth in the Middle East as we've had over the last handful of days and weeks. Let's take a look here at the US dollar. Nothing too exciting here on the daily chart, just kind of continuing to consolidate higher. Yesterday, we did have a strong green candle. Today, only up about 0.04% rather, so relatively flat, but continuing to bounce off the low that we made on Friday, that level of 97.6. Let's talk about economic data for the rest of the week. We don't have anything of note today. Tomorrow, you're going to get jobless claims at 8:30 a.m. 9:45 a.m. you get S&P Services, Composite, and Manufacturing PMI. And then on Friday morning, you're going to be getting University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment at 10. Now, I want to take a look here at our inflation, or not inflation, or rate cut estimates going forward. So as of yesterday, I believe, we could be getting a 25 basis point rate cut in September of 2027. That's been pushed back now to October of 2027. Again, as of right now, according to the CME FedWatch tool, very unlikely we're going to get a rate cut as of this year, and certainly not for the next couple months. We're going to have to wait and see if we get any developments that change that. One metric that I know the market does watch pretty closely is, of course, going to be the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment print at 10 on Friday, because it does have an inflation reading within it. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, make sure to stick with us, and make sure to head over to our friends, Neil and Joe.
Got 8 minutes to go. I have to throw this one up. And only because a lot of people are answering what their worst purchase was. Josh saying, I'll never forgive Sundial.
Yeah.
I like to consider myself, like people would get on me for saying, oh man, why are you always hating on Mullen? It just tells me that you haven't been watching the show long enough. The amount of hatred and the amount of like disrespect I would throw at Mullen stock, trust me when I tell you, was 10x for Sundial. Like, basically, if you watch the show, every single chance I get, I would short that stock. To the point that the worst momentum trading loss I ever had on this show was on a Sundial short. Like it had flushed in the morning and I had crushed it, shorting Sundial in the morning. And then it comes back, I think it was like a dollar break, and it comes back up to the dollar. And at that point, I was feeling myself.
Ooh.
So you know when you're like, well, it's really good when it flushes in the morning, but when it's a V-shaped recovery on a penny stock, maybe you don't want to short that because it's a V-shaped recovery. I was like, whatever. It goes in, flashes the buck, comes back through. I'm like, bang, 99.5, bang, 99 even. And then like right when it's trapping you, that was like the trap, and then it just heavy wick. Someone marketed it up through the dollar again.
That's crazy.
And I was just like, oh.
Yeah, Taylor.
Oh, word?
Taylor, yeah, you said like we looked at it.
But I hated that
one,
stuff.
Taylor.
Short Sundial.
Taylor.
Now it's dead. Gone.
Another super chat.
Corey Ewing asked earlier about Palantir maybe going back to 180 to 200 with the news. Is this possible or a fake out breakdown? I don't think this. Like today's story for Palantir was a $300 million deal, or sorry, a $300 million contract that they got with the Department of Agriculture. That's not any reason why Palantir is going back up there, right? It's not going to be that. What you can say though is this is the first inning of the Palantir dip. It's held the support. It hasn't really even taken out the trend, right? Like this is it's taking out the trend line. Now, it's taking out the trend line from the all-time high today. This is a trend line break confirming today over 150, like call it like 150.80, which is basically the price it's at right now. So yeah, when I'm saying it's a first inning, yeah, it's off the lows, but it has not even broken the downtrend, and that could get confirmed today. So technically speaking, this one has a ways to go. And this story, that's good. It's not bad that they get a $300 million contract, but it's Palantir. Like, what's that really doing to their revenues in a general sense? Yeah. Before I get to what's for lunch, it's already 11 or 10:55.
Yep.
I'm just gonna have a quick look back at IBIT. It's just not flowing all the way to the high. It's not getting to the top, and USO just broke the HOD.
Yeah, I know.
Like we just broke high of day on USO. And I have IBIT not getting to the top. I'm going to take another, I might get it all out. I wouldn't normally be doing this. I'd be trying to hold. That's not really my style, but USO's breaking higher. And every time I see that, I'm like, why am I still in a long? Why am I still in a long? This is showing me that we should be in a turn. I should be looking for a short entry. But yeah, I've taken most out. I guess I'll hold what I have. And we can now look to see what is for lunch. I have to pull back up here. What kind of flag do we got? What's with the formatting this time?
Flags are off, man.
What the heck is wrong with the formatting?
How do I get access to this thing?
I'm going to go back to find the original email because I downloaded the file. That's the problem. Here, you talk for a couple of seconds while I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah. We'll figure out what we got going on for lunch. I'm in Cali. So what's for breakfast? That's fair.
Oh, I got it.
Okay, we got it.
This will work.
All right.
It's an Italian flag today.
All right.
And here's what they're calling it. Nona's house-made meatballs. Okay, so first of all, I don't know why they don't just say homemade. Who says house-made?
This is Nona.
Nona's, what homemade it should say. Nona's house-made meatballs.
Casa made.
And then toasted garlic baguette or fresh lettuce wraps. And a classic garden chopped salad.
Okay.
That's new. We've had the meatballs before. They're okay. I don't think they're obvious. I don't really think they're going to be as good as homemade meatballs. Let's be real.
Muted.
Muted. We'll let you turn it on. It's okay. I do it at least once a week.
I mean, anything garlic is amazing. I don't know if it's me. This proves I'm not a vampire, but I think I think garlic is amazing. I'm excited for lunch.
That's good.
Which is important because to be honest, see, I wasn't sure. I was like, maybe I thought you could have been a vampire, and now that you mentioned that, my confidence level is.
Sharif did the fail.
I just saw a fail. Who did that?
That was Sharif.
Sharif.
He doesn't like garlic. Okay.
Yeah, I'm glad that we clarified the vampire part.
Yeah, it's important.
Bro, you gotta get over here, bro.
What time is it? Yeah.
It's 10:57, Sharif.
Give me 30 seconds, my boy. Don't worry. Wow. I'll get over there, man. Hey,
wow,
don't
Sharif.
about that, my guy. You know what we gotta do, man. We do the introduction and then
You gotta get that work.
You need to try, Nona's Beyond Meatballs. I don't know if she would make those. She'd be like, "What is this?"
That would be blasphemy.
There's zero chance.
I don't think
Nona would never make those ever.
No chance. No chance.
Or like his Sharif, the housemaid got movie. Sydney Sweeney is Roll Tide. You know Roll Tide? Do you know who Roll? Do you know who Roll Tide will?
Roll Tide, obviously.
Like Roll Tide? No, but do you know Roll Tide Willie?
No, I know what Roll Tide is.
Yeah, like Roll Tide.
And I'm a Big Ten guy, so.
Okay.
No. I'm a Big Ten fan. Let's just.
All right, Roll Tide Willie, baby. All right, there it is.
Plus, I have a friend that went to Auburn too, so like I used to play baseball with him.
Okay.
And so like there's a lot of embedded hate for like an Auburn guy, and he would always constantly say. And then there's a guy I went to high school with who was like kind of a mentor to me. He also went to Auburn. I have nothing against Alabama. It's just I have no dog in the fight and a couple of friends that are Auburn guys.
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that.
That's fair. Like, so Neil, the one day that we are okay, see you later, the 4 Yacht Club. Why you doing that, man? Why you gotta be so rude? Oh, yeah, that was a different one. See you later. I hope you have a good day. We'll give you, how many seconds did I give you? 1,000. So you can sit by, but just don't spam the chat, please, and thank you. He's gone. Aside from that, Neil, Bitcoin right back towards the high of the day. CEO was just talking about how USO just put in a new high of the day moments ago, now starting to come off to 128.73. So that's coming in. The volume-weighted average price hold on Bitcoin was almost prime time. I was looking for some more indecision prints, but what you have is almost a double bottom right here, and then off to the races you go. We're all out of that Tesla. I don't know if Tesla's going to be a dip by VWAP.
You know what, Joe?
Right now it seems to be the case, so there goes Broadcom.
No, someone's incorrect here.
Yeah.
Someone said, I just saw in the chat, someone said that Broadcom was the first of those names to make it to the all-time high. I don't see that as true. I have it at 418. Let me just confirm on e-signal here. AVGO, let's go to a daily on Broadcom. Where is the high? It's not, I'm confirming. It's right there. It's close. It's close. And by the way, someone was like, Roll Tide is BAM and not Auburn. Maybe that wasn't clear. I just said I don't like the Roll Tide saying, and it's nothing against Alabama.
You don't care about.
I have a couple of friends who are Auburn fans who therefore strongly dislike Alabama. So like anytime if someone says Roll Tide, they just lose their ish. So like I kind of have like a proxy not Bama fan. Like I don't really, like I follow the Big Ten and I'm a fan of Michigan State. So it's not like you probably don't like any SEC teams if you're a Big Ten fan. That's just normal. But I can't say I really hate on Bama that much. But if I have to choose someone in the SEC, I'm going with Auburn just because a couple of friends. That's just about it. It is 11 o'clock. We're letting Joe mosey on over. I'm not sure how I feel about this Nona's meatballs. We'll see how they go, but my guess is they're going to be a little bit mid. I'm also not sure how I feel about what's going on here with USO. So I'm going to leave you with, I might not automatically reload a third time on VWAP at IBIT. And the reason for that would be, one last time, can we come to my chart, then we'll send the guys over. The reason I'm not loving this whole reload on IBIT, if we get back down to VWAP, and I took most of it out at the top, is just what I'm seeing happen on USO. Like we're threatening this break. And if we break out that high, I don't want to be buying dips into VWAP if we break out that high. I think we're getting a bit of a turn. I'm going to trail this. Like if it breaks halfway under VWAP, I'm just going to get out, take the win, take what you can get and not be upset. Let's throw it on over to the midday. You still got Joey options. You've got Sharif. I'll be back for the lesson. Hopefully the meatballs are delicious and you'll see us as well at 2 o'clock. But for now, Enjoy the midday rush.
Yes, yes, yes. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Options. I'm Sharif. Today, we're going to be shouting out some TikTok viewers, Joey. We're going to shout out Nicole, Andrews, shout out Junaka, Jake, Frost, Top House America. We got Fried Egg also in the chat. Jonas Flores, Prem Galal. We got Coleman, Daddy. I'm not going to call you Daddy. Patrick, Melaku. We got Kevin G. Mr. Lonely. He's so lonely. Anyways, D. Quick. We got Randy's World, Scarlett, Masa. A bunch of people on TikTok. If you're not joining us on any of these platforms and you're missing out, we got Options in Deep. Howdy, right back at you, baby. Kirk D. We got Fred Rolling, Donkey Trader, Durant Gordon, Medical, Marinera. We got Taylor. We got Rex, SPX Surfer. He's surfing the the SPX, not the SPY, Joey. The SPX. Ahmed. We got Iked. Jay Coingy, Oshari, Angelo, Daily, Day, Trey, shout out to my man, Marketeer, who else? Trust Fund Baby, Crazy Dirt Weed. Sup right back at you, baby. Phil Ossifer, Johnny Fishbone, we got Mario Delzo, shout out to the product detective. You know, Joey, he goes around to different retail stores and he inspects some of these products. That's what they call a product detective. Okay. Mig Raj, we got, who else? Oslam, shout out to Oslam. Boosted Red Spot, boom, right back at you, buddy. Good morning to everybody. All right, we're going to let Joey set up.
Yeah, we set up, man.
You're set up, all right, yeah, good. You want to go over something?
Yeah, let's get into our spiel here today, guys. I mean, we've only traded one name here today. We're going to kick things off with TSLA. Let's fix our screen a little bit. And right out of the gate, I mean, shortly after the open, we had that strong drive. This is where we punched the most shares. Here, I didn't take that many. I should have just hammered this same amount. But anyway, shoulda, coulda, woulda. That's neither here nor there. We have a nice hold. Wait for that one-to-one, essentially, risk to reward. And now we're starting to come back and holding the volume-weighted average price. My primary culprit today here was going to be IBIT, but this thing's been strong throughout the whole intraday session thus far. And we just haven't had that opportunity to get involved where we want to. The market is starting to see a little bit of a downtick. I don't know if there's going to be anything due to volatility, but IBIT coming in, USO moving higher, Tesla coming in, the NASDAQ selling off pretty aggressively, somewhat aggressively anyways, off of those highs and heading towards the volume-weighted average price. SPY will have to redo this this chart here, but nonetheless, IBIT, USO higher, Apple still hovering around that neck of the woods, 272. Some nice indecision prints at these extreme levels, now starting to come in, but this buy program that we went through earlier in the day, just too strong. The buyers are just like, hey, yeah, we're not ready to let this break down just yet. We're going to send things off to Adara, and we'll go over a couple of more things.
Take your time. Tiffany.
Oh, okay, yeah, no way. We can ramble on a little bit. Yeah, sorry, I didn't log in there.
You can just come in on here, Adara.
Yeah, Adara, if you want to.
I just have news on Wells Fargo, which is continuing to drop. So just be aware here. I'm seeing reports that the company did lend money to MFS, which I guess is Market Financial Services, which is a UK bank, I believe, that recently went insolvent. But they were lending to this bank even as Barclays exited the deal and froze its account. So basically, I guess this story is trying to imply that Wells Fargo, WFC, was lending money to MFS even as it became a situation that was financially untenable. That's the deal with WFC. Also seeing an NVDA headline not moving the market, but commentary coming from U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick saying the U.S. has not yet sold NVIDIA's H200 chips to China. So a couple different headlines here. Also seeing comments from CFO of Boeing, who I believe is still Jay Malave, about the company's budget growth going forward. Their earnings call started at 10:30.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. So we're talking about USO continuing to climb. I'm going to put in a new high of the day momentarily. The overall market, mostly the tech names are starting to come back in. We expected this headline sensitivity. It's going to drive USO to the top side. It can go either way. Yeah, exactly. Tesla. But one thing I want us to point out before we send it off to Sharif so we can go through his list here this morning. Now, we're going to have Tesla after the bell, the much anticipated, the headline essentially of the earnings report tonight, 21,300. That has grown a little bit from, no, it's roughly around the same from earlier last night or after the close last night, 21,000, 18,200 contracts. This far, so far this intraday session traded, we had that completely around the close, only around 20,000. So I wouldn't be surprised if that substantially grows leading into the earnings report. Also, the at-the-money IV has drastically increased. We've seen that around 70s, now up to 88. Options market pricing in the expected move and within the options contracts for tonight's report after the bell.
Cool, bro. Cool.
Cool, bro.
All right, just setting up a couple of trades. Allow me a moment here, and then we'll get right into the analysis du jour. So let's go ahead and do just that. Okay. All right, let's get right down to work. I don't like a GPU for those asking in the chat. I feel, at least for the moment, the best part of the trade is behind it. Hence, it has not made its way onto the side chart over here. So starting at the top, ELPW up about 75%, give or take. This one also is suffering from a bit of a downtrend. And got to tell you, the volume weighted average price has featured here, but there seems to be a little bit of lack of respect for this one as a key technical area of support and resistance, showing 260 right now, price action at 272. It feels still, though, that, we're putting in lower highs. Moreover, I'm not a fan of these topping tail candles through the $0.75. That tells me the shorts are earmarking that 280 to 275 area as a level of resistance off which they're selling. That displeases me as a person who is looking to go long. So, I might stay clear away from ELPW for the moment. Toro, T-O-R-O, up about 25%, give or take. The volume is dropping off a cliff, not like it was really good to begin with. In any event, trading above VWAP, trading above the 10 EMA, south of 5, though. This one will have to pick up in volume for me to get involved here, as it's not looking great at the moment. Neither is Beam in terms of volume, dropping off a cliff as well. Just to give you by an example, at 10:45 we were doing 120,000, and then the 11 a.m. candle we dropped down at 10,200. So trend is still intact, but volume a little sus. Okay, so we're gonna have to keep an eye out on that. But the chart pattern is pretty good. Game. What the hell is Game doing? So Game looked like, it was going to be a rounded bottom. Here we go. We're coming back for 58.90. I'm talking pennies, not dollars. Maybe on the way to $0.0025. Nah, right back down. That probably lured everybody in because this candle has a higher high relative to the prior candle. So it comes in to about 50s, almost 57, 56.8. And then in one swift move, in the same 5-minute candle, we're down into 53. That is a big drop, relatively speaking. I don't know if I'm going to get involved in this one, given what it just did, but we're going to keep a close eye on it. But there goes NMAX. We're in at 40. Here comes 1R. 1R for me is 60. We're going to wet the beak here at 20. I didn't even cover NMAX. And here it is, baby. Let's go. Just cross, bro. We're just going to take it here, and we're going to cancel that one. Boom, into NMAX. That's 1R. Pretty quick. Now looking for 2. We just did nicely on this one. NMAX, I didn't even cover it yet. I didn't even get to it, but I was involved in the trade. Now we're looking for 2R. Where's 2R, you asked? Nobody probably asked. 984. That's where we're looking. So probably, given my affinity for the number 82, I'm going to take it out at 82 instead of 84. So that's predicated, of course, upon it making it all the way up there. So keeping an eye here on NMAX in at 40. My move here was simple. Okay, let's put it on the black chart. A bit clearer. So let's flip to the 1 for a second because I was executing on here off the 1. Very clear area of support at around 930. And there it goes again into another high of day, 967. NMAX is on its horse, and is looking for $10 here. Let's just cut the crap. We're up all the way up to 9 2/3. I got a bias. We work into 10. There's 70. Good move here on the max. Let's take a bit of a beak wetter there. And we don't even get it. Unreal, man. These stupid orders drive me crazy. All right, let's throw that in there. That way it'll trigger without me. 970 area high. So what I was doing is, I was like, all right, this is clearly finding some support here at this 930 area. Give it a bit of a buffer to the breakout area. So the support area was different than the breakout area, about a 10 penny buffer. Support found at about 930, resistance, the breakout area between 915 and 920. So that's why I was like, all right, I'm going to give it to 920. Whatever happens, we're risking 20 pennies. We already made 40. So good look here on NMAX. Let's flip back to the 5 on that one. And REPL. This one is also one that I could be on watch for a short, okay? It had a rocket ship up right at 945, 950. Pops up all the way to 231. It closed south of 2 yesterday, 186. But look at this. Uninterrupted lower highs. Alas, it's still holding above the volume-weighted average price at around 215, 216. If this loses VWAP and Neil is around, I'm going to look to get some shorts. Continuing on here, CRCG. Again, it had a really crappy day yesterday. It was basically sell all day from the pre-market all the way until the closing print, and it never caught a bid. Looks like a bit of a relief rally today. We're still south of yesterday's highs at around 3.25, 3 1/3, but we are above 3. And 3 here on CRCG is overlapping with the volume-weighted average price. That could give it double the support. Keep your eye out on that. And then FCell. I don't know what the hell is going on with FCell, whether this is a sympathy play for Bloom Energy, but this had a good few days. Let me just zoom out here to the 15. I was telling Joey, I'm like, I might even swing this, this kind of thing over here. Into 725 from a few days ago. Now we've got a high of 1132. This is a fantastic look here for the sell. Whatever the reason is, it's making moves. I may participate in it. So that's going to be my look there. And there goes NMAX again into $0.75, Joey. We're waiting for 82s. We just took up some there at 73s. 82 for me would be 2R. We're still holding some shares. What do you got?
I'm just looking at the market here, man. It truly doesn't really know what it wants to do at this point. USO climbing higher, bounces right back into the volume-weighted average price. We had the reload opportunity there at on TSLA, right at the volume-weighted average price as well. Climbs a little bit higher, but yet to breach that previous high of the day. So you're getting another pullback. Bitcoin, we're not getting what we want just yet. We're going to be patient. And I mean, if it sets up how we want to, and we get a curl over here, around this support level, it's off to the races we go. We're going to put some shares on this one, the most on the day, aside from what we had on that first attempt on TSLL. So I'm looking forward to what we can have potentially here in Bitcoin. Apple still heading back towards the high of the day. This thing's in a complete buy program on today's session. So pretty good look across the board. Tech strong. USO up and down. Headline sensitivity in full effect. And this is what we expected, especially what we've seen from yesterday. So, I mean, it is what it is. Yep, FlyQ, small cap names, FlyQ off to the races. Shreve punching keys now, AGPU, ELPW continuing to climb. What do you got? There you go.
2R, Joey.
All right.
There we go. We got 2R. Anurag, why you gotta be like that, Anurag? You're like, NMAX can't do it. So I responded back to him. I'm like, cap. He's like, you are right. Yes, there goes NMAX in the 985. Look, we're just a throw stone away from $10 now, right? You move into the 9 2/3, you move into 9 3/4, and then, in my humble submission, you have to have a bias that we may at least glance at 10. Now, 10 means different things here. It could mean 994, 997. You know what I mean. I'm talking about the 10 area. It could also mean 1015. Right? It could blow through 10 as well. So we're looking here for a little bit more, Joey, looking for that 10-ish area. We're still holding a couple of pieces, but we've taken out the majority of the position. Full disclosure, half at 1R and about a little bit more at 2R with some beak wetters along the way. So let's clear that 9 4/5, and then we could have a discussion there. John, I was asking you, what's your move on CoreWeave, John? Because you keep telling me CRWV, which is great. Thank you for calling it out. But how are you attacking this bad boy over here? Let's look at CRWV. Man, every time I look at FCell, Joey, it looks better. Yeah. Look at this, man. There's a bull flag extraordinary.
By the way.
Intraday, we can talk a little bit about that. Let's look at the weave. Oh, my days. Who's weaving this one, my guy? All right, into 122. Good breakthrough, 121 there, John. I do see that. What's CoreWeave up on the day? take a quick look over here. Oh, we're 5 3/4. Dang. Okay, let's have a look at the daily. Joey, where are we down the daily? Okay. We're breaking some downtrends here. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 touches. 6 touches on the top of the trend line. That's a decided break, and you're above prior area high. Take a gander at that 115 area resistance, right? You're above that now, and look, you're probably going to encounter some resistance, I would say, from 145 to 150, should this make it up there, just based on that rounded top that we feel that. So, good call there. Thank you for that, John. Continuing to watch NMAX, going to post something here in the mid-90s. Let's go 93, the last time the Blue Jays won the World Series. So we'll see if we can kind of trigger that one and what the situation will be. And if we get 93s, we're going to hold a piece for the dream above the dollar. John says, sorry, it looks like a 120 cup and handle breakout after 120. Let's take a quick look at that, see what John's talking about. So I'm assuming intraday is what he's talking about there. Yes. I agree. So if we're going to get a cup and handle, then we have to consolidate a little bit on the side here, south of 122, give or take, right? Maybe a range between 122 to 121, and then possible continuation. But the continuation, let's see exactly where to expect said continuation. Hold up at 4 hour, please. Okay, so if we do break above that, interesting. Yeah, kind of hard to gauge here, John. Maybe into 130, above that 125. I would always look at 125 as possible area of resistance, but the chart is not really showing 125 featuring all that much here. Quite honestly, it's more of a 130. So yeah, I'm not saying intraday, but possibly a move back up. NMAX coming back down a little bit here, Joey. If it breaches prior bar low, I'm just going to lock my profits and get out. Prior bar low is 949. I'm in at 940, so we're moving up the stop, Joe.
All right, yeah, so let's take a look at some of the top performing sectors here today. The tech sector leading the way, up 1.4%. Energy sitting in that second place. You're up 0.9, and then utilities about 0.6%. The bottom three being the real estate sector. So XLRE, if you're looking for that, down about 3.5%. 0.35%, sorry. Industrials down about 1/5, and then the financials relatively weak here today. Man, what is going on with the financials? We need a rotation into some strength. Now, as for earnings report, we typically go over these. Adair's releasing her infographics on them. Now let's head over. Why is this change here? U.S. market, we don't really care about that. We want earnings. We want earnings right now. Let's pull up. So essentially what we have after the bell, guys, obviously being Tesla, Lam Research, IBM, International Business Machine, Texas Instruments as well. We had AT&T this morning, Boeing this morning, ServiceNow also, CME Group was this morning. So, I mean, not too bad of a look. Thursday, we have Intel. We know that. American Express, Thermo Fisher, Sharif, in the morning. I know you have that as one of your picks this year.
Man,
Union Pacific, Gilead as well. So, I mean, Blackstone Inc., a couple of names. Nothing typically on Friday in the mornings or after the bell. So Procter & Gamble may be a good play there potentially. As for next week, I think is when we really start to get the ball rolling on Monday. We don't have anything. Tuesday is anything start to step in. Visa, so some of these fintech names starting to, and payments and methods starting to kick in. Alphabet and Google, April 29th on Wednesday after the bell. All right, so Google and then Microsoft, Amazon, Meta. Holy smokes, that is a star-studded lineup coming in next Wednesday after the bell. You can see their respective market caps on the right-hand column there. So a lot going on after the bell. That is most definitely going to add some fluctuations within the NASDAQ and in the SPY just due to how heavily weighted they are. So a good look there. I wish these were spread out a little bit more, to be honest with you. I'm cool with 2, but 4 of them, that's absolutely insanity. And then Apple on Thursday after the bell, Eli Lilly, MasterCard, Caterpillar, been on an absolute substantial run. There we go. And Western Digital, SanDisk, those guys are reporting after the bell next Thursday, April 30th. So a star-studded lineup next week. Looking forward to every single one of them. Bitcoin, the one day you want it to pull back, it decides that it doesn't want to and continues to climb. Come on. Let's go to Adara.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Caterpillar next.
We're getting commentary, again, being reported here by Iranian state media from an Iranian diplomat. More commentary on the Middle East saying that, quote, talks in Islamabad are essentially armed negotiations. Now, we already know Iran has reportedly said they're not going to be doing any potential talks on Friday. We knew President Trump reportedly wanted talks on Friday. So, Date, and time of any future potential negotiations still super up in the air now. Back to you.
Stallion once say?
I don't know, man.
Yada, 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 yada.
I wouldn't know anything that woman says. Were you talking about Caterpillar there for a second? Oh, don't make me flex, my boy.
No, I wasn't trying to.
Don't even. I got videos.
I'm sure
More
you did.
videos from today, too. My God.
All right.
About that. What a beautiful looking chart. Joseph, you can feel free to talk about Caterpillar any day of the week.
All right.
Right? Let's take a quick look here, Joey. If we can here, Assassino and Tiffany, thank you very much. This is the tariff tantrum low. 265. Let's just go. Let's drag up that.
Yeah,
we're over 100% already, Joey.
Wow, okay.
Hold on.
We're not stopping yet.
Oh my days, we're at 200.
Uh-oh.
Hold on, let's see if we can go a little bit
Still
more
not
here, man.
done.
We're gonna go a little bit more. No, not 210%. Oh my
man.
days. Yeah, this is the best apparently year for Caterpillar since 1980. So they've had a year, right? Like,
They've had a big time year, man. I mean,
Yeah,
like
good.
who's gonna be at the fore? We're talking about picks and shovels, right? Like, you want to get into the nitty gritty of the build out. Where, like, who's gonna build? Who's gonna dig all this stuff? Who's gonna build it? And
don't forget the generators. Remember the
the
generators?
generators
story?
taking everyone off grid and building your own essentially, right? So you're not passing it on to the locals of the wherever the
Bring your own power, baby. Bring your own power. Otherwise, your data center. Okay, listen to this. Data point. 2025, about 30 to 40% of the data centers that were under application to be built got denied. Now we're over.
What year did you
25.
say? Yeah.
So last year. Just last year.
Yeah.
Now, like so far, we don't have obviously full year numbers, but apparently Q1 it was about 60%.
They're saying no.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes. The sentiment towards AI, especially from a data center perspective, is really, really.
Wow.
Yeah. The narrative in the West is markedly different than the narrative in the East. I mean, like China and
they're
that
like,
area.
hey, we don't really care.
They love it.
Did they ever really care about that stuff though? They're like,
Well, they got tons of power.
Right,
That's not their problem, right?
Exactly.
That's not a problem. But I mean, like, just the
From a
sentiment.
grid standpoint,
The sentiment is not good for AI in the West, man. All right, GPUS is Niraj. Let's have a look at that. I'm really looking at FCell today, guys. FCell looks really good. And it's, I don't expect to have a bigger move than maybe 25, 30% on the sell. It's up 18.5 right now. But, you can size into this. That's the thing, right? A lot of shares on FCell trading hands. GPUS, this is the daily on GPUS, so that's real. And that's non-split, by the way. Let's flip to the 5, take a quick look. Oh, excellent call, Niraj. Beautiful breakout here. Look at this, into 17 whole pennies. Coming, obviously, this is bid non-compliant, as my friend, very good friend, Luis Barbado, who will be on later today. So make sure you're around with us at 1.
Yeah.
And then we'll start the news after that with Sia, who's in the house every day because she's now done school. GPUS into 17 pennies. I believe that is the high of the day. Look, possible support at around 16.5, possibly even into that. 16.5 looks really good. That's yesterday's high. It's also a little bit higher than the 10 EMA on the 5. You've convinced me. I'm putting on GPUS here. Who are we going to take off? Toro. Toro's doing bupkis. So we're going to do that. We're going to put Gupus over here and see what we can possibly maybe get on this name if we get into a trade on it. So GPUS in focus. Guys, game as well. I was talking smack about this one because, well, I was about to get into it. It then did this candle, but now it's back. So the game is back into about 57.5 pennies with a 58.90 high. This could be a nice flat top break if we reject off there a couple times. It's up 26.75%. But there goes the max. NMAX right back into area highs, 988. I'm done this trade, but this one will likely get it back into 10. This candle here was probably a profit-taking candle. It did breach prior bar low, so I had to let it loose. But there it goes into another area high, 990. It feels like we're sort of accumulating, coiling up, one could say, for a decided break of that $10 area. So NMAX needs to be in focus here because this is a gnarly trend, especially getting close to a key area like $10. So game, NMAX, GPUS, FCell, They're looking good, man. They're looking good. It's just a matter of executing on these and seeing exactly how we're going to get in, Joey.
Good stuff. Yeah, so I was thinking about a potential long here on Tesla, but then it broke through that support. So I'm glad that we didn't hop in, immediately tanked. So now what we're going to do is keep our eye out for any form of indecision prints around these lows for potential continuation to the long side. The NASDAQ is at the high of the day. Like USO is as well. Like, we were seeing the inverse correlation between the two yesterday. Doesn't necessarily seem to be the case. I think it is being led by Apple. Apple's been an absolute monster here today. Only a couple of pennies off the HOD. So there's a lot going on here.
What's your thesis on that? Sells off aggressively yesterday, bought up a little bit today.
USO?
No, Apple. I'm assuming, obviously, because of John Ternos, obviously.
Yeah, a lot of it had to do, that was waterfall type stuff. I mean, he kind of gave, I heard Adara say that mentioned, he's like, yeah, we're getting prepared to change the world and stuff like that. I think that was just like a giddy speech. Like, he's all he's happy. He's getting the euphoric feeling of, hey, yeah, you're in the office now.
Pumped up.
Yeah, he's pumped up. Good. You know what I mean? So that's good, right? I mean, that's good. Let's see what he can bring. He doesn't really have that iconic name, which, I mean, doesn't really matter at the end of the day. It's what this, pardon me?
He's pretty well known, especially in the inside.
It's not his fault. Like, you know.
No, and he's quite well known amongst like people in Apple. Like he was the successor, right? And but the thing that you and I were talking about yesterday, I don't think the market predicted.
I like a catchy name.
You like a catchy name?
Yeah,
why not?
Fair.
Easy to remember.
Exactly.
What I think the market really was taken off guard by was the fact that it was done now. Like I was saying,
they weren't expecting it.
A year or that, right? Like
they weren't expecting it, right? I mean, but I think a lot of it had to do with everything along the lines of a couple ball drops. I mean, we're not going to discredit what Tim Cook has done over the years, essentially, right? I think $350 billion to $4 trillion. I wonder what.
On that name, man.
I don't know. What else can you say, man? You were the most valuable company on the planet for X amount of time. Like, you can't discredit the individual whatsoever. I mean, at some point you got to hang them up. They're going to hang them up a little bit earlier for him. I talk about peacetime and wartime CEOs. I think he was a little bit of the first half. Like, he wasn't really aggressive with the AI build out and everything along those lines. So it is what it is. So he's not out the door. He's still going to be the executive chairman, right, on the board. So
100%.
I mean, I wonder what that pay package is.
And can I say
how many
something?
shares does this guy have?
We can find out. That's an easy search.
Yeah.
But what I do really like about the fact that he's staying as executive chairman on the board is that think about the political capital that Timmy C has. He's the one that meets with the leaders. He's been meeting with the leaders for a hot minute. He's the one that strikes these supply chain deals, whether it's with Taiwan leadership or American leadership, wherever they're getting their product. And so you got to say that there is definitely some benefit to having this guy on so that the relationships don't lapse, right? They're going to be like, yo, we've never met you, Johnny. You know, John Ternos, obviously. Obviously, yes, he's the CEO. You put some respect on his name because he's got that position. But they don't know him personally like they know Timmy C. So the fact that he stays on makes me a little bit,
not yet, anyways.
Yeah, not yet.
Yeah, exactly. Not yet, anyways. But the way he navigated everything, obviously, and not asking for any refund for any in regards to tariffs with Donald, so not getting on the bad side, bringing him that gold plaque as well too. So Donald liked that one. No, but in all seriousness, the way he navigated the tariffs and kind of switched the supply chain, his commitment and his investment into the U.S. as well. So I mean, he's done some things. We can't say that the guy's done anything. Essentially, I mean, you obviously done things wrong along the lines, but in the bigger picture, on the grand scheme of things, he's nothing but a winner, making Apple the most valuable and probably, one of the most popular companies on the planet.
I'd say the most well-known retail brand. I mean, can I tell you something? Like when I talk to my parents, they don't even know what NVIDIA is, man.
A lot of people
don't know what NVIDIA is. If you're not in this game, if you are not following tech, I mean, NVIDIA is not a household name that you're going to see.
No.
Well, you're going to see it at Best Buy because they sell GPUs, but it's nothing that mainstream.
It's more or less a tech head. Like my grandma's not going to, she knows what an iPhone is, but she's not going to be like, oh, nice.
She knows Apple,
yeah, that's what she knows. That's what I'm saying. She knows what all that stuff is. But same thing. My grandma's not going to be like, oh, yeah, this... I got this NVDA GPU and stuff like this. You're not going to know. There goes the market, like right up.
Joe, let me cover this, please.
Yeah.
NMAX is breaking out. It's ripping through 10 into 1033. This thing just moved from 10 to 10 and a third in a heartbeat, and there it goes into 43. This is a big move here on NMAX, man. Here comes the $0.50, and there's 48. So we're essentially at the $0.50 limit. Up is 99. Not that I think we're going to get to that. Is this like NMAX? No, that's NVAX. NMAX. Okay. NMAX is that Newsmax Corp. That we had IPO, I think, last year. That's that news channel that's trying to be like in between CNN and Fox News. Isn't it that Cuomo guy works at this news network or something? In any event, man, this is ripping up, Joey. 10:55. We're gonna have to keep a close eye on this. 10.5. I want to see where this one wants to drop to, because current bar low south of 10. Current bar low takes us to like high 90s, high 90s. So NMAX in focus. We're going to pause for a second.
Hold on, before we go to Adara, I bid at a new high of the day. So a spike up there, USO continuing to climb high of the day. So that I'm not getting this dip buy that I was looking for here on Apple. All right, Adara.
All right, sorry guys.
It's funny you mentioned, because we're going to talk crypto. But before we talk crypto, I'm getting more headlines out of the Middle East. We know that Iran has, I guess, said basically that they think any negotiations are pretty much armed conversations. They apparently have responded to Islamabad's request for an extension to the truce and said that their armed forces are fully alert and ready for decisive response. So it sounds like, unfortunately, we might be getting some more strikes happening in the region. We know Iran threatened strikes earlier today as well, as far as I was seeing. So let's talk now about crypto. Before we get to BTC, which of course having a really nice run. Interesting story here on the blockchain space. You have blockchain billionaire Justin Sun, founder of Tron, actually suing World Liberty Financial, which of course is run by two of the Trump sons. That would be Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr. or DJ TJ. Basically, Sun is alleging that World Liberty Financial illegally froze his holding of tokens issued by the company. Now, I believe Justin Sun as well was involved in that crypto dinner held at the White House with regards to Trump coin in May of 2025. So interesting turn of events here. Let's talk about BTC now, though, because Bitcoin is at an area we have not seen since this shelf that eventually, unfortunately, broke to the downside in early February 2026. Sunday, February 1st, Monday, February 2nd, and Tuesday, February 3rd. We all held that level of that $79,000 300 high. Right now at 79.1, so pulling back a little bit from that level. That level's going to be key. Let's see if BTC can decisively break above it instead of just kind of reaching that level and pulling back, because we are getting a little bit of a pullback in BTC. Ethereum, though, still unable to reach its own, I guess, recent high. We're still below that most recent high on Ethereum made on Friday, April 17th of 2,466. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. Back to the guys.
You know what I'm going to say, right?
Yeah, say it.
Go ahead.
I'll say it.
Yeah. Go ahead, Joey. Nah, come on.
There goes.
There goes NMAX. We're back in. Oh, my God. We just took 1107 out, baby. Got in at 1061. Again, NMAX is ripping up. It's obviously a short squeeze here. There's no sell. They're all getting creamed. You're killing me, Joey. What the hell is this, bro? Oh, yeah, okay.
Did you give our TikTok, or you gave our people over at TikTok a shout out this morning?
I did. You saw me. I did the TikTok shout out. I don't want to upset Bravely.
No, we don't want
to upset him, you could find yourself in some trouble. Shout out to our new mod. I don't know if you guys have had a chance to meet him. He's in the chat sometime. Shout out to Bravely. He's the new mod. So shout out to him, man.
People are saying, sorry, Sharif.
Go ahead,
brother. USO at the high of the day, but I'm not saying people, but Bazooka's or somebody said, not Bazooka, I don't want to miss it. Arcane Levels his party over on Car. I'm still not getting that feeling. Even though $850, I want to see more of an aggressive downside day. This thing's moved $150+ essentially.
This is the big, okay, I know you're going to like this. I know for a fact you're going to like this.
Yeah.
I know for a fact.
No, but brother, it did that yesterday.
It did?
And then it bought up.
All right, let's wait to the close. Let's wait to the close. But if it closes like that, are you buying puts?
Yeah, I am. I already told you, you want to know the honest truth?
I hear it.
All right. So I'm in this YOLO mentality. Truly, I just feel like I get these feelings in my stomach sometimes that I just like to go really big, and I think I'm gonna do that here on USO. And I have a couple big fights that I'm just I've been watching too much Togi and Steve will do it, so that I'm man, I have to I have to start doing this, man. And
what?
Yeah, man.
Jay Lee, he's talking about CAR, Avis, CAR, the ticker. I'm sure Jay Lee, you've had an opportunity to see what that thing's been doing. I think the last couple of weeks. And the chart I was just showing, Jay, was this one right here. If we can show this quickly. Thank you, Tiffany. So this is, let's just throw in the ticker so you can follow along. I know why I said to Joe, I know for a fact you like this, because he loves topping tail candles. His algo was basically to buy. I'm simplifying. It was a lot more complex than that. But it was to basically sell short into these topping tail candles and buy into the bottoming tail. And we haven't seen anything like this. Any sort of upper wick like this on CAR, let alone a red candle, man. The only red day it had was the 15th. Of April, and look how much it got bought off the bottom. It ended up closing out like 397, just south of 4, but look what the low was. It was like 334. So again, let's not get too excited, right? It's got to close in this way, and we still have several hours before that closing print comes in at 4. So yeah, definitely we'll be looking out for that, and your boy Joey Opsh will talk to you exactly about how he's going to set up on the
car.
You're doing that all the time with the strategies. I think
exactly. So yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about that. A lot of people only see the real saying that smooth. No, I'm obviously being sarcastic, man. I mean, when I say that, you gotta understand that my language is probably about 95% sarcastic. Like, I'm not that serious. Yeah, exactly. No, but anyways, at the end of the day, what I'm saying is that like there is an opportunity. I think the best way to protect yourself on that one is going the options route. With that being said, yeah, exactly. First bird, now car. What's next? Well, I don't know. We have to wait and see. I mean, what the next potential opportunity is going to be. No, aside from that, like we're heading down now, right? Like you move $150 in a day on car. We're talking about $1,000 spreads, contracts that are worth 13 grand, which is absolutely insane. Am I going to be spending that? Absolutely not. Am I going to be?
What are we talking about in terms of cost here? The premium must be through the roof,
brother.
Right? Yeah.
We go 23 days out. You're spending $21,000 on this call option.
Can I know what percentage of that 21,000 is a premium?
All of it. It's 306%. So it's okay, yeah. So you're paying essentially like this thing should be worth like $50 max. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, it's $720, 21 grand over there. And if you're gonna buy an at the money put, you're looking to spend a cool 23 grand.
That's light.
Yeah, it's a light 20. It's a light 23. So, anyways, aside from that, like, I mean, that's one blackjack hand for some individuals, and a solid bet on an Ilia Topuria knockout over Justin Gaethje. But, anyways, aside from that, like, these things are extremely, extremely expensive. And the more you get in the money, look how much they increase. Like some of the, today we had a high of $850. Yep. That's $32,000 you're going to be paying for that options contract. 32 grand for the right to 100 shares. It's insane. I mean, it's still not as much as buying 100 shares, but that's quite a bit for some options premium, and you have 306% implied volatility.
And shout out to Tony SRX1. You know what he said? 156% implied volatility on that thing.
On who said that?
On Tony.
On what?
Tony SRX1.
It's 306%.
Well, I'm just saying what he said, right? Like, I'm not even looking at the options.
KRS1.
KRS1. Oh my days.
My boy Rhino Day, Ilya with the KO. Yeah, we got a couple. When is that Sean Strickland Hamza fight? I'm gonna maybe put a little bit of cash on it.
I'm just looking forward to the fight with we talked about yesterday.
The Egyptian card.
Yeah. What is it called? Something Glory in Giza or something like that. Like, It's another Turkey El Sheikh fight, but I think Turkey, he's doing it live. A lot of people don't like the fact that he's money bags, right?
He's such a weird character.
He's super weird. I don't care. Put on the right fight.
Yeah, he does.
He likes to sit by his ringside there and put all the celebrities beside him. I get that.
He's not like that outgoing personality. Like, how did this guy fall into this place?
Because he's got tons of money.
I understand, but where did he get it? Where did he get, like, obviously his parents, like, the oil, obviously. Okay, yeah. So then he's like, all right, I'm going boxing. Yeah. I'm going the entertainment route. He's done a fantastic job.
Look, the reason I big him up is because boxing was so factionalized. If you're not with Top Rank, you're not with Golden Boy, you're not with this, the fight's not happening.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. And
now you're just throwing money at these guys to get the fights to happen.
All right, guys, let's get back into the game over here. Look, I'm waiting on a couple of setups. I missed FCell. Gave me the candle into about 11:05, and here it is again, back into 11 1/4. It's an unbroken, uptrend. Sure, it's breaching prior bar low, especially on the 5. So my suggestion to you is, if you're looking at getting into FSL, maybe a trailing stop into prior bar low, not the right idea. Specifically with this one, let's take a look at the 15 to see if it's doing the same thing. Well, less. Current bar did breach prior bar low. The prior bar low was 1107. Current bar low 1106. On a technical basis, it did. But prior to that, it didn't really. So perhaps charting on the 15 a little bit more strategically advantageous here for FSL. But in any event, man, I want to get involved in this one for a possible move into 12. 11 1/3 is the high. 1132 exactly is the high of the day. I've got nothing positive to say about ELPW. This is looking like a glowing short. Look at this. Failed attempt of a reclaim of VWAP, a topping till candle to boot, into 1050, then a plethora of lower highs. And here we are just barely holding on to 2.5. Neil, how much would ELPW shorts cost me? Thank you. Just to find out exactly if maybe we can take this south at 250, but ELPW definitely looking short side on that. And here comes NMAX. NMAX is coming back into 10. I have a bit of a bias that this zone here, the buy zone, is between 975 to 10 on NMAX. Ugly 2 candles there, 2 topping tail candles, and now we're failing basically prior bar low, but here's $10. Let's watch now. I'm gauging 975 to 10 as a hold up here area here on NMAX. Let's see if it actually does that. We've got it ready on a trading screen. I've got it ready on my risk calculator, so everything is good to go. But that's what I'll be looking at there. Game as well is not really losing the bid. I was worried about punching into this one because it looked like it was setting up like something like a double top, with 58 pennies being a very clear area of resistance, despite the fact that we've been into 58.90. Look at the closing prints on the initial move up, 935, 940 candle, take us to about 58, and here we are again with the 1125 candle rejecting 58 pennies. So let's see if this one holds up at around 56 where the 10 EMA is. If it doesn't, what it did last time was hold up at the 20, which is at around 54 3/4. If it does that, if it holds up at the 10, shows me a new candle, make a new high, I get in. Holds up at the 20, shows me a candle to make a new high, I get in. So I'm going to be looking at maneuvering into game here, really dependent upon whether it finds support at the 10 or the 20. Exponential moving averages on the 5-minute chart is what I mean by that. So that's my look there, Joey, as we continue to watch NMAX here dilly-dally, a little south of 10, a little north of 10. See if we can pick this one up back into the long side.
Good stuff, man. That's exactly what I want to hear. Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything. I seen someone that's like, hey, we have to be patient. Like, for me personally, we had this trade earlier in the day. Now I'm just waiting for a good opportunity. USO is climbing towards the high. Apple and Microsoft are putting in new highs of the day. And we had one printed on the NASDAQ, but now we're slowly starting to come back in a little bit here. I wouldn't be surprised if a headline drops momentarily as the NASDAQ is getting a little bit aggressive to the downside. All right. There we go. As soon as I get the green light, we're going to head things over. We'll send things over. But nonetheless, man, Apple's complete buy program on today's intraday session. Adara, what do you have for us?
Keep an eye here on GEO. This is Geo Group, and getting a little bit of a spike here. Again, this is usually lighter volume, and it definitely is trading within a range, but I'm seeing reports suggesting that the DOJ is preparing to solicit up to $3.5 billion in grants for immigration enforcement, surveillance equipment, and personnel. Now, GEO is a prison-related stock, incarceration-related stock, which is likely the reason for this move up. Also, speaking of GEs, GE, General Electric, incredibly weak today on earnings day too. Saw a couple people in the chat mentioning it, so I want to bring this up as well. Back to you.
Without any form of questioning on Tom Train. And the more that I look at it, like, the less attractive it gets. Like, I'm not going to be spending that much. If you want to talk about setting up a spread here in CAR, we did an example yesterday, so you can always go back and check out around 8:20. I do the option segment in the morning. You can go back and take a look at that. But we'll do it right here as well, just because. Man, why not, right?
They get 2?
They get 2, man.
They get 2, man.
Spoiled.
Big day,
spoiled. The life of Riley, as my grandma would say. So now, anyways, May 8th, all right? So this is what we're gonna look at. Now, what I was looking to do, because these things are so dang expensive, like 20 grand for something that's expiring in 16 days. I've personally, this might be some of the most expensive options contracts that I've personally seen. 334%, so you're getting the uptick there. But what I was thinking of doing, but then when I went through my risk profile, the stars didn't really align. But if you're looking to set up a spread, what you do is on your put side, you want to buy your strike price wants to be higher than what you're buying on the via short, right? If you're looking to set up the spread, and the inverse, your strike price is going to be lower if you're doing a bull call spread, and then your short call is going to be higher. So nonetheless, what we can do here is we'll turn on our strategy builder. We'll see if we'll go over to our strategy. We'll set up a vertical spread, and then sure enough, what we will do is just do the most basic one. Okay. So why is it doing that? All right, so now it's inverse. It was on the put side. So what you would do if you really want to reduce your cost, it's still going to be expensive. We'll do the at the money as an example, and we'll head over to our risk profile. So there's your spread. What you have here is a 695 put, and then you're going to be buying the 675 to protect your downside. Okay, so this thing does not look attractive whatsoever. Okay, regardless. So how does that even work? You can't even gain anything off of that. So what you have is something that is just not going to be profitable. I've never seen that in my life. A risk to reward of a -1%, and then your max return is going to be negative no matter what you can do, and your max loss is going to be $2,800. It's not working out right now. There's something funky going on with the options premiums, and I would avoid it right now. Even though I was talking about doing it, from what I'm seeing right now, it just doesn't make any logical sense.
All right, I'm trying. Yeah, okay, we're out. Yeah, this one failed. So we give back a little bit there on NMAX. I tried to get back in at that 10 area for a 993 hold. The reason I put 993, that's prior bar low. It failed it. I'm out. Looking for something else now. NMAX looks like it might lose that $10 level. If it does, I may look. Whoa, look at it. This is really losing it now. I may look at 950 to 9.25. Really depending. 950, 20 EMA, so possibly a deeper retracement. Then 9.25 is it's not even really the top end of the range. So it's like 920. The top end of the range of the range that we had between 1025 and 1055. So that's my look there. But unreal, there goes FCell into another day high. It is really going now. We are above that implied balance high at 940 into 1138. We're almost up 20% in the Ville of Green, 1981. It's on the way to the $0.50 here on the sell. It feels like it. Like, look at this. This is pretty trendy here. All the way up, just a bunch of higher highs, not sequentially, because it does have a tendency to kind of zig and zag. But that, again, my suggestion to you is if you're looking at something a little bit cleaner than these zig and zag candles, just chart FCell on the 15. It certainly looks a little bit cleaner. And we have this multi-time frame look that I've been kind of using here. So let's take a quick look here on FCell on the 1 minute. Look how sporadic it is on the 1 minute. I would even trade this. So that's why I like to keep an eye on the wider time frame. And look at this. This is bottom right is the hourly. This thing has been stair-stepping up. It's not giving up the prior day price action, which means to me that I need to be looking at this as a swing. Because these names, when they run in sympathy, like if you were to make the argument, okay, FCell is running in sympathy with Bloom, Bloom's the real winner, yada, 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 then usually FCell would give it up the next day. I'm just checking to see if there's any news today on FCell specifically. Unusual active option classes. No, that's not it. Fuel cell energy. What is this crap? Rallies. This is from the 21st. So that was yesterday. Can you load, please? There we go. Again, proved all-around trading session. Has nothing, no catalyst there. Closed 20.9% below its 52-week high of 11.99. Well, it's pretty close to 11.99 now, bro. It got back to that level on the 15th. Trading volume 18.7 million today, 9.27. I don't know, guys. FCell feels like it might be a swing here. And I'm going to really have a look at that. What's going on here? Wolf of Wall Street, doing big things, dropping 10 Trader TV Live memberships in the chat. Maurice Hicks, if you're listening, you got one. How about Basu Games and Mabel, 5184? Y'all both got one. Chimps AI, VA 1332, and Trader Official. LK 370 and Fine Frost, as well as James Dean, not that James Dean, and Edgar Garcia. All of you guys got the free, you guys got a free gifted membership there. Thank you so much. And Wolf of Wall Street dropping another 20.
Snap.
Super chat. I love it. Crude just got a reason to spike. WTI was already up on Middle East tension. An act of war declaration from Iran historically sends oil up 3 to 5% intraday. Watch defense names and energy simultaneously. We will take that and we will heed that warning. Thank you very much, Wolf of Wall Street. New segment coming up, by the way, where we're going to basically look at the morning notes levels, the technical levels that we're giving them on the morning note, and to see how they jive with the actual day price action.
I like that.
So we're going to be looking at that. Another super chat there. We're going to cover that super chat in a second when we get back from Adara.
MOS is halted, guys. MSOS, keep an eye on some of these cannabis plays. Of course, MSOS, ACB, CGC. Off the top of my head, a couple names you could look at. Axios reporting that President Trump's administration is expected to move to reclassify marijuana as soon as today. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens here. But again, Axios reporting the Trump administration could be reclassifying marijuana today. A couple days after 420, but very nice look here for MSOS.
The fact that it wasn't done on 420 displeases me greatly.
Does it surprise you, though?
No.
Right?
This?
Yeah.
No, we knew
delay,
it.
Right?
He kind of...
It's a little bit of a stoner joke, I guess.
I
Right?
get it.
All right.
I get it.
Yeah.
There are no substance.
Did you watch that video that I sent you?
Which one?
On the thing.
On what
it's like
thing?
now
I know.
Google. on the chat.
Let me have a look. Like, which one? You just show me which one it is.
Go to our work.
Yeah.
I sent it.
Hold on, give me a sec. We got a super here, Joey.
We got a super. We'll get to that
All
momentarily.
right, which one? This one?
Yeah.
UFC versus THC.
Yeah, watch
of course I watched it, bro. Immediately. Anything that says that.
It's like UFC X, THC check mark.
This guy,
That's
bro.
funny, man.
Shout out to Chris Games. Thank you, brother, very much for the $5 super chat. Look what he's talking about. Wow, my SNDK swing.
Bang.
Finally green after a brief heart attack. Cheers.
All right.
I don't want you to go through heart attacks, man. But look, this thing was SNDK. It was basically parabolic up to day 4.25. Let's look to the 4 hour here, Joey. This is the 4 hour, guys. And, clean holds here at the 200 on the 4 hour. Yeah, pretty clean holds here, but... Yeah, good for you. Where are you? You don't have to super chat again, Chris, but where are you in at, brother? I'd like to know. Like, you in at 800, you at 875, maybe 900, whatever. This looks like a bull flag continuation, though. I don't think we're done the memory crunch. Let's just be honest about it. If anything, it feels like it's going to get worse because we know that they won't be able to bring on new supply that quickly. It takes years to build up these fabs. So I think things get worse memory-wise before they get better. Tag me, brother. Let me know exactly where you're in at. Taylor Batty. Weed stocks flying. Yes, Adara just brought us the news moments ago. This is the 4 hour on MSOS. Here's the 5 minute. We're going to be looking at this now, guys. We're going to be looking at these weed stocks as kind of small cap gapper. Yeah, absolutely.
TLRY.
Let's find out. Halted? No, it is halted. Tilray halted to the upside. Hold on, Joey. Are we at 5,300 yet? On ACB, we're up to 410, my
baby.
boy.
We're close.
We're up to 410, my guy.
All right, I wanted to show this here just to make sure I wasn't losing my head.
Neil's looking.
Hit that again. Hit it again for us, Neil. But yeah, I know. For me to break even, I need Aurora Cannabis to hit $5,300 or something along those lines. Come on, give us the money.
Stop.
No, in all seriousness, I wanted to make sure I wasn't losing my head. SanDisk, the option, or not SanDisk, card, the option. Contracts, you can't do anything with them right now if you're looking to purchase the puts. So this is the exact same bear put spread essentially on Tesla. I wanted to go ahead and underline that works. You can see your risk to return, your risk to reward ratio changes drastically. Your max return is going to be positive. Something I've never seen before in the options market is when you construct a spread, it doesn't work. Like it's negative. They're saying, hey, don't do this. I don't know how the mechanics or what's behind it or behind the scenes of how it actually works out like that. But that's the case. Let's see what Adara has to say for us. Let's keep an eye on some of these weed stocks as well.
I have more oil news, guys, this time coming from Senator Lindsey Graham. He is saying that the Hormuz blockade from the U.S., quote, will be growing and that it could become global soon. Now, as we know right now, Hormuz blockade, as far as we've heard, is really only impacting Iranian vessels. But again, Senator Lindsey Graham is saying that the blockade could become global. If I get more details on these comments and what specifically he's referring to, I'll keep you posted. Back to you.
Global?
I gotta tell you the truth. I'm not a big fan of Lindsey Graham's, man. I'm not a big fan of his at all.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Why?
What a bit of a warmonger, man.
Is he?
Wants to start fights with everybody.
He's say global now.
Well, I'm not even talking about this specific headline. Yes, you're right, but just in his past. Dude wants to fight with everybody. Calm the hell down, man.
Maybe
Snakes, says Texas boy. Oh, I didn't know he was that. Oh, look at all this coming down. All right, man. Look at all the comments.
Yeah,
they're all
crazy.
coming fast and furious. Dang, I must have struck a nerve somewhere there. But
yeah, man.
whoa, Scott.
What's
Jeez
Scott say?
Louise, we won't be able to block that one, Scott. But Hypercube.
What Hypercube?
Stop, bro. All these messages are getting held back. But yeah, I gotta tell you, I'm just not a big fan of his. But in any event, guys, we're still waiting on Tilray and MSOS to unhalt.
Man.
They're still halted to the upside. I'm very interested in trading these names, assuming, of course, that the trend continues. We never really know if the market's just gonna look, favorably upon this for a few minutes, and then all of a sudden it's not that important. We're gonna wait. It's gonna be a 10-minute halt, looks like, here on Tilray and both MSOS. Not really sure why it should be that, because we kind of understand already what's happening with the headline. In any event, we're going to wait. I want to bring your attention as well to NMAX, kind of finding a little bit of support here at 9.5. Let's see if this one can weasel right back up into 10. I'm not getting in here. This is still an unbroken downtrend on NMAX, and I'm not interested in shorting this either. So we're going to be looking for that. But there goes Beam. I mean, I could use all sorts of puns here, Beamia, blah, 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 right? Scotty, this and that. But there it goes, into $2. That's the high. 31% flat top break, I want to say, into the low 90s, 191, 192. But Beam should be in focus here for some small cap traders. It's not the most liquid name, but it hasn't offered much in the way of bamboozlement. So I'll accept that, even if it is a little illiquid. So that's my look there. And I saw we got more. Wolf of Wall Street dropping another 10 in the chat. Riot Direction, buy, Tier B, 2 Confluence, entry, 1810, stop loss, 1789, take profit, Joey, 1872. I love how you just put line by line what your trade setup is. You got to love that. I hope it manifests for you and you print up multiple storms on your side. And then he sent another 10 Trader TV Live memberships.
Oh, wow.
And this time, Slick, I should say, 006. Who else? Okits, okay, it's me. 805 got one. J-Car 2026. CK Android 2. Who else? Talina Miga. Sorry. Swinging High. Caesar Ray. Hey Keem. And Lux Ashley, as well as Stock Diamonds. All of you guys, if you heard me there, all of you guys got free Trader TV Live membies. And it takes me to this over here to tell you that we got a new watch list. It's still kind of like in development mode a little bit. I haven't been able to put as many stories as I typically do, but I want to show you exactly where to be able to get it. Now that you guys are premium members, mosey on over to the YouTube homepage for Trader TV, click posts, and then click right there. It says members only. You'll only see that rectangle right there if you're a member. Click read more, click that bad boy right there. And what we're gonna do later today, Joey and I, we're gonna go and we're gonna look at the trade plan, the technicals and the trade plan for every story that we put on. Meta the first one, Microsoft the second one, Boeing's the third one, and we're gonna see if the technicals held up and whether the trade setup was accurate or inaccurate. We're gonna kind of do that on a daily basis here. Before we go back to Adara, we're unhalted on both Tilray and MSOS. Tilray filled the gap. It's already down a little bit, but MSOS certainly has not. Look at that gap, guys. We halted at 469. We're at 525 high. We're holding $5 right now on MSOS. Keep your eye on the weed names. MSOS looks like it wants to take out prior area high. It's a monster hammer Bottoming tail candle right now. Fantastic look for the weed names. We're definitely going to be looking at these when we get back from Madeira with happening now and Neil's lesson of the day.
Oh, this thing's still broken, eh? That's crazy.
Here's the S&P 500, guys. Certainly above any of these pre-market lows in the SPY without a doubt, but decently far away from our intraday highs on the SPY. NASDAQ, though, trading actually distinctly differently from the SPY. An incredibly tight range here for the Qs on this 15-minute chart. We're going to talk about oil in a bit because oil headlines continue to inundate this market, and I think really are worth noting for these moves specifically, again, for oil. But let's take a look here at MSOS, because as we know, this one was halted, just finished halting here. Axios reporting that the Trump administration could be coming to a decision here to reclassify marijuana as soon as today. So again, 2 days after 420, on 422, we could be getting the reclassification of marijuana. We've waited quite a while for any kind of announcement on that in a definitive way. I did mention oil headlines, and I will deliver them. USO, tons of headlines here. This one from much earlier today, Iran saying they're not sure if they want to join a new round of U.S. talks on Friday. They've now said they do not want to join the talks, and they're also ready to strike if necessary because these negotiations are basically armed discussions. Last but not least, GeoOGL. Google Cloud Next. So not Google, the company itself, but their Google Cloud division specifically. They're holding a keynote today for their Cloud Next conference, which starts today, ends on Friday. Keynote, I think, starts right now with CEO of Google Cloud, Thomas Kurian. So Thunder Beach, to my knowledge, will not be there. I will be listening if there is anything of note here at this GeoOGL event. But in case you guys missed it, they did make deals with Accenture, Broadcom, Oracle, PepsiCo, and SAP, among others. And yes, that is Pepsi that they made a cloud deal with. So who knew? But you could know if you joined us over on X at TTV Research, because yes, I do have this many super granular specific infographics you can find every single day. For earnings, I'm going to push out even more because tonight we get reports from Tesla, IBM, ServiceNow, TXN, LRCX, LVS, and many others. But you can just check them all yourself live by joining us on that aftermarket stream starting at 4 p.m. In the meantime, the lesson of the day starts right now. So Neil, what type of lesson is in store?
It's a simple, but it's a two-parter because I have to comment on something else at the end. But this is going to be about how a trader learns from, it's easy to say learns from mistakes, but it's not just the mistakes that you make as a trader, but maybe the missed opportunities, and just to make sure you're ready to grab them. You don't know when it's going to happen. You can't ultimately, you see something the day before, 2 days before, earlier in the week. Maybe it matters a month from now. Maybe it matters a year from now. I don't know. In this particular case, it mattered within 2 days. And it just comes down to learning the lesson. Like 2 days ago on Intel, I was short biased on Intel. And then famously on Monday, the only trade I had was off the open, was a long on this wick. It was like one little tiny green, barely wick right there. I think I eventually might have had a later short, but it doesn't matter. I missed the failure. It looked like a head and shoulders kind of pattern. I was looking for the pop and fade. I wasn't fast enough at the open. Maybe I was distracted by something else for a split second. It doesn't really make a difference, but I missed that trade. Didn't really get anything until later. Today, I came in with the same sort of mentality, but the difference was I made sure I was on this level too of Intel to ensure that if it failed the topping tail wick, I was going to be able to grab that short. And then similarly, the place where it ended up being a buy, where I actually caught the bid on Monday, I was ready for the reversal into the long position as well. It's not just about pattern recognition. It's about, if you see that pattern developing, putting your focus there. Of course, the downside being, if it doesn't flush back through and I don't get that short, if it doesn't catch that reversion, I'm willing to miss other trades to catch this, what I think is an obvious pattern. That's one way that you can learn from your mistakes, by where you're focused when something sets up. The other thing is just a little bit easier, and look, it's going to be IBIT off that VWAP. What are you going to do? I had by far the worst stop out that I've had this week off the open and IBIT, getting out at VWAP. Well, you know what? If I was suckered out at VWAP before, then I'm going to look for the entry when it looks like it's reverting, and then it bounces off VWAP after. Allow it to bounce on the red candle and get in after. Allow the red into VWAP and then get in after. That's another subtle way that you can take the lesson learned from an early trade and adjust on that secondary. But here's what I really want to get to you. When we're talking about patterns and we're talking about trade ideas, there's one common theme you'll always hear me say. It doesn't matter the reason why something works for you or this indicator is good for me. If it works for you, you just take it. And along those lines, I'm not here to tell you why 420 matters on something like an MSOS, but I am here to tell you it is absolutely insane to me that when I look back at this chart, and we talked about the pivot off of 420 on Monday, I thought this move, and why in the heck wouldn't they have announced this on Monday? And it would have gone twice as far probably. You dipped into 420 in the afternoon multiple times before going into the high. Look what happened the next day. When it was a nothing burger, sell the news because we're no longer on 420, April 20th. Look where it bounced. 420, 420, 420. It doesn't matter why that's a thing. Should it really matter that MSOS happens to be at 420 on a dip buy this week of all weeks? Should it matter? No, of course. It means literally nothing to the instrument and the underlying and any other stocks out there or the news that came out today. But it does happen. It was support in a key level on 420. It was support the next day. Sometimes you just take the trade because it's there. And it boggles the mind that this news wasn't released 2 days ago, because I feel like it would have been an even better rocket ship. But the real lesson, I think, is you have to be able to learn from either past mistakes or small hiccups or missed trades and be able to take advantage of the information gleaned. My day today worked because of a stop out early on IBIT, right? Like that gave me the info to get a better entry the second time through, and then a missed trade on Monday ends up being the information to get me the short on Intel. And sometimes that's what the market's all about, just taking that lesson and moving forward with it. I'm still hungry, even though I've eaten the lunch, because the meatballs, which I've already eaten, they were like this big, and there's only 4 of them. I'm pretty sure they're the same brand of meatballs that you can get at a generic place in Canada. I'm not going to name the name, M&M Meats. And when we make those at home, because we have made them, I'm straight up, I eat 16 of those for dinner. Like if we're having meatballs and pasta. And we just had 4. So suffice to say, that wasn't the most filling. They tasted okay. It was cold by the time it got here, so it was a little disappointing. The garlic bread was okay. That's a lot of carbs. So like I can't really, I'm too still hungry to be able to grade the lunch that we had today. It's a little bit disappointed. You got to do more. I have to go get some leftovers when everyone's done eating their lunch. So anyways, good luck in your trading. Hopefully the market just continues higher. It's a weird one because we have oil at highs and we have the market at highs. I'll take it. Peace.
Thank you very much, Neil. Aside from the hesitancy to rate the meal, that was a very informative.
Yeah. I mean,
very informative. Neil's lesson of the day, as it typically is, and you should be joining us around noon, around lunchtime, because that's when he drops said lesson of the day. All right, I had Toro on the side chart, but I removed it, Ram, because it was doing nothing. Oh God, she's back. She's wearing a hood too. I know. That usually means that cold, she's in a mood. She's in a non-talking. You have to tread carefully around her. I love Ram. I'm just joking. Get it, Ram. But Toro. What did she say?
I heard she got jacked the other day.
She got jacked?
Yeah, that's what she was saying. I don't know.
She got robbed?
Yeah, that's what I heard her saying.
Ram. You didn't get robbed? Everything's fine, right?
Me.
Okay, nobody robbed her.
Not that I know of. Did I?
She's asking. She's like, did I get robbed? Maybe I forgot. I'm playing, girl.
Crazy.
It was Joey saying that. It wasn't me. But yeah, let's show them the chart here because TORO is looking pretty good. I'm not going to lie. I took this off the side chart. The volume was really bad, but for whatever reason, at around 11:45, so about 25 minutes ago or so, the volume really started picking up, and now we have by far the highest volume print on the day, and it doesn't seem to be subsiding. In fact, the prior bar did 480,000 shares. I don't even think we had 480,000 shares cumulatively, basically from the pre-market till 11:40 in any event. This one's doing volume. It's on the breakout. You probably should be looking at this if you're small cap gapper inclined. TORO, it is up about 58.5%, a little bit more on the day. So that's what I'm going to be looking for now with respect to entries and TA. Well, first thing, you're looking at that $6 area, right? You're looking at $6, which also happens to be basically prior bar low. Prior bar low is $5.99. Current bar low, which we're pretty close to, $6.18. Current bar high, $6.27. It's a $6.50 high of day. So we're an engulfed candle now. The first area I'd be looking at, 6 or thereabouts, like 607, 608. Basically, you're looking for a higher low, so you don't really want it to drop down into that 599.6 level. You're looking for that higher low trend continuation. That's number one. Number two, if it gives up that $6 level, very interested, Ram, at 570, 575. That's where the 10 EMA on the 5 is. Also, you'd have to give it a zone 580-ish as well, because look at all these candles that held up there. You had one candle, two candle with big volume, mind you, right around that 5 mid-80s area. So if it holds up there, I'm game. I'm going to keep a close eye here on Toro. But yeah, there's FCell again back into the high day. And look what's happening in the weed. It's just dropping. So it looks like it's a sell the news thing. 815 high on Tilray, dropping back down now into 7.5. A bit of a weak move here. So no continuation. Also MSOS. So if you're not looking at, one specific company, you want to trade the ETF, there's MSOS, which is the ETF itself. And then there's MSOX, which is the leverage product. This one's trying to hold 5. There's a gnarly gap. Look at this gap here, bro. You think this gap fills? So say from 495 all the way down to the halt level around 468.
At this pace, yeah, if it breaks that wick low, I think it will, and head through those moving averages, then definitely is going to.
All right, that's what I'm going to keep my eye on there. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm also looking at Beam. I'm thinking about weaseling into Beam here with support in the mid 190s, mid to low 190s. I'll mention that one in a second, but I want to cover this super Kwikey boy. All right. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you very much, my man. SES reports tomorrow.
SES.
Not that kind of SES.
No, sir.
No, well, we're not. We're talking about.
Yeah, obviously,
I bet you a lot of people have no idea what that is.
SES?
Yeah.
I think in that space you have to.
No, fair. Okay, you have to be a certain age.
To
know about it,
brother. That's such a Toronto thing too.
Age.
Anyway.
SES reports tomorrow. Revenue guidance looks strong, 30 to 35 million. They think they've turned the corner on commercialization. Just throwing it out there. Thank you for that. We're going to do two things. One, we're going to look at SES fundamentally, see what the market is expecting. They're already up today, 7.4%. Let's look at them on the chart over here. That's not the chart. Bro, look, it feels like the airplane is going to take off.
Yeah, it does,
here,
man. Or something like that. It's really annoying.
All right, let's look at SES. This is the daily. Let's start with the daily. So we're coming from a lot higher, but we've also been a lot lower into 21 pennies. It looks like it's complied now and held up nicely at the dollar. Likely some resistance, one would think, between 150 to 170. The reason I say that, the exponential 200 moving average at 150, the simple at around 170, give or take. You also have that shelf at around 155, 160. And then you have another shelf here at around 180. Let's see what the market is expecting for SES. Can't really see any how price, So there's no what's it called? Yeah, here it is. This is what I'm talking about. This is the earnings expectations. Let's have a look at this. SES Corp expected to show a fall in quarterly revenue when it reports results on the 23rd of April for the period ending 31st of March. The Woburn, Massachusetts-based company is expected to report a 36.9% decrease in revenue to $3.656 million from $5.79 a year ago, according to the mean estimate from two analysts. We have all of two analysts that cover this. The current, what are you doing? The current average analyst rating of the shares is a hold, and then the breakdown of recommendation is one strong buy or two buy, and then two hold and no sell or no strong sell. Okay, I think it's not really jiving around with what you're saying. This one's saying 3.656 million. You're saying 30 to 35 million. So maybe you just missed the decimal place there, but thank you for that. And thank you for the super chat, Joey. What do you got?
I have to read this comment first. This is my style of humor. Lots of complaining from the boys today. Is this complainer TV live?
What are we complaining? I didn't complain.
No, because man, that's my. That's my style of humor, guys. Anyways, so here it is. Exactly. No, that's stuff I find funny. Anyways, aside from that, Tesla, we're still waiting to get involved with this, guys. We had our last out.
Shut up, Brad.
Around 10:44. What'd she say?
She's like, "Why are you crying?"
Oh, to me?
I don't know.
But to me, I didn't hear what she said, but I'm crying because it's funny. That's my style of stuff. All right, I want to get back into these markets. So essentially what's going on with Tilray, I mean, I'll ramble on a little bit here. The market isn't doing too much. SPY hovering on these, the volume weighted average price as USO is continuing to climb a little bit higher. Okay, so let's get this metric and this indicator up here on if we have the ability to do so. No, it doesn't want to cooperate. But what we're starting to do is conform this consolidative bull flag. With Tesla, we have consistent lower highs. Okay, so we've tried on multiple attempts to breach this pivot and we haven't got there. On this attempt, we couldn't even get to that level. So what I'm thinking is if we're fortunate enough to get some form of a volatility spike or a headline that sends the market lower in a fast pace, then I'm going to be looking for a rebound in Tesla. This is me game planning. This is exactly how we're going to execute. But even if we breach this pivot of 389.23, once that heads lower, then off to the races we might have the ability to go. What I don't want to see is for the remainder of the session, we start to sell off because I don't think that's going to be good for the earnings report, right? Like that initial reaction, that first 5-minute candle could be an aggressive move to the downside if we continue on that path throughout the rest of the day. Yeah, I know what she's doing, man. I don't even know if it's her.
It is her. She's freestyling.
Yeah,
she's good at that.
That's right. Yeah, keep doing your thing, man. She's in the flow state right now.
Why are you like this?
Yeah. That's a
Why
good one.
are you like this, bro?
That's a good one.
Hold on. Stay still, Joey. Stay still, man. What? Why are you like this, Ram?
Yeah, I don't know.
I love her, bro.
You gotta have some form of character around here. Anyways, aside from that, Tesla holding around USO. Once again, we're going through the same couple of names. But what I want to do is I want to pull up our watch list and head through to a couple of the larger names as we typically do, and that's going to start off with Apple. We talk about the Mag 7 quite often, why I think they deserve a lot of attention. But here's Apple up to 273.57. Okay, was Google continuing to climb? It's not as aggressive, but we had multiple headlines supporting this. More deals in regards to, I believe it was OpenAI and some other things as well. So Microsoft was definitely the stronger of the out of those four, but starting to come back in a little bit. What I'm seeing is that the volume is starting to drop off. Okay, we're moving lower, volume dropping off. What is that? A divergence between price and the participants involved in the stock, okay? So I think at some point, if we see any form of buyer step in, Microsoft and Apple are going to be the first to go because they haven't sold off with some of its larger participants. Adara, what do you have right now?
Just be aware here, guys. Google Cloud CEO Thomas Kurian is currently speaking at the company's Google Cloud Next event. So this is the Cloud CEO. This is not Google CEO Sundar Pichai, nor is this a Google-specific event specifically with cloud, is what this event is focused on. AAPL is on watch. I mean, not moving here. This is information we already knew, but just be aware it's being discussed right now. Google Cloud CEO Thomas Kurian announcing that Gemini is going to be helping Apple with its personalized Siri coming out in 2026. Again, info we already knew, but AAPL being mentioned. I'm listening to this event. If we hear any other public companies being brought up, I'll keep you posted.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. There goes Toro. Here we go, baby. There is the $0.50. We've got the third of a dollar. Seller at 51. Big seller at 51. Can't shake the seller there, so we're going to wet the beak there. Looking for the breach of 51. There's a monster seller at that 51 area. Anything below the $0.25, I'm out. So my stop is 624. 51 seller. That bugger is still there. Posting at 59, and there it goes into 59. It's a 60-penny high. Toro's on the rampage here. Let's set up a little bit more now. Now we're going to look for a bit of a higher move. We're looking for about 6 2/3, 6 3/4, and if we breach at 3/4 level, you know where we're looking. We're looking for that whole dollar at 7. So continuing to watch. Buyer now stepping in at around the $0.50 on TORO. It's up a respectable 67% on the day. Still south of triple digits, though. Continuing to watch. This is where we had trouble last time, right? Look at the topping tail candle at 12.05. It rejects almost to the T. In fact, it does. 650. So that was an obvious area of resistance, right? We know that. That's not that hard to gauge. Now let's see if it acts as support. There it goes back into 660, Joey. We're in at 31. We're looking for more. I'm looking for 675, give or take. So pack in the patience here. We're nicely up on the day, looking for a little bit more, but we're going to have to pack the patience here because there's a seller at 59.60. So nothing doing here. Looking. Nothing doing here, Joey. No continuation. By the way, NMAX is back on the move. It's breached 10. It held to the T, the 20 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart, and now it's doing what my man, Big Spile, missed that guy, would love. Many people love rounded bottoms.
Rounded bottom.
Rounded bottom here on NMAX. Could be continuation, possibly into 11. We're going to keep a close eye here on the max to see if we can weasel in. And this, I'm getting all sorts of FOMO on this stock, man. F-Cell, there has been no red candle on F-Cell on the 5-minute chart since 10:30. That's 2 hours almost. It's been just pure green here on F-Cell. So good look there. I haven't done anything on that. That's obviously on me. What am I going to do? But it is set up for me the right way. Maybe it was just my mistake. Anyway, Toro coming back in here, Joey, losing the $0.50. We're moving up our stop from the $0.25 to break even.
Yeah. Okay. Good stuff, Sharif. I think we can all agree at this point we almost have a flat bottom break. On Tesla. Right, you see that? There you go. This is exactly what I needed. So what I want to see is a little bit cleaner of a flush, move aggressively. Equities are still holding up around the highs. Obviously, Apple and Microsoft continuing to climb. We've been going over those names. Bitcoin getting the pullback that I'm looking for. NASDAQ, like right at the top end of the consolidation zone when we have USO at the high of the day. Like, what is going on here? We've seen that inverse correlation yesterday. Now we're just kicking everything to the curb. All right, nothing is irrelevant. Or nothing is relevant, I should say. So, what we need. Why? Like, why?
What happened, Joey?
Why does it always give me such a hard time, Sharif?
Oh yeah, that platform. Yeah.
Oh man, it drives me bonkers.
You should just count your blessings that it actually works.
Yeah, I know. Anyways, aside from it's free, free 99, free 99. Aside from that, guys, like we'll head back into our watch list and go over a couple of names. Palantir getting a $350 million deal. Let's head over and see what Palantir has been up to on today's session. $151 coming in off of the high, right? Like so, we were up there at 152.50. Okay, cool. We're starting to sell off a little bit. Bitcoin coming in aggressively. Perfect. We're starting to see the breakdowns in order for me to start to participate on the long side of things that I was looking for multiple hours ago, essentially. So we have that run in Bitcoin the first hour and a half. It's just straight up and to the right. I wanted to see about a half an hour. You have that pullback into the volume-weighted average price. You see those indecision prints, and then off to the races we go. We weren't fortunate enough to get that. Now, as for Netflix, up to 92.93 with a high of around 93.85 on the day. Now, quantum space not performing that well, but some of these leveraged and these treasury plays were doing pretty good. Not participating with the extended rally MSTR, but still up substantially off of those lows. Adara.
As intraday highs, I do have to mention a headline coming from CBS. Huge caveat. I suspect this is going to be probably, addressed further here by the Trump admin. But CBS reporting, citing some sources, I guess, who are familiar with information, that Iran's military is more capable than Trump's administration is acknowledging publicly. So again, USO here at day's highs. Could be some concerns about Iran's military that maybe are being downplayed by the U.S. Again, according to CBS. Back to you.
Back down to 87.85. We had that tailwind a couple of days ago in regards to PDT. It's going to take about 45 days or so until it's actually in full effect. I think a lot of the brokerages, including Robinhood, are going to lift that up. Why? Because it'd only be to your own detriment, the fact that you're not going to allow more retail and more trading activity come onto your platform. It's wise. It's essentially common sense. If you don't do it, you'll see the exodus essentially from some of your holders. Now, CrowdStrike is a name that is continuing to climb. Let's go, man. Breaking through some key pivots of 459, 462 is that high, but we're still down off of that previous pivot high. 18%, officially out of bear market territory, and we were essentially back here when it was up with 20% off the lows, $50 ago. So CrowdStrike looking good. The SaaS names in play once again, including Palantir, Zscaler. I believe I think I gave it a down. It was on. I didn't personally.
You downgraded it?
I personally didn't. Yeah, but I think it received that. Yeah, it was an upgrade or downgrade. Let's see what they had here. Yeah, they're cutting target. Yeah, and they did get some downgrade. So Zscaler, out of the PANWs and the CrowdStrike, still down and hasn't participated in the SaaS rally.
It hasn't, actually?
No.
Dang, bro. That's the Scalar right there?
That's Scalar, man.
Okay, so that's a company-specific problem, clearly.
Yeah. I mean,
that's a gnarly-looking double top, though, eh?
That's an 18. I mean, it's 18% off the lows, but it's still down 60%.
60?
58 to be precise.
Can you zoom out?
For sure.
That neckline break at around 280 is money.
This one?
Money. Look at that double top.
Dang.
My days.
Yeah. This was just a whipsaw move, in my opinion.
AKAN open. KC526 is in this. AKN is ripping. It's up 105%. Limit up. Can't see limit up yet, but limit down is 558. We're in the down parameter right now. It's a high of day at 669er. Limit down 588, triggering right now. Let's see. We're still looking good looking chart. Got to tell you. These things halt up and down. We're halted down now on AKAN, up 72%. Definitely going to keep an eye out on this one because it's moving in a hurry. And look, the volume just started coming in at around 11:45. That's when the price action really started developing. We haven't done much in the way of shares because it's a multiple halter. That's typically normal. 1.646 million shares on the day. So definitely keeping an eye here on AKAN. In the same way that I'm keeping an eye here on Toro, and there goes Toro again into 660. Can it breach a high of the day? It's ripping, Joey, into 666. I don't want to see that number again. Let's go, 669. Okay, that's better. High of day, looking for continuation here on Toro. Let's see if we get into 7. I haven't gotten anything else since I got out. Definitely looking for a bit of a pullback. It looks like that pullback, the buy area was 640 to 650. I missed that, but in any event, definitely keeping a look out there. And by the way, there was a lot of people singing or calling the demise of these wheat stocks. Well, yeah, I can completely sympathize with that. Some of them, they just tend to fade. But here comes Tilray. Here comes MSOS. They're trying to make a move back up. MSOS showing 516. I believe the high of the day is my favorite number, 525. Let's keep an eye out on that one. Yeah, it is 525 on the dot on MSOS. Tilray right back up to 780. Still well south of that 816. You want my honest opinion? Tilray doesn't look that good. It's substantially off highs, whereas MSOS is like a couple of pennies off highs. So I'm more inclined, if I get into one of these names, to trade the ETF as opposed to Tilray or any of the other names. To be fair, I haven't looked at the other names. Let's see what CGC is up to. How's that look? Well off the highs as well. Grow Generations, a little bit off the highs. ACB. Yeah, they're all, the actual names themselves are more substantially off the highs than the ETFs. So I'd be looking to trade the ETFs. And then FCell is just giving me all sorts of FOMO, man. Every time I look at this piece of it's at another high a day, 1174. Thank God, that was annoying.
Yeah, that was really annoying.
Could you guys hear that in the background? Because it stopped.
They were asking what altitude we were at and stuff like that.
It did sound like an airplane, I'm not going to lie. I mean, like when things get fired up.
All right, Sharif, we're falling into some levels that we want via Bitcoin. I mean, we've had this chart up here all day, essentially, on TSLA. Let's take a look at Bitcoin. This is the only trade of this session. I would love to be sitting in it still, but that's just not the case. We can always re-engage momentarily, but it's only a matter of time until this support level breaks. It's just prolonging the inevitable, in my opinion. So what we have is just that support system at 389.66. Once that breaks, then it's like, okay, what are we looking for? Indecision prints off of the lows, isolated volume prints, and all the right things essentially for us to re-engage as the market, like the SPY. The SP, what's that?
We're selling off a little
Yeah,
bit.
the SPY is. Yeah. I mean, the Qs are holding up a little bit better just due to the fact that Apple and Microsoft are so much stronger. But yeah, the SPY is holding up pretty good. We have some prints, a little bit of detail, but what I need is something south, and then sure enough, we get that curl over. We can see that there's a key support level at 44.71. Yeah, we're climbing higher again, Sharif.
We're higher altitude.
Yeah, we're higher altitude.
We're going to 40, baby.
That's Sean on his way back.
That's Katina, man.
Yeah, he's on his way back. Don't worry.
Joey, MSOS is right back into the high of the day. Not even close for Tilray. Look at the ETFs, guys. Sorry to interrupt, man.
Yeah, let's pull up MSOS. I know Sharif was talking about it, but there's Apple as well. MSOS, talking about these weed plays, continuing to fly high, 525, and breaking through that previous pivot. So, I mean, I wouldn't chase it. I thought they would get somewhat of a gap fill, but after that halt, you feel a little bit of it, and then off to the races you go. We're still holding up, so some more indecisions. I have the same narrative, and I'm going to stick to it. That way, if like everything that I'm talking about falls into place, then we're going to be able to put on a monster trade for you guys, and that's going to be the situation I'm sitting in. I didn't want to chase. We had that curl over, but I wanted to give Bitcoin a couple more minutes before it decided to go off to the races, and I just missed that train. And it was in this neck of the woods. I'm like, oh, okay, we break up here, and that's when I thought we would get that pull back into the volume weighted, but then we didn't. Off to the races it goes, and then it established multiple new highs of the day. Now back towards TSLL as it's starting to fall into our lap. Indecision prints below VWAP, indecision print below a support system on SPY, and we're holding a support level here on the Qs. But guess what?
What?
No inverse correlation today. USO right back towards the high of the day. It's MSOS. Off to the races it goes.
It really is, dude.
Yeah.
And we're almost at 79 on crypto, by the way. Did we get to 70?
You said 80 today.
Oh, my days. We got to 79.5, essentially.
We'll get to, I think in the aftermarket we get to 80.
We get to 80.
Yeah.
I like that. That look there, Joey. Here's MSOS. 530 high. We're up 23.8%, almost at 24. Oh boy. I don't know if I'm going to trade this. It's the chart pattern is not easy to enter. I mean, it's just not. And I just keep looking at the divergence between the actual equities and the funds. And there's a clear divergence. One is at day's high, one is not even close. Look at it, Tilray on the top. 816 high, showing 775. This one just got to 530.
That's the ETF, right? The MSOS, right? Yeah. So what's strong? Like go to check out CGC?
I did. I looked through all of them. Yeah, we can change it. CGC. They're all kind of
so there's like an arbitrage play there?
See?
Yeah.
Well off the high as well. But look, what Commodity King was saying, look at YCBD. This is one of the names that's actually, well, that's coming down now too, right? So, yeah, to me, Joey, it's going to be MSOS. I think that's where the strength lies. You can look at MSOX as well. Also, I want to bring your attention to NMAX. So this is a failed attempt here to make a move back into 11. But what I'm saying is we're putting in some higher lows. Essentially, since that doji candle at 1150. And those higher lows seem to be finding a lot of support, at the 20 moving average on the 5. Again, not my favorite trade. It's not like an A plus, B, even B plus setup here. I think that would have been on the way up into that double top into 1120. So I'm a little gun shy here on NMAX, and I think justifiably so, quite frankly. So I'm going to keep a close eye on that. Yeah, I know. I'm definitely looking for FCEL, though. I just don't know how, man. I just don't know how to get in on this. It's not giving me the opportunity. It's not pulling back. You're having to punch in willy-nilly at a random area and then just giving it to kind of prior bar low. And I don't want to do that.
Okay.
I don't want to do that, quite frankly. So I've got nothing on right now, guys. I do apologize, but we're going to keep a close eye on some of these names if anything's moving. Katina Man says, that was from Commodity King says, that was from Katina Man. YCBD, I didn't even know about it, but I did put it on the side, the watch list, so I can have notice of it for next time. Glaze. Go ahead, Joey.
I was going to say, did Katina Man post anything on the gram or anything that you see?
I haven't seen anything from him. Yeah, he's probably having a good time.
He's having a good time for sure.
Yeah. Well, you want a bit of a social media break.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
And you're telling
I was leaving the phone for the better part of the day in the room.
Always.
Yeah. And so I ended up taking my old loaner.
Yeah.
And which doesn't have
almost any apps, and then I installed Spotify on it just so I could listen to music, right?
Yeah.
Like,
dude, when I'm out there, like, I don't want to be, like, scrolling. I'll tell you this one story. We'll get into it quick. So I was in the Dominican Republic. Breathless, I told you about that resort. I never met this individual. This person, 95% of their time was editing photos and being on their phone and not enjoying their surroundings. No. Like, and I couldn't believe it. That was the most I've ever seen somebody glued to their phone in that type of setting.
That's just.
It was kind of sad. Yeah, it was kind of sad. But what isn't sad right now is Tesla still hovering around. Like, just break down already. If you're going to, then just why are you prolonging what essentially we're waiting for? And I think that's going to be the narrative. Same thing with IBIT. Sharif had the small cap names. That we were talking about not too long ago. We can bring up a couple of them. Toro was a good one for him.
Still going, Joey.
Still going, yeah. So that's a good call out there. I like Toro. And there's a couple other ones that we've seen. Goop, Agoop or whatever you're talking about, that broke down. AGEPU.
Yeah.
Once it was below VWAP, I like the plays below the volume weighted average price now. Because once these things give up the indicator, very rarely from what I've observed now, unless it's an extreme momentum play, do they recover, all right? NTRX, not much volume, CCRE, I don't know what's going on. Why can't we just show the volume? It's not that complicated. And ELPW, same thing, below the volume weighted average price. But a lot of these names, you're gonna have to order shorts. And this is just going to be ebb and flow, all right? Not much going on there. And MSOS holding up, but starting to come back in off of that high. Watch out for that support level at that $5 mark to be broken, and then some more potential downside. That may not happen, but anything can. Don't tell me there's already a... Yeah, okay, leverage US. Okay, I don't know what MSOX is. Yeah, is that a leverage play?
Yeah.
Okay, for $5. Anyways, aside from that, FlyQ was something that I had my eye on today. Did you trade FlyQ today? Spirit Aviation. No. It was pretty strong here today, but no continuation.
Well, your President Trump wants a deal with them. But dude, have you seen some of the videos about Spirit online?
Yeah, it's horrible.
Like, I don't want to fly Spirit. I don't want to see any of the, I don't want any of that experience right there. It looks horrible. I don't mean to disrespect anybody who's flying on there. That's not what I'm trying to say. But the videos there just a lot of hands being thrown.
But what's up with people and doing that in the airport? Like, don't you want to go on vacation and like yet you're ready to throw down or argue with people on the plane?
I don't know what it is.
It's like my biggest fear.
All right, a couple of super chats. We'll get to those in a second. But I did promise Glaze94 that I'd look at my my scanner settings. Before we do that as well, ACAN halted 699. This time it's halted up. It's up 115%. The tap is looking scrumptious. $7.46 is the tap, having done 2.7 million shares on the day. Halt time 12:34:39. The earliest this will be open is 12:39:39. Okay, so keep your eye out on that. Got 12:38 over here. Definitely going to keep my eye out on that, and then we're going to get to the supers, I promise. So Glaze, here it is, brother. It's super simple. Each of these kind of platforms, trading platforms, even trading data platforms, they all have these pre-programmed scanners. The one that I typically use is called top percentage gappers. What is it? Top percentage gainers. Okay, so that's the one there. They're already pre-programmed. Just select that gainers or gappers or whatever, they're sometimes called different things. And then the only two filters that I actually put is a volume filter and a price filter. Now, I used to have this at 85 pennies because I was only trading stocks trading above $1. Then, there was really good ones south of the dollar, so I kind of just adjusted. Now I filter everything below 25 pennies. And because I've dropped my price from 85 to 25, I've increased my volume. I used to have that at 250,000. Now minimum volume I want to know about is 1 million shares. So those are the price filter and volume filters that I use. Then what I use here are different columns. Now, depending on your platform, you're going to have a scanner that may or may not have some of these columns. Some of the columns that I include, obviously the price, the change percentage, what's up on the day, as well as change percentage since open. If I can maximize this, you can see it better. Yeah, change percentage since open. The reason I keep change percentage and change percentage since open is change percentage could be from 4:01 p.m. yesterday or 4 a.m. this morning, depending on when it was gapping. And then the change percentage since open is what it's up from 9:30 a.m. when the market opens this morning. So the reason I have that on there is for takers like the one you were talking about, egg poo. Yeah, egg poo is up 77.5% on the day, depending on where you're calculating from. But look at what it did since the open. It's down 20%. That doesn't interest me because I really rarely short these names. So I'm looking for the ones that are running up and are continuing to run up after the bell. After the bell. And then I have the gap up percentage. That's obviously a good one as well. Volume, I have 3 different volumes. I have the volume that is done on the day. I have the average volume, which I believe is a running tab of 6 months or 12 months, I'm not sure. And then I have the 5-minute volume. Because I want to know if this one was ripping and doing volume lately or did it at some prior occasion a couple of hours ago, now it's fading. So I have 3 volume columns there. And then I have shortable shares. Not like I'm really looking to short most of these. Most of them I go long. The only reason I have shortable shares on there is because I want to know if it's easy to short or not. That changes my approach to the name. If it's thickly traded and everybody and their mother can find locates and short them, you're likely going to encounter more resistance on the way up than if they're hard to locate. Okay, that's the other thing. And then the spread. I want to see immediately, before even loading it up on a trading screen, what the spread is so I can get a better understanding of how to approach this one and whether it interests me or not. Like, look at this thing over here, 39 pennies. I'm not touching that. That's not for me, that's for Adara. You know what I mean? Like, that's beyond my capabilities of trading small cap stocks with such a big spread like that. And then last but not least, I have the range. This gives me kind of green columns one way, red columns the other. And what that does, Joey, it basically tells me, is this one trading near the highs or near the lows? So when it's red and red like this, like look at this example, INBX, this is trading very much the low end of the day, but it's like number 10 on my gap scanner. I don't want to have anything to do with that. But this one over here, AKAN, is literally at the highs. So that's what it's showing me there, a quick visual representation of all the data, and even before you've loaded up the trading screen. So that's what I wanted to talk about there. Hope that helps, brother. Yeah, of course, no problem there. Jay Lee, shout out to you as well. GNLN, people are saying GNLN is moving. We have super chats to get to, so I want to get to those. GNLN, can't even type. What is that doing? Yeah, a bit of a move down now, but yeah, I get it. Let's go to these super chats. I'll take one and you take one, Joey, okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
So one is here for puts.
Before we do, we'll get into that hood stuff.
Sure.
We're long some Tesla again. This is only a couple of percentage, a couple of cents worth of risk, right? Okay, wow, that clean flush, that's not what we want to see. Headline sensitivity, something stepping into the market, something flush lower. This might be the volatility spike in which we break down. So there it is, just like that. We're like, let's get involved. We're holding up the support levels. The market's waiting for something to step in. You see that clean flush. You've seen the volume step in. And that's the narrative of what we got going on. Something that was looking like it was breaking down. We're holding up. If it breaches that 1308, then we just get out of Dodge on that trade.
1730.
All right. Let's pull up these super chats. What do we have here?
So take the second one because it's a put. It's a
okay. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so it says, by car, thank you, Trading Scratch, $2 super chat, something you're looking at, my man.
Yeah.
Car puts at 300, May 29th, lower than surrounding, explain. You want to cover that?
Yeah, well, I mean, when you go out of the money, the premium is going to be cheaper, right? That's the objective. So, like, the May 300 lower than the surrounding. So, are you referring to the surrounding being the at the monies? A little bit more detail, but that thing is driving me nuts in the background.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can't even hear myself talk. But no, that's what essentially it is, right? Like we went over the example the other day, and we even went over it here today in Tesla. Just the fact that if you want to make something a little bit cheaper, then you're going to buy it out of the money. But you have to understand the objective between intrinsic and extrinsic value, and when you do, that's going to help you a ton. I wonder what they're doing over there.
They're sanding the floor.
Oh, is that what it is? Yeah. So that's what essentially it is, okay? So that's why they would be cheaper. We can pull it up right now. I have to keep my eye on Tesla just in case we get that breakdown. We're going to send it over to we're going to send it over to Adara. What do you have right now?
Keep an eye here on USO, which is making new highs. The spike here in the market and USO likely having to do with comments from Iran's parliamentary speaker Galibaf, his comments and posts on social media have been moving the market as of late. He said that a complete ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran only makes sense if it's not violated by the maritime blockade and, quote, hostage taking of the world's economy. Furthermore, saying that reopening the strait would be impossible given such a, quote, flagrant breach of the ceasefire. So basically, we got Parliamentary Speaker Galibaf of Iran once again saying there are certain conditions, in their opinion, being posed by the U.S. that are going to make it difficult for them to agree or even come to the table regarding a ceasefire. Back to you.
Okay, yeah, so there it is. We'll pull this up here momentarily. I got to keep my eye, obviously, on what we have with clear all those legs. We'll head over to CAR. And then we'll just do a quick breakdown. Like, so you're at the money. Things are going to be significantly cheaper. Why? Because they don't have any intrinsic value. Okay, right? They're only extrinsically valuable. Extrinsically valuable being essentially time value. That's why they're cheaper. So if you go all the way down to $300, it's going to make sense on why it's significantly cheaper. But you have to understand the objective of the trade. Okay, I'm going to get out of Tesla here momentarily. I thought at some point we'd get that breakout. That's not going to be the case. We're holding that support level and leading into the earnings report. No continuation when the market was climbing higher. Not too good of a sign. Let's get out of Tesla. We were heavy shares there. And yeah, we'll give back the majority of our day and then maybe a little bit some if we don't get a bounce.
All right. Quickie boy, thank you very much for the $1.99 super chat. Man, I'm trying to, oh, come on, Akan. Oh, pushed me out. Yep, okay. Sorry, I was trying to get into this one. It's all over the place. I was too tight on the stop. Now it's ripping. It's about to halt again. 670 is limit up. It's losing 7 though. This could be another entry here into 7. Let's see if 7 holds up. Man, this thing is all over the map. Casey, what are you doing with this, woman? Let's see. Just watching. I want to see if there's a 7 buyer here. Continuing to watch. No, it's not holding up in the strict sense or even in the loose sense. I mean, it's losing the bid, okay? It's too, yeah, I'm not good with these ones. I gotta tell you the truth. I think Casey's a lot better with these. She seems to be able to hold these for multiple halts. All right, Quickie boy, what do you think of EOSE? Let's take a quick look at EOSE. Oh my days. Tell me that that's gonna be it. I really hope so. EOSE. This is the daily on EOSE. Multiple rejections immediately at the 50. You can kind of see that. It's been rejecting the 50 since the 15th of April, so about a week worth of rejections here on EOSE. That could be an accumulation for a breakout and a decided breakout at that. If it does break above that level, is that you making a racket over there, Russ? Yeah, they're grinding the other floor. No, I'm just teasing Russ, but yeah, there we go. So 10.5 to 11. That's probably your first area of resistance. That's the flat bottom there that this one lost, I want to say back on the 26th of February. So if EOSE gets back above that 50 moving average, well, it can encounter some resistance as well at the 200 exponential, which is at 9.25. I have an affinity for looking more at the simple when you're looking at the daily, and the simple is also showing that 10.5. So I would say if you get above that $7.5, $8, you're likely squeezing into 10.5 here, just based on the technicals as well as price action, support and resistance. Shout out to EOSE. That's the daily on this one. Let's flip to the 5. So bit of a tough day today. Looked gapped up, sold off the entire move. It basically can't catch a bid here. And that's happens with some of these. But look, it's more consolidative when you look at it on a multi-day time frame. You can kind of see support generally at 7. It does breach 7, but most of the times it works its way back in. Case in point, the 16th of April, it drops right back down. 686 by the end of the day. You're closing out at about 715. So very consolidative with 7 general area support. But that doesn't change my thesis whatsoever. When you're looking at the daily, there's a 50 moving average here that it keeps topping tail into and fails. And then if it gets above that, again, I really want to stress, I'm looking at 10 to 10.5 for a possible move there. Shout out to Quickie Boy, and thank you very much for the $2 super chat.
Yeah.
On that. Did you have anything you want to cover? Because MSOS is going back into highs.
Market getting a little bounce as well too.
We're
holding on by a thread on this trade. Like the 05, as soon as that hits the bid at 05, I'm out of dodge on it. And we were pretty close. We were printing 06s. So essentially what is happening, it continuously steps down and we have these continuous lower highs. But if we can get some form of headline like we were fortunate enough to yesterday, and then sure enough, maybe we can get a climb. I thought, like, this is the thing, right? We're looking at a potential bull flag here leading into the earnings report. We're struggling to break down, but it's just the consistent lower highs. So that trend not being breached. Neil will be looking for the trend to be broken before we engage. We're in at the lower of the end of the range. So I'm like, all right, our risk to reward is there. If we're fortunate enough to get that spike through, I mean, we've been accumulating, just slowly channel down. At some point, if buyers decide that they want, we're positioned relatively well, but it doesn't seem to be the narrative right now. Nice indecision print right at the volume weighted average price here on IBIT. I just have too many shares on right now with this specific TSLA trade that I'm not going to hop in this trade here. Even though the risk profile not too bad, you have to risk 6 cents, but there goes Tesla. So this thing is either going to give you one thing or the other. It's garbage, man. Yeah, so there goes Tesla to the downside. That's fine. We'll wait for another opportunity, something that might be a little bit more strong, like Bitcoin. We took our attempts on that. We will have to give a little bit back, but no continuation here whatsoever. Yeah, garbage. Yeah, it is, man. It's just like it's just not in play right now. I mean, we can tell the difference between something is like really, really in play, and Tesla I don't think has been, aside from those couple of days. It's like, okay, yeah, cool, a couple of days, and then yeah, we're gonna kick you back to the curb and not have any follow through or anything, especially leading into earnings. That tells you a lot. Can tell you a lot. So I would put my bottom dollar. If we break down, we breach 389 on Tesla, I would suspect that we're going to see some more downside out of the earnings report, just due to the fact, obviously, this gigafactory going to cost Elon Musk a ton of money. All right. It was rallying with the rest of the market, and that's all we can really say that we have going forward. So I'm prepared to get out when we have to, and we'll be patient and wait for some other opportunities. Nice 5-minute print on IBIT, but I'm not going to chase that right away. Okay, we'll be a little bit more patient, but it is falling into the level that we want. So what time did we get in this? So approximately 11 minutes ago, and it's still been holding up this. But it's best when it's in the money. There's a rejection right here. I thought we would get going, but the volume never upticked, and at 13.13, you just get that aggressive rejection. So there it goes. All right, we're out. We're out. Yeah, we're out of Tesla as it breaks through that support level. Market not doing too much. We'll sit on our hands for a little bit longer. I wanted to put on a good trade there, but that wasn't necessarily the case. So Tesla, our only trader here today. We put some more on, and then sure enough, you get that breakdown. I clicked that 1305, and there it goes, off to the races. TSLA, failed bull flag as the market is breaching through some support levels. And MSOS obviously heading towards the high of the day.
All right, man. Keeping an eye here on Akan. AKAN. I'm still interested in this name. It's very topping tailish into 750. It's a 759 high. Both these candles, the current candle and the prior candle, have big upper and lower wicks with very small bodies. So there's very much an equilibrium right now between buyers and sellers. Let's continue to watch here. If this keeps holding above 7, my bias is going to switch to that we're going a little bit higher. And here we are. Moving back into the quarter dollar, third of a dollar. The buying is on. Let's see if we can kind of continue above the $half dollar. We got 43s on here, 759 high, but look at the selling coming right back in. Looking for that move above 7.5, 759 high, seller at 35, big seller at 35, bringing this one right back down into the quarter dollar. I couldn't quite see what limit up was there, but let's put a profit taker possibly just north of that high of the day. Again, anything below 7 ends the trade for me. So we're going to go ahead and throw in the stop now and, possibly control the bleeding. Right back into 40, looking for that move here above prior bar high. Current bar high is, I'm going to have to look at the multi-time frame again because it's not showing me the right look. Current bar high on the 5 is 750 on the dot. Prior bar high is 59. There it goes, Joey, into the 80s. Bang. All right, looking for more, looking for 8. Let's go. Can we get 8? 790 high. We've got 43s on. No continuation north of 8. Casey, get it. I know she's in this. She's been in this for a while. There's the 80 again. Can we see north of 6? There's 90. Continuation, looking for the move. Looking for the move above 8. There's no move above 8 here. Seller in the low 80s. There's 90. Showing up again. Limit up is 794. So we could get caught in a halt. We're very close. We did flash our halt parameter very momentarily there, and now it's flushing. Watch out for the drop now. If it loses my level, I'm out. Keeping an eye here. Let's see if it gets right back up. Seller at 65. Big seller at 65, at least on the move up. That's 2 rejections now at 65 in a row. Continuing to, and there's another third rejection there. So the short setting up at 65, looking for the continuation. There's 63 now. They're selling into 63 and the low 60s. I'm out. I'll take that out here. I don't like when the sellers start stair-stepping down their orders. That does usually lead to a bit of a flush, but happy with this trade. Not the best trade, but okay. Could have taken a little bit more. Definitely wanted more around 7 than 740 that I had there. And there it is. It's right back into the $0.50 again. So let's see how this cookie crumbles over here. Not bad, but definitely could have done a little bit better on this one, quite frankly. But can't be choosers. So this is the multi-time frame look. So you can kind of see the stair step up pattern. If you're looking at the 1 on the top left of your screen, this is kind of what I mean. Stair, that is the stair. There is the incline. There's another stair, up, incline. You see what I'm saying? And then you got to step down here, Joey, because it halted down. So unusual for a staircase to step down. But yes, that is what I'm looking at. So not a bad look here on AKAN, but I don't think this one is done either. Keep a close eye on this one, especially if it really does hold above 7. This could be a good looker here, but 7.95 rejection, meaning basically $8 rejected there. Oh no, NMAX is losing the bid. I just came to look at it quickly. I'm like, oh, NMAX is looking good. It's holding above 10. It just flushed. It's flushing. It's a big breakdown here. Watch for support at 9.5. That is the low that we were at, 11.55, 11.40-ish time. 963, there's a buyer here at 65. If it loses the $0.50, this one's in trouble. Getting bought back up quite aggressively into the 80s. There's lots to talk about today, man. Jeez Louise. No shortage of names. And there goes Toro. Where the hell is my Toro screen, Joey? There it is. Toro right back into 660, looking to breach that 685, and another very clean hold of the 10 EMA on the 5 on TORO. Look at this. Look how clean this is, man. It just comes right back down, breaches prior bar high, holds prior bar low. Toro looking bull flag-ish here, guys. Now, how long the consolidation component of the bull flag goes on for, that's always a bit of a variable that no one really knows, but try to play the levels off it. So if you're looking at working into the position, look towards the lower end for your entries. That would be my suggestion. Akan is losing it and losing 7 in a hurry, and it's about to breach prior bar low if it already hasn't. Let's go back to Akan. Sorry, guys, I'm flipping between these names, but, you know, these small cap gappers move quickly. You got to move with them equally as quickly. So this one, happy with this trade, but as I always say, these ones are around for a good time, not a long time. Be scalpy with them, unless your name is KC526 and you hold through like 5 halts. So and we all can't be KC526, Joey.
No, only KC can be KC526. Yeah. All right, so yeah, we're in it. We got one of the prints that we're looking for. Whether it works is going to be a completely different story. The way we've rejected that, I only have like 5 cents worth of risk. Then we get out of dodge if it's not going to bounce, right? We have a couple of things aligning for us. We have an indecision print. What I'm seeing on the 5-minute, not the most conviction, but once we get into the detail and we can see on the 1-minute time frame, this is going to be one of the largest volume prints that we've seen since 11:54 this morning, okay? So we have an isolated volume, an isolated pivot, but we reject the volume weighted average price. That is my largest concern as you tap right into it. As soon as it breaches that 58 mark, we're out of dodge. We want to give it a little bit of room just in case that curl over is a little bit longer. But nonetheless, we have multiple factors correlating this trade for us to go long. So it's like, let's see if we can get it to work. The rejection is my biggest concern. That's what we don't want to see. Now we're back to break even. Instantly in the money, that's always positive as well. So let's see if we can get this going. Chelsea just sacked.
Yeah, well, I mean, bro,
I don't really know
he couldn't catch a win for his life, dude.
Is that the manager?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He couldn't catch a win, man. I mean, like, give him some time. He came from the French league, from Ligue 1, right? Like, I'm not disrespecting the French league, but I kind of am. You know what I mean? It's not the best league. So
it's all right.
Yeah, you didn't really have a whole lot of
experience. Everything. But yeah, aside from that, guys, let's go. Come on, let's get this IBIT trade to work. We got all out of TSLL, didn't want to participate on the rally, so we have no issues with kicking that one to the curb. We took the trades on it earlier this morning, and it's not ready to get going yet. Does it need to absorb some more liquidity? Possibly. I think that's going to be the narrative. Okay. But I mentioned this once, and I'll mention it again. The fact that you're not rallying leading into the earnings report is telling me that it's not going to be very good on that report. I could be totally wrong, but what I've collected from a data standpoint, when you're extremely weak, you tend to be weak leading into that report. Because why? People know something that you essentially don't.
Don't forget.
Adara.
Keep an eye here on USO, pushing higher here, or hanging out near today highs. Washington Post reporting that Iran may have placed 20 or more mines in and around Hormuz. It's unclear if this report's referring to mines that are currently placed or mines that were placed previously, because you know President Trump said that he ordered them to get rid of the mines. So if I get more context and details on the timing, I'll let you know. But either way here, looks like at some point, either now or before, Iran had placed 20 or more mines in and around the Strait of Hormuz. Washington Post reporting this story. If I get more, I'll keep you posted.
Thank you very much, Adara. This is probably why this was probably the last straw. You get clipped 3-0 in the south of England in Brighton. Like, Brighton is a good team. They're like a perennial mid-table team. They're 6th. And they overtook Chelsea with that win. They're 50 points. Chelsea's 48. So, you know, you never really want to laugh. That's him right there, Liam Rosner, sacked by Chelsea. Next manager, latest as 3-month Premier League tenure ends. Yeah, he didn't get much of a shot. I'm pretty sure he came from the French league. Let's just take a quick look at his wiki. Where is his tenure there, Joey? Well, let's look over here. History as a manager. How do you use it? All the way down there. Abramovich, blue ownership, league history. There we go. This is Chelsea, man. I'm not looking for
Yes,
Chelsea.
sir, Sharif.
Go ahead, Joey.
Yes, sir. That's what we were talking about. Detail, detail, detail as we continue to climb. 5 cents, 2 to 1, essentially. We wait for that 10 cent. We were only risking 5. We'll take a little bit more off. I should remove a little bit more, but that was about 45%. Let's see if we can get one more strong uptick here in TSLL. Put Tesla, kick that thing to the curb, and let's trade some IBIT. I told you we were waiting for this setup for the majority of the day, and it's patience. What do I typically say, Sharif? Patience, patience, patience. Perfect, exactly.
Good job,
that's what we were waiting for. It comes into play. You have those stars aligning. It was the two factors that came into right into our lap. We were waiting for the volume and an indecision print below the volume weighted average price. And as soon as we seen that isolated pivot on both ends, you'd absolutely hammer that trade, okay? And there it goes. All day we waited for that one. Let's rock and roll and see if we can find any form of continuation. We have run into a resistance zone that was acting as prior support. Now I want to find a little bit more here in this IBIT.
Yeah, I'm just talking to Jal Press. He's like, yeah, Chelsea giving me shades of Arsenal in the past. I'm like, yeah, those were the bad days. Remember, like, look, the worst days for me were the Lacazette, Aubameyang days, okay? Those by far were the worst days as an Arsenal fan. I didn't much mind the tail end of the Wenger era where he had, you know, like Giroud and Sanchez and Ozil. I'm not a big fan of Mesut Ozil at all. I think he's one of the laziest players ever. I get he's super gifted, but you can't just be gifted in the Premier League. You have to have a strong work ethic. That's just the nature of the game. So, yeah. Anyway, this is, he did come from Strasbourg. So he was actually in England for Derby County, Hull City. Then he had a couple of years there in Liga. And then he came back for a short stint in the Prem. And, yeah, it didn't work out for him. So, sorry, brother. Hope things are well for him, obviously. I hope he gets another gig somewhere else and does has a good career. Just before we go to Adara, guys, we are sort of looking flat top breakish here on Tilray. Tilray's looking good. MSOS is looking good. Game is looking good. Likewise with Toro. FCell finding support at the 10 EMA on the 5. There's a lot moving in NMAX. And people were saying AGPU may not be dead. It's still substantially below VWAP, so that doesn't interest me. We're going to pause for a second. We got to go to Adara.
We got a little bit of a pullback here in oil. President Trump is posting on Truth Social about Iran, specifically some female protesters that are within Iran, saying that he, quote, very much appreciates that Iran and its leaders respected his request with regards to the fate of these women. So it looks like they will be safer now. Again, trying to keep my language broad because of YouTube restrictions, but keep an eye here on USO. Again, pulling back here after President Trump said that on his request, Iran has halted some actions towards these women. Back to you.
I watched a remember how great Vice News used to be? So Vice News released the other day, I think it was like might have been yesterday or the other day, a new piece, obviously in regards to the conflict. And yeah, let's just say they are not the biggest fans of the Western world, that's for sure. From what they displayed in the Vice piece. Used to watch a lot of Vice News.
Can you say that again? Sorry, I was just messaging Sia.
No. So Vice released a video yesterday, right? So what it was kind of a conjunction of all, a collaboration of all their previous video and footage based off of in Iran before. Iran. So yeah, what I was getting at, they don't like the Western world. You should see some of the propaganda there. It's insane.
Yeah, but I don't think all Iranians feel that way.
No, not all. I'm just what they did, and that's what I made it clear. Like what Vice displayed and how they look, how they perceive essentially how the Iranian outlook is on the United States. I'm not saying not all of them feel that way at all.
The government certainly doesn't.
Government certainly doesn't. And from a propaganda standpoint, and what you've seen on the side of buildings where you would have basic graffiti, it's just anti.
Oh yeah, that's a fact there. Yeah.
Okay,
all right.
Before we start the news,
go ahead.
Do your thing. Let's see if we can get this climb continuation here in IBIT. We don't have much, 20% left.
This guy's leaving already before the camera was off him. I love it. It's just, all right. See ya. We're probably going to get Luis soon, but we're going to start the news because it is 1:06.
Yeah, let's start the news for today. First thing I have for you is Meta is expanding its AI footprint with a $1 billion data center build. Now, Meta has announced an over $1 billion data center build in Tulsa, Oklahoma. The facility has become the 28th U.S. and 32nd global data center. An additional $25 million has also been allotted to local infrastructure spend. Now, this will create 1,000 jobs in construction and also an additional 100 jobs when the facility is at its full operation and full capacity. Meta is doubling down on compute capacity and as well as AI training and inference, which is critical for long-term monetization for the company, especially with regards to its ads and AI products. Currently, Meta in the green, up by just under 1%.
So, you like this. It's nothing surprising. He's obviously earmarked about $135 billion to spend on AI data center build-out in all of 2026. So this is just a part of it. You got to like the 100 permanent jobs, even though there's going to be about 1,000 temporary jobs. What I really keep going back to, and I keep harping on the same point, but it's a point that I think is worth repeating. Meta has a different runway for monetization than its peers, than the Microsofts, than the Googles and the Amazons, simply because they don't have cloud as an offering. And the way that all those other ones that I just listed, the other hyperscalers, are monetizing their AI cap spend is by offering neo cloud services with AI as to boot, just basically offering in cloud AI services. Now, we've seen this with AWS and the tie-up that they had with Anthropic yesterday. We've seen it obviously with Azure and OpenAI. The list goes on. Meta doesn't have that, so Meta's got to monetize through ads. Now, to be fair to them, apparently, if you believe the reports, they're going to overtake Google as the #1 ad revenue generator in the world. So, clearly they've got that on their side, but whether or not they're able to monetize it in the short term, I don't know, and I always come back to this, but do you think that Zuck's history of betting on the metaverse, and I don't want to call it a failed experiment because we don't know the future. It could totally be a good outcome.
The way we look at it now, yeah, absolutely.
So do you feel that his, kind of gung-ho attitude to go ahead, spend CapEx, not realize any profit through metaverse, sort of makes you question a little bit his approach to the AI build-out now? Again, because he doesn't have that cloud component. So how is he supposed to monetize this you know, in a relatively quick way. Because let's be honest about it, if the other three really start monetizing, do you think the market is going to just exercise patience with him and not with the, you know what I mean? Like,
No,
why
I don't
wouldn't
think
the money funnel in over there?
Yeah. The market won't exercise their patience. I mean, like, we've seen that from before. Like, how hard did the market hit Zuck and company with his continuous spend and his overspend in the metaverse? It was just like instant. So I think with this, we've seen the stock get damaged before, but just due to the fact that he's willing to spend more than everyone else, but he doesn't have the same form of monetization that the rest do. Let's head back. We're going to talk a little bit more about this, but let's see what Adair has for us.
Yeah, just want to keep you guys posted here on USO and the market. We do have more headlines here, this time being reported by Israel's Channel 12 News, saying that the deadline for President Trump's ceasefire here with the Iranians in terms of when that extension ends, it's going to be ending this coming Sunday. Now, we heard reports it was going to be 3 to 5 day ceasefire extension. So I was saying earlier that would probably put it in the range of ending between Friday and Sunday. Looks like that ceasefire extension will come to an end on Sunday. Again, just a report for now. If and when I get more details, I'll keep you all posted. But in the meantime, I think we have a special guest.
Luis Barbado. Oh, one of my favorite guys. Joining us from the Real Trading office in Barcelona, Spain. Luis, you know, usually we're a little jealous, right? Because you always have the good weather and we have this weather. But today, 18 degrees and sunny. I know it's not Barcelona style, but
he's just like, yeah, whatever. It's like 25 plus probably over there.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, my days.
Yeah.
All right, Luis, good to see you again, brother. How about we start off looking at what you traded today? Give us a breakdown of what you approached.
Yeah, I think first, since the pre-market already was clear that the most interesting stock was going to be a GPU. This one, you saw pre-market, we traded there, let's see here, backside short here, closing the VWAP, buy and reverse position because VWAP, it seems that it was holding out of the loan and short here against pre-market highs. I could have held more actually. I got out in the VWAP and I was very patient for a new trade. We went short again here against this VWAP rejection. You know this trade already. We went short there and here we are being very patient. Now we are holding half of the trade yet, close half there. I'm adding more here in this consolidation, and let's see if it breaks 850. This was probably the easiest stock to trade today. It was a pity that we didn't hold this short a little bit longer until it broke BWAP and all the way down, but it was okay. Right now we are in Akan. I think you were watching as well. I was short here backside. Look at that nice fill there. Shoulder, 1/3 out, and the other 2/3. Let's see if it breaks 620 and probably go around $5. If not, we will add against the VWAP and close if we see some momentum.
That was really aggressive there to get into Akan. I like that, Luis. Did you see something specific on AKAN that said, this is the right time now, it's failed? Is it the fail of 7? Is it the topping tail candle into 8? What was like your look to get into AKAN short?
Try to avoid it when it was halting up. And suddenly, for a while, you could see a lot of movement, but no more halts anymore. You know, that gives you a little bit more of confidence that you could short this one. And then you see this huge spike, okay, rejects. And then I get some confidence that this was the last short squeeze and you could short with a tighter stop. Anyway, not big size. You cannot play big size here because if it fails, you have a little bit for the stop loss. But this was probably the key candle to short it.
Good look, Luis. Just got to ask you, how much did the locates, if you can tell me, on AGPU cost you? You got in there pretty early on because you got it on the spike I saw there.
Well, it was not cheap. It was $6 per 100 shares, so 6 cents range.
Not bad at all.
Not bad if you're going to look for 60 cents, 80 cents, 90 cents per length, so it's okay to pay $6.
Okay, I have a couple to ask you about here, if I can load them up. So first of all, you saw the headline, President Trump may reclassify marijuana as early as today, and some of the marijuana names are going. I know they're not small caps. Maybe some of them are now, Luis, because they've sold off so aggressively, but they're momentum names. What's your look on something like MSOS over here? And really, I want to ask your opinion about something that's catching my attention. Is the divergence in price action between some of the equity names and some of the funds. Like, look at MSOS. No move up and an aggressive move down. And look, it's trading at highs in a 542, whereas Tilray still south of 8. Does that concern you at all, the disconnect between the fund and the equity?
Yeah, absolutely. When you try to trade a sector, a whole sector, you have to look for the sympathies and which are a little bit late in the movement and which are not. It didn't seem so strong, at least in some of them that we check, like Chrono or CGC. It was not such a strong movement for us to play there. It's also, Chrono went up and down, all the way down, CGC, but more or less the same. So, not enough. It seemed like the headline was not so important to add a lot of volume. We have 40 millions in CGC, we have 10 millions in Cron. It's okay, but the movement is not so clear for us.
Hey, Luis, what's going on? I want to lead our attention, and I heard you talking about this morning, and that's going to be CAR, Avis Budget Group.
Yes,
This thing,
I have to say, I have seen, oh Lord, I have seen. I have traded, and when I shouldn't.
I mean, but here it goes, right? Like, you're down $250 off of that high, 840 approximately. You're now trading down to 595 roughly. So this thing has dropped substantially in the span of a day. Now, I don't know if you have to order locates for this. I know yesterday they were free. The narrative can change. But are you going to be looking to re-engage into something like this? Or are you just going to avoid it at all costs? Because if you do have to buy locates, also, how expensive could those possibly be?
It's free. It's easy to borrow for us in real trading. It's easy to borrow. And as we said pre-market, I don't think it's a very good trade because if you try first attempt and it works, that's fine. But what if it doesn't work and you stop out losing $20, $30 movement, which is normal. It's a normal stop in this one. Okay. Then the second attempt, whether you look for even longer movement, $50, $100, whether you go double size to make it back and, make some profit. So I think it's a very, very difficult equation here to solve, comparing winning ratio of risk rewards. The risk, if you fail the first attempt and the second, is huge if you want to take the third attempt. So I shouldn't have traded this one, and I'm going to explain you what happened here. I only saw one clear trade, which was this one, okay? 755, 760, VWAP rejection, one candle over the VWAP and reject. I tried to short here. I didn't get filled because the spread was $4 or $5. I didn't want to fill or kill the bid, but just waiting on the offer to save me this $4 price movement. I didn't get filled, went down right away, $50. What happened? I get angry, revenge trade. I went short here. It has sense, right? I went short here in the base that it broke, this flat bottom break, I think you call it. I went short there, but the risk was too high. I have to cut it. I add more here, trying to make it back. I took a small profit here. I add here, and finally it worked, But even if these trades work, it took me like 5 years of my life. It's suffering a lot because of the spread, the huge risk. If it breaks VWAP, go like $50 right away, and you're losing a ton of money. So it was not worth it. It worked. I was a little bit bad luck here because when it went down to 660, I put the stop here in 690. I got a stop out, and then it went all the way down. But shit happens.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's exactly. It does happen. No, I agree with you. Like, it just takes a lot. From a mental taxation standpoint, it's quite a bit. Like, you caught a 40-point move, but at the end of the day, you're classifying it as not worth it. And I think that's totally fine. I want to head back in towards the small cap world. And I talked about this observation. And what I'm noticing more and more and more is that if the names aren't strong and they're hovering below the volume weighted average price, they typically tend to stay below VWAP and sell off a little bit more from that pre-market gain or anything along those lines. I know that's something that you're continuously looking for. Can you break that down for us a little bit more?
Yeah, absolutely. We could let's say divide the zones in three, in my opinion, three parts. Let's see with AGAPU, maybe it's easier. We always talk about pre-market highs, opening, and VWAP, right? These are the three levels for me, two key when you want to short. You have the pre-market highs. This is the first level that you have to take into account when you want to short. This is like your most, the riskiest part of the trade, okay? So that would be your worst scenario. The second is the opening price. We had it here, okay, on AGPU. Sorry, let me check LT. Why it doesn't show? I don't know. Let me try again. Or something like that. There you go. Okay, opening price and then the VWAP. So we talk like this. Listen, if it's trading above VWAP and above pre-market highs, you shouldn't short this front side, okay? It's huge risk because it has momentum probably, it has a lot of volume. We are trading above VWAP, above open, and above pre-market highs. So that's like the long scenario, you know, where the long bias traders are very comfortable. If you're trading below pre-market highs but above VWAP, you can short it, yes, expecting that the VWAP will fail, but you have to be very aggressive with the stop loss if it breaks pre-market highs. But longs are also playing here because they long because it's above VWAP and they are expecting to close, trade above pre-market highs. So long bias, they have their goal breaking this. Short bias, they have their goal breaking this. And where the long bias are comfortable, short bias, they have to stop. When VWAP breaks, short bias are more comfortable, long bias, they have to stop out of the trade. So, and if you're trading below VWAP, below opening, and below pre-market highs, you shouldn't long. Makes no sense to long unless you see some catalyst, new catalyst, or some sympathy plays jumping or something like that, you know? So it's long zones if you're trading above pre-market highs, above VWAP, indecision, so question mark in this area, and short bias on this one.
Perfect.
All right, Luis, I have a one here for you. I took this one long several times, NMAX, NMAX. But now to me, I don't know how you feel about this. It feels like it's basically putting in lower highs with, what you just talked about there, flat bottom break. And it's kind of hard to gauge because the wicks seem to be finding some support here at right 9.5 or 9.75. And the closing prints all around the volume weighted average price. Is this one that you would be looking to short? I mean, the VWAP here looks like some sort of support, but it does look like it may be failing. If this is one that you'd be interested in shorting, what would your methodology be?
Yeah, let me check if we have data on this one. It haven't appeared. It didn't appear in our scanner so far, but I can check it out here for you. You go market analysis, and you go here. Well, let's see if we have some data on this one.
Yeah,
okay.
NMAX.
First of all, no, we only have one gap up, so it's not enough. First of all, I'll also check. Let me, in another window, I have the dilution tracker. Let me check country and float. So it's not a small company. It's 130 million float, 1.2 billion market cap. So it's not a small, it's a U.S. company. Okay, so that gives you more confidence on the short side, at least for me. Right now, listen, I would be okay long in this because first of all, it's not a gap up, okay? It's running during the day, which is important. It didn't have news pre-market, just start to run after the market opens. So that's more uncomfortable for a short. When you're short bias, you want it to have gap up during the pre-market. So you have the news, you have some stop, some pre-market highs and some levels to kick out of the trade if you really like. So when the stocks runs during the market, it is more difficult for a short bias trader to trade because we don't have reference points, and momentum to close the trade. So in this case, I will not short it. So that's good if you're long bias, okay? It seems like it could be what we call the Refrain. You have a strong movement up, you have a retracement, it loses the VWAP, but you know what? It has lost a lot of volume, but no price. So it's good for the longs, no volume, but still holding price. So you're quite safe until 950, 960s. Yeah. It's a good zone to break. If it breaks VWAP, if you see some momentum, the highs of the day could break easily.
Luis, I have one more question for you. Do you have a bias about stocks under $1? Is that something that you try to stay away from, or is are they both fair game?
It's a fair game. Usually I avoid which is below 60 cents or 50, 60, 70 cents. I avoid it. And when it's over 50, 60 cents, first thing I do, remember, check NASDAQ compliance. If it has NASDAQ bid price and it's around 60, 70 cents, I check the momentum, but it has a lot of probabilities to go to trade over the dollar to avoid the regulation. So that's the first thing I check, if it has bid price or market value requirement from the NASDAQ. That's the first thing. And what I find difficult when I trade below dollar is, first, you don't have ECN rebate. You pay always when you trade, okay? Remember, over $1, if you add liquidity, you get paid by adding liquidity. Right. When you trade below $1, you always pay. So you don't have, you cannot be a lot of active, like buying and selling and closing and going in again, because all the profit goes out, with
very good point.
Fees and the commissions. And second, it's very difficult, at least for me, and I'm an experienced trader, but it's difficult to size the trade, to pyramid in the good trade, because, you never know how much can go, because you're thinking about cents, but when you are thinking about logarithmic scale, right, from 70 cents to $1 is 50% up, almost 40%. So it's very difficult for me, at least, to pyramid in the good position and close out and trade small when you're wrong. I find it more difficult that when the stock is trading $1, $2, $3, $4.
Great information. Thank you very much, Luis. Always make sure to remind us about the checking to see if it's bid non-compliant. I think that it's a very, very sound piece of advice. We always suggest that as well to our viewers. Thank you so much for being on. We love having you on. Thank you for joining us in the chat every day. I think a lot of the viewers really liking your contributions, especially for the small caps, Luis. Thank you for coming on.
It's a lot of fun, guys, so it's good. Thank you.
Hey, guys. Yeah.
From small caps to a $500 stock here. Keep an eye on Spotify. SPOT on watch. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton announcing investigations into this company and a whole host of other music streaming services, including Apple Music, Pandora, Amazon Music, and YouTube Music, basically looking into if there were any payola schemes involving if these platforms took undisclosed payments to boost certain songs, playlist placement, or recommendations to customers. He's saying it's a violation of Texas law. We know recently he reportedly was opening an investigation into Lululemon. So Ken Paxton added again in TX or Texas here, this time with SPOT, feeling the brunt of this announcement. Back to you.
2 non-American companies.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Okay.
Spotify.
Finnish or Swedish or something like that, right? Like from Scandinavia. And we, of course, Lulu, Canadian.
Yeah.
Not the best time Lulu's had, but a good company nonetheless. Great clothes. Dude, I bought like a bunch of shorts. That was 2018. Can I tell you that not one thread on those gym shorts is running?
High quality.
It's legitimately high quality and better than Nike. Like, it is better than Nike. I have a bunch of Nike shorts as well, and they don't hold up nearly as well. That's a fact.
Yeah.
Fact, Jack.
Retail.
All right.
Fact. That's a fact, Jack.
That's a fact, Jack. All right. See ya. What are we talking about next?
We got a headline here.
Talking about Boeing, BA has reported a solid earnings beat today. Let's take a look. So, reported a narrowed loss of 20 cents per share versus the 83 cents per share that was expected. Revenue is standing at $22.22 billion versus the estimated number at $21.78 billion, which is a 14% increase year over year. This is strength in defense and top line recovery. This is primarily also reflecting the 143 commercial deliveries. Therefore, the commercial aircrafts has also increased 10% year over year. Net loss has slimmed to $7 million versus the $31 million net loss in the prior year. Free cash flow of $1.5 billion. All of these reasons point to a higher delivery volume and an improved operational performance and a desired order timing. Production ramp is also 737 MAX 42 per month, an upside. And defense revenue has increased by 21%, followed by services by 6%. Currently, BA in the green by 5%.
So Boeing delivered a total of 600 commercial, I'm not talking about military, commercial aircraft in all of 2025. 600. That's what it's saying here. 447 737s, 88 787 Dreamliners, 35 777s, 30 767s. One must only look over here, Assassino, to this little headline. 6,100 commercial planes currently under order. Let's just go ahead and compare that to like an RPO. I know it's not the same thing, remaining performance obligations, but these are outstanding orders. They're making 2025 was a good year for them, especially if you're looking at how they did prior years. That's a good year, and it's not even 10% of the amount that they have outstanding. And that backlog grew 1.8%. Look at the amount of money that's outstanding there that they can't meet because they can't build enough capacity. A little bit less than $700 billion in orders.
Yeah.
And you know there's no shortage of demand, man. Let's be honest about it. Older airplanes need to be replaced. These airlines are switching their strategy from hub and spoke, and they're doing all sorts of different things. They're going to need airplanes to go along with that.
Yeah.
So you got to like the report. I think the report is quite good. It shows, Kelly Orberg really turning this thing around. But, did you ever feel like they may be able to get to some of the capacity that they need, that the market is demanding?
It's a pretty big jump, in my opinion. Is it going to happen overnight? No. Kelly Orberg slowly turning things around, increasing the margins. And I mean, if we're talking about complete deliveries in 2026 as well, too, Sharif, it's only going to be 10% higher. Right, like 660 planes, that's not going to be enough. Like the demand is there. The margins, they're improving, but they're still operating at essentially a net loss in the commercial airspace. So what is this company going to do essentially to turn things around? I don't know. How do you ramp up production that much to the fact where you're only producing so many planes to have to meet your demands at the end of the day? I don't see that happening overnight, especially when you're already operating at a net margin loss, even though they are slightly improving.
Well said.
So I don't know, where do you get that from? I don't see, where did they go wrong? Why is it so expensive, and why are they operating, why are the operating margins so low and essentially not good whatsoever to the point where they can't even meet production capability?
Well, it's probably multifaceted. We can look into that. But that's a great question.
In regards to the supply chain and everything, but there's so much demand clearly for their product, but yet they can't meet any of the obligations. We have deals where it's okay, China buying hundreds of planes as well too, but it's okay, that's great, but you're not going to see them for 10 years.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fact.
You know what I mean? You're not going to see them for a long time.
There was some good here. They are looking at getting certification for both the 737 MAX 7 and MAX 10 later at the end of this year. That could kind of give them more of a window to increase the 737 production, which they very much clearly produce more of. There is breaking news now about some aircraft carrier. Let's go to Adara.
So that news here, Sharif, is that USS George H.W. Bush, which is an aircraft carrier, has a strike group, and they're anticipated to reach the Middle East in 3 to 5 days. This is coming from noted and pretty reliable correspondent here on the Middle East, Jennifer Griffin. She's a Fox News correspondent mostly here. She's saying that, again, USS George H.W. Bush Aircraft Carrier Strike Group expected to reach Middle East in about 3 to 5 days. Now, that would coincide with the end of the ceasefire extension on Sunday. Furthermore, Israeli military, IDF, saying that they actually struck a vehicle in South Lebanon. They're saying that it was a threat from Hezbollah. But either way here, unfortunately, this tension in the Middle East does continue.
In the chat saying, yeah, a lot of it does have to do with the FAA, right? But they also allowed them to increase their deliveries, but it was by by double digits. It was like 10 planes or something.
Well, they had to get them under control because they were using dish soap.
And zip ties, essentially.
And zip ties, right?
But once those problems are fixed, it's like, okay, how do you start to ramp things up and actually just remove some of the backlog, essentially?
You just snored?
Yeah. But I mean, no. But in all seriousness, it's like, okay, how do you, when you're already so far behind, how do you catch up eventually?
No, I mean, look, it's going to require a lot of CapEx. And obviously, CapEx is going to eat into margins. It eats into free cash flow. That's even if they're willing to do it.
Do that.
Now, one must, ask the question, seeing as it's such an important company, at least for the strategic relevance of the United States, is there any government money that you think could find its way over to Boeing?
Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. And I'm going to put it this way let me ask you this. Do you think that Boeing is allowed to do this? So disregard the FAA situation, everything that they are going on. Do you think that it's a fact that they're allowed to be this far behind just due to the fact that it's only them and Airbus essentially?
Well, yeah, who were you going to get airplanes from?
It doesn't matter. It's like,
bro.
We're in no rush. It's like, okay, yeah, who's it? And if you think about from a total market share standpoint, Boeing drastically outweighs Airbus.
I would say so. I think it's more important. I think they have better airplanes. We saw the big bet that Airbus took on the A380. It didn't pay off, and they're not making any more of them, or they're really dwindling down the numbers that they're doing. So, yeah, I would say, neither is the best company operationally, but Boeing over Airbus. Anything. I think
a lot of people talking about car. I want to pull this thing up. What is it doing right now? Yeah, it was. Yeah, I mean, it already dropped $150. A lot of people saying it's. What are we down here now? 21%.
Oh
down to
my
$556,
$300. Shorts on,
this
bro.
Thing, yeah, the $300 in a day. This is crazy.
Yo, Toro just ripped up, guys. Toro ripping faces. Flat top break SSE. Look at that. Through that 675, 660 area, and it didn't go up quietly. It moved up $1, quick as you like, from 650 to 748. Keep your eye here on TORO, now up 87.5%. See ya.
Talking about United Airlines has cut its outlook after the fuel shock has hit its earnings power. UAL has seen a beat on the quarter, but the market will care more about the guide cut. The Q1 EPS stands at $1.19 versus the $1.07 estimated. Revenue standing at $14.61 billion versus the $14.37 billion that was expected. And the 2026 adjusted EPS outlook has been slashed to $7, between the range of $7 to $11 from $12 to $14. All of us are now aware about the culprit that is behind this, which is fuel. UAL now expecting Q2 fuel at $4.30 per gallon, and the war between the US and Iran has changed the cost of the structure for the group. Q2 guidance for the company is also low at the moment, standing at the range between $1 to $2 EPS versus $2.08 estimated. The management's message is that the business is still operationally strong, with the revenue rising over 10% and net income jumping 80% as well as the unit revenue up across every segment, just not domestic. So UAL has said that the revenue should cover 40 to 50% of fuel inflation in the second quarter alone, up to 80% in the third quarter, and potentially in the range of 85 to 100% in the year end as the price increases and schedule adjustments work through. So currently, UAL in the red by 6%.
And because of those increase in prices, look what they're doing, Sia. They plan to curb flight capacity in the third and fourth quarters. And as a result of curbing that capacity, they expect growth to be flat or up to 2% on the year. That represents a significant slowdown compared to the 3.4% capacity growth during the first quarter this year. So quarter over quarter, sequentially, they're dropping big, and the reduction is a direct strategic response to high fuel costs, which are basically intending to protect margins by cutting the less profitable routes. So I thought we were going to get more commentary about the revamping of the cabin and the more emphasis on business/first class that we've been seeing from all these airlines. I don't know if you know, but your friends at Air Canada, I know your favorite airline.
They're your favorite.
They're your favorite. WestJet's my favorite. You already know that.
You already know that. But
Starlink, baby.
That's not what they told me. They said
they told you that.
Air Canada told me that you're their favorite.
No, but seriously, they're revamping the cabin as well. More of an emphasis on first, more of an emphasis on business, because that's where they make money. Let's just cut the crap. Can I say something to you?
Yeah,
I want to say one very specific thing. I always say this to my old man.
Yeah.
In 1992, my sister and I, we went to Egypt for like 2 months. We stayed the entire month there, or the entire summer, I should say. My sister paid like $1,250
back then.
Yeah, hold on, and I paid like 8 something because I was still 10 years old. I was a child, but she paid $1,200. Dude, I went to Egypt in 22 and I paid $1,350. They're not making money on economy, Joey.
No,
that's
they're not.
like 35 years or whatever difference between that.
But yet you see this fluctuation within price. I mean, like, maybe we don't hear a little bit about the business because they're like, hey, the demand is still there, even though they are passing even though it hasn't hit them just yet, but they're willing to pass it on to the consumer, and the high demand is still there. So it's just like, hey, maybe we don't need to structurally change anything just yet, considering you see it within the economy. Yeah, we know.
Well, they're going to charge more anyway. Now.
They're going to well, that's what I'm getting. They're going to charge more, and you're still going to see people flying. So there's no dwindling within the demand. But they're like, hey, we know that business class is going to be the higher margin, the better for business, but the revenue is still growing. So there's no need to fix something that's not broken. Just
and I got to tell you, like the fact that they're increasing the cabin and people are still for first-time business and people are buying it shows that even though the customer may have not said it overtly, there is untapped demand. And let's be more honest about it. On the longer hauls, I am willing to pay more. I'm willing to pay $1,000 more,
in business.
$1,500 more.
I think when you get that 6+ hour, you want to be.
It's unbearable sometimes.
Yeah.
All right, we have to pause. Adair's got news.
I do have another update here in the Middle East. Israeli Channel 12 reporting that dozens of U.S. cargo planes loaded with munitions landed today in Israel at the Ben Gurion airport. So it looks like some U.S. cargo planes with munitions arriving here in Israel. Back to you.
Very much for that, Adair. All right. You have any more comments on UAL, or should we go on?
No, I don't like the airline.
Yeah, he doesn't like it. All right. See ya.
We're talking about Palantir next. Palantir's $300 million USD deal for farm services modernization. This did cause a little bit of a spike earlier in the day when the market just opened. Now, Palantir has signed a $300 million deal with the U.S. Department of Agriculture to modernize digital services and support for farm program operations. PLTR working on a number of things to improve fraud detection, supply chain oversight, and service delivery across its farm production and conservation operations. So Palantir has said that its software will help speed up things like payments, as well as disaster relief, as well as make it easier for different systems to share data. This deal shows that the government still wants data analytics systems, which is a big growth area for Palantir because it's moving beyond just defense and into commercial and public sector uses. Currently, PLTR up by 4%. But before we go to the boys, Adara, what do you have to say about this?
Yeah, I think this did not shock me. Palantir, even though we've got their commercial revenue growing a lot faster still, we still have growth in the government segment. And as of right now, the last quarter, we're still seeing that their government revenue is larger than the commercial revenue, even though commercial is growing faster, right? And I think furthermore, in addition to that well-established government base, we literally had President Trump, April 10th, so not even 2 full weeks ago, posting not just about the company, but specifically posting its stock ticker on Truth Social, right? So this is not super surprising that we get this update. Furthermore, here is Brooke Roland. She is the U.S. Secretary of Agriculture. When she makes these TV appearances, she tends to talk a lot. So I would be watching next time she makes any kind of appearance to see if this Palantir deal gets a mention. I mean, $300 million. kind of up to you to decide if this is a drop in the bucket for Palantir or not, depending on how long this deal is going to be. But I certainly think it's worth discussing and worth noting, especially in the context of their existing government business and that Trump Truth Social post.
Thank you. Sending it to the boys.
Yeah, look, I like this. I like the move into agriculture. I think that that's one area, one specific sector that could really benefit from AI. Brenda was giving us an example this morning. There is this kind of weed detector to move, unwanted plants out of the way, and it doesn't use pesticides. In fact, it uses lasers and AI. Of course, it detects what the plant is, it identifies it, and then it zaps it, murks it out of the ground. No, I'm exaggerating, obviously, and joking around here, but this is genuinely one area where you can have a lot of productivity increase because of AI, whether it's, AI combines or tractors doing a lot of the work manually. And we also know, think about all the foreign workers that they bring in, usually from South America, into Canada on a yearly basis to work on the farms because we just don't have the people with the know-how or the desire to want to work on.
Yeah,
and a lot of people say, "Oh, well, pay them more."
I lived in
these guys aren't even making that much money to begin with. We're talking about the farmers.
Yeah,
here.
I lived in the marsh, right? Like Bradford, Ontario. Essentially, the majority of the workers who would come in this summer were from Mexico, right?
Yeah.
Like, then they come, they send all their money back, and then, anyways, aside from that, like to add on to some of your kind of agricultural, essentially, machinery, we already have John Deere and we have Caterpillar looking to create these unmanned and autonomous turbines, essentially what you were getting at, and these massive farming equipment, what do? You implement some of Palantir's software into the actual hardware in itself, and sure enough, and I think Derek made a really good point. I think 300 million is essentially a drop in the bucket. Like, let's not beat around the bush. We're doing billion-dollar deals these days. Like, it's like we're not going to talk too much about it. But also in the fact is, like, what is the duration? If it's over 10 years, it's not that much, but it's expansion within Palantir, and you want to see them start to put their foot in different places. We talked about from a global aspect, they're signing deals with countries as well too. So not only are they getting government contracts, they're stepping foot elsewhere.
And you know what else, man? Think about this. Think about the yield that could be increased through AI efficiency.
Exactly.
Like by detecting plants that are behind or sick or need some sort of attention specifically. And that all gets detected by AI on, as you were mentioning there, an AI combine, right? Or a tractor or whatever sort of farm equipment. So yield could be increased. Prices could drop because your input costs go down. I like this. It's kind of the same thing that I meant with the biotech pharmaceutical sector as well, where you could cut so much of the R&D costs if AI lives up to the expectations and is able to take out that phase of the drug development. So I think, that's kind of how I feel about that. I saw that. Shout out to VWAP, PDAT. Oh my days, can't finish that part. $2 super chat. Ayo. XOSL is just on another planet. YOLO. Yeah, well, the chips are killing it today, unless your name is Intel. Down 1%. Sorry, guys. We got to go to Adair. She's got news.
I do, and this time it's about CRM. Here is Salesforce, this one going Mark Benny off to the downside after OpenAI announced that they're going to be introducing some workspace agents, in ChatGPT. So sellers are certainly in force in Salesforce today. Got to get one more pun in for you guys. Again, CRM to the downside, OpenAI introducing some workspace agents. Now, I've mentioned this before, but I've noticed from about 1 to 2 p.m., OpenAI has a tendency to make some kind of announcements, often basically they're going to get into the lane of another company that exists with the AI space. So, I mean, again, 1 to 2 p.m. a time to look for these OpenAI announcements. But either way here, this particular announcement impacting CRM to the downside. Back to you.
We'll be a little bit better. All right. Sia, who are we talking about?
Talking about the most awaited today, Tesla. So Tesla is, as we all know, reporting post-market today. This quarter, Tesla is expecting its revenue to grow 14% year over year, which is a reversal from the 9.2% decrease in the same quarter last year. Analysts expecting Tesla to post a revenue of roughly $22.7 billion, which is a gain of about 5% from the $21.7 billion in the same period last year. EPS projected to land near the 37 cents region, up from the 34 cents in the prior year quarter. Analysts have grown extremely bearish, however, with the revenue estimates that are coming in the downward revisions in the last 30 days retaining the stock. The company also has previously disclosed a production of 408,386 vehicles versus deliveries of 358,023 units during the quarter. So this widening gap between output and handovers can potentially signal a certain elevated inventory, could also pressure free cash flow, which some analysts are forecasting can turn negative in some time for the first time in the 2 years. But Tesla has missed Wall Street's expectations multiple times for the past few years. Will this time be any different? How will you know? You will know post-market with Trader TV Live. Stay tuned. Watch out for that.
I love it. Look at this article here. So Kalshi betting on the specific words that Musk and his team will use on the call. Terafab sits at 89%. Yeah, okay. I mean, he's been talking up a storm about that. Yeah, exactly. SpaceX/XAI, that term or words, sitting at 84%. Optimus sitting at 99% likelihood that he will mention it. FSD also at 98%. But Cybertruck, the outlier here, well, the supercharger is the outlier. 59% chance Cybertruck gets mentioned on the call. Only 48% chance that the superchargers actually get mentioned there. I thought that that would definitely be mentioned more because I was listening to an interview that he had the other day where he was talking about they got to build up more capacity. But let's cut the crap, okay? Let's get right down to work.
Cut it, man.
Here's what I'm thinking. Number one, I'm worried about their free cash flow. They're having to spend more on CapEx. They were guiding 20 some odd billion. Now the terafab's coming in there, and the R&D and everything that comes with it. I think that could pressure free cash flow. That could be trouble, right? So that's one thing. I think Elon is being a little too optimistic about how much it's going to cost him to build all this stuff out, all right? Yeah, I think he's way too optimistic about that. So that's number one. Number two, we already know their deliveries. That's fine. So we already know the deliveries were bupkis. But what I want to know is, were they able to maintain some of the vehicle margins? What are the gross margins on the vehicles? Are we talking mid-teens or are we talking high teens here? Because they keep going down quarter over quarter, year over year, right? The margins keep getting cut. So that's number two. Number three, I want to hear more about the timeline for the robotaxi. I want to hear about when they expect robotaxi to scale. I don't anticipate Optimus scales before robotaxi. I certainly think robotaxi scales before Optimus. Now, what's his plan for that? Is robotaxi gonna see the light out of the old X and S facility in Fairmont? Like, what's the move here, Elon? Where are they going to come from, right?
I think that's the idea.
And then, obviously, I want to hear more about Optimus, what his version, what he expects. Because last time he said, Optimus specifically, he said, Optimus is not doing useful work. Yeah?
It's not.
It's not. No, it hasn't done it yet. And I'm not even talking about a controlled setting.
Yeah.
It's not doing useful
not there
work.
Yet. Yeah. And, I mean, you know what? Like, listen, I get it. It's fun. It's nice to think about this stuff, having the robotics. But Sharif, as you would typically say, let's cut the crap. Optimus isn't doing anything for Tesla for probably the next 3 to 5 years.
You think so? I was giving it a couple. I was going to say 2. No, huh?
Longer, brother.
Longer.
Huh? I think longer. Yeah. Like, and
even with all the meta, meta people wearing.
It doesn't matter. Three.
You know what I mean? All the training, the agentic training.
3 to 5 years.
3 to 5 years.
Someone's saying 1 year max. You disagree? That's totally fine.
Get it, Ichiro.
No, and I like that.
He says much longer, so everybody feels different.
Everybody's saying much longer. It's going to be much longer, in my opinion. We see where it stands. But then also, I think what we're going to see is people are going to catch on to more to the Cybercab than what they are going to Optimus, especially if that thing's coming around $20,000.
I genuinely believe that, Byron. Okay. I swear I'm not gaslighting. I think it's a couple of years.
Okay, yeah, like if that's where we're standing, Ramin, is it's playing rock, paper, scissors with Kim Kardashian, then sure enough, like, is this a groundbreaking technology? Am I buying this thing so I can play rock, paper, scissors with it at the end of the day?
Dude, no, but I've made this point very clear. Like, my life right now is minute by minute, hour by hour. That's just my day. My day's locked in. Imagine I could reclaim back some of my time, not only for personal time for personal use to be able to, develop personal relationships a little bit better. But quite frankly, I could reapply my time to more productive
for more productive
what do you want
endeavors.
Optimus to do for you? Tell me. What do you want it to do?
Goodness gracious,
Just give me a couple of
so
things.
much,
Just give me
man.
2 things right off the list.
Right off the list?
Yeah, right off the top.
Prepare my food.
Okay.
Okay? Do you know how long it takes me to
5
make
years
eggs every
away.
day?
Yeah, 5 years away.
You don't know that, man. We can guess.
Brother,
we can guess. Fine. I give you, that's your opinion. You're entitled to it, right? Prepare my food to actually tidy up my apartment.
Yeah.
Now, robo-taxi could, you know, who knows what, it could pick up stuff for me, right? Like meet people at the concierge. Whatever. There's so many different things I can think of that I could reclaim my time.
I don't disagree with you, but then also I think the question leads to, are you prepared to pay that price tag?
Look, yes, if depending on how it comes out.
The efficiency
that
of
makes
the,
a big deal,
right?
yes. How much I can get out of the product, of course, that makes sense. But also, is this going to be like a financing, leasing thing like a car?
Absolutely.
That's what I'm saying. So then it becomes feasible month to month, right? Including that payment. So I don't know. I have basically clean and fold my clothes, absolutely, and iron everything. Right? I mean, I have so much stuff that I
go
could...
and get a cup of coffee. Do you think that we're folding now? So so I mean, and we're not even in mass production yet.
The machine is broken. Neither of us have had a coffee.
No, but there you go. You have Optimus fix it for you at the end of the day. I get that. But I think just like Elon Musk, we're being a little optimistic on the timeline.
I like that. Dunk.
Right?
All right, Sia, what do we got?
Talking about Google next, Google has unveiled its chips for AI training and inference. Google's latest efforts to take on NVIDIA in AI hardware include separating the company's task that has been doing for many years now, which is producing chips that it can both train artificial intelligence models and handle inference work into distinct processors. Google has said as of this morning that it is working on making the change for its 8th gen TPUs. Both these chips will be available later this year. Google has said that training these chips enables 2.8 times the performance the 7th gen TPU Ironwood, which was announced in November of last year for the same price, but the performance will be 80% better for the inference processor. Now, Google in the green by almost 1.6%.
And I like this, Sia. Like, yeah, sure, it's TPU 8, T or I, depending on whether it's for training or inference. So as Brendan and I were talking about this morning, there's going to be TPU for training. That obviously kind of challenges NVIDIA's moat, because those are still the best chips for training. But then the inference chips that we've been talking so much about, they're making 2 versions. I happen to love that. Number 2, a massive agentic AI fund, $750 million, which, to be honest, is a bit of a drop in the bucket for Google, established for that 120,000 member ecosystem to kind of prototype and integrate their AI agents into the existing workflows. You got to love that. And then one that I really like, and why I chose Thermo Fisher as one of my picks, finally, AI may help the pharmaceutical/biotech industry. That's a $1 billion deal with Merck to deploy an agentic platform across the pharmaceutical giants R&D program. That's where we may see huge cost savings. And then think of the sort of the side effect of President Trump's cap on some of the drug prices by asking for the most favored nation pricing. What does that do to the margins of these pharmaceutical companies? They have to respond, and this is a great way for them to respond. President Trump says, look, you're selling whatever, drug A in Sweden for $1 a pill, and you're ripping our people off for $5 a pill, so they have to drop it to $1 a pill in the States. That eats into so much of their margins. Now, granted, kind of the American consumer was financing the rest of the world by paying those prices, and more sympathetic I could not be, but these drug companies shouldn't really have to have massive valuation shifts. The investors are really going to get clipped, and this is one of the areas where they can have margin expansion by removing so much of the R&D costs. So I really do like this. And then who could hate on the Anthropic angle here? They're going to gain about access to 1 million TPUs. We're talking about Anthropic. Yesterday, Joseph and I were talking about, how Anthropic distributes their cloud compute, about 60%, 55 to 60% with AWS, but 25 to 30% was with Google, right? We knew that, and they're going to get access to these TPUs. Another good look for Anthropic, especially because they're so agent-focused, right? We know Anthropic is kind of really trying to take that enterprise angle, and that enterprise angle has a lot of agents in it.
Yeah. Did you see that Microsoft looking to implement, what is it? What's that? It's not coming to me.
What's up?
Mythos into some of it from a cybersecurity standpoint.
How's that
Microsoft.
even possible?
I just read the headline, man.
Hold on, read that again.
Yeah.
Bring it in.
I'll pull it up here.
Where the hell is that? That's crazy.
Yeah, Microsoft and Mythos.
And Mythos, how is that possible? I thought they were all crazy about the fact that it was leaked and this and that. And
Here you go.
yeah, bring it in. Click read full article. That's Street Insider. Click that. Yeah. It should load up in your browser. It's loading up behind here.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why that's
Loading up behind there. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, right here, guys.
Bring it in. Let's read that, man.
Wednesday, Microsoft
embed.
Wednesday plans to embed advanced artificial intelligence models, including Anthropic's Claude Mythos preview, into its secure coding framework as the company strengthens its cybersecurity capabilities.
I think maybe they're just using it to make sure that their software doesn't have glitches, but I don't think they're making it accessible,
But even
right?
so, getting into ties with obviously Anthropic.
Well, this is how it leaks, because they're giving it to people at Microsoft, and then obviously it leaks that way, so I'm not really surprised by that.
So,
anyway, it's about a minute and a half left.
Yeah.
I'll let you take off because I know you got to set up. So
Yes, sir.
Let's review some of these trades. Thank you, Sia, for the news. We're going to move on. Just do a quick trade review and see what is still moving, what is not. Let's take a look at Toro. Toro still looks fantastic, guys. I know you guys were yelling about this during the news. 770 high. It looks like there was a lot of selling at 750. No closing prints above that 750 area. Coming back down now into 7. I'd say be careful shorting this here. You know, as Luis was talking about, this is still substantially above the volume weighted average price, which is showing about 6 1/3, give or take. So be on the lookout for that. I would start looking possibly short if it was to lose VWAP. And then if you're looking long, I'm also thinking here 670 to 680 could be a good buy area. Look for support there. If it fails, it fails. And then you have to look at something else. But Toro, not a bad look at all today. Was it still up on the day? About 76.5%. Also, FCell, also really not giving up the ghost, certainly not at day's high. That's $11.74, but showing about $11.50 right now. And I can't believe how strict this one has been in terms of respecting the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. That's been a hell of a hold there with only one breach on the day of that 10 exponential, and that came on that red candle at 12:45. But you can see it got bought up and closed above the 10 EMA. So FCell still looking pretty good. AKAN, that's the one that was halting. Had a good trade on this one. Look, it's stair-stepping down. It's not rocketing down, which some of these multiple halters tend to do. But, you know, it's below the volume-weighted average price right now. Watch out for lower highs. And then a fail, I would say, of about 575. That probably sets up a gnarly short. But it is now 2 o'clock, and I do see Neil Roberts at the big screen. And Joey is ready to go. Do I send it to Neil, or do I send it to Joe? To Joe. All right, sending it to Joey.
Surprise. here we are. No, guys, once again, welcome back. I mean, this is the final stretch here, 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. Hope everyone's had a fantastic start to their session. There is still some time left throughout the day. And speaking of time, I think in regards to the earnings season, we're getting it in full effect. Next week, we have some big names reporting. We have the whole list of the Mag 7. But let's start first things first, all right? We got to walk before we can run. And Tesla is reporting after the bell. Now, as for a name, I think what is really important is the first half an hour or the first hour of the session, and it could be extremely telling of where the stock may potentially trade for the remainder of the day.
So much happening in the first 30 minutes of the session. You've got positioning, you've got people trying to run stops, you got reacting to news, overall market sentiment. You need to narrow down what that action means so you can take advantage in any of your trades. And really, sometimes we call it the shakeout. Right? Like you can have something with a positive catalyst, like Palantir did here today, and it's gapping up and you get continuation, or you could see something like Intel, which is gapped up and it's an abject failure. And you ask yourself, like, what is the difference between these two things? Well, oftentimes it's not going to be as simple as looking at it before and being able to tell what's going on and what's going to happen. It's inside of that 30 minutes, that opening range, as people like to call it, that you you're able to figure out one from the other. Now, whether it's jumping in a short like on Intel or diagnosing that you've got a bit of a long, it takes a little bit of homework. Now, first off, what you want to do is have an idea, because if we're strong, we're above the range here the following day, like pretty easy to see, like you've got this 147.5 top from the prior day, and that's turning into support, so it's generally strong and at a positive news story, they'd gotten a contract, and you've got this top end that you can very obviously see as well, here at 149.5. Now, the usual bamboozlement happens at the open. It opens up, there's wicks to the top, it comes right back down in, it goes to the top, it pulls back. Now, this is where it gets a little bit instructive. It's that second fail at the top. There's the shakeout happening. You're going to have people reacting to the news, some profit takers in there, some people building long positions. All of that needs to shake itself out so that you can determine which direction is going to win. Now, it's easy enough to say if it finally breaks out, you take a breakout and you can look for that entry. But I think the more instructive thing is you're rinsing back and forth within the range. The second time it ticks and wicks that high, you get a higher low. Do you have to be in there? You probably don't. Because you can look for that third time it wicks the high again and puts in another higher low. And this gives you something reasonable, which is an entry at that higher low with even a tight stop or a wide stop. You have yourself some options. And that's always going to be key. You want to have optionality. Now, on the other side of the coin, you don't want to fall for the opening traps that are set. Sometimes you got to zoom a bit further back. Now, I was watching Intel when it did this move to 2 sessions prior, where once you were above about 68, the sellers didn't just trap anyone trying to punch the breakout long, they utterly destroyed them all day long. Then you see the following day, underneath the same price, tons of resistance. So when this one's gapped up, I'm setting myself up to say, well, if those sellers are there that are letting it drive higher, and then ready to slam it down, you have to wait to pounce on that trade. If you know that what happened before was allowing early morning traders to retail in and drive, and then they got smoked, you've got to lie in wait, kind of like you're hunting for your prey, because that's what they're doing. They're allowing that opening drive and all the breakout traders to get exuberant and start chasing the move before they pull the rug. And the funny thing about it, the entire opening range needs to hash itself out before it can take that bounce. It took that first half an hour for it to even settle down. That's how much they rug pulled. So whether you're finding something that's going to have follow through, allowing the first 30 minutes to give you a trend for something that could maintain strength, you do want to avoid those massive, massive traps. Better yet, if you can lay in wait while the trap's being set, and you can be the one to spring it and take advantage of that opening flush out.
Absolutely, and it's a massive teller, whether it be a fundamental catalyst or a technical catalyst. The way the stock reacts in the first half an hour can be a big teller of where you're going to head throughout the remainder of your intraday session. We were referring to Tesla and earnings. You had Palantir with a fundamental catalyst as well too. But if you have a technical breakout like in Bitcoin today, and that first half an hour remains strong, then sure enough, at some point, you can get in on a form of a pullback, because in that first half an hour can be a major confirmation, and whether that breakout is going to be genuine or not, but it's a massive teller within the technicals and the fundamentals of how the street, retail, and even the larger participants can direct the stock. It's either going to be a genuine move, or eventually it can entrap a bunch of retail traders and even the larger participants and have a false breakdown.
And bonus time, because when you're looking at that first 30 minutes, also pay attention to what kind of an attitude the stock had in the opening range, maybe the prior day, or like we showed with Intel 2 days before. Because here's a bit of a hint. Prior day, you did see an initial flush out, but the fake out this time wasn't a fake up and then flush out on Intel. It was a fake to the downside and then a huge recovery on Palantir. That gives you the hint of what's going on. Regardless of the opening push one direction or the other, there were buyers in that stock. And that's where you can take that information. It doesn't mean you're automatically going long the next day, but you have a general bias. The same way there was a bias over there in Intel, because of what we saw here, bias to the short side, even though it's up. You can find yourself with the absolute reverse over there in Palantir. So good luck on all of your trading, everybody. That first 30 minutes, absolutely key.
It's absolutely key, and we've seen that in regards to Tesla. That first 30 minutes, even though we didn't have the continuation that we were looking for, you have pullbacks into the volume-weighted average price, and you hit the high of the day. Now, is there other potential headwinds that are making Tesla not as strong as the overall market? Absolutely. But within that first half an hour, a massive teller, 15 minutes to a half an hour, can really tell you the direction and the strength of a potential stock. Here it is on IBIT. We were talking about this name. Okay, we have a technical breakout. Oh, no. Sure enough, the continuation, and right at 10 o'clock, is when you almost get that pullback where it says, hey, we're ready to engage, you've pulled back, and then off to the races you go for another hour and a half, 2 hours essentially. So that first half an hour can tell you worlds about the direction of an intraday session, especially in some names that have tailwinds behind them, technical or fundamental breakouts.
Real question is, did I just miss the AMD entry?
I was thinking about getting it, like, what do we do with Tesla here? I don't know. I don't want to take any more attempts on it. We had the iBit trade.
Well, the question is, why don't you want to take any more entries on it? Do you think is it too much? Is it going to be too much noise going into earnings? Sometimes the afternoon can just be
just channel down, really.
Just like nonsensical, and it can be hard to read, and then all of a sudden.
It's just
a lot of times you'll get one drive in the last hour. Maybe you can catch one momentum trade, but we'll see. I think AMD is insanity right now.
That descending right there.
So you could take a break, maybe like it's a trend break.
You would want it on the backside, yeah, on the trend break for sure.
Yeah, maybe that's what you look for. Yeah. Right now, Tom Train's like short AMD. AMD has been chilling at this 300 to 301 for a while. Here, it did break a big time. I mean, it did break trend. Hold the trend line underneath. Usually I'd take a shot at it here. Oh, the position board is not working. I guess if I just simply take once I get another fill, it'll show the battle. BATL, battalion short. It's weird. It's the 420 is the high again on battalion. So I'm short off that lower high. But AMD here, it did confirm that the hold of 301, confirmed under the trend line. I should be taking a shot at this. Let us know what else you guys are watching. I feel like my screen got bumped or something. It gets off center. It's really bugging me. It's just kind of angled in a way that I feel like it wasn't before. It doesn't really make a difference, but I'll fix it some other time. Random Oddity says, what's my take on the 420 top on Broadcom? I'm gonna nibble in on AMD and see if I can get. Well, I'm sitting at 20s. I might not get filled up there. Let's move. All right, so I just moved to, I was sitting at 320, I don't know, like 22. Of course, now it would have filled me at 22. But I just came in at 14. I just got the 14. Like, the trade is the trade. Like, I think in this particular situation, I'm giving it, like, this was the trend break here. So I'm actually getting maybe a slightly better price than if I took it on the trend break. But the play is still to the prior bar high, which is effectively the high of the day. Like, I'm actually giving it to the high of the day here based on that wick. It's like 392 cents. So I might as well just give it, like, literally put the stop at 301 there. And maybe I need to see a lower high to add to this if it looks any better. Okay, so the question was, what did I think about Broadcom? And I believe it was 420-ish top. Wow. Yeah, what are you going to do? Who knew? That's similar to what you're seeing in AMD. You're also talking about AMD's making fresh highs, but Broadcom's at its effectively at its all-time high. So it makes it a little bit different. But what hasn't happened in Broadcom is I haven't seen it pull back underneath. Like, if I go back to AMD for a second, like, they're very similar. But AMD has made the top and kind of given enough of a curl that looks like a reasonable short to me. Whereas Broadcom hasn't really given that signal just yet. Again, it's probably not going to make a difference. Like, the market's at the high. Does it roll over or does it not? It's a risk to reward setup at this particular point. Like, it's just a complete. The other thing too is, like, look at AMD. Like, this is nonsensical. Like your risk to reward just gets insane up here for any kind of a trend break. So I'll be with this one. We'll see what it does. I am in battle. Did that show up? Yeah. Once I took a fill somewhere else, the battle trade showed up, which was just the 420. Oddly enough, it did something similar yesterday in the afternoon. And so I'm short off of that lower high. I got one push into VWAP. We'll look to see if we can't get another. And let us know what else you guys are watching. Hopefully Joe gets to grab his lunch and grab some food. You know what the other thing we didn't even talk about? Well, I don't know if anybody talked about it. I was chatting with some people via the chat, chatting with people in the chat, that's what you do, about ARM. 11% today. Oh, this is the wrong bull. Dang it. Okay, so there's like two bull graphics. That one's that's actually pretty embarrassing, that bull. This is a better bull. Look at the difference between the graphics. Like you've got one, and look at the bear graphic, like the high quality. There's one issue with that one, which I've gone over many times. And then you've got this nonsense. You like that one? Hold on a second.
I like them all.
Joe, you like that over like that bull and bear?
They all look good.
It's not even close. And I do remember when ARM was under $100 because the simple rule of thumb for me is the easiest rule of thumb of all time. Like look at this stock. You have the typical IPO breakout trade through $80. It then dipped, and then that became like your litmus. You're buying back into that level, and every time it crossed $100, got to or crossed $100, you get a buy zone, and it would go to 180. And then you get a buy zone, and then it goes to 180. Then you get a buy zone, then it goes to 180. Then you get a buy zone, and then it goes to 1. And like, how many times do you? And for the record, I bought every single one of those times, and every single time I would buy more, and then I would take 20% out near the top and hold, and then I would buy back to 100%, and then I would get out 20% somewhere at the high. Sometimes I was getting 170s because I'm not like perfect or like whatever. No one ever gets the right top. And so I did it again. I did take 20% out again in front of the top. So I don't have I have 80% of my long-term position in ARM. But now all of a sudden it's got a different vibe. It's weird.
It's like 85% hell of it by.
Well, now look at the effective range here that it's breaking from. It's like $100 range that it's been sitting in. So just like a technical breakout here, and like why couldn't I see $290 on this thing or $280 on this? Like I think that's perfectly reasonable.
We have a super chat here.
How do your meatballs smell better than anyways?
You didn't really like them. It's always better when it's someone else's.
No, it's like mine was like cold. I just didn't.
It doesn't matter what the lunch is. You remember back in in school, it's just like everybody else's lunch looked better than yours. That's just how it goes sometimes. All right,
I would agree.
$5 super chat by Joe4902. I lived in Austin, Texas. I want to go to Austin. I'm planning a trip to Austin. I love Texas.
That's so crazy.
I love Dallas.
My wife is in Austin.
Did I hear what? No, hit it again at Assassino. Cash, bang, much better. All right. I live in Austin, Texas, and I've seen one robo-taxi, 50 Waymos, and when I do see a robo-taxi, there's a driver in it, but rarely a passenger. What does that say? I think it's telling. They're in two totally different, I think,
Waymo's way ahead.
Within, exactly,
yeah,
and that's what I'm getting at. Yeah,
they're ahead.
They're ahead. They're ahead right now. But what we won't disregard is the production capabilities, and that's what we're counting on with Tesla. LiDAR and just using the camera-based system are two totally different technologies as well too. So I don't know. The Ministry of Transportation, Highway Traffic, whatever they call it in the States, they favor the LiDAR technology. But what is going exactly 200 each row exactly $200,000 versus for essentially a Waymo vehicle. It's a Jaguar with the LiDAR implemented versus $30K a vehicle for the robo-taxi, right? Like which one is more scalable? There's just a difference in the technology. They're in different spaces right now in regards to from a regulatory standpoint. So it's tougher. Like I think the outlook on Tesla, we try to remain forward-looking and optimistic, but we know with Tesla, with Elon Musk, he's an optimist, right? Like he's there's another word that I'm looking for, but essentially he believes in something that may take a little bit longer, and he's a visionary.
He's a visionary.
Yeah, exactly. That was the word. He's a visionary.
That's
and
exactly
what it is. He's a visionary, and rightfully so, because it's got him to where he is right now. But he's a little bit behind things right now.
Well,
Waymo's just in way more cities right now.
And while this plays out, like what inning are we in of this game? Like the first inning? I don't know. Like
we're in the warm-up, brother.
You're not. Well, I don't know if you're in the warm-up. I'd say you're in the first inning here.
Okay, so on the grand scheme of things, like
so it's kind of like a distinction without a difference, though. It doesn't really matter. We're early on.
Yeah, like exactly, like from a timeline. And the way that I say things is like I just, there's no limit to certain things because 100 years ago, no one would ever thought that we'd have these, right? Like technology is going to continuously advance beyond any means that we actually understand. And especially if you're going to become interplanetary, you're going to have to build technology that's essentially never been established before. So, I mean, early stages in the grand scheme of everything. We're such in the early stages.
I 100% agree. Just one look. We just crossed the $50 mark on AMD, so broke down the 300. This is Sparta. Got down to about, I think like it was like 299.33. Like where did I get filled? I guess like 40s or something like that. It's just somewhere in the 40s there. So still short off the 300. I'm looking. You know what? I might go a little bit into this gap here, closer to like 98.5, I think makes a little bit more sense for the next bid if we're able to get it. Because like you have the prior high at 298 clean, and then there's a wick in at 298, so I want to be sitting in between just in case. I'm going to tighten up now. Like it's not a break-even stop, but I'm no longer giving it to the high of the day. I feel like if AMD is going to take this move down and bounce and kind of get past like that $50, like the 300 half, then it'll probably get to the high. And just for that battle trade, which I'm still in, or battalion oil or whatnot, like it just went off of the 415 on the lower high, and when it wicked it again, just reloaded what I had taken out. It just doesn't seem to want to get to VWAP. So I might dump almost all of this at VWAP just like yesterday, especially when I see USO starting to come back up. As a matter of fact, I might just try to, I just hit 07s to get more out. I just don't want to be sitting in this when it's making higher lows. And I don't love the fact, when I put this one on, like look what USO did when I put this on. And then USO got the move into VWAP, and now we're coming back higher. Like that down, like we kind of broken this downtrend. I just don't see a need to be in that anymore. Like my reason for being in that trend break is kind of gone, and it's headed back to the upside. So I'm trimming that. I'll try to hold AMD for a little bit more. When it gets past that if and when it gets past that 299, and then start looking for some other opportunities out there as well. So let us know what you guys are watching. I see Agent's been going ham to the upside on AMD. It's been a rocket ship. Like a lot of these chip names have been fantastic today. We've highlighted, as long as you're not Intel, we've highlighted AMD and ARM and who else? Who am I missing? Broadcom and Micron is up 8% today.
Damn.
What's SNDK saying? Oh, it's not at 1,000. Oh, it's not at 1,000. Hold on a second. So SNDK, you're only up 7.5%, and you're at $970. So that's terrible. That's terrible. I mean, come on. Day like today, it didn't break the double top. It's not at a fresh all-time high. What are you doing? 7.5%? That's all you've got, SNDK? I'm obviously joking. These things are all rockets right now. So I know AMD is super strong, but it's just a reversion trade, and I'm not even remotely thinking VWAP here. Like if it breaks the 98, I'm looking more along like the 97 or where it connected the trend line in the afternoon. Like that would be VWAP. I'm thinking more like the 97, just given how strong.
Neil, is this rug? Is this rug or is this rug?
I don't want to look at car.
Brother.
I don't want to look at the car chart because it's making me mad at myself.
Over $300. You know what I mean?
I knew it was gonna happen.
Like, is this rug or is this rug?
It is what it is, man.
It's crazy. Like, you shorting car, Randy? Maybe. Randy shorting car. All right, good stuff, good stuff. It's crazy. $300 today.
Randy.
To the downside. 842, even
Well,
more.
$300 is it might be at $300 tomorrow.
It could be at $300 by the time you open your eyes and the market opens again.
Yeah.
Say, like, is this thing, I'm sure you can trade it in blue ocean. Yeah, this thing is absolutely disastrous.
I don't know how liquid.
Imagine you're like, oh, hey, yeah, we're going to get that squeeze.
But do you know what? Do you know why I'm angry? I'm not angry over a car. I'm angry because I made a comment about why it would just be safer to just short Hertz. And then Hertz gave like just a gold medal short trade today. Yeah. Right? Like there's a prior high, there's the wick top. Like you just look at this look at the topping tail candle off of the open, and then you just short this bar in here at like $7.40 and then let it go.
Jaw P, this guy.
That's I'm like, I'd stop the because lower hang with trade. You're talking very clear trend where there's maybe even places to have added along the way.
I don't know, that's crazy. Like Jaw P, you took 5 puts? Brother.
Jam.
Yeah, how much did you like spend on those? That's easy. That's almost 100K. That's insane. How much? Like that's a lot, dude. Yeah, it's crazy. Okay, nice trend break there on AMD. Market's starting to sell off a little bit here. We couldn't continue to move. Like we were forming multiple consolidation zones throughout the intraday session, and then that support level just broke. Now, as for the NASDAQ, how are we going to react around this supply zone? Are we going to breach it? And Tesla heading through some support levels. What's holding up well is IBIT, and you can see those consistent higher lows. All right, NVDA starting to slide as well. So once that trend breaks, starting to form a head and shoulders pattern. Now, if it breaks and breaches the volume weighted average price, maybe it starts to participate with the overall market and head a little bit lower. But yeah, it's starting to slide. We're getting that slide. And what we're seeing from Tesla leading into the report, I'm not liking it. And I don't think it's going to be a good one. Can I be wrong? Yes. For the sake of people who are in long positions, I hope that I'm wrong. But you're going to have an increase in CapEx for the Terafab. We know that the delivery numbers aren't going to be that good. And then you're going to have this insane optimistic timeline in which we're going to have the full Cybercab and when Optimus is going to be produced. So on mass, essentially. So I don't know. I just don't think it's going to be good, to be honest. What's up, Randy?
What does Randy think? You gotta get the mic.
Neil grab the mic, man.
Randy says me neither, but like, what's your thoughts? I mean, Tesla reports in less than 2 hours here.
I'm with Joe. Cybertrucks, and SpaceX is the only one buying them. Like,
Tell him.
Did you hear that hello? I mean, it's I don't know. And the Optimus, okay, we all loved it when it came out. How many are they actually going to sell? Sharif wants one. I do. He wants 2. He's going to buy me one. And then Apple's having a day. That's all I got to say.
Yeah,
Apple's on fire.
Apple's amazing.
Apple's on fire today. So is Microsoft. So don't worry about Apple. Yeah, we're worried about it, my boy. We're worried about it. Elon is going to tie.
Maybe Apple SpaceX wants to be next.
Yeah, man, SpaceX as well too. Like Grok, obviously, everything along. There's things that remain like forward-looking, but we have to look at the numbers for right now. We can't just continuously, even though we do, is just talk about what the future is. What the future is. Eventually, you have to show something for it, right?
Yeah,
he is slowly. I'm not saying that he's not, but it's not at the pace as what the market could potentially price in.
I think if you try to think back to when Tesla broke out in earnest for real, like so long ago.
Yeah.
Like even back then, all of the same things were getting said. It was like the same. I feel like it was like the same level of doubt. We're being real. And then it ended up paying off. So like I just feel like this is one of those ones like you either believe or not. You either believe they're going to catch up to Waymo and surpass them, and then you believe that they're right about this LiDAR thing, and you believe that Elon's right about Optimus. And because if he is, then if you're looking at the Mag 7.
Yeah. I mean, like.
What do you want? Like what has, if you look at what the future is going to be, and I look at what Apple is, X, and maybe look at what Amazon is, and what is transformative in something that is different from everything that's in our lives right now. And it's what Tesla offers in terms of growth. That's what everybody's chasing.
Exactly.
So I feel like it just doesn't matter that they're behind ultimately. You believe in it or it's not. And at some point, if Elon fails, then that's going to be that thing in your portfolio that you're like, I remember the good old days.
I don't think he's going to fail. I just don't think.
Well, I don't either. That's why I own the stock.
Yeah, exactly.
But I acknowledge there's a downside risk in Tesla that flat out does not exist in Apple, that does not exist in Google, that does not exist in Amazon. But if one of these things is going to be a $15 trillion company, when my daughter has my account, no, I made that.
Listen, I think it's all going to happen.
By the way, just very quickly, this is crazy. Like, I was just chilling out here in AMD, and now it wants to take. And I told you I moved stop a little bit. Like, I'm not giving it to the HOD, which I was before, but I'm now sort of giving it to this lower high range. So it came down, gave us that fill in front of the 99. Fighting a sneeze here. I also don't want to reload this. It does not feel like this is the right stock to be reloading. So I'm not going to reload this one. Either it comes back down. I might even take another leg at that 299 for sure. But anyways, this stock is an absolute. These things are all rocket ships today. I know it's weird to be. Everyone's focused on AMD, but when you look at the Broadcoms and ARMs, ARM might have been a good short too, but I don't know about the volume on that one. And then we talked about Broadcom as well. That's still just chilling at the highs. It's not showing any signs of slowing down. Zen Zombie asked, any news on CAR? No. It's down 25% because it's a short squeeze that's unwinding. And today would be day one. Day damn one, Vivian. That's one of the all-time greatest lines in TV history. I think it was the pilot episode of The Fresh Prince. And he's just like, day one. And you knew the first day would be nasty. What wouldn't surprise me is if you get some kind of, whether it's today or maybe overnight or early in the morning tomorrow, you get some kind of a relief rally just to relieve a little bit of pressure. Like you press back this 600 to 650 area. You press that for a little bit, and then you get a secondary rollover. Maybe even you consolidate a little bit higher, and then you get that big secondary rollover trade.
You want to put 25. You want to put a poll up? I think that's a good one. Pump or dump on the earnings report
for Tesla.
Yeah, for Tesla. That is fake cars.
We didn't do a poll this morning.
Did we do one on?
I don't think.
No, we didn't. Yeah, so we'll throw that up there. That's a good poll. We like that one. Aside from trades. Aside from trades, right? We took Tesla on a couple occasions. They worked for us. One didn't. And then this was the maker of the day. Essentially, was this IBIT trade off of this hammer candle right off of the lows, especially on a strong trend to the top side. Eventually, you start coming aggressively, and we literally waited all day for this. Until 1 o'clock. We were talking about this from bright and early in the morning, waiting for that pullback, but the underlying decided to continue to climb. So with that being said, you had to be patient. It was either going to come or it wasn't, and sure enough, we just hammer it, you put on the position that you're supposed to, and then I took the majority of it off. I wasn't going to allow this headline sensitivity, and considering that we have broken the primary and continue to move downwards south of VWAP, take the majority of it off at target. We left this for a runner up into 82, and then sure enough, we get stopped out 10%. Okay, so that was our best trade here on the day, was this Tesla one. Now we have that, you have it up there. Earnings report, pump or dump. Put it in the chat, ones or twos. I'm gonna go two. We could be wrong. There's not much open interest if we want to talk about it from an options perspective on Tesla, right? Leading into the report expiring Friday, 2 days DTE, the most amount of sizes we're going to have at that $400 strike price.
Oh, this is distinct, dude. It's 85%
And
dump.
with that being said, I wouldn't be surprised if it rallied.
Oh, there's no ambiguity here. When was the last time we did any poll that was instantly that much in the favor when it was binary? Usually our binary polls are 50-50, maybe 60-40. 60-40 when it's looking pretty good, but this is over 80% that are thinking dump on Tesla. Wow. Well, whatever. It's the stock price. I just gave you a whole thing about why I believe in Elon, and even I put a 2 down. So
I'm not saying that I don't believe in Elon.
I believe in Elon. I just
yeah.
I think you could get I think you could have done. And even if it initially pops, I wouldn't be surprised if you get the whole pop and fade. Let's go to the desk. Adara, what do you got?
Keep an eye here on BABA. Alibaba reportedly partnering up here with Perplexity. Perplexity CEO Aravind Srinivas on X saying that they've worked with Quen to build a model over top, and this model apparently performs the best out of Perplexity's models and actually better than GPT and Sonnet. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. So I just punched, you can see, I just punched out of AMD. It's like, why am I letting this, see that candle? The candle that I would have considered reloading on reverses, and then it just starts breaking up. I'm like, no, there is no need to turn this into a mess. I'm just gonna punch out. I actually punched out before it got to the stop, which is sometimes a good thing, but whatever. If it's only gonna drop $1 when it's up 15, and you get that, feel like you get a bit of a top, you take what you can get and you can't get upset. I haven't looked at Rocket Lab today. I just saw someone type Rocket Lab and it made me pull it up. Oh, it's all down when the market's up. Boo, that's not what I expect to see. Boo. You know what? That's because it's up so much. Yeah, whatever, just a little bit of a turnaround day. But I believe we're going to the desk. See ya.
Let's look at a couple of headlines, specifically 2 that I really want to get into. PM Philip Morris's earnings report from today has been a crazy beat. So PM has reported its Q1 earnings. Now, EPS at $1.96, exceeding analyst expectations of $1.82 by almost 8%. Gross profit has increased by 10.1% and revenue standing at $10.15 billion, surpassing estimates again. So diving into the 2 sectors, smoke-free up by 12.4%, combustibles up by 6.7%. A comparison though, EPS $1.69 in the same quarter of last year. Now, the company is showing strength away from traditional cigarettes. PM will be announcing its next earnings on 21st of July this year. The reported diluted EPS has also declined by 9.3% to $1.56 per share. The reason for this, the non-cash fair value adjustment due to the minority shareholding specifically in India. Kenneth Shia, the senior consumer product analyst at Bloomberg, has said that the cigarette volumes were down. Long-term sector decline has also continued. But the war in Iran has had a small impact on the duty-free shops and the airports due to the reduced travel, with a bit of a downturn as said by PM as well. They also have some of the distribution and transportation costs to look out for, which didn't change the margin, but just something to keep an eye out for. Currently, I would say PM doing well, up in the green by 7%. Another stock I do want to take a look at, right over here, is IRSG. I want to take a look at IRSG because another earnings, Intuitive Surgical targeting broader platform adoption, and has also seen an innovation-led revenue growth. So this particular stock, ISRG, has reported a revenue with the sales up 23% year over year to $2.77 billion, beating the estimates of $2.62 billion. Adjusted EPS coming in at $2.50 per share versus analyst expectations of $2.11 per share. Adjusted EBITDA at $1.24 billion versus analyst expectations of $1.6 billion, which is a 17.1% beat. Market cap currently at $160.3 billion, and operating margin is 30% up from 25.7% in the same quarter last year. Another thing to note is that CEO David Rosa has pointed to a 17% increase in total procedures, including the adoption of the Da Vinci and Ion, as customers are continuing to advance into minimally invasive care. CFO Jamie Samath has also noted that the company is raising its full-year procedure growth outlook slightly, while also remaining cautious of potential headwinds from tariffs, higher input costs, and ongoing market challenges in China and Japan. Currently, Intuitive Surgical in the green, up by 8%, sending it right back to you.
Thank you very much, Sia. This is going to be not because of what happened today. Why would you, talking about Intuitive Surgical, and I'm going to hit the Wee Batman? Come on, son. What are you doing, Neil? You want to know why? And you can't make this up. It's true. Intuitive, which has been in a ridiculously precipitous downward trend, and is threatening to break ye old 50-period moving average, at what breakout price? Stop me if you've heard it before, 420. It just shows up. What's the Jim Carrey movie where it's like the number just keeps on showing up? It's like 23 or some nonsense. I think it sucked. Well, maybe it didn't suck. It was disappointing. It wasn't as good as it could have been. But like, it's 420 is that in the market.
Was it 22? The number 23.
Was it 22 or 23?
It was one of those. Yeah.
22 is one of my favorite numbers. I feel like it was. Wasn't it 23?
Okay, come on, chat. Obviously, the chat's gonna do this.
And it was no, it's not.
Yeah, we knew that was coming, man.
It's not. It's not 6-7.
23.
It's 23. 6-7. Oh my goodness, isn't that over with?
Watch that old Christian Bale movie, The Machinist.
No, I've never seen that.
Yeah, I heard. Was that Fabian? Was that you who got going over there? Yeah, it wasn't bad. It's the one where he goes like extremely anorexic. He's like 121 pounds.
I've seen the still images.
Yeah.
That's crazy when actors do stuff like that. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, what were we going to talk about? Like, I mean, Broadcom, the Kawhi Leonard essentially of the market, putting in a new all-time high up to 420. AVGO continuing to climb, 420.30 now, put in that new all-time high, that sleeper pick. I don't know who we had as the number one, but there it goes, off to the races, 292. Are you kidding me? Like, seriously, in the span of a month, this thing is up almost 50%. Like, at what point are we going to talk about too far, too fast? Listen, we want to talk about too far, too fast, right? And then look what happens. I mean, boom, off to the races you go. So it doesn't really matter. I understand that we're going through some growth. MSFT, strong move and has yet to find its footing. I think at some point, if you're patient enough, you can sell some puts or do something along those lines to get the price exactly what you want. But I wouldn't be buying it all the way up here. This is just like boom, 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 a straight line up. So what you have here is just a couple $100 almost. This took months. This took 1 month. You know what I mean? Less than for it to climb 45% off of that low. It bounced. It didn't even break down. And then off to the races it went. Broadcom performing extremely well. And then you have Google that's not too far off. Not the strongest of sessions. But watch out for a strong gap up by the end of the week. And then maybe a continuation to where you hit that level. 212 is going to be that mark here on any NVDA, right? A couple more things, a pullback here, and then off to the races. I know we have AMD. Neil's been on about this one. $300 straight. Like, dude,
these things are insane.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, do what you want, but at the end of the day, you're up 60% from March 9th, so a little bit over a month. Like, I mean, that's being generous. So it's 16 bars, 23 days, right? 16 trading sessions, 23
pull up
days.
ARM. I just saw someone put this in the chat. I didn't contextualize this, but this is really true. ARM went from 52-week low in February.
Yeah.
To more than doubling in an all-time high.
But 85% of this is held by institution, 93%. So you're almost going to get a double in this name. But it's like SoftBank. Masayoshi essentially holds 85% of this.
Win, win, win.
Yeah, man.
That's all they're doing is win. But you know what? It really does just go to show. Like, if you buy dips in quality stocks, you'll be rewarded for it. And the other side of that coin too is, if you see accumulation, respect it. Like, that's the thing that I didn't do, right? Like, and I'll say it, I've said it many times, and it's a little self-disparaging, but I think or deprecating. Right? Like, when we were at some support levels, I preferred NVIDIA to AMD. That's been a colossal mistake. Colossal. Like, you're talking about one thing going 16 or 17% off the lows, somewhere in that range, to AMD going 50%. Like 3 times. But look at the accumulation, and it held the 200, which maybe was a bit of a sign. Unbelievably parabolic right now in AMD. The thing is just nuts. Tesla, which we know in an hour and a half, maybe slightly more than that, will be reporting.
I wanted to call out actually.
My thing for Tesla, I'm just waiting for it to do something different to the general like trend down malaise that it's in this afternoon. I feel like when you have a name going into earnings, if something changes, just kind of maybe jump in with that. So I was hoping, because like you, I was probably just hoping for it to break the downtrend.
Yeah,
and then
just get in at a good
Just
place.
get like some kind of a some kind of a scalp long going into the close. But we've already talked about how we think there'll be some disappointment in some of the numbers. The call tends to be pretty telling for Tesla. So the initial price action, I think, can be a bit of a fake out here. It's been a weird couple of days for Tesla. Right? Like for us to be up 1.5%, it's barely participating. You had the 400 rejection. That's why I wasn't terribly bullish on it today, because it had that weird Intel thing going on where you had the massive rejection. I was actually looking for something like this, like that crazy up candle to reject. I was looking for that on Tesla too. It just didn't do that part of it, where it attempted to break back in and trap people at $400. It just didn't even try. It was there's been nobody stepping up on Tesla all day today.
And that's why I don't like it leading into the report. I wanted to give a shout out to NYC Urbanista. A while ago, she made a comment, and only certain people know essentially what that is. And she definitely knows, because she's like, you know what, I noticed this through something, and sure enough, I could tell from you. So I'm not going to get into any of the details, but I just want to say thank you once again. Fade after pop. Yeah, I mean, but once again, NYC Urbanista, thank you very much, and I'm glad that you're learning through options. But yeah, Neil, we're not getting that trend break, and I mean, we're running into that 3 o'clock hour. It's power hour. Is it going to happen now? I don't think so. Anything could happen. Like, you have that one headline. No, thank you very much. We have that one headline, next thing you know, Tesla's off to the races, but I don't think that's going to be the narrative. Unfortunately, people know things leading into the earnings report that we don't necessarily, but there's a reason why it's not climbing higher.
500 could break.
Is it already down to 500?
Car, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there it goes, rug pull.
It's so nasty.
What is it down? 30%. And that's what we're talking about.
30% down. And what's crazy is you might, like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if at some point tomorrow you're looking at like 20 to 25% back up and trapping some people again. This is now, it's done. It's done, it's gone, it's over, all that good stuff. AMD just took a new high. You know what? I'm looking over at USO. I feel like we're not getting any, like USO's not moving. It's well off VWAP. Not really dropping. Like if USO would drop, I think I'd be like just fine for this to follow through, but it's not happening. Someone just was asking about the correlation between Toro and CAR. Like it is reverse. I don't know how clean it is, like, right? Because Avis's chart is about as distinctly down as you're gonna get, whereas Toro has been much more like stair step to the upside. But like yeah, I get it. And maybe you're getting a little bit of this. I always just find that when you have, like, I don't know how much I'm trusting this. Because everyone always wants the next squeeze to be as good as the one that just happened. And it pretty much never is if it's right adjacent. Like the whole, like, oh, well, now the money's going to flow here and this is going to be the squeeze. I just find that that's almost never the case, is that you temper your expectations on the one that just followed. We just saw an absolutely historical squeeze in Avis. Historic. Like this one is going to, I mean, well, you know what the crazy thing is, it's not like it hasn't even done it before. Like that's actually the crazier part of this in CAR. How far do I have to go back? I'm not sure, so I'm just going to use this. Like like this squoze from 35, not as fast, to 550 before and did a crazy squeeze once prior. So this is not, it's maybe not as structured or calm to the upside, but it's still ridiculous what this was able to do, and it's done it in the past. I just see no way that any secondary squeeze is going to be nearly as good. So I'd be highly critical of Toro if I had to. And Ichiro saying, is Avis a meme stock like GameStop? Yeah, well, it was. It might not be any, this might be done. When this unwinds,
it's done.
Is it shocked? Where would it have to be for you to say it's done? Does it have to be back at 200? Does that mean it's done? We've seen relief rallies before. I just can't see the wind coming out of this much. That's the right question. Roof Ninja in the chat just said, like, who would buy CAR here? It's one thing to just sort of follow the trend to the upside, maybe buy it one day and put a stop under the prior day low or some nonsense and just keep holding while that works. But now who wants to buy?
No, I wouldn't buy it. I think it's over. I mean, it's all fun and games, right?
There might be buyers at like $200. Like there might be, I'm sure there'll be buyers down here, like 160, 200. Like that's where it was when most of the volume started. Yeah, there'll be some buyers down there. Is my guess.
I mean, to each their own, man. There's no way, like at this point, you drop 30% in a day. Yeah, I'm not getting involved in this thing whatsoever.
Look, oh my goodness, this is why you get a look at AMD.
Yeah, AMD's gone, man. A new all-time high.
Sweet Christmas.
We have a wedge on Bitcoin as well too, starting to be formed. Like, look at we've just been on this crazy run. Like, we go on the weekly. It's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks of just straight to the upside, and now you're engulfing essentially all of that. A high of around $833. Now you're down to 503. So that's good. So that's good stuff. Like, I mean, if you were thinking going long, yeah, this thing's going to go to $1,000 at whatever, at 750. Well, now you're $250 out of the money. I just don't see this thing rebounding unless it's extremely, extremely strong, or it squeezes more people out somehow, right? Like these shorts that are engaging right now, collecting $300 a share, squeeze it past that 850 and into that $1,000 mark. Because if you do break 850, I believe that's going to be the next step. But we could be totally wrong on that front. I just don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case. Now, as for IBIT, starting to form a wedge. All right, I like this. Is it going to break this late in the day? But it's still, what I like is that leading into the end of the session is showing some signs of strength. And we know with Bitcoin, typically strong in the post market. So less resistance, and you can see it free flow a little bit more. And I wouldn't be surprised if we head into that 45.10 and then breach that essentially $80,000 mark here on IBIT. Netflix wasn't strong today at all. Still hovering below the volume weighted average price. The rally was being led by these names, Apple and Microsoft, not too far. And then we also have Broadcom, the sleeper, that put in a new all-time high, just straight up and to the right. $405, you get 15 points on the day. That's 3.7% roughly from the trough to the peak there. And I mean, putting in a new all-time, same high, the same thing with AMD, and it's not stopping. Like AMD is not stopping. That trend line still fully intact. I think at some point we talk about too fast, too high, too fast. At some point, you will see some form of a pullback. You can be the best in the breed, best of breed. It doesn't matter. You can be the king of whatever you would like to be. We've seen individuals, multiple. I think it was Brandt or something, or somebody said, "Yeah, man, you can be the best in class, but at some point you will pull back, and AMD will, and then maybe we'll see a rotation into NVDA." We still haven't breached this high. We're sitting on top of a consolidation from the daily. I think there's a lot more room for this name to run. I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever if we see a rotation out of AMD, and especially after the earnings report through the hyperscalers, how much of a factor and how much this can move this stock higher, because we've seen it before. It doesn't even need to report itself. It's how much the other people are going to spend, and then that's when you can see that sympathy style play into NVDA.
Yeah, I think you might be right. You have to sort of admit what's happening. Regardless, like sometimes sentiment is just sentiment, and it doesn't really matter what you think fundamentally. Here we're gonna go to SIA in a quick little second, but CAR did just break that 500. I was checking to see if Broadcom was still going, but it looks like, I don't know, maybe it passed the torch over to AMD, because suddenly this is no longer making fresh all-time highs. By the way, Broadcom ended up winning that poll of ours.
It did, yeah. I mean,
first to get to an all-time high was actually Broadcom.
The Kawhi Leonard. It was Kawhi Leonard, everyone.
Surprise. Let's go to it's actually Sia at the desk.
IWM in the green, up by 1/3 to 1/4%. Individual tickers for today. First one, BE, Bloom Energy, up by 4.5%. Analyst comments, that's all I'm seeing here. Maintained at outperformed by Bard. And the next one I'm looking at is NXT. Next Power Incorporated, up almost 8% on it. They will be announcing its Q4 and full year financial results on the 12th of May. TBI, True Blue as well, will be, is currently trading flat, but will be announcing Q1 results during the first week of May, specifically the 5th at 5 p.m. ET. Not seeing any crazy news over here, but NHI, National Health Investors, is down by 8.5%. A $560 million asset sale of skilled nursing and independent living facilities will buy the company, as the company has said, will be significantly increasing private pay, senior housing concentration, strengthen the balance sheet, and enhance growth prospects. But the stock did react negatively. Look at that candle over there. The company, but is, however, announcing its Q1 results on the 5th of May as well. That's all. Sending it back.
Yikes, that's a nasty one. Ooh, well, they might have faked it out at the 500 level there. Fake out. Or Tesla's trying to go.
Yeah, I think that might be it. We can get one more pull back into 1302. So
It's literally breaking the trend on this candle.
Yeah, it's breaking now.
Very much. We're talking about Tesla, but we're looking at we're kind of looking at the same thing.
I'm at TSLA.
Well, yeah,
exactly. Same thing.
Or same difference, like some people would say. Although I hate that. I don't say same difference. I say same thing. But this is the confirmation candle, I think, from VWAP, would be this one right here. There's our close.
Yes, Dijon.
Hasn't really shown buyers above like 388, 80-ish. Now they're starting to come in. Probably needs to break the even dollar, and then it can be a shot. Come on, go. Come on, buyers, step in. There's not a lot of velocity in it either. That's the weird thing. Like I'd expect to see a little bit more velocity on this bad boy. We'll see. I'm not saying they're gonna rally into earnings, but sometimes you do get that little bit of someone just jammed it. Someone just got fed up and swiped it down.
Yeah,
a little bit on
there's
Tesla.
someone still. I mean,
until they stop selling
dollar.
Someone's selling it at 389, and it gets up to 309 even, and it gets swiped down, and it gets up, and it swipes down. And in between that, it's just a bunch of deprints going on. So there's no real transacting that's happening in the middle, except for like someone every once in a while swiping down. They just swipe down again. I guess it's not a buy yet on Tesla.
It's not, man. Bitcoin's going though. There's a nice little trade on it earlier. It gave us a couple of re-entries on that one, so it's all right, man. It's been a half decent one.
SMR.
But yeah, SMR just went.
Oh, Oklow's going ham.
Is Oklo going? Do we try this one more time, Neil? I think so. Like, why not?
Oklo, SMR, and NNE are all going absolutely ham right now.
Are they? SMR's
up 11%, but Oklow's gone crazy. Oklow's now $71. Like this one's extending higher. What do we got on the daily? Oh, forget about the daily. We've got a huge topping tail into 73. It's not close enough. Generally know how I feel when something like this time of the day is trying to fill in one of these types of gaps. My first thought is if it already trapped people from 71 to 73 before, and now you have it going parabolic into 71 now.
NVTS.
I'm looking for a trade. What's going on with Navitas?
It's going nuts. Navitas is going nuts here today,
too. You can have locates here.
Yeah, yes. I mean, it's been strong all day, so, yeah. I mean,
Navitas.
Yeah, Navitas.
I mean, so much has been strong.
I've seen an upgrade the other day or something along those lines. But yeah, Navitas is not too bad of a look here. Holding of the volume weighted average price and then off to the races it goes. So, yeah, I mean, there it is, man. There's relative strength across the board. There's typically a bull market somewhere, and there's multiplication. Good thing we didn't get involved with that Tesla because it looks like it wanted to break up, and then sure enough comes right back into that $13 mark. So it's just, I mean, it's something going on with it. No one wants to step in. It's just chopping a bunch of people up. If you're channel trading on that one, then just be cautious of what's going on because a clean flush to the downside. We have the market, like Palantir starting to flush. Palantir put in a new high of the day. Let's remove this USO coming off of the highs. So we had that kind of the decoupling on today's session, but Palantir, steady grind higher, prints that high on volume. Maybe that's some stopping volume and just like, you know what, we finished offloading our inventory here today, as what we would typically say, and then maybe you get a little bit move lower. So you're down about 50 or like 30, 40 cents or so off of that high. So not too bad of a look. Same thing with NVDA starting to break down. And there goes Tesla heading towards the support. So if it looked like it was going to break the trend, that hasn't been the case. And it's honestly doing the exact same thing it's been doing all day. So just be cautious on that. And we're trying to, so what Neil and I were thinking is just the fact that, okay, let's anticipate this potential trend break. But there was none. No one was participating on it. Tesla continuously selling, heading towards the low as you have the NASDAQ and the SPY just, again, in different modes right now. SPY being closer to the volume-weighted average price, and you're not too far off of the high on the NASDAQ being led by the likes of Microsoft and AAPL. Yeah, big breakdown here in Tesla. Let's pull it up here. A nice trade. Like, I mean, I don't have to put anything on it. It wasn't bad. Like, we went through our, we had 2 names on the list today. IBIT being the primary. Would have liked to get a little bit more out of it, but that's not necessarily the case. All right, let's pull up TSLL. Sure enough, we had the earlier entries on it, and then bang, we took a couple more attempts. Didn't go in the favor. We get out when we were supposed to, and there you go. Now you break. Flat bottom, you're breaking through support, and a slight uptick in volume as the overall market is coming into.
So 2 things. One, I just punched out a team, almost said team like Atlassian, battle. It just bounced off of that support there at 4, and I guess I'm not going to get. I guess I'm not getting the rest of this fill. I got partially filled. I got partially filled on this trend break in Oklo, but here's the thing. I'm going to look for that trend, like the topping tail candle, that trend, stop in here. I mean, the prior bar close, like the actual close is basically this high than the current bar. But then look at this trend from the bottom, from 1 o'clock. Like if it gets into that, I'm going to respect it. So I'm really just looking for like this to that there. And I've canceled the rest of that order. Like if it snaps back up, I feel like I don't want it. Yeah, like if it snaps back up, and I don't want to take it against me on the way back to the upside. Think of it like that AMD, situation. Like it comes right back in here. Like, do you want to reload it? No, probably doesn't make sense at that point. Just let sleeping dogs lie, for lack of a better term. All right, so I have to redraw this trend line because I didn't save it. Now I'm going to hit save. Next time I pull this up, I don't have to do that again. But it's a moving target, so the longer this takes, I feel like the higher I have to bid here because I'm looking for that trend line to possibly bounce here on Oklo. And as Joe said, looks like Tesla's going to be an absolute nothing burger. Mm-hmm. I thought there'd be like a reversal because my whole thesis on Tesla was just sometimes you see, I'm just going to use the black chart and bring it down instead of moving away from here. I probably have to make a call there. Like sometimes you'll see like the distinct thing A is happening, like here a trend down, and all I'm looking for on earnings day is a reversal of that trend. So in this case, it would be looking for a long because it's been so weak all day long, but that's just not really happening over there on Tesla. So disappointment that Tesla's not giving you more juice. I promise you this, it's not going to be boring after 4 o'clock. We'll be here. Although we'll be turned around and facing the big desk because we've got that worked out. Again, so we'll be able to do our regular aftermarket show, I think, or the new regular aftermarket show where we're turned around, able to have that sort of discussion feel to it. The cameras are all set up. You've seen them all. So we all got those screens behind us, so we'll be all set up. I promise you, it'll be some fireworks come 420. That's for sure. And they're not the only one. We barely even talked about...
I love fireworks.
Yeah?
Well, no, in the sense in which you're referring to.
Oh, yeah. No, but like in general,
yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Fireworks are one of those things that, if we're being real about it, probably one of the most, like the amount of effort and resources and time that go into it probably seems insanely ridiculous. Like there's if aliens were watching us on news, like what are they doing and why are they doing this nonsense? But damn if it's not fun. And and how you know it's cool? The first time my daughter saw a fireworks show, my parents are in a condo and it kind of overlooks. You can see whenever it's Canada Day or something. From my parents' condo, you get to see it in Saga and you can see Toronto. You see multiple areas of the GTA, all from one vantage point. You can see all of it happening in real time. And
that was cool. Oh man, I missed it. That was the condo I owned in.
Aaron lose their mind when she saw it for the first time. It's like, whoa.
There's nothing more fun than Roman candle wars. Did you and your friends ever have those?
I never did anything like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Roman. There's nothing more fun than just you and your boys just on the street just pumping Roman candles at each other.
Right. Just quickly, I'm gonna jump out of that scalp and take what I can get. Just the buyers came in a little bit earlier. A trend line is a bit of it's a suggestion, not an exact science. And then there's a reversal candle. So I'm not gonna let that do something nasty. I'm just gonna jump out and just take the scalp trade that you can get. Something moved, it gave a topping. I didn't even have that great of an entry. Ideally, instead of being in here in the 40s, you wanna be in here in the 60s. So right there, I gave up a quarter. So we'll take, again, it probably goes now like a chump. But if it breaks this longer trend, I can try to jump back in underneath. That's another way I can go about it. Easy peasy with the, it's 0.2% of your daily earnings when you do 369.
Oh yeah, easy. Yeah.
Joey, spin the chicken dinner.
I don't have it, man. The chicken dinner winner. Yeah,
I don't think I have the.
Yeah, I don't have the chicken dinner.
I don't have it either.
We'll spin it for you though. I want to bring something to our attention that Sia brought to us. I think she might talk about that momentarily. But MJ, the alternative harvest here, a nice pump up alongside some of the marijuana catalysts here today. Sia.
Marijuana.
Yeah, that is a great cannabis ETF just to take a look at. But let's also take a look at the market. SPY, the SPY currently in the green, up by 1%. I want to talk about two major things for now. AT&T, something I didn't cover earlier. So AT&T has also had an earnings beat today in the communications sector. Revenue at $31.5 billion, up 12.9% from a year ago. Quarter adjusted EPS at 57 cents versus the 51 cents in the year ago quarter. Now, operating income also standing at $6.7 billion and adjusted operating income at $6.9 billion. Capital expenditures at $4.9 billion and capital investment standing at $5.1 billion. Free cash flow is also at $2.5 billion versus the $3.1 billion in a year ago quarter. And 5G and fiber are also in the core growth engine, and that segment alone grew about 5%. Another name that I do want to talk about today has been a great chart. GE Vernova has had a beat. GEV has delivered a clean beat, raised EPS at $1.44 versus the $1.97 estimate, up 71% year to date. But I'm going to take a pause and go to Adara.
Breaking news, guys. ASML, TSM, both to the downside. Interesting little headline here. ASML and TSM dropping after TSM reportedly says that ASML's latest equipment is too expensive to use. Unclear what the implications of this are going to be going forward, but TSM you might not expect to drop here. ASML certainly dropping pretty harshly or sharply here. Again, TSM saying that ASML's equipment is too pricey right now. Back to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that, Adira. I'm just going to quickly finish just sending it right back to you after that. GE's chart looks pretty good here, but let's just quickly take a look at the sector. Electric tech doing pretty good, but we have GE down 4.12%. Intel also not having the best day at the moment. Technology services also quite a lot of it in the green. Health tech also LLY up 1.7%. Amazon up 1%. But sending it back to the guys, lots of happening here.
Well, that sucks, ASML. There's no good, you can't sugarcoat that one. It's too expensive. Well, I mean, is there an alternative yet? I mean, the answer has been no for a very long time with regards to ASML. You need their technology if you're making advanced chips. But to have TSM, who really have a stranglehold in the market, to say that that's actually pretty bad. I'm a shareholder on this one. It's breaking the 50 period. The market's at the highs. Like, is this one of those I love you ASML, but I should just ring the register? Wow. Anyways, we'll see. It's 5% down and still falling here. Volatility. That's what you're seeing in ASML. That's what we've been seeing in these markets. It creates movement, and if you're a sophisticated trader, then hey, you want to take advantage. Beta Pro by Glovex offers Canada's first and longest running suite of leverage and inverse ETFs built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. Its triple leverage bull and 3x bear ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100 index are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedged, seeking to offset USD exposure back to the Canadian loonie. For those navigating short-term market moves up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your individual strategy objectives and risk profile. Trade tactically and learn more at betapro.ca. I almost said Izzle, but I said...
Dude, how, like, there's just no one stepping in from a buying perspective here on Tesla. I thought this was going to be, like, the potential, right? Like, just from the detail, and it just continuously breaks the lows. Let's see if we can get a pop. There it was. I mean, back into 95. If we can get a print of 13s, that'd be more ideal. But as soon as you breach through some of these resistance zones, you can see just the defense step right in immediately. And there's just no signs of strength within this name right now. Just channeled to the downside outside of that first opening drive, like the first hour of the session. You head into 10:30, and then sure enough, you just haven't had the ability to find any signs of strength yet here, guys. So, I mean, like, it's a prayer, right? It's just like hoping for something that we're, from a history standpoint, it's proven that it's not necessarily going to work. Let's see that pact of patience is Minnesota. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case right now. Let's see. If we can grab a couple of pennies out of it, then we'll be happy. $20 super chat. I said that a little bit weird, but that's all right.
Here we go.
$20.
Thank you, Dave.
Yeah, thank you, Dave, very much. If you want a budget, rent a car from Avis. Happy Earth Day. Okay, is it Earth Day? Recycle something, friends. All right. Happy Earth Day.
Appreciate it. Well, you know what? You know what I believe?
What's that?
You don't, just because it's Earth Day, you do the right thing every single day.
Yeah, man.
That's
exactly.
Regardless of what that is, like you live life the right way because it's the right thing to do. I like that Avis joke.
What'd your mama say?
I feel like the last time, I think we use it. Yeah, we use Avis when we go down to Florida. I always rent a car when we do our spring training trip.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure we've been doing Avis every single time.
Okay. I usually go Hertz. Like in Jamaica, Hertz is one of the
Hertz? Yeah, actually in the
islands, Hertz.
Yeah, in Antigua, it's usually Hertz when we're down there. So Oklo, whatever. Potato. I never remember how I'm supposed to say it. Doesn't make a difference. It looks like it did bounce off the trend line, but it's putting in a lower high. So we're into power hour. I feel like if this breaks that trend for real, I'll probably look back to this for the next trade. You just said like Tesla's not really, but it is bouncing.
It is a little bit like we're in off the lows.
It looks kind of good.
It just doesn't. It looks kind of good, but it's not. It's just not. See the mark? Okay, a nice little pop there. Bang. All right, bang. We'll take that. All right. A couple of times. Let's see if we can continue. There's a resistance zone. Like there's always a seller just stepping right back in. But a nice curl over this is going to be a big resistance zone at 388.
Oh, it's still for Joe.
Yeah, 388. There we go. Bang. If we can print 13s on that flat, then yeah, we'll like that for sure. Let's get off of this and we'll head over to that. 13s, we'll hit the bid right now and just release half of it just in case. 13s, you can do it, Tesla. I have confidence in you to find a balance. The market is finding one. You can do it, as I typically say to Milo, but the bid continuously stepping in. We wanted to step in on the bid and have that ask lift up to 13.01. Doesn't seem like it wants to do it right now. So I guess we'll take half off now just for giggles and stuff like that. We catch that 99 print, provide a little bit of liquidity. There it goes. As we do so, you're getting a little bit higher of a print. So we'll take that nice little scalp to the top side.
There you go, and finally making that move. So hopefully Tesla goes all the way to VWAP, man. That'd be
nice.
390 up there is the volume weighted average price. There was a question someone was asking about a disconnect. Oh no, I don't see it anymore. No. Well, I think the general idea was, do we think we see like a disconnect between oil and like the futures, like the overall market? Now that we're getting into earnings season, I think that's a little bit more distinct. We've already seen some hints of it, at least a couple of days, not every day, but at least a few days we've already seen this, where we've been able to have, and we are seeing it today to a certain extent, right? Like look at USO, that's an uptrend. Look at the Qs. I know I should probably pull up the SPY, but what difference does it make? Right? Like it doesn't really make a difference, but the Qs are a little bit stronger than the SPY. But you still have a bit of a disconnect. Like the SPY is not as strong as you would like compared, because everything's all these chip stocks that are going higher. So of course you're going to have the Qs be stronger today. But there is a slight disconnect, which is a good thing. We're getting into earnings season. You want those numbers to matter more than random headlines, as we see. So I'm going to go back to my whoops, I just had IonQ instead of Oklo.
Ooh.
Not even related. Yeah, it's bouncing off the trend line. I'm favoring a break here. So if you're using this for longs, congratulations to you.
Nice.
I'm looking for re-engagement of the short. But you're getting there. I know that Tesla's starting to make a power move. So there's always trade. You just have to be patient, wait for it.
Exactly.
Maybe it's a bottoming tail candle for a long, maybe it's a topping tail wick for a short, or it's riding a trend line. You just wait and then pounce. Show a little patience.
Patience, young grasshopper.
Young grasshopper.
Who said that?
Well, I feel like I'm trying. You know what's weird? I've seen a lot of kung fu movies. I don't remember which kung fu movie actually had that line.
Had that one there? I'm
I
sure
really
it's
don't.
set across multiple kung fu movies.
But one of the most underrated kung fu movie of all time is The Five Deadly Venoms.
Daniel-san. Yeah.
Legit. Old
school. Post up, and then sure enough, it tanks. It prints 1301s, and I'm like, all right, yeah, let's post up to see if we can catch that fill. And then sure enough, it's just continue. All right, come on, you can do it. Let's go. Give us that fill. We take an additional. So essentially, we're half off there. We take 20% of our remaining. Vault Builder, Joey O, what's going on? Nice little trade here on TSLL to end the day. Add a little bit more. I mean, we just went full size to what we were using from the rest of the day. So let's continue. There we go. A nice little uptick. You finally get it, hit the bid, and we catch a fill over there. So Tinkerbell, okay, I don't even know. But yeah, aside from that, guys, I don't know. Someone said Tinkerbell said it to Jiminy Cricket. Did they?
That's good. The funny thing about it is, like, literally everybody is guessing. There's been probably 10 different guesses. I've seen Bloodsport. They say it's Mr. Miyagi, Kung Fu, the show, the series. Sorry, I don't think it was all the Shaolin Soccer. Those are all good. The Last Dragon. I don't remember which one.
You like House of Flying Daggers?
That was good.
That was such an old school movie, man.
Kung Fu the series feels the most right. Most people in the chat have been saying that, so I'm gonna go with that. And Mr. Miyagi's from Karate Kid is what Andre is saying in our chat. I just don't remember where the grasshopper line comes from. I've seen way too many Kung Fu things, and I don't see Dara. You would know if you'd watched all these movies.
I have not. I was just gonna say it's funny because I have seen the really questionable Karate Kid remake with Jaden Smith. Ooh. And so maybe that one, which is weirdly set in China, is where this comes from. And I say that completely sarcastically just to roast Jaden Smith a bit. In all seriousness, OG Karate Kid's great. We love Ralph Macchio. Yes. And Cobra Kai is really entertaining if you like mess.
I've seen some of Cobra Kai. I haven't watched it all, but I'll tell you this right now: I refuse to watch that Karate Kid, even if it had Jackie Chan. Okay. I still couldn't watch it.
I might get hate for this, but I think that movie is good. No. Yes, it is. I think everyone's entitled to their own choices.
Oh yeah,
of course they're
absolutely entitled.
I just didn't see the first Karate Kid because I was not born during that time.
That's such a low blow. Literally half of us here weren't born then. That's a low blow.
Oh, it's a low. I mean, never mind all of those. The Three Ninjas are the best.
Oh, that was not a low blow towards you.
Karate movie. You don't like the Three Ninjas?
No, I feel like shots just got fired.
Yeah, shots fired.
Look, man, I wasn't born when a lot of things came out. I still watched them. I'm just saying. There's lots of
name a movie that you haven't watched that you weren't born.
What? No, I've watched plenty of movies that were before I was born. Like, you crazy? My pops was a movie buff. Like all the James Bond movies are before I was. All the good ones were before I was born. I still watched them. Anyways, let's get back to the market.
Yeah.
Luis Suarez, the Luis Suarez, watches our show. No, I'm just kidding. RCL done dumping at 260 before war end. Yeah, these are tricky. Like I feel as if like the entire group, whether it's the airlines, just the travel names in general, right? So you could be talking about the cruise lines, you could be talking about the airlines, and everyone wants to get out in front of it when this thing ends. And I just think you have to understand, if you buy consolidation dip, making the bet on it or something like that, and you're wrong about it and things escalate and this ends up another 2 or 3 months, you probably need an out because it could get a heck of a lot worse for these, unquestionably. So as long as you have that understanding, I know I've been favoring, anytime it's looked good, I've been favoring CCL myself. I just feel like that's, it's made a bottom, it reported, then it broke, as opposed to you're right on the lows with an RCL there. But it gets just a personal preference. And then I'm really just talking about day trading. For real, so if I'm really looking at day trade, I'm looking at that on the day trade side. Mm-hmm. But so it's just tricky because if things get really bad, you got to watch out. I'm gonna go back because I just realized that IonQ, I still
like underdog.
Oh, I keep putting an IonQ instead of Oklo. It's hilarious. I don't know why. I want just one more shot at this.
Toro.
It's going to have to be down through 70 again. Another super chat here from Danker. Emergency White House conference incoming.
Okay.
You think? Well, here's. Yeah, well. When was the last time between 2 o'clock, and I'll give it to the aftermarket too, because we had some of these shocks, between 2 o'clock and let's say 6 o'clock, we didn't have something which caused some sort of a shock in futures or the energy markets, one way or the other. And then there's a two-parter. And when was the last time that whatever happened at that point in the afternoon still mattered at like 9:30 the next morning?
Yeah.
It doesn't always. Like, it's weird. It's weird like that. Like, I'm trying never to, like, in the moment, great. I'm reacting to news. I'm just no longer taking whatever happens the previous day or in the afternoon and caring too much about it for the next day's trade. It's like, just let that come as it is. Way less frustration if you approach things that way, I find. So we'll see what happens. This whole close not going to roll over at this point. Like, it's looking a little bit strong.
Oh, yeah?
I took the shot, but to me, this is the better break here. Like, if it breaks this trend line to VWAP, like, you get a little scalp in here for like 50, 60 pennies, but kind of hunting for a break that's not happening here. Jesse Martinez says, never had a good trade in Power Hour. I think that's unfair. I think the part of the problem why people say they don't have as good trades in Power Hour is because, like if you look at when you get something off the open, there's just so much more opportunity for it to go. Like, you've got a much wider, you have all day, so you have the days range. You could have big time gaps get filled.
Yeah.
Whereas in Power Hour, you have a limited amount of time for your day trader for that to work. So I think you got to be in scalp mode. Like, that's why I take it one step and don't really always think about it going further. You have to adjust your trading.
There's so many. I won't even. So it can go either way, right? But there's so many times where, like, I'm on the show. It's like, okay, yeah, in the morning things don't go as well, but at the end, like from 3 till 4 o'clock, there's so many sessions that I can go through all of my data that I've turned those from red to green. Obviously, you have the opposite, right? Like, it's like you're red, you stay red. But there's more often than not, like if we're talking about a 50%, like a 55 to 60% clip rate, where I'm red, and then from that 3 o'clock hour on, I have the ability to turn things around. So I like it a lot. You get into that detail, you read that tape, and you have precision entries. Like, I'm hyper-focused. Like, I can't do it obviously now on the tape, but you're hyper-focused. You post up at those orders, you see where those supply zones, and one of the examples is essentially where Neil and I were both trying to short Palantir. It was last week. And then you can just continuously on the tape see buyer stepping in, and you have the ability to identify that because you're not getting those volatile movements within the market. And I think if you really hone in, you can definitely start to turn things around. You go on streaks, right? Like, whether it's hot sometimes or it's not, it's the narrative, and that's just the nature of the beast. But there's ways that you can definitely turn it around. And the more detailed hyper focus, take your ADHD pill or whatever you need to do in order to get into that zone.
ADHD pill.
Yeah, what is it? Ritalin and what was the other one?
There was a context under which we were talking about that earlier today. I don't remember why we were talking.
Because it's on the subway. Sharif was talking about how they're just offering it on the subway now. Adderall, exactly, and all those, and just like boom, zone in. City of Gods was a good movie. City of God, yeah.
I think we're going to the desk. Yeah, I believe.
Dude, man.
I can confirm we are going to the desk. We're getting like so many comments here from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Apparently she's in a Fox News interview. She said that President Trump has all of the leverage. The U.S. has all the control. All of the cards with Iran are in Trump's hands. He has flexibility because of the ceasefire extension. Also saying the blockade is going to be or is currently on ships that are entering and leaving through Iranian ports. She wants Iran to turn over its enriched uranium to the U.S., saying Iran cannot send a unified message and that Iranians are, quote, or Iran, rather, the regime, if you will, is, quote, acting like a bunch of pirates. We also had comments from CENTCOM saying that the U.S. military has global reach, American forces are operating the blockade, and that any reports suggesting that ships have gone through the blockade are incorrect. So many comments being made by the U.S. right now. I also am seeing something about DJT, so I'll check this right now. DJT is pushing higher. We've got Daniel Merkin, who I believe is the CEO of Trade Ideas, saying that X is going to be merging with DJT. This is entirely speculative, totally speculative. 100% speculative, but either way, saying that DJT and X could merge. Now, if you know about the history between President Trump and Elon Musk, this seems even more kind of questionable, but either way here, DJT is pushing higher. Expect to post on X very soon. Back to you.
Thank you for that. So the dollar's holding near its 1-week highs despite the ceasefire extension. So the U.S. dollar has steadied near recent peaks against the major currencies today after the Middle East uncertainty has lingered even after U.S. President Donald Trump's indefinite, until Sunday, ceasefire extension with Iran. You can see the chart here. It's right in front of me. The candle is, yes, it is in the green. But I do want to also talk about the British pound. GBP. Just a second over here. So the British pound has climbed in European trading, recovering from a 1-week low versus the dollar. The positive momentum is also signaling a market bet on the steady BOE policy amid the global risks as well. And then we are also talking about the Japanese yen. Japanese yen has also advanced in the Asian regions against majors. Sorry, let me just pull up the chart really quick here. Yeah, the Japanese yen has also advanced in Asian sessions against majors, attempting to rebound from lows after the U.S.-Iran ceasefire extension has eased certain safe haven pressure on the dollar. But there could definitely be some potential intervention risks if the yen weakness does persist.
Yeah. You might have heard me just say like everything you need to know about that headline for DJT. That's utter nonsense and it's cap.
Wait a, oh, okay, there you go, bang.
That's cap.
You know what I mean?
Like the second Adara even said, Adara just goes, DJT and X would merge? What are we talking about? You crazy? You crazy?
Yeah, that is madness.
Crazy, bruh. Okay, so this is the full retrace. And I'm out. That's the dumbest thing I ever heard, man. And I've heard, like, this is, come on, son. What are we talking about?
I've heard some dumb things.
What are you talking about? No. It's absolutely not happening. Now we can go back to talking about, like, okay, fine, let's just talk about more reasonable, because that's just ridiculous. I can't even believe, like who bought that? Like, who was buying that on the way up if that's the headline? What? Like, are the algos that stupid? Really? No, no, come on, man. Anyways, look, the Tesla, a real stock is going up and Tesla's going into earnings the next 30 minutes. That was so ridiculous. By the way, shout out to how fast it takes to process locates at real trading. Because DJT was not free locates, but it takes seconds to get those locates. And they cost 0.00026 cents per share. But yeah, that's so silly.
Tom, that's crazy, Tom. You know who it is, my boy Tom. Wait, you see what he said?
What? Who said what?
Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah, I know you're a joker, man. We spam that. Yeah, exactly.
Ricardo? Okay, you know what? Done.
What's up?
Ricardo Trader Sr. Neil, will you eat a pineapple pizza if true? I don't know how long it would take me to eat an entire pineapple pizza, but how about this?
What's that?
If there is an actual merger between DJT and X, I will suck it up, Buttercup, and maybe we'll have to get it at like 11 o'clock and just give me the rest of the afternoon to eat it. And I'm not eating like some double X or triple X large nonsense.
Why is it so long for you to eat that?
Because it's disgusting, Joe.
Even if it had proper ham on it?
Okay, well, am I allowed to have like ham and make
Bro,
hot
that's a part of
peppers on it?
the pineapple pizza. You can't have the pineapple pizza without the ham on it.
But I'll do that.
That's the whole principle.
And Revenue Millionaire, I have done it. I lost a bet on the show and I had a slice.
I was there.
I did it. It was just a slice, but I did it. And if they merge,
Yes.
if X merges with DJT, absolutely I'll eat a whole pineapple pizza because it's not happening. But I'm sorry. I'm finding this way too amusing, to be honest with you. I just can't believe anybody would believe that story. Let's go back to Adara.
I'm also finding it amusing because I decided to repost this good old infographic from what has got to be like almost a year ago now. I will also post this link in the chat so you guys can go down this rabbit hole. But Elon Musk and Donald Trump, or Trusk, as they were often referred to, what a relationship this was. I have an entire infographic that just goes through the Tesla chart and then tracks comments that they've made about each other going back from like I think late 2024, all the way to their very, very public breakup on June 5th of 2025. So I'll drop the link to that in the chat so you guys can see this again. But Trusk, maybe we're reunited. It's worth noting, I read through this whole post again, and the more you read it, the more speculative it is. Daniel Merkin, who again, CEO of Trade Ideas, also went as far as to say that if this merger happens, it can somehow resolve AMC and GME, which I don't really know what that means. But either way here, I will drop the link to this post in the chat so you can A, read about this most recent headline, and B, take a look down Trusk memory lane, because why not?
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We got a super chat, but word of advice, DJ Vinny, because I have to show it this way, DJ Vinny. If you put a message, then we have that like cool, throw the graphic up and then the music comes on, like that thing. That. What? Oh, it works now? Okay, so apparently I can show it, but we just got another super chat, so I will refresh that page because apparently I'm being told that I can show those even if they don't have a message. Although I think it's pretty cool if you just throw a message up there. Bears, Bulls, Battlestar Galactica. Why not? If you had to bet DJT and X merge or car to $1,000, car to 1,000. What are we even talking about?
Yeah, what are we?
Car to 1,000. What else do you want to throw at me? You could throw those at all day long. I'll just keep picking the other thing, all day, every day.
Okay.
As you can tell, I just think that is. I think that's highly unlikely.
Yeah.
I can be diplomatic about it too.
Yeah, I agree. Let's pull up this. Let's pull up our screen here, Assassino. So just like in the latter half of the day, this started to work out really well for us. At some point, we thought we were going to get the trend line break, and sure enough, that was the case. So you have the break off of these lows. The devil is within the detail, and I seen the volume step in right here, and then we have more indecision prints. That was my green light to go. Now, we shoot over a 60% clip rate on this name, and we climb right back into the volume-weighted average price. Appreciate that, Tom L. Did you see me put it in the chat? I don't know if you've seen me put it in the chat, being sarcastic, obviously. Aside from that, no, it was a good trade, and we waited quite some time for this. Was it the continuation, or was it the time that we wanted it to happen? No, we would have liked it significantly sooner, but that's not the case, all right? Darius, Joanne, remember that dumb end of the day volatility yesterday, building the range in SPS? Think something crazy might happen at close today? I'm not getting that feel. Like, we had that up and down yesterday. We were trading NVDL. That was working well for us. We grabbed some TSLL, but I mean, anything can obviously happen. I just don't get that headline sensitivity. Maybe the market's a little bit exhausted and kicking it to the curb for now until something big comes in. We also have an extension on the ceasefire. So I don't know if there's going to be that massive driver. Okay, all right. We'll send that over here momentarily, but we head right into VWAP. This was the latter half. We had it in the morning as well too. So things are starting to work out pretty good. And then we also had that IBIT long that we waited all day for essentially. Adair, what do you have?
What I have, Joe, and more comments from Caroline Leavitt outside the White House talking about the U.S. blockade, saying that President Trump is satisfied with the blockade. U.S. is aware of who it's dealing with in Iran. She's making like a comment every minute here. But again, saying that President Trump has, has he not set a firm deadline for the proposal. So she's denying the 3 to 5 day deadline for the extension. But she also said that this entire timeline is completely inaccurate. So she said there's no deadline set for when this extension ends. There's no timeline for when the extension could end, and that he will dictate the timetable on his own when he decides to, apparently. So yeah, basically just giving us even more uncertainty here is White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt currently speaking to reporters outside of the White House.
A little bit of volatility stepping in. Yeah, he's good, man. He's Bizzle Rizzle. He's on vacation. Anyways, aside from that, like a little bit of volatility steps back in. I don't know why you would put a deadline on it. Like, especially only a couple of days, the initial one that is. It's just like, okay, hey, yeah, we're going to have a ceasefire. And at some point, obviously the objective is to come to an agreement. So why not make it significantly longer than what it needs to be?
Well,
as they typically say, measure twice, cut once.
Because I think you want to keep it's idea to put pressure on. I think it's just about pressure at this particular point. By the way, we just hit 330, so we're getting a bit late on, closer to the close. This is a time I like to try to show everybody the imbalance locator. Nothing crazy. PPL and BNS, not much over the million. Teladoc might stand out there at 900,000. Yeah, Cliff, they reported 975,000. CRM's a buy of 700,000 shares. We're going to go back to the desk. We've got Sia again.
Thank you for that. We're just going to take a quick, I'm sorry, my computer is crashing here for some reason. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I'm going to send it back to you. There's some problem with the computer.
15% now on SMR. 15%. It is now at yesterday's high. Like, so everything that got sold off, what's crazy, this is the second time SMR has done this. Drop 13.20 to 11.4. The next day, revisit the highs. Drop 13.20 to 11.5 and right back into the highs. That is insanely bullish. You can have those types of drops and twice recover the following day, like V-shaped recoveries twice in a calendar week. Yeah, I think it's time to get back into this stock.
Think so?
Yes. Well, so I'm a big fan of the whole, it's a falling knife that I want to buy eventually. It confirms the hold of the 50-period moving average.
Fair.
There is your bounce off the lows. There is your 50-period, no confirmation. Here you get back above, and then again, you rinse it again, but then hold, and now you're going to have a close. I would say this is a bit of confirmation above the 50-period moving average. I'm willing to get punked on this. Like, if I get it long when the stock has done this, and I grab this or grab that breakout to get back into the stock, I can lose like that. Like, if I'm going down and losing trade in the swing on SMR, it has to be something like this. Like, come on, they're gonna buy this back up. The only question is, do I literally just want to buy it? Would I buy it in the aftermarket? I just buy it wherever it is in the morning. Yeah, let it confirm. It's a daily chart. It has to still be there in the morning. It'd be silly to buy it, and then all of a sudden, like, it opens up for whatever reason underneath 12 bucks. Like, it should at least be opening, because if I pay 14, if I pay 14, does it really make a difference? It doesn't. But if I buy this here and it opens gap down, then I shouldn't have been in it in the first place. So yeah, the confirmation doesn't really make much of a difference. There's room up to the 20s and 25 on this bad boy, incredibly strong.
Yeah. Let me say something on that, Neil. So you see the pattern here, like remove that breakout. What we experienced in SMR is essentially what we were looking for in Tesla today, right? Like, that's what you were looking for. You have that strong opening drive, and then sure enough, you have that channel down, and then you break up. So essentially what happened in new scale power, absolute monsters. My eyes have been on this for the past couple of days, and I've missed the train on it. But what we were looking for, Neil and I both, in Tesla, didn't happen. It happened in SMR. I'm not saying there's that major correlation between the two, because there is none, but it's identical price. Yeah, it's exactly. It's identical setups and price action that we were looking for, where it happened in one and it didn't happen in the other.
That's why I'm a big fan of just, if you see the setup, you take it, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's a huge move, sometimes it's a small move. You can't always predict which one is, like, what's going to be what. Which is going to be which is probably the better way to put it. Which is going to be which. What I can tell you is this, waiting around for this oak low, it's now 333. I might not get a second chance at this on OKLO because of how, I just don't see getting that trend break into the downside. Out of morbid curiosity, I'm curious to see if anyone's rebuying this rumor on DJT. No one seems to be silly enough. I didn't mean to be glib about this. And in some ways, you know what? Okay, all the X jokes aside and how obvious and ridiculous that pop-up to just now was, I don't think it made a lot of sense, but everything I was just saying about SMR applies to a lot of stocks. Like, I could show you that same setup here on DJT. Now, if DJT holds it, I'm not buying it. The reason I'm going to buy it in SMR is because I like the actual upside push that it provides because of the space that it's in. Like, I believe also in what they're doing. Like, there's a there for SMR. You know, SMR out of the group of some of those nanonuclear names, like, they've got more approvals than some of their competitors. They don't necessarily have a product to sell yet, but they're at least a little further along in terms of approvals, and I like them. But just because there's a setup, sometimes you can just say no. Like, I wouldn't take that setup on DJT for a swing, but I would take it on SMR, because I just fundamentally like one over the other, and they could both setups could end up working, and it doesn't really matter. It's a little bit of a
on SMR.
Just now?
Yeah.
Oh, don't make me.
Don't tempt you with a good time.
It looks like a short. Nah, I'm not doing it. Back to the desk again, I believe.
Yeah.
It does look good, though.
It does look pretty good.
It does look.
Sorry about that. I had a bit of a technical difficulty, but Bitcoin trading around the $79,000 region following certain geopolitical easing. We do know about U.S. President Donald Trump's ceasefire with Iran, the extension. Bitcoin's Bolt Score Index also has entered neutral territory. ETH is also approaching certain resistance. Solana has extended and is also vulnerable to pullback. XRP currently, I would say, flat, not doing anything major, but up 0.3%. DOGE also showing accumulation, which means that it is probably in its early breakout phase, but that's all for your crypto.
Projection.
Somebody
knows something.
Somebody knows something, Tesla. Someone's got a feeling about this.
Yes, sir.
Every single pop. Like, you get the pop. Don't get me wrong. Like, you're getting pop. You just, if you're, like you said before, like if you're patient enough, you're getting the pop, and then they just sell it a little bit here. But I decided not to maybe take that in SMR.
20 minutes
I'm
left.
kind of starting to think maybe I will.
Yeah, I agree, Rain.
Like here's so from the high. So here's your high of day break. I was looking at the longer term, but no, that's not the right one to look at. It's the high of the day breakout. There it is. There's the pullback. Then it takes the trend line up. There's a false break, and then you get the trend line. So a break of this, I think that'll be my last shot at something before we get into like the imbalances, like the nitty gritty on the imbalances. I don't think there's anything crazy. There's no big imbalances expected tonight, at least. None that I was able to see, but you never know. Sometimes they just pop up out of nowhere, and we can go into them. Aptim, I did not see FICO, and Antonio Power says go long. There's another way that you can trade this. Like you can look at that trend line, and you can maybe buy this in here with a really tight stop, and then try to scalp it for 10 to 15 cents. Or like try to risk maybe like if you can find a 5-cent stop in there and then try to scalp it to the high. That's not really my cup of tea. I'd rather do that kind of a thing earlier on in the day, where then I'm also holding a piece for if the trend just continues for the rest of the day. That makes more sense to me. At the end of the day, I'm just looking for that one little entry, and then hoping is the right word because you're just taking the setup and you want it to continue, and then hoping you get in and it flushes.
Yeah.
And I'd rather take that shot on SMR if it happens. It doesn't even look like it wants to, though.
Like, these things don't, SMR, like that signal that we were just talking about, it's like, yeah, whatever. We're going to disregard that and continue to climb higher as you're right at the wick end of the wick high, essentially, of this SMR print. Let's get over there. We have our eyes on Tesla. We pieced some out. Jesse, you see this one earlier today? Or just, I guess, not too long ago, we're still sitting in it right there, bone pop all the way up to the top into the volume-weighted average price. Pretty good look. But as for SMR, it's strong. Like, look at the tape. Just everybody's just buying the dip, essentially. The ask is continuously lifting. 3-star. Joe, is that 3 stars that good? We want 10 stars, right? Or 5-star at least, man. What kind of 3-star is that? What kind of BS is that? But no, 15 and a 5th% here on SMR. Appreciate the stars anyways. Aside from that, man, a big time move. And I was looking for this over the past couple of sessions. I'm like, man, all right. Yesterday we took the hit on it unintentionally, and there it goes, off to the races, now printing a new high. So SMR has been an absolute monster on today, especially in the latter half. And the channel that we are looking for earlier in Tesla happened to be in SMR, and this was one of the stocks that was on my primary list yesterday, not necessarily today. So it's unfortunate. Nah, bro, haven't really been paying attention to anything other than TQs and Apple. Just saw the chart. Good-ish, laddie. Absolutely, brother. Netflix is still weak today. Look at the 5-minute rejection. There it goes, 1350 on SMR.
This is insane.
Yeah, it's going nuts right now. And a nice recovery, Neil. I like how you pointed this out on the day. I mean, it's almost doubled. Like, I mean, not quite, but we're getting there. You know what I mean? Yeah. From $8 all the way up to $14. You're only a couple points, a gap up, and you have a double essentially.
And this 13 area that it's breaking out, if you zoom out far enough on like the daily chart or maybe throw up like a weekly or monthly, you'll find that there was a prior support level there on SMR.
Yeah. And
I only say that because I remember my initial entry in my long-term account into SMR was at like 1320 something. And I remember getting that entry. It was between 2050 and 13.5 that it had like a key support level, and I remember getting in on the upper end of that range. But we'll see. There's only about 10 minutes till the imbalances. This might not actually break down, but we can hunt for it for sure. Congrats to anyone that has it to the long side there. This is an interesting one, Gotham House. Let me throw this up.
Yeah, throw that up there.
This is it's not a super chat, it's just a question.
Yeah.
What is the advantage of investing in a $100 stock versus a $1 stock? I'm assuming the charts, tape patterns remain the same, so I would need a lot more capital to trade it versus. That is true. Where there becomes a difference, and this is probably the only real difference, there almost never exists a $1 stock that isn't at $1 for a reason. But like nothing opens up at $1. The things that come to market underneath, let's say $15 or $20 are SPACs that come to market at $10. And the structural difference in SPACs is just a different beast. So if you become, like if you're that cheap, oftentimes it's because it's highly speculative, it's got a ton of risk, it has been beaten up, the company has failed. Like there's just, you're not getting down there without a reason. So like that is the major difference. Now when we're trading, if you're just looking at patterns, you do have to consider spreads. Not all penny stocks or small cap stocks are the same. Some of them will have 1 cent spread like you would expect, and other ones will have wide spreads because they're not as liquid, and you have to consider that. It's the same thing with larger cap stocks. So some of them will rhyme with each other, but fundamentally if you're looking at the charts, patterns are patterns. Like if I'm comparing, here's an example, like SMR is $13 and OKLO is 70. As a day trader, I treat them literally no different. One is 5 times the price, it just doesn't matter. Like the trade is the trade, right? Like, yeah, you might, like because of the actual notional value difference, like if it's by 5, you just can take 5 times as many shares of the cheaper one. It's just, the math is the same. The math is the same way. Oh, for the love of that's ridiculous what I just said. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's 340.
It is
the
340.
math is, you get the idea. Like it's just about the pattern. But yeah, but you're a dollar stock for a reason. They are different.
Is it actually?
Do we not get to SSR on CAR? Man, CAR has been SSR for a while now, hasn't it? It's down 20-something%. Yeah, like this hit SSR where? At $640? So this went SSR somewhere around here. So the uptick rule is in effect today in Avis and tomorrow on Avis automatically. So you will not be able to short Avis like by hitting the bid unless the last tick is green. That's the uptick rule. And it used to be in effect all over the place. Like it used to be every stock was in the, like when I started trading, everything was the uptick rule, which is a pain in the butt.
That's crazy.
As a trader. You know what though? Sometimes if you learn to trade under restrictive or something that feels restrictive, like when it wasn't there, all of a sudden like it just opened up. Like shorting became like so good as a day trader when that wasn't in effect because you learned to participate in a downward trend when you couldn't hit the bid. If you learned to trade downward trends in an arena where you couldn't hit the bid when you wanted to, it forced you to be really good at shorting the pops.
Yeah.
And that teaches you about joining the trend in a much more patient way. Like imagine if you learned, imagine trading, but you can't hit the ask. Like you can only get hit as the stock is coming down, and you want to go long in something that's upward trending. Think of the discipline that would teach you if you're just starting out in trading, and then all of a sudden you learned under that. And then it gets taken away, and you don't have that restriction. Oh well, look at how good you become buying the dip.
Yeah.
Vice versa. So anyways, it's. Hey.
Yeah, it is.
Someone just said peep the imbalances. There's nothing crazy. It's still just PPL, BNS, and Cleveland Cliffs. Pfizer's there for $1 million. Teladoc's still there for 950,000 shares. Nothing terribly exciting, unfortunately.
Thanks, Angry.
Angry? What's Angry saying?
You can see what they said on there.
I don't know.
Let's pull this up. We'll hop into this.
I'm seeing, oh, come on now. Random oddities, why did that get blocked?
Why?
People have said that live on the, he typed slap that ask.
Yeah, slap that ask.
That's literally been said by Obi about 100 times.
Yeah, he says it.
So if it gets said by a host, you're probably allowed to type it in the chat without it getting.
ASK.
We also once iconically said, damn, look at that body about a candle on Amazon. So, like, I feel like he has just really tested the bounds for what is allowed to be said in this chat.
Yeah, he's a bit of, he likes to push the boundaries.
Oh, yes.
I would say that's pretty fair.
Is there, I mean, what fun is it if you're not tiptoeing on the edge a little bit?
Standing on shaky ground, too close to the edge. Let's see if I know the ledge.
All right. What was I going to do here? I mean,
you don't know that line, do you?
I have no idea. I wanted to take a look at the sectors here today. 2% on tech, energy, you're up 1.3. Communication services, you're up 0.5%. Now, as for our earnings, we're going to be going into that. Brendo setting up now. We're going to get into some of the reports. Let's head over there. We already know who's going to be the main event of tonight, and that's going to be Tesla. We have LRCX, Lam Research. Someone was asking me about, did we have a super chat about Lam? Pull that up if we do, Assassino. IBM, Philip Morris. That was this morning. Let's get the after the close. There was just a super chat, I think, that we might.
I'm going to look for it.
Yeah. Why did we go all the way down here, man? What day is it? What kind of, come on, man. After close. This isn't that complicated. All right. There we go. Oh, why does it keep doing that? Oh, okay. I see. I know why. Okay, so yeah, I mean, we gone over Tesla, LRCX, IBM, Texas Service, ServiceNow, Kinder Morgan, United Rentals, Waste Connections, Las Vegas Sands, Crown Castle as well, Raymond James also on there. So, I mean, definitely the top of the list. Tesla, Lam, IBM, Texas Instruments, and ServiceNow are some names that we're definitely going to be keeping an eye on. Looking forward, with obviously Tesla being the largest out of all of them with a $1.5 million market cap, $1 trillion market cap. So, all right, as he said, that's what he says, bro.
I can't believe Daniel just said in the chat that Daniel and myself are the only two people that got the Rakim reference.
I've
never seen the movie Juice?
No, well, I mean, I might have a long time ago.
Out of the building, they set me up. Sprayed by automatics, they wet me up. In a puddle of blood, I lay close to the edge. I guess they didn't know the ledge.
Did Tupac not star on this?
Yeah, Juice with
I own the DVD. I haven't seen it yet, but I do own the DVD.
But that's like the title. That's the title track. Yeah. Know the Ledge by Rakim.
That's crazy.
Nobody know. That's fine. You know what? I just thought of something because if ever I decide that it's over with ASML. By the way, ASML took that story and said, "Who cares?" So they bought that sucker right back up, everybody. But if I ever decide, I want to finish the thought. If I ever decide that I'm done with ASML because competition has got the better of them and they lose their monopoly, then I think I'll stop praising Lam and then own Lam. But I'm in the terms of the companies that make the machines that make the chips. There's AMAT, there's Lam, there's ASML. ASML stands out because they have a monopoly. They have a complete and total and utter monopoly with their product. They don't really have true competition. I think that's where they stand out. If that ever changes, Lam is an unbelievably good company. I don't really know if I would love it up here. This should be a big one. I find this is not a stock that many people would day trade. It's more day tradable now that since they've had the split. But this is a bellwether name. This is a pretty decent bellwether name. If there's concerns about their growth, if their guidance is poor, then you can see it heavily reflected when we come in tomorrow and look at the stocks. Almost 100%. Okay, less than 1 minute till the imbalances come in here for sure. Let's see. Ooh, XLF. I haven't seen that ETF up here on the imbalance locator in a hot minute. It's been a while. Definitely been a while. Pfizer's still there, 1.5 million. These are not gigantic, but sometimes I like to track these ETFs if they happen to have an imbalance. You might get a decent move. What's XLF doing? This is the other thing I kind of like. You got to buy imbalance in a downward trend, which gives you the chance to maybe play it off of the low. So I'll keep this one up. It's not huge. I need to see more than a few million shares on that. Ideally, that'd be better. So imbalances just dropped. You've got MAPS, 3 points, that's a penny stock. NVIDIA, 2.1 million to the buy side. Marvell, 1.4 sell on Marvell. Qualcomm, sell 1.2. Amazon, you've got a buy of 1.2 million. That Marvell, that's a pretty decent size for Marvell. So barely even moved. They just shrugged that one off like it was nothing. So only 1.4 million to sell, and it just goes down 30 or 40 pennies then on MRVL. So not a big initial reaction. NVIDIA, that buy, I don't even know what MAPS is. Oh, garbage penny stock. 3.6 million. It's still a decent amount of the volume, but probably a nothing burger there. And then XLF didn't even move. Kind of a nothing burger there. Let's peep what's going on with Tesla. If there's no big imbalance trade, then focus on Tesla and Lam and IBM and looking at those. Tesla right back into the low of the day. ServiceNow is going to end up going into earnings. At VWAP up a couple points here, but a little bit of a sell for sure. I didn't mean to. Yeah, I know what MAPS is. People are mocking me for saying, I don't know what this map. I know what a map is. I don't know that stock.
Did you ever use?
Does anybody? But what? Anybody knows this stock until they just looked it up right now because it was on the locator? No, you don't. No, you don't. I don't either. What is this thing?
What is that?
Literally, WM Technology Inc. Yeah, whatever. No clue. I don't. SMR, someone asking about SMR, the imbalance. I don't see it near the top. You got IBIT I just saw in there. I guess I could just go alphabetically if someone's really curious about what SMR's imbalance is. There's way too many stocks on here, but I just went right past it.
Yeah.
Does
weed maps even still exist?
Does what?
Like, you remember, I don't know if you ever had it, but before it all became legalized, like to find a dispensary, there's this app called Weed Maps, right? And it would show you all the dispensaries around. But now here in the city, I don't even think you need it because every other store is a cannabis store.
I did not.
Downtown. Yeah, which is insane. Like literally, you can't walk a block in either direction without seeing a couple of them.
Huh.
Yeah, just use it for Colorado. Yeah, aside from that, Maps is garbage. Yeah, it's been a pretty good one, guys. We have about 8 minutes left. Skin up for us. Show up. What does that mean? A 420 Bud Monster. What's up, man? I didn't see the name. Yeah, I mean, we can get into what we got going on here after the bell, guys. Tesla 405 apparently. Let's see if that comes out on time. We'll be patient, wait for that. ServiceNow 410. Lam Research coming in at 405. IBM going to be in at 410. So we have a couple of them. TXN as well, right at the bell. Oh, Southwest also right at the bell. 4:30 Southwest is going to happen. Adara.
I was going to say, we could also just look at these expected moves right here in order of when they're going to be released. So here they are. Here are the biggest ones. Southwest isn't on here because I didn't see an expected move forward at the time, but Texas Instruments, CSX, right at 405, you've got Tesla, LRCX, LVS, and ServiceNow, IBM, as mentioned. 415, Molina Healthcare. This is mostly going to be of note because A, it tends to move pretty huge on earnings, and B, Michael Burry is actually involved in this one to the upside, and I say that in that questioning voice because if you've seen the daily chart, you may also wonder why he is involved in this to the upside. That being said, I am shocked to tell you guys that the second smallest expected move is on TSLA. So it's CSX and then Tesla. Tesla only a 5.3% expected move, though this would be larger than its last earnings move of around 3.5% to the downside. Back to you.
Yeah, it's shockingly small, the expected move, I think. I'm surprised. No questions asked. Like,
what would you want to see?
No, I just feel like coming into it had been coiled up for so long. Like, look at that very distinct, like, tight range that it sat in on the daily chart for a long period of time. I think when you release the coil, I'm expecting much more. Mopar, hey Neo, you the past, bro. My time is now. Yes.
Yeah.
I love the quotes and the references. Daniel, we've got son of Daniel Guru. For the record, SCDI headquarters still shows up on WeedMap.
All right, man, he's got that cheese. That's funny.
Yes, the cheese dispensary business is highly lucrative, and we all believe in it.
Yeah.
All believe in it.
Got that moon cheese coming in soon.
That's the future right there.
Look at this, Neo. 445. I mean, we're talking about a $400 drop. The stock was cut essentially off of this high. It's been cut in half, 47%. Oh my God, this is insanity. This is one of the coolest names. I mean, you grab a couple of shares, whatever it may be, if you're fortunate to catch the highs or be one of those individuals who are shorting it along the way and you're catching hundreds of dollars per share, man, oh man, what an absolute ride. We had a feeling that it was going to happen relatively soon. And sure enough, this was the session that I'm talking about you want to look for. But considering how much it's dropped here today, are you going to find somewhat of a relief rally or a continuation in today's price action. Where is your car put? Dude, there's zero chance I'm buying one now. Let's pull up the actual options chain on this thing. I like the way the things were. So we did a spread on it. I did a metric, I believe it was on Tuesday or something along those lines, where it was profitable. You could set up the spread, but then it somehow became negative as we continued on, which made no sense. And we reconstructed an additional spread on Tesla just to make sure I wasn't losing my mind. And somehow the probability and your risk profile came out negative on car, which I've personally never seen before. I don't know how that works, but let's pull it up here now. Oh, wow, 338%. Some of these puts. What? Oh, okay. Okay, that's not bad. Things are starting to cool down a little bit. So something that was worth like 10 grand, I thought I was losing my shirt. I thought this was $45,000. No, it's only $4,500. So we're starting to come back in a little bit as we continuously sell. We were talking about these contracts not too long ago, like the 500. Like we dropped $400 today, which is absolutely insane. So some of these things were worth like $37,000. Let's head over to this 750 put, something that we were talking about not too long ago, and just see. You can see there's a little bit more liquidity stepping in along the lines now. How much has this appreciated? You can't even get the liquidity. Like you can't even see essentially. Oh my God, Neil.
That's so absurd.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. Wow, like 300% on that contract from $6,800 to $26,000 in the same intraday session. Hey, man.
Things that make you go,
Yeah, I know. It's just like, all right. It's insane. $432. This thing was $850 a couple hours ago, right?
you don't see that every day.
No, and I mean, we can go back and I'll take a look. Can you make your own liquidity? No, I don't think you can. Like, how do you do that?
Can you make your own liquidity?
Yeah, no.
Well, you know what the interesting thing is? 2 minutes enough time? There's a way that people used to generate, like whale traders would generate liquidity at like a key price level. Like what they would do is so imagine somebody had like a big long position. Let's say they had like 1 million shares long in a stock, and it was at a spot where they're looking for the bounce, but they knew there was a bunch of people that are like, oh, they're like a little bit hesitant.
Yeah.
And it's like shaking around a little bit. So what they would do is they'd take like 100,000 of that million, let's just say, and they would smoke the bid, trapping a bunch of people, like getting a bunch of other longs out and trapping a bunch of panic shorts. And then once that happened, that little wipeout, they'd buy back like 200,000 the other direction. So now they have more than they had before, and they flushed a bunch of people out, and then it would cause a turn in the stock. And so it's clear and rampant manipulation that like big traders used to do. Okay. Like I'm not talking about like day traders and prop traders. I'm talking about like institutional traders. You know what I'm saying? And you would see it happen and know you've been dirtied, and there's just nothing you could do about it.
Not a thing, man.
And you hear the stories after the fact that people bragged about what they do.
No, it's not.
And the funny thing is, it's the day trader that's getting smoked in that situation. That you're the one that's getting bagged. But they do, that kind of stuff happens.
400
and we have 1 minute to go, so we're gonna send it back to the desk. We're gonna get flipped around here so we can get oriented. We got Tesla, we got Lam, we got IBM, we got ServiceNow. We've got the aftermarket show back in the building.
Dang.
With the old or the new old look that we got going.
Printed.
All right, welcome in. Yeah, about a minute to go here as we wrap up what's going to be a positive day. I was just having a look at the S&P 500 specifically because don't look now. We could have an all-time high close here for both. I mean, NASDAQ's definitely going to be all-time high close, but the S&P looks like it's going to get there as well. So not only are we positive on the day, but it's going to be that's not the Dow. It's going to be an all-time high close potentially for both NASDAQ and S&P 500. So right now we are about 0.7 for the Dow, S&P's a full percent, 1.6 for the NASDAQ. How was your afternoon going?
My afternoon was a little crazy, Brendan. We had some comments coming through from Miss Caroline Levitt that were kind of all over the place, and a lot of times either repeating things we've already heard or completely saying other things we hadn't heard of. But, you know, we've got the NASDAQ smashing records. The Dow is at 50,000. We'll have to see if the S&P 500 does the same. But let's talk right now about Tesla, if I may go through a speed run here.
Go for
what
it.
to expect from these Tesla earnings. Here is the look at what we're expecting here from this report, revenue just under $22 billion, EPS around 37 cents a share. Elon Musk made lots of promises that we already seem like we're maybe behind on. During the last report, he said that they were going to get production ramps for Tesla Semi and Cybercab starting in the first half of 2026, which we are now more than halfway done, Brendan. But here's a look here at some of the deliveries. Now a second sequential decline in a row on these Tesla deliveries. More weird Elon Musk faces with our next visual, because I think Terafab, Brendan, was maybe one of the biggest things we got out of TSLA during the last couple months. Now, Tesla, it's going to be SpaceX, it's going to be XAI, Intel, and according to SMCI is also involved, but no one else has confirmed that. And then last but not least, here's a look at last quarter. Last quarter, not a great look for Tesla. Auto revenue was down 11% year over year. Operating income down 11% year over year. Operating margin relatively flat here. Auto revenue, as mentioned, it was not a great report, but let's see what happens next time.
I don't want to interrupt you, but Lululemon spiking here, guys. Former Nike executive, Heidi O'Neill, the new CEO at Lulu.
I was just thinking we needed a CEO announcement from them.
So initially higher here for Lulu, but right back down through the lows. So again, Lulu has picked former Nike executive Heidi O'Neill as their next CEO. That's from the Wall Street Journal. So, I mean, the stock itself doesn't really know what to do with that, but I mean, it's, as you were saying, it's been a while.
Yeah.
And it's been a very in-depth search, so hopefully this is the end of it.
Because I was saying, like, I like that Intel took so long to pick Lip-Bu, but also this is longer. Like, Nike's taking, or Lulu's taking longer to pick a new CEO than Intel did to find Lip-Bu, and Lip-Bu was perfect. So, like, if your search is taking longer than that, is it going to be a good search? I do have to mention here, Heidi O'Neill, this is just being reported by Wall Street Journal as far as I can tell. It's not confirmed yet, but we do have TXN earnings, if I can just speed run through those. TXN, Texas Instruments, rocketing to the upside here. Revenue, $4.83 billion, above estimates of $4.53 billion. EPS going to be $1.68 per share, above estimates of $1.38 per share. Operating profit going to be a beat. Free cash flow better than expected. CapEx just below estimates, which actually could probably be a really good look here. And then they're guiding Q2 EPS 177 to 205, not seeing how that compares to estimates. Revenue guide 5 bill to 5.4 bill, not seeing how that compares to estimates either, though it would mark a sequential increase. We're still waiting, though, on TSLA. So Elon Musk, anytime you're ready to drive onto the scene with this report, we did get a spike. Yeah, markets liking this TXN report so far. Anyway, we're just took out 250. With very little argument from sellers. Anyways, at this point, just keeping my eye out for anything else coming across. I'm seeing some numbers, but I'm going to wait to confirm them. Okay, from Tesla? Yes, but I'm going to wait to confirm. I mean, let's bring up Tesla. Tesla is higher. It's already moving. So I know TSI, I know it looks good, but we're moving here. Yeah. We'll keep an eye out here, guys. Thoughts on TXN first off? Well, I mean, jam. I have to mention, there's enough volume on Tesla. If someone fat-fingered, good luck to you, sir, or whomever it might be. And if you're early on that, Godspeed. No, but seriously, like TXN, this is blue skies here. This is a good bellwether, I think, because I think the concern would have been, and we've seen this in this earnings season. We saw it with ASML. Well, we saw it big time with ASML, where they sold it off regardless. So the fact that you're getting the actual action that you want in the right direction, I want to see a beat rewarded with a big move to the upside. 100%. Tesla it's got to be out. It's got to be out. I'm seeing some numbers here. So adjusted earnings of 41 cents per share versus estimates of 34 cents. I was seeing 37. Either way, it looks like a beat. Gross margin, 21.1%, better than 17.7% expected. And their Q1 EPS here, so adjusted EPS was a beat. Non-adjusted EPS just barely a beat, pretty much in line with estimates here. Again, revenue, we're going to get 22.39 bill versus 22.19 bill expected. So it's a revenue beat, adjusted EPS beat, gross margin beat, non-adjusted EPS in line with estimates. If I get anything more on guidance or random comments made by Elon, I'll let you know. But free cash flow actually coming in at positive 1.44 billion versus negative 1.86 billion expected. So that's nice for Tesla. That is huge. And I'm quite impressed, actually, by Tesla. Yeah, huge beat, guys. They're also saying Cybercab, Tesla Semi, Megapack 3 are all on schedule for volume production starting in 2026. Which is funny because they said that last quarter, too. I mean, market's still liking it regardless, guys.
Yeah, I mean, we have a couple of quarters left in 2026, so I'm looking forward to seeing this actually come into full production. This is what we need. This is what we were looking for. We know Elon was going to say something along those lines, and this is what we wanted to hear from him. So let's start spitting these robo-taxis out, and we can get into more jurisdictions as well, too. So I'm looking forward to what we got going on here in Tesla. Surprised by all of these numbers, especially the free cash flow, a substantial number there. So a good look across the board and a massive gap up here in Tesla.
Well, not just the free cash flow, that's a big one, but you're the gross margin came back out of the teens to get to 21. Can you do something for me? Well, Elon's doing a lot for us. That being said, it would be nice if you could get to 420. I'm not saying, I'm just saying that's a big beat on the margin. We were and on the way down. There was a lot of trashing of Tesla when the margin slip were in those teens, and ultimately this seems like it's kind of a put up or shut up kind of area. And we talked about the compression that the stock had been in for the downside for so long. It hadn't participated the same way in the market move. We had the huge dip in the war. We get back into all-time highs. I wasn't terribly excited going into this report for the reasons that it had been so badly beaten up, and we had this whole momentum of it doesn't matter what you do, we'll find something and we'll sell you off anyways. But I'd be a little bit surprised if we came in tomorrow and this one was down. If there's any shade to be thrown, the fact that Tesla was about 35 whatever % off the highs, right? You get this big beat. I love the numbers. I really do like that margin beat. I think the free cash flow, I think that's great. We're only up 3.5%.
Yeah. It's coming back in quick.
And if it was expected move of 5.5, which a lot of people would have said 5.5 is light for an earnings move on a name like Tesla. So you're underneath a small expected earnings move.
And I believe Adair,
that's the cold water.
Adair reported last time also that on the previous earnings report that it stayed within that expected move. So here again, once again, you're not surpassing that 5.3%. You're staying within that. Brendo just mentioned that it's coming back in aggressively as well. So the chances of us surpassing it at this point slowly start to dwindle as time goes on.
You have more.
Yeah, I do have more, guys. And yes, I already made an infographic on this. It hasn't been posted yet, but I do want to show you guys actually how these results stack up. So around $16 billion in automotive revenue this quarter. This is actually down sequentially. I do want to point that out. Now, you have energy generation and storage, which is probably Tesla's best sector last quarter. Certainly not its best sector this quarter, because in terms of growth, it's actually down 12% year over year. But we've talked about the services/other sector. I have a feeling this could be robotaxi related, though I'd have to do a bit of a deeper dive, because this sector, outpace energy generation and storage in terms of its size, and B, is up a whopping 42% year over year, Brendan. So I have to figure out what the services and other means. Again, I would probably suspect this has to do something with robotaxis, but either way, that's up 42% year over year. Automotive revenue, while down sequentially, is up year over year. Overall revenue up year over year. Chapeau, Elon Musk. I have to say, not a bad report.
Just seeing a note on Marvell.
Oh, I saw it too.
Yeah, not really moving around here, but acquiring Polariton Technologies, advancing optical performing scaling to 3.2 trillion and beyond. So again, Marvell not really moving, but there's no red numbers. That's the key here for Tesla. 0 red numbers as far as a miss on basically anything. I was just noting the semi. Going to be the end of the year as well for more production.
I was going to say IBM. It's going to be on Wall Street. They have earnings, and they are moving kind of all over the place. Revenue up 9% year over year to $15.9 billion. I know off the top of my head that's certainly down sequentially, not up, but it is up 9% year over year. Software revenue 11% to the upside year over year. Consulting revenue up 4% year over year. Infrastructure revenue, which has been their best growing segment over the last couple quarters, that's going to be up 15% year over year as well. They did improve their operating margin and gross profit margin, pre-tax income margin up year over year. This is going to be a double beat, though, in the top and bottom line. Again, so revenue down sequentially, but up year over year to $15.917 billion. Q1 adjusted EPS here, 191 to 181. And guys, it's worth noting, what I've noticed for IBM is there's a pattern in terms of each quarter. Like, you'll have really weak Q1 results, and then you'll have incredible Q4 results. So this being down sequentially should not be too much of a negative, but market might not.
Are you saying they backload their year? How dare you?
I am.
Here's a comment on robotics from Tesla, which is kind of interesting. And this is exactly what Sharif was alluding to this morning. We were talking about this. So Optimus Factory will begin shortly, quote unquote shortly, in Q2. The first generation line designed for 1 million robots a year will replace the Model S and Model X lines, as we know, in Fremont. We are also preparing Gigafactory Texas for the second generation line, which is being designed for long-term annual production capacity of 10 million robots. Elon's not messing around.
No, he's not.
Well, how many households are there in North America?
Hey,
Just saying.
A few more than 10 million.
Well, I know there are, but you know what? It's not just.
more.
But it's not just that. Like you got to think about elder care. Like it's before people are putting these in their houses, they're gonna be using them in elder care. They're gonna be using them industrially. It's just there's going to be more use cases. Thinking about the future. By the way, for the technicals, it's gonna be fun where it's already bouncing.
Yeah.
You're gonna like this because there's a buyer holding a Tesla at $400, everybody, and I think that's a good sign. So look. If we're going to say that Tesla is a company that is about the future, then what you've heard today is a confirmation that it is incoming. Can we always trust these timelines? I say I'm not trying to be negative, Nancy. I own Tesla shares myself. I'm a big believer in Tesla, but I'm not trying to be negative, Nancy. It's just objectively true that a lot of these timelines don't end up getting met. That being said, I think we can see a light at the end of the tunnel. You then throw in the fact that the market was able to get back to highs without Tesla doing much of anything. I think there's a lot of upside.
I think there's something to be said because like in Q2, that's relatively soon. So you must be prepared and ready to produce these things en masse, essentially. Yeah, Adair doesn't agree, but I don't know. We know that he's optimistic, essentially, but why would you state something essentially you're in right now, Q2?
Because he does it all the time.
It is pretty normal, Joe.
You don't say large-scale production in Q2. Like that's we're sitting in it right now.
He's done it before, Joe. He's done it before.
He's done it before, absolutely. But then also stating that Texas factory, 10 million robots in a year. I mean, you have to be somewhere close to the point where you're going to be producing these things at the scale that you're mentioning now.
Joe, I'm on Adair's side with this one. And look, I believe in Tesla. I believe in Elon Musk. But it is absolutely true that we have seen some aggressive timelines, some aggressive objectives. What that tells me is, okay, you know what? If I'm looking to a 3 to 5 year horizon and you're saying that in the short term, I can feel pretty good about getting it in the 3 to 5 year time horizon. And if I'm okay with owning the stock because of that, then I'm good to go. But can we also put some respect on Lam for a second?
Yeah, just real quick.
Okay.
ServiceNow is out, guys. It's getting absolutely crushed.
And honestly, not a bad report here. Adjusted EPS narrowly beating estimates, 97 cents versus 96 expected. Sales, 3.77 billion versus 3.74 billion. So 2 narrow beats here. But growth actually pretty solid. Subscription revenue up 22% year over year. Total revenue up 22% year over year. Current remaining RPO here up 22.5% year over year. Overall RPO up 25% year over year. There now assists customer spending over $1 million. That's up 130% year over year. They also announced a Google Cloud deal. So ServiceNow, a lot of announcements. None of these are bad on their face, but market is setting it on its face.
I'll let you grab LRCX just coming across here right now as well. Tagged 280 to the upside. So a nice positive move overall for Lam Research. From what I saw, basically a beat right across the board.
I am also seeing a beat right across the board, Brendan. I'm just going to remove the numbers so you guys can see them. So they did beat EPS here, adjusted EPS $1.47 versus $1.37 expected. Sales $5.841 billion versus $5.779 billion expected. That will be a double beat for Lam Research. Q4 adjusted EPS 150 to 180 above estimates of 145. Sales guidance 6.2 billion to 7 billion above estimates of $6.1 billion. Now their Q4 GAAP EPS, would you believe me if I said it's a beat? It is a beat. We already talked about it pretty much because it's the same as the Q4 adjusted EPS guidance. But either way here, they beat on earnings, they beat on revenue, and their guidance for Q4 adjusted and GAAP EPS as well as sales above estimates.
One of those, take a breath. One of those markets where the good ones go up 4% and the bad ones go down 15%. Now is getting absolutely wrecked.
Speaking of IBM, all right, software growth broad-based up 11%, and then also Red Hat accelerating at a 13% year-over-year growth. And then you also have the boost within the dividend. And sure enough, sliding to the downside to add to Brando's point there.
Well,
this
to
thing
make it
is
even
still
worse.
tanking. Yeah, it's not looking good, but you're seeing double-digit growth here.
So to make it even worse, ServiceNow to the downside, IBM to the downside, catching strays is Palantir. It's like, it's just, if you happen to be in the IGV and another software name gets hit, you're just going down anyways. They're just selling it. It doesn't have to be logical.
No.
If you're in the ETF, you're going down with the ship just like everybody else. So if you're wondering why Palantir dropped just $2, look no further than those last two reports, unfortunately. But can we at least put some respect on Lam? Everybody gets all this concern about all this spend, right? Oh, it's a circle jerk. It's a house of cards. Well, you know what? If you're building the machines that make the chips, then your orders are a little bit safer than everyone else down the line. You're not worried about whether everyone's making money off of this. You're like, just keep making all those chips. Keep having all that backlog. You're going to need to continue to buy from us, and we're going to continue to go higher. It's a blue sky setup for Lam. There were some concern with ASML. There was a headline this afternoon that hit them a little bit. That got bought right back up. So, but to your point there, Brendan, like Lam is up 7%, and you couldn't. It was a perfect report on a great company, and it's up 7 points. Tesla's going to be up 4 points. I mean, you get an absolute shellacking for ServiceNow. Yeah. You get a beat down by IBM. You get Palantir literally catching almost a 2% stray to the downside. So we're still in this environment where we're not really getting the ridiculously explosive buys, which, look, the market's adjacent to the highs. We just had a huge recovery coming off of the dip in the Iran war. So maybe there's a little bit of a
I'm surprised.
Take the edge off.
I'll take 4% for Tesla. Like after the past delivery numbers we had, after the past couple of quarters, I'll take 4%. You have more on ServiceNow?
I do, and I think this explains the move down in Palantir, honestly, because this is just not good sector outlook. They're saying that due to the conflict in the Middle East, their outlook is going to reflect their assessment of geopolitical headwinds on deal timing for the remainder of fiscal 2026. So not even just next quarter or the current quarter, the entire year. Now, I did not see anything specifically about what this is actually going to entail when it comes to like what their guidance is. They didn't really provide an update on said guidance, but they're saying the guidance is going to be impacted by the headwinds, so kind of a non-headline. Furthermore, said they're actually going to see a bit of a hit to their margins as they integrate their newly approved and finalized acquisition of Armis. This was announced, I believe, in December of 25. It was approved, I think, early this week or late last week. But either way here, that's the deal with NOW and probably why names like Palantir are getting clipped. I heard Oracle, poor Oracle, getting clipped. Then no, this is ridiculous. It is ridiculous, but this is what the headline is.
No, what I'm saying, sorry. Looking at what happened to ServiceNow and IBM, Microsoft dropped 2 points.
Yeah. I'm not surprised.
CRM dropped. CrowdStrike dropped. Palo Alto dropped.
There's zero confidence, right?
It doesn't even make a difference. Like it is so bad for these software names. This is pretty indicative. You thought that maybe the bottom was in. Like Microsoft with a rally of 20-something% off of the lows. We're sort of calling bottoms here on Oracle. You get one bad print or reaction with ServiceNow, and all of a sudden, it's like, okay, we're just gonna dump it, we're just gonna take the profits. It's crazy. It feels like there's still this panic mode that's in. Unfortunately, it kind of sucks, but I think we have to operate under the veil of there's no comfort level when it comes to the IGV. Unfortunately. But you know what? At least I'm going to go back to Tesla because I'm seeing exactly, it just went right back into $400. And Tesla's leading the way. There's a buyer at $400.
There's Elon, or it wasn't Elon, but someone just posting that Tesla has invested another $2 billion into SpaceX ahead of the IPO. So that just came across as well.
Yeah,
and that kind of kicked off some of that selling anyways. I mean, we're back to 400.
No, I'm with you, Brendan. It probably pulled back off the highs because of that. I don't think that's what the market's gonna want to see. It's like I might like that as a shareholder. I want some exposure there without having to buy the IPO myself. They don't own that much. It's a pretty small amount that they own. But then you think about what's going on with SpaceX and the bundling of all the losses of the XAI and circling that back in. That's not an IPO that I think many believe will be entirely successful after it opens. It'll be an exciting trade. The volume will be fantastic. It'll be all the hype around and all that good stuff. But I don't think you'll find too many people that are willing to tell you, well, if you buy that one on day one, you'll be looking good a month later. I think most people are probably on the opposite side. So yeah, I think Tesla, a little bit of a sell into that. But 400 held. So technically speaking, I think we got a level to work off of tomorrow morning.
Yep.
Kind of like an easy over-under with Tesla. If it doesn't hold the 400, we're back to thinking that the mid-80s are a buy. And if we do, then we can shoot for that 420 tomorrow.
I mean, we had that previous pivot around $411 there, Neil. We couldn't breach that. I mean, we're still up positive. We're holding this level right now around 402, but I just didn't think we got that strength. There's some positive things stepping in, obviously, here with Tesla. We got the mass production of Optimus coming in relatively soon as well in this quarter, apparently, and then we have the second generation Gigafactory. He also wants to keep up with the spend and create the largest fabrication there is possibly for semiconductors coming up here. So a lot going on for Tesla here to be optimistic about.
There's one more number just real quick. FSD, guys, seeing FSD subscriptions year over year, 51% to the upside. 850,000 Q1 last year, 1.28 million Q1 this year.
And yet we're still only up 4%.
Yeah.
Everything about this has been positive so far. There was actually it was Austin in the chat, if we're going back to the software thing, made a really good point that I wanted to read out. Shout out to you, Austin, saying that software is used by all the big corporations. Your company, saying their company uses it and it helps, not hurts. I think that's what the market's throwing out every software name whenever they get a chance without acknowledging that there'll be some losers, but there's probably going to be some pretty big winners. And I think that's why you get that visceral reaction to Palantir being down because of this now move and Microsoft, and you throw out Oracle, and then you throw PanW and CrowdStrike as well. Like, come on, no, there's going to be some winners in the space. But if we're just going back into Tesla, I think the problem that a lot of people have with Tesla is they can't make up their mind what they see the stock as. And you've just essentially had the whole gauntlet of it's not just that we're moving on and saying this is about robotics is going to be next and Optimus is going to be a big deal.
Yeah.
Well, the next thing that Elon's bragging about is Optimus now.
Yeah,
well, it's pretty clear. He's bragging about that and he's talking about SpaceX. So if you're an owner of Tesla because of a really cool car that some people like, good luck with that.
You think that Optimus is going to outweigh, from an earnings standpoint, the robotaxi or Cybercab? There's no way.
No, those two things.
Okay.
Those two.
That's what we remain optimistic for within this thing. This is why we're continuously forward-looking, is because these two things in the pipeline are what we are looking for to be that forward driver. I want to add also, Brandon brought up the FSD aspect of things. We talk about autonomous vehicle miles. We forget about the FSD here with Tesla, which is obviously outweighing in Waymo. Waymo has more autonomous vehicle in more cities and jurisdictions, but FSD playing a big part here as well.
Yeah, no questions asked. No questions.
All right. There was a note you had real quick on software.
It was specifically in Micron, actually.
Okay.
I have to thank Darwin in the chat for mentioning this. So that's how I saw the headline. I looked into it. But we already heard that this was probably going to happen. I actually put it on our watch list this morning that Micron was apparently pushing the U.S. Congress to crack down on chip tool sales to Chinese rivals through this Match Act. Well, now, as of a couple minutes ago, seeing reports that the U.S. House panel has advanced the Match Act, which is a bill designed to close gaps and curbs on chip-making equipment exports to China. So that's the deal there. No massive move, but I think worth noting for some of these chip and chip maker names, and even maybe like FXI, KWEB, if you're looking for an antipathy play here.
Speaking of China, Tesla just saying they're making headway on FSD in China, or getting approval for FSD in China as well, I was seeing. So 5:30, you got to wait for the earnings call. Sorry.
Yeah, that's how it is.
We're not going to be here. I mean, thoughts, just final thoughts here, guys, for this. I think the overall could have been worse.
Yeah.
I'm slightly disappointed in the move, because I felt like Tesla had been beaten up enough that you'd have more of a coil up. So I think there's a little bit of trepidation buying this thing. If it doesn't hold the 200 period, which it's barely at right now, that's at 400 level. Regardless of what I say, I'll probably come in bearish if it's under $400. I don't see any other way around it. You're less than the expected move. You just had a good report. We've seen a lot of other reports get sold off on that. But I think the other story to end off with is the real question becomes what to do with the software names tomorrow morning, because my gut instinct is there's way too many strays that got caught. You can't tell me that every single related software name deserved to get hit today in sympathy. I almost feel like when I sit down tomorrow morning, the first thing I'll be looking for is which software company got hit too much that I want to dip by for the trade tomorrow. and then you'll maybe look for a relief rally. I know Tesla's a big deal, but I feel like that could be a better opportunity out there. I don't know if it's going to be CrowdStrike or PanW. I have to go over some charts. I guarantee you somebody caught too much of a stray over ServiceNow, and there's going to be an opportunity tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you there, Neil. I mean, we're talking about IBM as well, too. So they had double-digit growth in red cap as well. So that wasn't, this might be overdone. You're heading towards some key support levels. As for the expected move here, essentially, in Tesla, I didn't think we were going to exceed that. Are we going to hold it and maintain it? I think that's going to be the big question here. I mean, the numbers were great. Margins great. We're moving forward. This is what you want to see when you remain with that forward outlook here in Tesla. But my question is, can this be held up? And we don't know until tomorrow brings. So IBM and Tesla are going to be my primaries here tomorrow. Good numbers.
Intel tomorrow at 4 p.m. We'll bring that one to you live. And then, I mean, next week is just ridiculous. Final thoughts.
My final thoughts are, it's always fun to be here with you guys and rapid fire delivering earnings.
Likewise.
We will get more infographics tomorrow. I'm probably going to post my Tesla infographic tonight, honestly, before the earnings call. So stay with us on X at TTV Research. There's literally no end to the research that we can and will put on for you guys.
Overall, a positive showing for most outside of ServiceNow. Just keeping an eye on ServiceNow right now. It's coming back into session lows. Hope you enjoyed that. We will, again, be back tomorrow for Intel. We'll be back tomorrow at 8 a.m. Come join us, won't you? We'll see you then. Have a great night.
Ciao.